At the tender age of 5, Uchiha Obito found himself in the training grounds of Kamui. For the first time, he awakened his double Mangekyō Sharingan, only to be astounded by the revelation that he had somehow been reborn. Although his original memories identified him as the underachiever of the first-year class of the Ninja Academy, the sudden influx of additional memories revealed that he was, in fact, the very instigator of the Fourth Great Ninja War, single-handedly opposing the entire world. The last image imprinted in his mind was of himself sacrificing his life to protect the prophesied child, Naruto, after having repented for his past. Yet, as the two sets of memories clashed and merged, a sense of confusion enveloped him. To validate his suspicions, he hesitantly raised his hands, only to be met with the sight of his own youthful, delicate fingers. His eyes widened in disbelief at the impossibility of it all. How could he have traveled back in time? What surprised Obito even further was the sudden surge of strangely familiar power emanating from his eyes. Instinctively, he activated this newfound strength, and his gaze turned a deep crimson, soon revealing the three tomo that began to whirl, transforming into a windmill of Sickles' double Mangekyō Sharingan. It was astounding. At just 5 years old, he had awakened the Mangekyō. Even a legendary Uchiha Madara would be taken aback by such a feat. Obito found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether the intense mental stimulation had triggered this awakening or if he had somehow brought this power back from the future. In the next moment, he instinctively activated the ability of his right eye, causing the space around him to warp before he abruptly vanished from the reality he knew. In the Kamui dimension, Obito materialized, confirming that the transfer speed of his double Mangekyō was significantly quicker than that of a single eye, exhibiting almost no delay. Although it was not quite as swift as his teacher Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it was nonetheless impressive. Obito couldn't help but marvel at the potential of the Mangekyō Sharingan, which could only reach its fullest potential when a pair was united. In his previous life, he had often relied on just his right eye, and while he eventually attained both, he had been in poor condition at the time, facing the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya with little opportunity to explore the true capabilities of his eyes. Now he had the perfect opportunity to experiment. However, as he was about to conduct further tests, a sudden sharp pain surged through his right eye, and blood tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. He instinctively covered his eye, nearly forgetting that he currently lacked Hashirama cells to mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Glancing at his small, fragile body, he lamented his youth was merely 5 years old. Prolonged use of the Mangekyō would undoubtedly take a toll on him. To avoid falling into a state of frailty once again, he decided it best to refrain from utilizing this power for the time being. He exited the state of the Sharingan. Confusion clouded his thoughts. He had encountered a spirit after his death, yet suddenly found himself back in the past. What could he accomplish with this second chance? A realization struck him. At this point in time, his mentor Minato and his sister-in-law Kushina were still alive, and Nagato had not yet succumbed to darkness. The Uchiha clan remained the most esteemed of Konohagakure. Upon this realization, Obito could not help but burst into laughter, for he was now aware of his forthcoming actions. However, as he considered the passage of time, he acknowledged that Rin would soon come looking for him. Thus, Obito activated his Kamui ability once more and returned to the realm of reality. Although the Third Great Ninja War had not yet commenced, the preceding skirmishes among the various ninja villages had infused Konoha with a palpable atmosphere of impending conflict. Fortunately, this tension had yet to affect the children. At that moment, in the training ground surrounding the Ninja Academy, 5 children were joyously playing during their lunch break. Meanwhile, Obito concealed himself in the shadow of a large tree, quietly observing the scene before him. This was a habit he had cultivated over the years. Having infiltrated Konoha multiple times in his past life, returning to Konoha felt akin to returning home. His presence here was primarily due to the knowledge that Konoha harbored a multitude of white Zetsu, who served as Madara's eyes and ears. It was prudent to remain cautious. After all, being discovered could lead to significant complications. Although he was not particularly fearful of Madara, a frail old man nearing his end, he recognized that if Madara were willing, he could easily manipulate Obito's own vision and physical state to connect him to the Otsutsuki's life-sustaining apparatus. Yet, Obito had no intention of engaging in such a confrontation, fearing the potential repercussions for those around him. After all, saving was far more challenging than destroying, and he was not inclined to gamble on fortune. Unlike his previous existence, he was no longer a ghost wandering the ninja world. Instead, he possessed a legitimate and lawful identity within Konoha. With this in mind, he stepped out from the shadows. However, before he could bask in the warmth of the sunlight, a young girl with purple paint adorning her face suddenly entered the training ground. Her expression was a blend of urgency and excitement, and Obito's gaze immediately fixated upon her. It had been ages since he had encountered such a vibrant spirit. Tears welled up in Obito's eyes as he yearned to embrace her, longing for the warmth that would meld away the shadows he had accumulated over the years. Yet, in that moment, he realized that despite the passage of time, he remained unchanged. He could confront the entire world for Rin, but he dared not reveal his true feelings in her presence. He found himself frozen in place. It seemed Rin sensed the intensity of Obito's gaze as she turned to look at him. Upon noticing her friend's tears, she hurried over with concern. "Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Rin raised her small hands to wipe away his tears. Obito sniffled and managed to reveal a broad smile. "It's nothing, just a bit of weariness." However, before he could finish his sentence, Rin enveloped him in a tight embrace, as if she wished to shoulder some of his burdens. "Obito, you truly won't lie to me. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. If you feel like crying, then cry as loudly as you wish." Rin was unaware of the trials Obito had endured, yet she felt deeply that he needed her embrace, that he required her warmth. In that instant, the dam holding back Obito's tears broke once more, and they flowed freely. At that moment, he was no longer the shadowy mastermind of the ninja world. Once there was a young boy who had long lost his true love, only to have it restored to him. He embraced Lin tightly, weeping loudly, yearning to release all the years of repression, pain, and grievance that had accumulated within him. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his cries, while Lin's shoulder had already become soaked with his tears. Feeling a touch of shyness, the boy released Lin and apologized, expressing his regret for displaying such an embarrassing scene upon their first meeting. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Lin shook her head and gently inquired, "Daitu, could you share what has transpired?" Her tone, though tender, bore an undeniable firmness, for within that embrace, Lin had sensed an overwhelming surge of emotions, despair, and oppression that nearly crushed him. Had it not been for their encounter that morning, he might have believed that Daitu and he had endured a tragic separation for many years before reuniting. Thus, he was eager to understand what Daitu had experienced within that brief midday span. Yet, Lin was mistaken. Daitu was an adept liar, capable of weaving intricate tales that ensnared many, including notable figures such as Uchiha Sasuke and even his own teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who failed to recognize him. However, Lin was not entirely wrong either. Daitu did not lie, not even about his reincarnation. With a smile, he confessed, "Lin, I promise to tell you everything, but it is a long tale, one that cannot be conveyed in haste. Let's find a time to discuss it properly, shall we?" Relieved, Lin responded with a firm agreement, and Daitu smiled as he took her hand, leading her toward the school building. "Let us seek out Kakashi first," he suggested, though he was interrupted by an unexpected cough, a testament to his genius, having graduated at the tender age of 15. Unprecedented feat in the Ninja Academy. A.S. Lin followed Daitu. She sensed a change in him. Not only were his eyes sharper, but he also exuded a more commanding presence. A blush crept across her cheeks as she felt Data's desire to shelter her from harm, enveloping her in a profound sense of security. Curiosity sparked within her, and she asked, "How did you know Kakashi was graduating?" "I only just received the news and came looking for you." Daitu chuckled in response. "That is part of what I intend to share with you. It would be futile to keep it from Kakashi anyway. To save time, I might as well reveal everything at once." Upon hearing this, the furrow of worry on Lin's brow dissipated, and together they hastened their steps toward the school building, where a throng of people had gathered at the entrance, mostly first-year students. Daitu scanned the crowd and recognized several familiar faces: Might Guy, Yamato, Asuma, and others. They had all come to witness Kakashi's graduation at the age of 5, a rare event that many villagers were eager to partake in. Just then, the doors of the school building swung open, drawing the attention of the whispering crowd. An anticipatory silence fell over them, with everyone tense and expectant. Yet, Daitu remained unfazed, for in his eyes, this graduation assessment is nothing but a spectacle, and Obito requires a compelling narrative to divert attention from the negative repercussions of the death of White Fang. Furthermore, with Konoha losing a premier combatant, various factions are poised for action, and a significant conflict may soon ensue. Without the construction of a quintessential figure, How could so many students from the Ninja Academy be motivated to hasten their graduation and serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield? What a cunning strategy indeed. Obito couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle as Kakashi emerged from the teaching building, his diminutive frame crowned with a gleaming forehead protector. Witnessing this scene, all the students were starry-eyed. Even the scions of prominent clans were no exception. Among them, Rin was the most elated. "Congratulations, Kakashi," she exclaimed. However, he merely responded with a lazy acknowledgement, his indifferent demeanor inciting Obito's simmering resentment. Though he could empathize with Kakashi's current state of mind, he believed that even in the face of his father's demise, Kakashi ought to treat Rin with more respect. Obito was tempted to confront Kakashi with a punch, urging him to reconsider his words towards Rin. Yet his furious expression seemed to be misinterpreted by Kakashi, which surprisingly lifted Kakashi's spirits, dispelling much of the gloom from his face, leading him to jest. "What's the matter, Obito? Aren't you going to congratulate me?" With a huff, Obito thought Kakashi was deliberately trying to provoke him, recalling how he had fallen into similar traps in his previous life. This time, however, it was his turn to retaliate. "Kakashi, do you think it's impressive to become a genin at the age of 5? To me, you are nothing but an utter fool." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, he envisioned Obito's face turning red with anger, delivering a cutting remark before storming off. Yet, it seemed Obito had other plans. Kakashi, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Foolish Obito, you know nothing. Just focus on graduating." Surprisingly, Obito was not angered instead. He couldn't resist slipping into his most adept mode of persuasion. In his past life, he had successfully swayed many individuals, leading countless prodigies astray. He had yet to attempt this tactic on Kakashi, and now seemed the perfect opportunity. Adopting a shrewd demeanor, he began to articulate the 3 significant drawbacks of Kakashi's premature graduation, drawing from their numerous encounters during the 4th grade Ninja War, where he had become intimately familiar with Kakashi's weaknesses that if he hadn't held back, Kakashi would have been defeated long ago. As Obito concluded his points, a look of astonishment flickered in Kakashi's eyes, and even Rin gasped in disbelief. She couldn't help but inquire, "Is what you're saying true? Wouldn't it be better for Kakashi not to graduate?" However, after a brief pause, she added, "But Obito, you sounded just like a little adult. I feel like only our instructor, the middle-ranked teacher, would express such thoughts." Kakashi found this quite surreal, as he reflected on Obito's unexpected display of logical reasoning, which he found remarkably convincing, leading him to believe a significant portion of it. Perhaps, becoming a ninja prematurely is certainly not the wisest choice. Yet Kakashi stubbornly holds his ground, insisting that he has no interest in becoming Hokage. "That is a dream exclusive to you," he asserts. "I merely wish to swiftly prove myself as a ninja. Now that I become one, I must diligently fulfill my missions, for a ninja's purpose is to complete their tasks. Those who fail to do so are deemed worthless. As for anything else, I remain indifferent." Kakashi's demeanor exudes nonchalance. However, upon witnessing Kakashi's obstinacy, despite his earnest counsel, Obito's frustration ignites. Were it not for the presence of their classmates, he might have been tempted to strike Kakashi. Yet, as he leaned closer to Kakashi's ear, the words he whispered widened Kakashi's eyes in astonishment. In a hushed tone, Obito insinuated, "There are many questions surrounding your father's death. Regardless of the choices made by the esteemed White Fang, be it saving comrades or completing missions, the outcome remains unchanged. Do you believe that?" Kakashi, furrowing his brow, grappled with the weight of Obito's words. After all, he was merely a 5-year-old child. At that moment, unable to contain his emotions, he seized Obito by the collar, demanding an explanation. "What do you mean by your last statement? Clarify it for me." Obito, however, merely shrugged, casting a glance at their classmates before quietly suggesting, "Some matters are not suitable for discussion here that if you truly wish to understand, Lin and I will visit your home tonight, and we can delve into it then." As Kakashi regarded Obito's earnest and perceptive demeanor, he gradually released his grip on Obito's collar. He found it perplexing how, in just a few days, Obito seemed to have transformed entirely. Though remnants of his former self lingered, he appeared significantly more mature and astute. Could it be his influence? With a dismissive huff, Kakashi shrugged and replied, "Let's not dwell on this for now. I still need to register at the Hokage building." With that, he navigated through the crowd and gradually distanced himself. Meanwhile, Lin guided Obito back to the classroom to continue their studies. Despite the teacher's explanations of foundational concepts such as the 3 life trees, Obito listened intently. Lin came over and asked suspiciously, Obito, what did you just talk about with Kakashi? Why did it almost turn into a fight? Nothing much. Just told him we would visit his house tonight. Lin was a bit surprised. Kakashi agreed. It's no wonder Lin was surprised. Ever since White Fan died, Kakashi had locked himself in his house and hadn't come to school for several days. She and Obito had visited several times, only to be turned away at the door. Obito nodded. Yeah, he agreed. Lin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She had noticed Kakashi's state recently, feeling helpless and anxious. Indeed, it seems that only you, Obito, can change Kakashi. Lin suddenly felt she had hit the jackpot. Then, she seemed to remember something and slapped her forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot. We still have class in the afternoon. Obito, let's head back. Lin tugged at Obito's shirt. Class. Obito was slightly resistant. If they went back now, he wouldn't get to hear Lin say, I will always be watching you. Just leaving like this made Obito feel a bit unwilling. But once he remembered how their tardiness in the previous life had led to punishment, he dismissed that thought. He smiled a little. Let's go, we're heading back. Just like that, they chatted and laughed as they returned to the classroom. Kakashi's graduation exam was held at noon, and they still had classes in the afternoon. Therefore, most of the students returned to the classroom one after another after watching Kakashi's graduation exam. Not long after, the Chunin teacher also walked in, officially starting the lesson. Today's class is on ninjutsu. I will focus on explaining the principles of the body flicker technique. Everyone pay attention. This is a must-know topic for graduation. The Chunin teacher began to write and draw on the blackboard with chalk. After just witnessing Kakashi's graduation, most students were fired up and listened attentively in class. Obito also put on a somewhat serious attitude. The ninjutsu class was the one he liked the least in his previous life, as it only taught the most basic content, including the body flicker technique, chakra extraction technique, and chakra control. However, these basic concepts involve a lot of tedious knowledge that could easily make one sleepy. The ninja school would spend more than one class teaching this, tirelessly repeating it until graduation. In Obito's previous life, he thought this was a waste of life. He wanted to learn powerful and cool ninjutsu, not these hide-and-seek tricks. It wasn't until many years later that Obito gradually understood that this way of thinking was wrong. Obito traveled to many ninja villages and saw various ways of training ninjas. Some villages often taught children all sorts of powerful ninjutsu right from the start. As long as the children learned them, their combat power could dramatically increase. However, they found it difficult to advance further, their strength basically locked in. If they were lucky, they might become cannon fodder during the Fourth Great Ninja War, just using ninjutsu in a row. In contrast, the ninjas from Konohagakure were quite special. They often graduated from the ninja school as inexperienced as could be, but as long as they found a suitable mentor, some ninjas would unleash unimaginable talents and reach levels that other villages couldn't comprehend in a short time. At first, Obito thought that it was because Konoha had a rich heritage with many powerful bloodline clans from the Warring States period. So it was normal for a few strong individuals to emerge. However, he gradually discovered that aside from the Uchiha clan, there weren't many strong individuals among these bloodline clans. Instead, many civilian geniuses emerged one after another. Due to this phenomenon, Obito conducted in-depth research and gradually found out that it was the old schemer Senju Tobarama who had written many methods of becoming stronger in the most basic techniques. These techniques were often overlooked by those who could inherit them, and only civilians without resources would practice diligently. The Konoha Ninja School was the fundamental reason why these civilian talents could become strong. Of course, due to spending most of his later life in high-level battles. Obito's definition of a strong person was a bit high. At least one had to reach the level of a Kage to be considered strong. In Obito's view, there were only 5 ways to become strong in the entire ninja world. The first was bloodline. Bloodline is the most direct and effective way to become stronger. For example, the Uchiha clan, as direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, possesses considerable combat power from the moment they awaken their eyes. The 3-Tomo Sharingan is already exceptional at the Jounin level, and the Mangekyō Sharingan can leap to become a top-tier powerhouse. The reason the Uchiha clan was exterminated in his previous life was that they were too feared. Others would spend decades training. But the Uchiha could simply open their eyes and surpass them. Who could accept that? He, the underdog, could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan in an instant, albeit just one eye, and with the combination of Hashirama's cells in Obito's body, he could slaughter the Umbu of the Mist Village as if they were dogs. Why did Itachi come to him to exterminate the clan? Without a second thought, he agreed. It wasn't just for a few Sharingan. He was more worried that one day, Some Uchiha would awaken a bizarre Mangekyō Sharingan that would disrupt his plans. His Kamui was strong, almost ignoring most physical techniques. But abilities like Kotoame Tsukumi and Tsukuyami could still threaten him. Who knows what else might come next? If someone came up with a space-time sealing technique, or even a time-stopping technique, he would be done for. So, he had no choice but to let his clan die first. Chapter 6. Ways to become strong from this. We can see how important it is to have good ancestors. Of course, if one does not have a good bloodline, it is still possible to mutate and become strong. For example, by combining several chakra nature transformations, one can give birth to bloodline limits and bloodline eliminations. The Tsuchikage Inoki and the Mizukage Meitarumi have taken this route. Alternatively, one can also strengthen themselves by implanting Hashirama cells, gaining strength through obtaining others' bloodlines. Many people have done this, including Uchiha Madara. However, what left the deepest impression on Obito was Kabuto Yakushi. This guy is definitely a genius. He changed his own genes by implanting others' bloodlines, breaking the limits of mortals and advancing to a higher level of power. Obito is deeply wary of Kabuto, who has learned the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave, and may have already surpassed ordinary Kage. Thus, in the entire ninja world, bloodlines largely determine everything. If one lacks a bloodline, they must find a way to create one. Even Madara had to bite off a piece of Hashirama's flesh to awaken the Rinnegan. Besides bloodlines, the second way to become stronger is through secret techniques. In fact, many secret techniques are also linked to bloodlines. For example, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans of Konoha cannot learn their respective secret techniques without possessing the bloodlines of a Kimichi. Nara and Yamanaka, while it is not impossible, is extremely difficult. The AI clan of Kimogakure is a prime example of a family of secret technique users. With their techniques, each generation can reach the level of Kage, even becoming powerful figures among them. For instance, the Third Raikage fought valiantly against thousands of IWA ninjas and perished. Had he not lacked wide-area attack ninjutsu, the outcome could have been different. In addition to bloodlines and secret techniques, the third way to become stronger is to possess a large amount of chakra. A quantitative change can lead to a qualitative change. When the amount of chakra reaches a certain level, one can become a formidable master. Kisame's strength largely comes from the chakra amplification provided by his Samahata. Of course, when it comes to large amounts of chakra, the most representative is the Jinchuriki. Each perfect Jinchuriki is a master at the Kage level, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki surpasses the level of ordinary Kage. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, on the other hand, is comparable to Sage of Six Paths. However, becoming a Ten Tails Jinchuriki is not simple. It requires extremely high standards for one's bloodline and mental will, otherwise, one cannot even suppress the Ten Tails. The fourth way to become stronger is through the Konoha ninja school system. If one neither has a bloodline nor is a Jinchuriki, how can an ordinary genius become strong? The answer is to diligently complete all courses at the Konoha Ninja School and be fortunate enough to receive guidance from renowned teachers. Due to its unique conditions, Konoha is one of the more peaceful villages in the ninja world, allowing ninjas from Konoha to systematically study for several years until graduation. Do not underestimate the systematic approach. Although the ninja school only teaches the most basic content, the more fundamental the content, the more it points to the essence of ninjutsu. For example, the body replacement technique. It is not difficult to learn. As long as one remembers the chakra flow lines and practices a few times, one can release it, and for those with the Sharingan, they can perfectly replicate it with just a glance. However, while teaching the body replacement technique, the school also teaches the underlying principles. The shadow clone technique and transformation technique belong to visual Jinjutsu, which is the most basic principle of Jinjutsu. The body replacement technique involves summoning an object to take an attack on one's behalf, involving the most fundamental principles of summoning and sealing techniques. The Jinjutsu, summoning, and sealing techniques underlying the body replacement technique represent some of the highest level techniques in the ninja world. These techniques can completely change the direction of battles. Tailed beasts are powerful. Their size and strength are enough to overwhelm ordinary ninjas, and since they are chakra conglomerates, they're almost immune to most ninjutsu. Tailed beasts also possess tailed beast balls, which can instantly destroy a village. Even masters at the Kage level find it difficult to suppress tailed beasts without sufficient means. However, tailed beasts are restrained by Jinjutsu and sealing techniques. And if one can summon them using summoning techniques, these three techniques, if used well, can turn tailed beasts, which are hard to deal with for others, into winning strategies. In addition, many advanced ninjutsu and even forbidden techniques are closely related to genjutsu, summoning techniques, and sealing techniques. Edo Tensei is a summoning technique, and Shiki F-Jin is a sealing technique. These techniques can even completely alter the course of battle. However, to learn these techniques, one needs a solid foundation, which the ninja school provides. Furthermore, the body replacement technique tests the precision and timing of its execution. The process of practicing the body replacement technique can effectively train a ninja's overall abilities, including observation skills, chakra control, chakra perception, adaptability, and instant reaction ability. Therefore, a ninja who truly masters the body replacement technique is very well-rounded. At first, such a ninja may appear weak due to not mastering powerful ninjutsu. But as they continue to grow, the foundation laid from an early age will become increasingly effective. If at this time they have a renowned teacher guiding them, they will learn quickly due to their solid foundation, and in a short time, they may become incomprehensible to others. For example, the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato-sensei taught many people, including him, Kakashi, and Rin, but none of them ultimately mastered it. The principle of the Flying Thunder God is to use a sealing technique to mark a location, then use perception techniques to sense the mark, and control the chakra on the mark to complete reverse summoning for instant movement. Alternatively, one can use sealing techniques to draw barriers from a distance, and then use perception techniques and reverse summoning to transfer attacks. Learning the Flying Thunder God requires high levels of chakra control, chakra perception, sealing techniques, and summoning techniques. Moreover, to apply it in actual combat, one also needs adaptability, reflex speed, and, most importantly, spatial perception ability. Gathering all these elements is extremely difficult. Flying Thunder God requires a high level of precision, and even Obito, who possesses exceptional spatial perception ability, has not learned it due to lacking other foundational skills. In the entire history of Konoha, only Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze have managed to grasp it. Other ninjas, even if they understand the principles, can only work together and barely use the Flying Thunder God formation. Yet all the conditions required for the Flying Thunder God can be thoroughly trained during the practice of the body replacement technique, without exception. Obito feels that not being able to learn the Flying Thunder God could be due to a lack of talent. But it isn't necessarily the case that everyone fails due to lack of talent. Many people, like him, may not have taken it seriously during their school years, putting in minimal effort and reaching a level where they can barely use the body replacement technique, thinking that was sufficient. Afterward, they would begin practicing more powerful, seemingly cooler ninjutsu. If in his previous life, he had put the effort he used to practice the great fireball technique into the body replacement technique. With his later spatial perception ability, how could he not learn the Flying Thunder God? But who could blame him? The great fireball technique just looks stronger than the body replacement technique. Alas, regrets of the past. Chapter 7, Ways to Become Stronger, Part 2, for example. Orochimaru's array of trump cards. Whether it's the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique, various forbidden techniques involving summoning and sealing arts, or his vast knowledge and research abilities, he is a true representation of a genius student from the Konoha Ninja Academy. And that little girl who replenished his chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Sakura. She may not have an excellent bloodline, but at a young age, she possesses a very high level of chakra control and medical ninjutsu skills. These are not something that can be mastered through bloodline mutation. They require a wealth of theoretical knowledge. It's likely she was a top student in the ninja school, much like Orochimaru. Another similar example is his clansman, Uchiha Shursui. The name Shursui of the body flicker was largely earned through body replacement and body flicker techniques, although it certainly involved the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Even when Uchiha Sasuke fought against Madara, despite having less battle experience than Madara, one less Rinnegan, and inferior chakra compared to Madara, who is the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara should have overwhelmed him. Yet, when it came to actual combat, Sasuke managed to suppress Madara in their limited one-on-one exchanges, causing Madara significant trouble. In Obito's view, while Madara is indeed strong, most of his battle experience comes from the Warring States period, relying on grandiose techniques, and in terms of precise operations, he is not as capable as Sasuke, the Konoha genius. Sasuke's ability to use the Rinnegan's space-time manipulation skillfully likely stems from his practice with the body replacement technique. Thus, Obito believes that most of the knowledge imparted by the Konoha Ninja Academy is useful, and significantly so. Teacher Minato, coming from a commoner background, was unable to learn advanced ninjutsu and could only practice the body replacement technique to the extreme, but that didn't hinder him. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he quickly became a killer who could move freely on the battlefield. Obito can't help but admire Senju Tobarama's foresight in making the body replacement technique a required exam subject for graduation from the Ninja Academy. There's profound meaning behind it. However, he must also say that Tobarama's approach is truly underhanded. The body replacement technique seems quite ordinary. Ordinary bloodline clans wouldn't waste time on it. And only commoner ninjas without resources would work hard at it. But even if one masters the body replacement technique to become stronger, one must learn advanced ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. However, the Book of Seals is in the hands of the Hokage lineage, unless one has a bloodline like Shursui. Commoner geniuses wanting to become stronger must become supporters of the Hokage lineage. This way, the power of the Hokage lineage and various clans in the village maintains a balance. The naturally cunning Senju Old Ghost. As for the fifth way to become stronger, it is Sage Mode. Sage Mode is closely related to the three great sacred lands. But unfortunately, Obito hasn't encountered much information on this aspect. The only thing he can infer is that the learning conditions for Sage Mode are related to the soul's constitution. Orochimaru couldn't learn it, while Kabuto could, because Kabuto's soul is more complete than Orochimaru's, along with bloodline mutation and a stronger physique. Teacher Minato is similar. He never used Sage Mode in life, but could activate it instantly in his Edo Tensei state, possibly due to having become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which enhanced his soul and physique in some sense. Aside from the above 5 types, the last way to become stronger is by seeking external power. Scorpion's puppets, Daidara's clay, as well as Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear and Kisame's Shark Skin all involve external power to some extent. Of course, these external powers are also included in the above methods. The reason for mentioning them separately is that Obito was overwhelmed by the 6 trillion explosive tags. Although these explosive tags were likely created by Konan using her goddess paper jutsu, which is part of her strength, explosive tags can indeed be purchased with money. If Kakuzu spent all the money he earned on explosive tags, combined with Tobarama's mutual multiplication of explosive tags for a one-time use, it would be terrifying. As a first-hand witness, Obito believed that the power of those 6 trillion explosive tags could probably surpass even Hashirama's would release or Madara's complete body Susanoo. That technique would be considered a major move even at the Sage of 6 Paths level. If used properly, Kagaya would have to drink a pot of it. Had it not been for his ability to use Izanagi to become intangible, he would have truly been blown to bits. However, now that he has obtained dual Kamui, both the speed of teleportation and the duration of intangibility have been significantly enhanced. If Konan tried again, she would probably have no way to deal with him. He could even directly use his left eye to teleport away from an explosion. Therefore, upon careful consideration, there are probably not many means in the entire ninja world that could threaten him now. In summary, all methods of becoming stronger have limitations, but many can be stacked, and the foundation laid by the Konoha Ninja Academy perfectly complements this. In his past life, he was at the bottom of the class, and even after becoming strong, he relied heavily on his own ocular techniques. In this life, it's time to solidify his foundation. Thus, in this ninjutsu class, Obito listened particularly attentively. Even opening textbooks he rarely opened in his past life to carefully study the knowledge within. This scene was noticed by Rin, who couldn't help but show a comforting smile. Obito has truly grown up. Time passed unknowingly, and soon the class came to an end. All right, that concludes this class. Students can take a short break and then gather at the outdoor training field, the teacher announced as he left the classroom. The ninja school is a place for training ninjas, and besides various theoretical knowledge, there are also numerous outdoor courses, including practical combat, throwing ninja tools, survival exercises, teamwork, pressure training, and so on. It can be said that students at the Ninja Academy spend almost half their time outdoors. After class, Obito naturally sought out Rin and walked with her to the training field. Rin squinted and asked Obito, "Today you actually started reading. Don't you usually dislike these dull and boring topics?" Obito's gaze was deep. "Rin, people will grow up. I don't want to be at the bottom anymore. I want to protect you from harm, so I need to learn a lot of things to become stronger." Rin nodded, clenched her small fist. "Obito, go for it. Class A of the first year, gather here and report to me to start the practical combat grouping." Not long after arriving at the training field, the practical combat class began. For students of their age, since they can't use many powerful ninjutsu, the practical combat class is mostly conducted using taijutsu with at most some body replacement techniques. As for shuriken, since children lack precision, it is prohibited during battles. Obito was somewhat indifferent. Although practical combat class was one of the subjects he enjoyed in his past life, that was because he always felt he could defeat Kakashi. Now, having experienced so many battles against not just shadows, but ninjas comparable to shadows, returning to bully a bunch of little kids felt rather meaningless. Chapter 8 Practical Class, however, at least it could help him practice the basics. With that in mind, Obito obediently reported to the Chunin teacher. His previous opponent had always been Kakashi, which was a result of his own initiative, but now that Kakashi had graduated early, it was necessary to rearrange a new partner. After pondering for a moment, the Chunin teacher said, "Obito, you'll be paired with my guy." The teacher arranged two underperforming students with similar abilities together based on their grades. Obito nodded. This arrangement was exactly the same as in his previous life. In that life, he had been kicked into a state of depression by Guy, thinking it was bad enough that he couldn't beat Kakashi, and now he couldn't even beat Guy, who was also at the bottom. He felt truly pathetic. But now he finally understood that losing to a freak wasn't shameful. The teacher quickly finished assigning everyone into groups. Due to limited space at the training ground, they would compete in pairs, and Obito and Guy were the last group. A bunch of kids fighting, throwing punches and kicks was really not interesting. Most of the time, Obito was lost in thought, wondering when he could take a trip to the Rain Village and plan ahead for Akatsuki. He felt a deep connection to Akatsuki, not just because he had promised Nagato to bring peace to the world, but also because he had really run himself ragged for Akatsuki's development. Nagato spent his days shouting slogans, claiming to be a god, but could hardly do anything else. It was all up to him to strategize, acting both as a father and a mother, worrying endlessly. Otherwise, how could the second generation of Akatsuki develop so quickly? However, the Rain Village was a bit far, and he didn't want to use Kamui's ocular power. How would he get there? Thinking about it felt like being bathed in sunlight, yet bound by the rules of reality, making him feel a bit unfree. Lost in his thoughts, it was finally time for his duel with Guy. Obito, Guy, stepped forward and formed the hand signs. Obito had to put aside his thoughts and join Guy at the center of the training ground, forming opposing seals. Obito, let's ignite our youth together. Guy grinned at him, his teeth seemingly shining. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. What was there to see with two underperformers? After all, even if they won, they were still at the bottom. Among them, some unfamiliar faces began to mock him. They were a clique made up of children from small clans and average performing students. They neither had the upbringing of a prominent family nor felt superior, clearly lacking in achievements but unwilling to improve, preferring to compare themselves with those weaker than them for a sense of superiority. Usually, they were the loudest in class. But unfortunately, there were too many such people in Konoha. From top to bottom, from the higher-ups to ordinary villagers, they had learned nothing but how to bully others, which was incredibly annoying. Obito shot a fierce glare at them, suddenly recalling events from his past life. In fact, in his previous life, he had infiltrated Konoha with the initial intention of taking the Nine Tails when his master was at their weakest. After all, under normal circumstances, to seize the Nine Tails, one had to face two powerful opponents, a master of space-time ninjutsu and a master of sealing techniques. This combination was terrifying, capable of both offense and defense, with incredible mobility and large-scale destructive power, far more frightening than any duo from the Cloud Village. The key was that both of them were still young and in their growth phase. Who knew how strong they could become in the future? Obito thought that if he gave his master and mistress a little more time to grow, they could take out Akatsuki. Although Nagato had the Rinnegan, he was not very mobile, and there was nothing his master Minato could do. Even though he had a space-time Sharingan, Minato could keep up, and then Kushina and Minato would work together, with her using the adamantine sealing chains in her left hand and the tail beast bomb in her right, making it impossible to escape or defeat them. Therefore, even though he felt guilty towards his mistress for the sake of his plan, he had no choice but to act in Konoha, using the bonds of goodwill to restrict Minato's speed, taking advantage of Kushina's weakened state to limit her power. And only then did he have the opportunity to seize the Nine Tails. In fact, he succeeded. He truly had no intention of killing Minato, and it was possible that Kushina, with her strong life force, could survive. But at a critical moment, he suddenly remembered the large number of ungrateful villagers in Konoha, and his anger surged, wanting to unleash the Nine Tails to teach them a lesson. In a moment of heated impulse, he acted on it. This was the most serious mistake he made, one that he could never come to terms with. He didn't even know how to face Kushina afterwards. In the end, when Kakashi wanted to kill him, it was Minato who stopped him, and Minato's son, Naruto, also forgave him. This only increased his feelings of guilt. At this moment, he even felt jealous. Why did this pack of ungrateful wolves in Konoha get the protection of Minato's family? With that thought, his killing intent surged. "Shut up," Obito shouted at the group that had just mocked him. The aura of a strong man emerging from the sea of corpses and blood, coupled with his palpable killing intent, nearly scared those kids to death. They stood frozen in place, trembling all over. If Obito hadn't retained some rationality and toned down his aura, that group of kids would have either died or suffered severe psychological trauma, ending their ninja careers. However, Obito's killing intent was only directed at a specific group of people. Others didn't feel much. Even the Chunin teacher merely thought Obito was angered by the mockery, something he often did, and everyone had gotten used to it. So the teacher quickly said, "All right, ninjas must learn to disregard distractions and fight well. I declare the duel begins." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the eager guy had already launched a flying kick, shouting, "Ignite my youth." This move was indeed powerful, combining strength and speed without any flashy techniques. As long as it was fast and accurate, it was invincible. Obito had suffered from this move countless times in his past life. He knew it well, but couldn't dodge it. He even couldn't help but think that guy kicking him was like a lock being opened. If he could do that to Madara, could Madara survive? As for why he could be distracted in battle now, it was simply because Guy, no matter how strong, was still just a first-year student, and in Obito's eyes, his speed was too slow. Just as he thought this, Guy's kick had already landed, sending Obito flying through the air, spinning once before hitting the ground. Lin, who was watching from the sidelines, became worried, her eyes glistening, tears almost welling up, and she couldn't help but shout, "Obito!" Bang! However, the flying Obito turned into a piece of an old tree root, while his real body appeared behind Guy. Guy's attack missed, and he had left himself wide open. With a gentle punch, Obito knocked Guy to the ground. The Chunin teacher's eyes lit up, even somewhat surprised. Chapter 9. To the Hitaki house, the body replacement technique is indeed fundamental, but it's quite rare for a first-year student to execute it. Moreover, the reason Obito could defeat Guy in one move was due to his perfect timing in using the body replacement technique. If he used it too early, Guy would sense something was off and hold back. If he used it too late, he would really get kicked away. It was precisely at the moment when Obito felt he had landed a hit and thought he couldn't T-dodge that he activated the technique, leaving his opponent defenseless. This body replacement technique, even if used by a Chunin teacher, wouldn't be much different. Therefore, the Chunin teacher nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Very good, Obito. You've improved. Not only did you use the body replacement technique, but you used it very well." The match concluded with Obito's victory. The Chunin teacher took out a small booklet to record the results. Obito's ability to use the body replacement technique was a significant plus, and his score would definitely be raised. However, Obito wasn't very satisfied. He felt a huge gap between himself and Minato-sensei. Minato-sensei completed most of his attack before teleporting. So as soon as he disappeared, the attack arrived without delay, leaving no time for reaction. Although this was due to the differences between flying Raijin and the body replacement technique, Obito knew from sparring with Minato-sensei that even with the body replacement technique, Minato-sensei was much faster than him. There were various intricate maneuvers that he couldn't replicate. Furthermore, Minato-sensei could use it in actual combat. While Obito's use was also in combat, it was entirely taking advantage of child. Against a master like an Orochimaru or a Kage, it was impossible to exploit such large openings in their attacks. He still had room for improvement. At this moment, Guy had already gotten up and regained his energy. "No wonder you can spar with Kakashi. Obito, you're strong. But next time I definitely won't lose." Guy gave a thumbs up. Obito suddenly felt Kakashi's helplessness. After self-assessment, he realized that under normal circumstances, he could actually fight for a while using the 3-Tomo Sharingan. With his combat experience, combined with the 3-Tomo, he could already phase himself for a period of time. Although he was still young, his combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than Kakashi's when he wasn't using Kamui. He could hold his own against the Kages of various villages for a while. Guy had a long way to go to defeat him. Even if Guy grew to the point of fighting Madara, he too would be growing, and when both opened their Kamui, Obito would dare to turn his head against Kagaya Otsutsuki. So this is the world of geniuses? With strength far surpassing their peers. It's no wonder that geniuses tend to be quite proud. Obito quickly smiled at Guy. "I only barely managed to pull off that technique. Go find Kakashi. He is your lifelong rival, and I can help you find him." "Really?" Guy became excited. Kakashi was more important to him than Obito. "Really?" Obito said with a mischievous smile. He didn't want to be bothered by Guy, so he could only make Kakashi take the burden. The two laughed and returned to the crowd. among those present. Aside from the classmates who had just been stimulated and were now too scared to speak and the teachers with more experience, most others weren't too surprised. From their perspective, it was merely a battle between two underperformers, regardless of who won or lost. It wasn't worth paying attention to. Except for Rin, who cheered enthusiastically. All right, let us take a break. Next, we'll proceed with Shuriken throwing training. The teacher continued with the arrangements. Blending into the crowd, Obito completed the training in a standard manner. Since it was all basic content, it was too easy for him, even if he tried to hide his abilities. He couldn't, and he scored nearly full marks in every item. This made many classmates notice Obito's difference, and the Chunin teacher began to ponder. Could it be that Obito had always been suppressed by Kakashi, and now that Kakashi was gone, Obito was soaring? However, the day before, he couldn't even hit the target with Shuriken, and now he was continuously hitting the bullseye. This rate of progress seemed a bit too outrageous. The Chunin teacher was puzzled, but there were too many strange occurrences in the ninja world, so he didn't think too much about it. Just assuming Obito had been stimulated by Kakashi and had finally had a breakthrough. Obito was unaware of the teacher's thoughts. After all the training ended and the teacher announced the end of school, he met up with Rin. The two had a meal at a roadside stall and then headed to the Hatake house. When they reached the entrance, it was already getting dark. Rin stepped forward and knocked on the door. Shortly after, Kakashi opened the door, revealing his listless eyes that resembled dead fish. In his memory, the Hatake house was a warm place, but at that moment, behind Kakashi, it was pitch black and dim. Kakashi, you didn't turn on the lights? Rin asked with some concern. Kakashi lazily replied with an ah, as if only just remembering to greet his guests, and went inside to turn on the lights. Kamui. Obito and Rin walked into the house and immediately felt a wave of oppression because in the center of the room was a memorial photo. The Leaf's white fang, Hatake Sakumo, the swordsmanship master and a great hero whom Obito admired, was displayed there. A true practitioner of the will of fire had committed suicide, and Obito felt an unsettled turmoil within. In his past life, he had gone in and out of Konoha multiple times, and with the help of White Zetsu as an excellent intelligence officer, he understood Konoha's situation better than anyone else. Senior White Fang wasn't simply defeated by rumors. What truly killed him was the will of fire that he had upheld all along. Obito understood the feeling of a collapsing belief too well. If he hadn't fallen into hell and remained that naive and passionate fool, he probably wouldn't have been able to accept that a person who always spoke of the will of fire, and someone who claimed to be doing it all for Konoha, could turn those noble beliefs into a knife for killing and stab their own people. If it were him, he would also feel a chill in his heart and couldn't help but ask, why did it come to this? How could it be like this? Moreover, compared to traditional ninjas, the Hatake family originally came from samurai clan. The samurai always placed immense importance on honor and belief. Therefore, Senior White Fang committed suicide. In Obito's view, heroes can die. They can die in battle and sacrifice heroically, but they should never die from such ugly political struggles. Thus, Obito felt that this world was beyond saving. Human hearts are ugly, and only the infinite dream of Tsuki no Mi could allow heroes to always pursue their own paths. In his past life, he was even unwilling to revive Rin, not wanting her to face such filthy matters. With a sigh in his heart, Obito stepped forward slightly, closed his eyes, and solemnly bowed to White Fang. Seeing this, Rin followed suit and bowed to Kakashi's father as a sign of respect. Kakashi frowned and walked over to block White Fang's photo. His tone was cold as he stated the obvious reasoning. In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules and regulations are nothing but trash. You don't have to show such respect to a trash. Chapter 10. Kakashi's verbal duel. Lin hesitated, wanting to advise Kakashi, but her usual education left her unsure of how to argue back. Obito, however, sneered, Kakashi, if it were the old me, I would tell you that those who break the rules are worthless, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. Kakashi's pupils constricted violently. This statement rang in his heart like a morning bell. But Obito continued, now I just want to tell you that rules and regulations are created by people. If in a village that emphasizes the will of fire, the rules and regulations force a hero, who embodies this will, to make difficult choices, and in the end, he is not only disrespected but also blamed by everyone, then perhaps these rules and regulations themselves are wrong. This rebellious statement shocked both Lin and Kakashi simultaneously. Lin stepped forward, wanting to cover Obito's mouth. His words seemed almost like a direct insult to the leaders of Konoha. Even though they were still young, they understood that some things should not be said lightly. Obito, however, gave Lin a reassuring look and continued speaking to Kakashi. Just imagine, if Elder White Fang abandoned his comrades to complete a mission, what do you think would happen? Would the villagers regard him as having a high level of awareness? Or would they say he's a cold-blooded person who harmed his comrades and is not worth trusting at all? Kakashi stood frozen, his face pale and wavering. He attempted to argue, no, that wouldn't happen. In the world of ninjas, as long as the mission is completed, nothing is wrong, and people wouldn't say anything. Obito sneered, Kakashi, you're still too naive. Just think about it. Do you want your future comrades to be those who will do anything to complete a mission? Or do you want them to be those who cherish their comrades? Kakashi's eyes became confused. He stubbornly replied, if it's a necessary sacrifice. What is wrong with doing anything to complete the mission? I will be willing to partner with such a person. Obito felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but shout, Kakashi. Then he spoke slowly. If you really think this way, you wouldn't hesitate from the start. Moreover, even if you truly think this way, most people's thoughts are absolutely different from yours. No one can guarantee that the next person to be sacrificed isn't themselves. Life takes precedence over everything, and out of self-preservation, they will instinctively resist those who abandon their comrades. Therefore, if Elder White Fang had chosen to abandon his comrades to complete the mission, once the news spread, he would also be drowned in spit. Obito's words were irrefutable, shattering Lin and Kakashi's worldview. Lin began to tremble, her eyes dim and lifeless as she murmured, how can this be? Doesn't that mean that no matter what Elder White Fang did, he was wrong? Obito spoke gently to Lin, no, that's not it. The villagers are narrow-minded. They cannot accurately measure the cost of completing a mission. From their perspective, whether the mission fails or someone dies to complete it, it is a loss for the village. They are part of the village, so it's normal for them to hold grievances. After a pause, Obito deliberately glanced at Kakashi and continued, thus, to avoid such situations. In the world of ninjas, executing missions must be kept confidential. Elder White Fang undertook high-level missions that were highly confidential. Kakashi, tell me, how could the details of Elder White Fang's missions be leaked and become widely known? Could it be that the Umbu under your father are a bunch of fools who don't know to stop the spread of information after it leaks? If every high-level mission is this confidential, what secrets could Konoha possibly have in the eyes of other villages? I can't be bothered to keep beating around the bush. If high-level missions can be leaked without being contained, unless this was done by Konoha's higher-ups themselves. This statement impacted Kakashi heavily. But Lin was the one who became frightened first. Obito, is it really like that? Obito did not deny it. He simply patted Lin's shoulder and said, Lin, don't be afraid. No matter what lies ahead, I will always protect you. Lin felt a little reassured, but her expression remained gloomy, clearly unable to easily escape the shadow in her heart. Obito sighed. He somewhat regretted saying these things in front of Lin. 26 years later, Lin would understand everything and be able to accept it. Of that he was certain. But he had forgotten that Lin had witnessed life and death, and saw everything at the crossroads of the underworld. Lin was a kind person, so even when she recognized the essence of the world, she still loved it. But the current Lin was still too young. The partial truths about Konoha were already too cruel for her. However, having spoken, there was no turning back. He believed Lin would find her way out, for he knew she was stronger than anyone. Obito turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, you are a smart person, so I think you should understand. This mission itself is a trap aimed at Elder White Fang. Therefore, no matter what choice he made, he was wrong. Kakashi was drenched in sweat. Compared to Lin, he was a direct participant in the whole affair, so the shock waves were even greater for him. The more he thought about Obito's words, the colder his heart felt. He had already believed 7 or 8 parts of it, and even 9 parts. The last part was not disbelief, but unwillingness to accept it, fear of facing the truth. He hoarsely asked Obito, what should I do now? Kakashi was lost. Acknowledging that all of this was true would mean facing a mountain that with his current abilities, he could not climb. Obito looked at Kakashi with pity. He vowed he was not intentionally blackening Konoha's reputation. He was just stating the complete story. But once the complete story was told, Konoha appeared darker than ever, just like the current Kakashi and the Sasuke he had deceived in his past life. To be honest, he felt that at least in this matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi might not have too much malice. Even from a politician's perspective, whether in terms of position or ideology, the Hatake clan was a trustworthy and reliable faction of Hokage. So Obito could not understand what kind of bizarre operation Konoha was pulling. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Kakashi. Forget it. I won't continue analyzing it for you. I'll just tell you the outcome. Hiruzen Sarutobi may not have too much malice, perhaps a little, but not much. As the highest ruler of a village, he inevitably comes into contact with darkness. His indecisive character has led him to make many mistakes. But your enmity with him is not significant. Just remember one person, Danzo Shimura. He is the culprit who harmed your father, and in the future, if anything dirty happens and you can't figure out who did it, without a doubt, it must be this person. Chapter 11. Shimura Danzo is not a big deal. Kakashi's trembling body finally calmed down, and both he and Rin let out a sigh of relief. Compared to the famous third Hokage, they didn't know much about Shimura Danzo. Kakashi continued hoarsely, "Who is Shimura Danzo?" Rin clenched her small fists and said angrily, "This Shimura Danzo must be a big bad guy. I want to teach him a lesson." Obito coughed twice and said, "He's not really a big deal. He's just a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and has a close relationship with the third Hokage. Now he serves as a Hokage advisor and controls the Umbu's Umbu route. Although he can be considered the second in command of Konoha, in the end, he's just a rat in a sewer, not worth mentioning." What? Rin and Kakashi were both shocked. Whether as a disciple of the second Hokage or as a Hokage advisor, those were incredibly significant identities. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is that called? Not a big deal? Obito mimicked Kakashi's posture, hands in his pockets, and said, "Oh, anyone can try to look cool, right?" In Obito's eyes, Danzo really wasn't much. If one had to say, his strength was actually quite good. With his wind release ninjutsu being quite impressive, he might even outshine the Wind Shadow. But it was only decent. At this point, the Uchiha clan hadn't been exterminated. Uchiha Shursui was still alive, and Orochimaru hadn't defected. He probably didn't have access to the Sharingan or Hashirama's cells yet, and couldn't even use his Anaji. When it came to killing, it should be very simple, especially since he had seen Danzo's battle with Sasuke, where he used kunai to stab Susanoo and ultimately seal the bridge. Thinking about it now, it always made him want to laugh. Seeing Obito's cool demeanor, which even made him want to laugh, Kakashi felt a bit more at ease and continued to ask hoarsely, "Why did he do that?" Obito replied, "Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage. The reputation of the White Fang is too high. He is the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. If he doesn't tarnish the reputation of the White Fang will very likely become the fourth Hokage." There is one thing Obito didn't say. If the White Fang became the fourth Hokage, it wouldn't serve Sarutobi Hiruzen's interests. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably prefer his disciple Orochimaru to rise to power, which is why he didn't stop Danzo from scheming behind the scenes. But it's better not to tell Kakashi about this. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. The more you know, the heavier the burden you carry. Kakashi didn't expect to hear such an answer in the end. He clenched his fists and said angrily, "So, he killed my father just to become Hokage?" Obito shook his head. "Actually, he probably didn't expect your father to commit suicide. This person likes to brainwash himself, treating his ambitions as being for the sake of Konoha. The White Fang is Konoha's top fighting force. How could he bear to kill him? He just wanted to suppress your father's reputation so that he couldn't become Hokage." Then, Obito sighed. However, how could a rat like Danzo understand the wonderful qualities of living in the sunlight? The White Fang died due to the collapse of his own beliefs, just like your current state. The two immediately understood something and felt a sense of empathy. Damn it. Kakashi pounded the wall with both hands, revealing a look of hatred. "I must kill Danzo, not just for my father, but for Konoha. Konoha shouldn't have someone like him." Obito shook his head. "Kakashi, you're blinded by hatred. When Danzo wanted to kill, he shouted the same slogans as you. You should calm down." Every person who heard his detailed account of Konoha always found various reasons to seek revenge against it. In his previous life, Sasuke wanted revenge, and he was more than happy to see it happen, even not minding giving him a push. But Kakashi and Sasuke held different places in his heart, and moreover, in this life, he wanted to be a good person and didn't want his close friend Kakashi to become like Sasuke. So he comforted him, "Don't worry, Danzo will die sooner or later. You don't need to take revenge for this. Compared to you, the Uchiha clan is the one that should seek revenge." Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, seeming to misunderstand something. "Obito, do you also have a grudge against Danzo? If it's you, I can let you take revenge." Rin also looked at Obito and couldn't help but ask, "Obito, is what you've experienced related to this Danzo?" The more Rin thought about it, especially recalling the despair and oppression she felt from Obito earlier, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but angrily say, "Danzo, what did you do to Obito?" Seeing Rin's misunderstanding, Obito scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "Rin, you misunderstood. Although many people have grudges against Danzo, I am not one of them. The Uchiha's grudges belong to the Uchiha. I don't have much personal enmity with him. Kakashi and Rin were both taken aback. They thought Obito had laid out so much groundwork just to bring up Danzo, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Kakashi's expression grew serious. Obito, let's put aside my father's matter and Danzo's matter for now. But the feeling you give me isn't like the Obito I know. Why do you know so much? You even know my father was the Umbu commander. Where did you get this information? And how did you idiot, develop such strong logical thinking skills? Who taught you? And what is your purpose? Obito took a deep breath, his gaze deepening. He calmly looked at Kakashi and Rin and slowly said, because it concerns secrets. And to prove I'm not lying, I will take you to a place. After saying that, he closed his eyes and opened them again, activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. In front of him, a passage connecting to the Kamui space gradually formed. He stepped into the passage first and waved to the two who were still outside. Komin, this is a space-time ninjutsu released by my eyes. The world inside is absolutely safe, but maintaining this passage will put a great burden on my body. After saying that, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes. Rin was initially shocked that Obito possessed such an incredible ability, but after hearing him, a pained expression appeared on her face, and she immediately pulled Kakashi in. Obito quickly closed the passage and exited the state of the Sharingan. Obito, are you okay? Rin was very worried and took out a white handkerchief to wipe away Obito's blood tears. Obito felt warm inside and smiled. It's fine. This is the price of using these eyes. It's just a bit of blood. Even summoning jutsu requires blood. Rin was a bit angry. Nonsense. Just now, your whole body was trembling. Obito, promise me, can you use such power less in the future? Obito nodded. If it weren't to show evidence to Rin and Kakashi, he wouldn't exert so much effort to open a space passage. This direct, door-opening ability was something he only acquired after obtaining the double Kamui, consuming much more chakra than directly sucking people into the Kamui space. When he fought Kagaya Tsutsuki, it was thanks to Sakura acting as a battery that he had enough chakra to open the door. However, at that time, he was opening Kagaya's space, and his own condition wasn't great, which is different from opening his own Kamui space. Even so, he still felt his vision slightly decline. Once Rin wiped away the blood tears, Kakashi couldn't wait to ask, Obito, just now your eyes were the Sharingan? But it looks different from the one I've seen. How many more things are you hiding from us? Obito took Rin's hand, gripping it tightly. The things he was about to say were many that he was unwilling to face, even though he needed Rin's encouragement. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Kakashi, I came back from 26 years in the future. I don't want to hide it from you, but this is my biggest secret. I hope you won't reveal it to anyone for the time being. Chapter 12. Facing Kakashi what? Despite knowing that Obito might reveal a huge secret, his words still shocked the two. Obito, coming back from 26 years in the future, what does that mean? Rin asked in disbelief. Obito sat cross-legged. Sit down first, I need to explain slowly. Seeing this, the two exchanged glances and hesitantly sat beside Obito. His eyes were profound as he slowly said, You can't understand it as I had a dream. A dream of everything that will happen to me from now until 26 years in the future. If saying that I traveled through time to come back is hard to believe, then predicting the future is much easier to understand. Rin gasped. No, Obito, I get it. You mean you're the Obito from the future, returned to the present? She pondered, resting her chin on her hand. You give me the feeling that you suddenly matured and grew up. While I'm sure you're still the same Obito, you have indeed changed a lot. If you came back from the future, then everything makes sense. Rin suddenly realized where the emotions of life and death, of reunion after a long separation, that she felt from Obito's embrace came from. So, something happened to her in the future. In an instant, her mind was in chaos. In contrast to Rin, Kakashi could not accept this. Coming back from the future was simply too unbelievable. Obito, you aren't under some illusion. Are you? Obito snorted. Kakashi, you felt the chakra on me just now, right? In this space, along with my eyes. If an illusion could give someone all this, then I believe no one would need a train. Kakashi was momentarily speechless. He indeed felt a vast, cold chakra from Obito. It was as if Obito had transformed into a different person. That oppressive feeling he only felt from his father. Thinking of this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Compared to Obito's rebirth, he suddenly had a more pressing question. Obito, how strong are you now? How do you compare to my father? Obito showed a thoughtful expression. Well, I haven't fought against the White Fang. After all, I'm only 5 years old this year. Expecting a 5-year-old to have much impression of a deceased elder is a bit unreasonable. He paused and revealed a confident look. But I think, if I were willing to pay some price, the White Fang should not be my opponent. From the information available, the White Fang should be a master of swordsmanship, possessing extremely sharp, close combat skills. According to the highest estimate, he should not have surpassed the level of an ordinary Kage. Otherwise, the Second Great Ninja War would have ended quickly. Not surpassing an ordinary Kage, at most he would be at the level of the third Raikage, which would indeed be terrifying, but in close combat, unless one reaches the level of guy who could distort space. Otherwise, they would all be restrained by Obito's abilities. Kakashi snorted. He did not believe Obito's words. He felt the strength of his father the most, and even though he was called a genius, he still felt a huge, insurmountable gap during their daily sparring. If his father got serious, he couldn't take even one blow. No, he would die. Thus, his expression became serious. Obito, the old you also thought you were stronger than me, but you never won against me even once, so I don't really believe what you say. You idiot. You're always so arrogant, so. Kakashi stood up, his gaze sharp, adopting an offensive stance, staring hard at Obito. Let's fight. Let me see your strength. If you can defeat me, I'll at least listen to you finish that story about coming back from the future. Feeling Kakashi's determination, Obito also stood up, sighing. Indeed. Before saying something others find hard to accept, it's better to fight first. He recalled the scene where he was persuaded by Naruto before his rebirth. He was willing to listen to Naruto because, after all, Naruto had the qualification to talk to him. Kakashi looked at Obito's casual demeanor, slightly angered. Obito, underestimating this could lead to big trouble. Obito casually spread his hands. Kakashi, you don't understand how big the gap between us is, just like how I didn't understand the gap between us when I was young. He opened his Sharingan. If the eyes you just saw were unfamiliar to you, then this pair of eyes, even if you haven't seen them, you've at least heard of them, right? Kakashi was shocked, his dead fish eyes finally showing change. 3 Tomo. How is that possible? His father had educated him about the Uchiha clan. Every awakened Uchiha gained immense power, increasing from 1 to 3 Tomo. The 3 Tomo were the pinnacle of the Sharingan. He had curiously asked his father how strong 3 Tomo were, and his father had shown rare seriousness. He remembered what his father had told him that day. A 3 Tomo Uchiha has greatly enhanced dynamic vision, capable of capturing every attack trajectory from the enemy. Even our Hitaki family's swordsmanship, no matter how it changes, would be seen through by those eyes. With that powerful, dynamic vision, they could easily become masters in taijutsu and shuriken throwing, combined with the Uchiha's expertise in fire techniques, and the terrifying jinjutsu that came with those eyes. It could be said to be overwhelmingly powerful in every aspect. There's a famous saying in the ninja world. A typical nin should run away if facing a 3 Tomo Uchiha one-on-one. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to casually look into those eyes during battle. Remembering his father's words, Kakashi no longer looked down on Obito. Obito, you might really be very strong, but... Kakashi continued to recall. At that time, he had asked the White Fang. So, father, can you defeat him? The White Fang just smiled slightly, showing immense confidence as he crouched down to pat Kakashi's head. You will win. Kakashi was taken aback and continued asking. But isn't the Sharingan able to see through everything? The White Fang continued to smile. As long as your speed is fast enough, so fast that even if you see the attack trajectory, your body can't react in time, then you'll naturally win. Kakashi came back to his senses. The flicker of fear on his face had vanished. Obito quietly watched Kakashi's changes and asked, What? Kakashi, have you found a way to deal with me? Kakashi replied, Even if you have those eyes, as long as you're fast enough, you can end the battle. Then let's settle this with speed. In an instant, Kakashi moved, his body crackling with lightning, his speed surpassing any previous moment, turning into an afterimage as he charged towards Obito. Chapter 13. Is Rin dead in the future? Rin stood by, watching the two fight again, and could only let out a helpless sigh. Since they met, this was already the umpteenth time they had fought. She had tried to persuade them, but to no avail. So in the end, she simply decided not to interfere. If one had to say what was different this time, it was that the challenge was initiated by Kakashi. Every time they fought, Rin was on edge, but Kakashi didn't seem too worried. His main concern was for Obito. It was the same now. Although she knew that Obito had changed, given the incredible spatial abilities he had displayed before, and considering that he had come back from the future, he probably had a wealth of combat experience and was likely stronger than Kakashi. But as she watched Kakashi flash with lightning and rush towards Obito at a speed that was hard to capture with the naked eye, Rin couldn't help but shout, Obito. Just as she finished calling out his name, Kakashi's fist was already in front of Obito's face. However, Obito stood still, seemingly oblivious. Is that a substitution? Rin clenched her fists nervously. Having seen Obito use this technique before, she felt a bit more confident. Yet it was Kakashi, in the heat of battle, who could best analyze the situation. With no signs of hand seals or techniques, was Obito frozen in place because he couldn't react? Indeed, these eyes are nothing to fear. Although my newly developed lightning-style ninjutsu is still immature, it greatly enhances my speed. Even if 3 Tomo Sharingan couldn't react in time. Now, my speed might not be much slower than my father's. Obito, I've won. Kakashi landed a heavy punch on Obito's face. However, this friendly punch did not feel like it hit a solid object, as if there was only emptiness ahead. In that instant of shock, Kakashi found himself uncontrollably passing through Obito's body. Yes, just like that. He went straight through Obito, as if Obito were merely a ghost, without any physical presence. How is this possible? Kakashi was horrified. This strange ability was beyond his understanding. In the moment they crossed paths, Obito casually turned around. Then, with a powerful elbow, he struck Kakashi's back. Bang! Kakashi fell to the ground. Obito withdrew his hand and calmly asked, "Kakashi, do you want to continue?" Kakashi lay on the ground, unable to speak for a long while. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What was that ability you just used?" Obito replied slowly, "It's an ability generated by my Mangekyō Sharingan that allows me to make my entire body intangible for a period of time. Of course, I wasn't sure if I could use this ability in this space. I just did a little experiment, and, to my surprise, it actually worked." Kakashi was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. "So you were just experimenting? You didn't even take it seriously?" Obito nodded. "Yes, just an experiment. The essence of my intangibility is actually hiding my body in another space, similar to the space-time ninjutsu I used initially. However, in my previous life, while in this Kamui space, I couldn't continue using the intangibility ability. But after gaining the double eyes, I thought, since I can transfer my body into this space from the real world, could I reverse that and transfer my body from this space to the real world? To my surprise, I succeeded." Kakashi frowned. "I didn't understand a lot of that. And isn't the Sharingan a pair? Did you lose one eye in the future?" Obito nodded, squatted down, and looked at Kakashi, saying calmly, "In my previous life, I indeed had only one eye for a long time because the other eye is with you." What? Not only was Kakashi shocked, but Rin also ran over. She was astonished that Obito could so casually defeat Kakashi. But she was more concerned about the future. "Obito, why is one of your eyes with Kakashi in the future?" Obito sat down and pulled Rin to sit with him, looking at Kakashi. "Now, can you listen to me tell the whole story?" Kakashi turned over, barely sitting up, covering his waist and saying helplessly, "You really hit hard. Do I still have the right not to listen?" "Go on." Obito nodded. "There's a lot to say, and I might not finish it all at once, but I'll try to pick out some key points." Obito's expression grew serious. "Rin, Kakashi. In the future, we formed a small team. During a mission, I was crushed by a boulder. I thought I wouldn't survive, so I gave one of my eyes to you, Kakashi, as a gift for your promotion to J-Nin." Rin keenly caught the key information. "So, Obito, we didn't die, and in the future, Kakashi became a J-Nin. When did that happen?" Obito slowly replied, 7 years later." Rin was both worried and excited. 7 years later? Then Kakashi would only be 12, right? Becoming a J-Nin at 12 is amazing, but Obito, what happened to you later? Later. Obito's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. "Later, I was saved by someone. At that time, half of my body was crushed. If I hadn't already had some intangibility ability, I might have died long ago." Rin sighed in relief. "So what about me?" She cautiously asked this question. Obito looked at Rin, momentarily speechless. After a moment, he said, "Rin, at that time, you were fine, but not long after, something happened." Rin was already mentally prepared, murmuring, "I knew it. Something happened to me." "Obito, did I die?" Obito wanted to avoid the question. Even now, he was reluctant to recall that scene. But looking at Rin's questioning eyes, he could only say slowly, "I'm sorry, Rin. I didn't protect you well. The person who saved me had no good intentions. He deliberately led me to fall for his plan." At that time, the third great ninja war broke out. He controlled the Mist Village and sealed the 3 tails within you. To prevent disaster from befalling the village, you deliberately died at Kakashi's hands, and I happened to witness that scene. As he spoke the last part, Obito's voice grew hoarse. That was the starting point of hell. The story Obito told was truly brutal, and both Rin and Kakashi fell silent, unable to imagine what that scene was like. So it was like this. It was Rin who broke the silence. "But Obito, what is the 3 tails?" Obito was somewhat taken aback. Realizing he had forgotten that Rin and Kakashi were still young and naturally couldn't access information about tailed beasts. He explained, the three tails can be simply understood as a very powerful summoning beast, a weapon of war for the major ninja villages, capable of destroying an entire village with one blow. Rin thought for a moment and smiled gently. I see. So in the future, I sacrifice myself to protect the village. Chapter 14. Venting Obito was somewhat worried. Lin. Lin shook her head. Obito, you don't have to blame yourself. The teacher said on the first day of class that being a ninja is a high-risk profession, and we must be prepared for the possibility of death at any time. Although I can't calm my heart after hearing that I will die in the future, if it's for the sake of protecting the village, then upon reflection, it's not so bad. Besides, Lin smiled. Since you came back from the future, everything in the future has changed, hasn't it? Obito breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Lin seriously. Lin, I won't let your death happen again. I said I would work hard to improve myself and protect you. Lin nodded slightly, her face slightly flushed as she looked at Obito's earnest eyes. However, as if recalling something, Lin's gaze also held a hint of sadness and heartache. Obito, it must be hard for you to watch me die, right? I hope you won't blame Kakashi. Obito forced a bitter smile and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Lin. Back then, I couldn't suppress my inner hatred. He turned to Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi looked confused and couldn't help but ask, Obito, in the future, did I really kill Lin with my own hands? Obito snorted coldly and couldn't help but roar. Kakashi, you clearly promised me that you would protect Lin, but you used the lightning technique that just struck me. Later you called it Raikiri, to pierce Lin's chest with your own hands. For a long time, I couldn't help but blame you for not protecting Lin, for leaving her to die. A wave of immense resentment surged from Obito, even distorting his features. Lin felt heavy-hearted beside him. It turned out that the despair and suppressed emotions within Obito were mostly because of her. She wanted to step forward to comfort him, but she understood that Obito was merely using this opportunity to vent. Holding these emotions inside was not good, and letting them out was fine. In the end, she just quietly watched from the side, saying nothing. Kakashi shuddered all over, because he had not experienced it. He could not truly understand the feeling of killing Lin with his own hands, but he felt Obito's sadness and despair at that moment. Such emotions couldn't be faked. Moreover, Raikiri? Kakashi raised his hand. The lightning technique he had just used was only a prototype. In the future scenario, it indeed gathered lightning chakra in his hand to unleash maximum destructive power. It seemed that the possibility of Obito coming back from the future had increased a bit. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, Obito. I won't let the same thing happen again. Obito took a deep breath and continued to roar. Kakashi, you only know how to talk big. Do you know why I resent you so much in the future? It's not just because you killed Lin with your own hands. After all, I know everything. Lin willingly threw herself into your hands. I resent you because you subsequently fell into despair, living your days as if you were a walking corpse. Lin clearly believed in you, regarded you as the sun in the sky, and made that decision. But the despondent you afterward was unworthy of touching Lin's blood. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He remembered that after his father's suicide some time ago, he too had been in a daze, and everything Obito described was exactly the same. Obito sneered, Kakashi, you must feel it too. Every time you suffer a blow, you always look like this, lifeless. You've been like this since childhood. How can you deserve the title of genius? How can you be the sun in Lin's eyes? Kakashi's face gradually turned pale, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Then he lowered his head and said self-deprecatingly, Obito, you're right. I might just be a useless person. After venting, Obito's mood gradually calmed down, and he couldn't help but mock. Kakashi, didn't you say that in the world of ninjas, completing missions is the most important thing? Then in Lin's incident, you prevented a possible disaster and fulfilled your duty as a ninja. You should be happy. So why are you so depressed? Kakashi was taken aback and then began to ponder. He didn't know what his future self thought. But if the price of completing the mission was killing Lin with his own hands, then he couldn't help but shiver all over and said with difficulty, No, I can't accept such a thing happening. Obito retorted, This is your hypocritical side. Nagato is right. How can one who has never experienced suffering understand the pain within? You can always easily spout some grand principles, but it's just standing and speaking without any pain. Is that so? Kakashi murmured to himself, Father, it turns out I was wrong. You were the one who consistently upheld your beliefs. Kakashi turned to Obito seriously. Obito, thank you. He suddenly understood Obito's previous actions had a reason for venting his emotions, but more so, It was to enlighten him, to help him realize that his thoughts were wrong. Lin's smile returned to her face. The boy who needed her care had now become someone she could rely on. However, Lin curiously asked, Obito, who is Nagato? Obito cleared his throat. Nagato. He is one of the founding members of an organization that believes in peace. He was born in a small country, and the war of the 5 great nations broke out on their territory, destroying his home. Compared to the relatively peaceful Konoha, his understanding of pain is much deeper. I see. Lin sympathized. That Nagato is also a pitiful person. Obito nodded. There are many such pitiful people. In the future, I traveled to many places and saw many people like that. At that time, I deeply understood a fact. The 5 great nations are all high and mighty, with an arrogance they aren't even aware of. They always think they're the center of the world, and what they do represents justice. However, they often shout the slogan of justice while bringing suffering to others. This is not just the case for Danzo, but even for good people born in the 5 great nations. Lin nodded, but her brow tightened more and more. She didn't care about the matters of the 5 great nations that Obito spoke of. She only worried about Obito. She could feel that Obito's thoughts were somewhat off. Not that they were wrong, but they were incompatible with the thoughts of the entire Konoha. Obito, you said I died in the future, and you witnessed it all. Then, what about you? What story happened to you afterward? Obito lowered his head in shame. What was to come would come, and he could not escape it. He slowly said, Lin, in the future, I did many, many wrong things. Even if I were to be cut into 1,000 pieces, it would be worth it. I even dare not face you, but I will gradually tell you everything. Chapter 15, is it impossible to cast illusions on the moon? No, just become the second sage of the 6 paths. Since she was already mentally prepared, Rin simply comforted him. Obito, you say you've done many wrong things, my death. Must have affected you greatly, right? But now that all this hasn't happened, if we work hard together, we can definitely change the future. Kakashi nodded beside them. After Obito's encouragement, he also perked up. Obito, no matter how many wrong things you do in the future, you don't need to dwell on them, because you already know you've made mistakes, right? There's still time to make things right. Obito gave a bitter smile. So, Kakashi, I've said it before, don't easily express your opinions before experiencing pain, because that's a mistake. In the future, I, having witnessed Rin's death, was misled by the person who saved me and began to implement a plan called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Rin and Kakashi questioned. Obito opened his Sharingan, pointing at his eyes. This is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Kakashi should know a bit about it. The Sharingan inherently possesses strong illusion abilities. Since it had been lost for a long time, most people believed that the limit of the Sharingan was the 3-tomo form, unless they were from the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was taken aback, instinctively saying, isn't that so? But suddenly, Kakashi remembered Obito's eyes when he entered this space, which were different from the 3-tomo shape. Could it be? Obito nodded. The eyes I had at the beginning were a more advanced form than the 3-tomo, known as the Mangekyō Sharingan. Each Mangekyō Sharingan has its own unique ocular technique. For example, my ocular technique is called Kamui, which can be understood as a space-time ninjutsu. Obito paused, then continued. Some Mangekyō Sharingan fully harness the illusion talents of the Sharingan and awaken a type of illusionary ocular power called Tsukuyomi. It's a very powerful illusion that can pull a person into a spiritual world, allowing them to live an almost real life in that world. Rin and Kakashi listened to Obito's explanation, feeling enlightened. Is there really an illusion that allows one to live a real life? Rin asked in disbelief. The principles of illusions taught in school were at most about slightly interfering with a person's chakra flow, causing hallucinations, and they were extremely easy to break free from. Obito nodded. What can be done by the Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusions is different from regular illusions. Kakashi nodded. So, that infinite Tsukuyomi plan is related to the illusions of the Sharingan? Obito said, that's right. Obito pointed to the sky. Although the moon and sun could not be seen in the Kamui space, it was just a black and white void. The plan is to cast Tsukuyomi on the moon, using the moon as a medium to trap everyone in an illusion, allowing them to live their lives in that illusion. What? Rin and Kakashi exclaimed. Kakashi rolled his eyes. This is simply a dream. Even if the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is strong, it can't possibly cast illusions on the moon. Obito nodded. Indeed, a pure Uchiha cannot do this. Casting Tsukuyomi on the moon requires immense chakra and various conditions. But there are indeed people in the ninja world who can achieve such outrageous things. Rin curiously asked, who is it? Obito slowly spoke a name. The sage of the 6 paths Rin was instantly puzzled. the Sage of the Six Paths? I believe he could do that. But isn't that a legend? Obito shook his head. The Sage of the Six Paths did indeed exist. His power exceeded the understanding of ninjas. He could create or destroy with just a thought. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a deity in the ninja world. But he died a long time ago, which is why only legends remain. Kakashi frowned. Even if the Sage of the Six Paths really existed, Obito, didn't you say he is already dead? I don't believe a ninja can achieve what the Sage of the Six Paths did. So how can this infinite Tsukuyami plan succeed? Obito glanced at Kakashi. It's simple, just become the second Sage of the Six Paths. Kakashi almost couldn't hold back. And even Rin covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Obito, you've been deceived by that person so badly. This is clearly impossible. Obito shook his head. His gaze calm. Rin, Kakashi, I'm not lying. As long as all the conditions are met, a ninja can reach the same level as the Sage of the Six Paths. I have the most say in this matter. Rin curiously asked why. Because. Obito paused. In the future, I became the second Sage of the Six Paths. What? Rin wanted to believe Obito, but it felt so fantastical that it made her feel unreal. So, she confirmed, Obito, what you said is true. Obito said seriously, Rin, I won't lie to you. Rin believed him now. Then Obito, wanting to become the Sage of the Six Paths, must be very difficult, right? You said you need to gather some conditions. What are those conditions? Obito gave a bitter smile. This is the root of all my mistakes. The tailed beasts. I've already briefly explained. In fact, there are 9 tailed beasts existing in this ninja world. They were originally one entity, known as the 10 Tails, but were divided into 9 by the Sage of the Six Paths, referred to by the number of tails from 1 to 9. Rin understood. So Obito, the tailed beast sealed within me by the Mist Village, is called the 3 Tails? Obito nodded. Yes, each tailed beast contains immense chakra, which is why they became the war weapons of the major ninja villages. The 10 Tails has an unimaginable amount of chakra. To become the Sage of the Six Paths, one must gather the 9 tailed beasts together, reconstituting them into the 10 Tails, and then harness the power of the 10 Tails to touch the threshold of the Six Paths. Kakashi frowned. Although I'm not very clear about what tailed beasts are, to be called war weapons must mean they're not simple. Gathering all 9 sounds like a crazy plan. Rin was also worried, no longer having the relaxed mindset she had earlier. Obito said, this is even crazier than you think. Because most of the 9 tailed beasts are held by the 5 great ninja villages, being one of the core powers of the villages and being strictly guarded. For example, Konoha has a 9 tails. To gather the 9 tailed beasts means to take away the core powers from the 5 great ninja villages, which is something no village can accept. Therefore, the process of gathering the tailed beasts is the process of becoming enemies with the 5 great ninja villages. To become enemies with the 5 great ninja villages is to become enemies with the entire world. Just like me, in order to obtain the 8 tails and 9 tails, I had to declare war simultaneously on the 5 great ninja villages, starting the 4th Great Ninja War. Chapter 16, I personally caused the death of my master and his wife, the 4th Great Ninja War. Rin and Kakashi exclaimed. That's right, the 4th Great Ninja War. During a meeting of the 5 Kage, I declared war in front of the other 4 Kage. Obito changed his sitting posture, resting one hand on his leg, appearing lazy yet domineering. Just like now, I sat in front of them in this posture and declared war on them. Rin and Kakashi could hardly believe their eyes. Was this the Obito they knew? Kakashi hesitantly asked. At that time, were you alone? Obito nodded. Yes, strictly speaking, I was indeed alone. Rin's eyes lit up. Her small fists clenched against her chest. Obito, although it might not have been right to do so, you look so cool. Obito suddenly felt shy, blushing as he scratched his head. Really? Rin nodded vigorously, yes. Kakashi was also very surprised. Obito, have you really become this strong in the future? Even when the Kage from various villages gathered, you could ignore them. Obito thought for a moment. Actually, I'm not that strong in terms of raw power. Then he pointed to his eyes. But my Mangekyō Sharingan has a special ability. As you've seen, in that phasing state, no ninjutsu can hit me. Although at that time, I only had one eye, the Kage from the major villages had no way to deal with me. Kakashi recalled the scene where he had been defeated earlier and couldn't help but ask, can that ability be used continuously? I mean, can it be used anytime and anywhere? Obito nodded. That's right. It can be activated at any time. Suddenly, Kakashi understood what that meant. I thought such a bizarre ability would require a long preparation. But if it can be used anytime, that's too unfair, right? Obito shrugged, admitting that if no one could find a way to crack his ability, It was indeed unsolvable. At this moment, Rin asked, Obito, you just said you declared war on the other 4 Kage, but wasn't that a 5 Kage meeting? Which means one of the Kage didn't come. Obito couldn't help but smile. He did come, but because he was caught backstabbing his allies on the spot, he ran away, leaving only 4 Kage at the meeting. The 2 were stunned, and Rin couldn't help but complain. Even a Kage would do something like that? I can't imagine the Hokage doing such a thing. Kakashi nodded. The Hokage definitely wouldn't do that. Konoha can't afford to lose face like that. Obito's smile grew wider. Sorry to disappoint you, but the one who ran away was precisely the Hokage. Huh? The 2 were completely dumbfounded. Obito slowly explained. At that time, Konoha had some issues, and during the 5 Kage meeting, it was the acting Hokage who represented them. That is, that guy Danzo. I told you before. He has a rat in the gutter. The 2 let out a sigh of relief, but then seemed to think of something, and Kakashi angrily said, he still sat in the Hokage position. He embarrassed Konoha so much. No, I'm starting to want to kill him more and more. Obito advised. Not long after he ran away, he was killed, and he just took advantage of the situation. The 5th Hokage at that time was Tsunade. The 5th Hokage. Rin couldn't help but exclaim. So, it turns out that 2 generations of Hokage have changed in the future. Tsunade-sama has become Hokage. That's wonderful. Rin admired Tsunade the most, and hearing that she had become Hokage made her very happy. However, Obito showed no signs of joy on his face, only lowering his head sadly. Rin noticed this and asked, Obito, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that Tsunade-sama has become Hokage? Obito shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage? Obito self-deprecatingly said. Rin, Kakashi, the 4th Hokage is Minato-sensei, our team leader. Our team leader? He actually became Hokage in the future. It seems we have an excellent teacher ahead of us. Rin smiled, but then remembered something and suppressed her smile. The Hokage is already the 5th. Does that mean our future teacher has also died? What kind of person was he? Obito revealed a hint of nostalgia. Minato-sensei was very young and powerful. Compared to Kakashi, he was the sun in everyone's hearts. He mastered the flying thunder god technique, inherited from the 2nd Hokage, which is a space-time ninjutsu. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Minato-sensei made a name for himself on the battlefield, just like your father, Kakashi. He was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, and even forced the Iwnin and other villages to announce that if they encountered the Yellow Flash, they could unconditionally abandon their current missions. Kakashi felt numb. He clearly remembered that the first rule of the ninja code was to never abandon a mission, no matter how difficult the conditions were. It was precisely because of this that he believed in the principle of prioritizing ninja missions. But it seemed Obito was deliberately provoking him, as everything he said was a slap in the face. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, unable to help but imagine how strong this ninja, who could change the ninja code, must be this future teacher of his. Rin sighed, really? Then, I suppose he must have been a good Hokage. It's such a pity that he died like that. Yes, it's too much of a pity, if he were still alive. Many tragedies could have been avoided, Obito murmured. Minato-sensei was very good to us, and Minato-sensei's wife, Kushina, was also very good to us. Before that mission, I even promised her that we would all come back alive and safe. As Obito spoke, he found it hard to continue, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Rin and Kakashi also felt the sadness. Rin asked, Obito, the Kushina you mentioned, who will be our teacher's wife in the future, also had an accident? Obito nodded. Yes. Something happened. Minato-sensei and Kushina had their accidents on the same day. That day, Kushina had just given birth, and their son, Naruto Uzumaki, had just been born, only to lose both his parents. Rin felt very sad upon hearing this, clenching her small fists. That's too pitiful. Who killed our future master and mistress? That's simply unforgivable. Obito lowered his head, not daring to look into Rin's eyes. Yes, unforgivable. The one who killed my master and mistress is me. Rin and Kakashi had lost count of how many shocking revelations they had heard. They thought they had become accustomed to it, but they still couldn't help but exclaim. Rin frowned. Obito. Why? Kakashi also couldn't find the words, looking at Obito with a questioning gaze. Obito said, because Kushina was the current host of the Nine Tails. Just like how the Three Tails was sealed within you, Rin, the Nine Tails was sealed within Kushina. I waited for the vulnerable period after she gave birth to infiltrate Konoha and release the Nine Tails from Kushina, causing the Nine Tails rampage. Obito self-deprecatingly said, Rin, you died to prevent the tailed beast from causing chaos in the village, while I, this beast, personally infiltrated the village to create this tragedy. That night, most of Konoha was destroyed by the Nine Tails, and countless people lost their lives, including the fourth Hokage and his wife. Chapter 17. I want you to slap me awake. This matter was truly too beastly, and after hearing it, even Rin couldn't help but feel angry. Obito, wasn't your dream as a child to become Hokage? I still don't understand why you would go to such lengths for your goals. Attacking the village? Attacking master and mistress? Obito's voice grew low. Rin, I'm sorry. Ever since you died, I've changed. I suddenly saw the true nature of the world. This world is hell. It's laughable to say, but the person who led me astray was actually an idealist. His dream was to bring peace to the world, but he knew the world was beyond saving, which is why he wanted to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, using a huge illusion to immerse everyone in it. During that time, I witnessed far too many ugly things, including those I told you about. In fact, Konoha isn't as bright as it seems, is it? Not to mention that many places are even worse than Konoha. So, I also accepted that person's plan. I wanted to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a world where everyone lives and is happy. Rin frowned, but Obito, no matter how powerful the illusion is, it's still not real. Even the teachers at school teach this. How can you place your hopes on a false illusion? Moreover, I can forgive many of your wrongdoings, but I absolutely cannot accept you attacking the village. Obito looked at Rin and suddenly couldn't help but say, Rin, I'm not defending my wrongdoings. I said before, my death is not a pity. Go ahead and hit me. For a moment, Rin was at a loss. Her heart suddenly softened. I'm sorry, Obito, I got a bit too emotional just now. I don't understand what you've suffered in the future. Perhaps I don't have a right to judge. Slap. Before Rin could finish, Obito suddenly grabbed her hand and gave himself a hard slap. After hitting himself, he didn't let go, instead holding Rin's hand against his face. Tears streamed down Obito's face uncontrollably as he choked out. Rin, do you know? During the fourth Great Ninja War that I initiated on the battlefield, I met someone who was very similar to my childhood self. He is the son of Minato-sensei, the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki. In the end, he, along with the allied shinobi forces, stopped my plan and became the great hero who saved the world. On the battlefield, I tried again and again to make him fall, but he kept rallying again and again. In the end, he even persuaded me and made me realize my mistakes. Rin, he is really very much like me, so I understand him well. I know how to make him despair. But do you know why he can get through it every time? Obito looked at Kakashi because he is surrounded by people. When he is sad, distressed, and in despair, there is always someone who steps up to guide him. Kakashi, you're one of those people because you are his mentor. To this day, I still remember that I killed the person he wanted to protect right in front of him. At that moment, he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. That was the closest I ever got to success. So close to making him fall. However, just then, the girl beside him like this gave him a slap. Rin, do you know? At that time, I was very envious, truly envious. I wish that you were by my side then, just like that, to slap me awake. Woo-woo. As he spoke, Obito broke down completely and wept loudly. At that moment, Rin also felt Obito's loneliness, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She leaned closer to Obito and hugged him tightly. She finally understood why, when they first met, Obito had such a strong need for the warmth she radiated. She gently patted Obito's back while he buried his face in her embrace, continuing to cry. At that moment, Obito shed all his disguises and was so real. It turned out that the little boy she thought had changed and needed her care was still there. Obito had not changed at all. After crying for a long time, Obito finally stopped the tears and stayed in Rin's embrace, continuing to speak. In fact, when I went to Konoha to initiate the Nine Tails disturbance, I fought with Minato-sensei. At that time, how I wished he could recognize me and bring me back. Unfortunately, I had put on a mask, hiding everything about myself, and Minato-sensei didn't know that the person behind the mask was me. Thus, I gradually pushed myself toward the opposite side of the entire ninja world. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I successfully gathered all nine-tailed beasts and became the second sage of the Six Paths. But behind me, there was already no one. Rin's small face was filled with heartache, and she couldn't help but say, Obito, you must have been very lonely at that time, right? Obito nodded, but then smiled. I looked at the united people and suddenly regretted it. I lost to Naruto, and later, I died and went to the underworld. On the road to the underworld, I realized that I was never truly alone. Kakashi was taken aback. From Obito's account, he had nearly pieced together the complete story of the beastly things Obito would do in the future. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was abandoned by everyone. In such a situation, did Obito still have anyone by his side? Rin, however, suddenly understood something and smiled. Obito, is it me? If there really is an underworld, even if I die, I would definitely be worried and would always watch over you. Obito nodded. Yes, Rin. You have been waiting for me at the entrance of the underworld for a long time. In the end, it was you who held my hand and fell asleep together. Obito couldn't help but make a joke. At that time, the 5 great ninja allied forces wanted to pull the 10 tails out of my body. Tens of thousands of people, including the strongest from the entire ninja world and the Kage from each village, engaged in an unprecedented tug-of-war with me. But even so, I might not have lost. I lost to my original intention. If I had known you were standing behind me, perhaps I would have won, and then the infinite Tsukuyomi would have been initiated, and the world would have been destroyed because of me. Rin chuckled. As a little girl, I couldn't help but imagine the scene Obito painted. One person against the whole world. That sounds too crazy, too majestic. Rin felt a bit of fear in her heart, but even more, she felt a sense of longing. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Rin, if what Obito says is true, then in the future, he will have sparked an unprecedented war and become a great demon who doesn't know how many people he has killed. Such things are not worthy of admiration. Rin narrowed her eyes and nodded. I know, Kakashi, but hasn't it all not happened? This time, I absolutely cannot die. If Obito really becomes like that in the future, I will definitely bring him back. Moreover, Rin showed a hint of contemplation. After seeing Obito do so many wrong things in the future, I still didn't give up on him. Perhaps Obito's place in my heart is even more important than I imagined. Chapter 18. Konoha does not represent the ninja world. Rin unconsciously recalled the moments spent with Obito. She had always thought of him as a carefree boy, so careless and often late because he was helping an old lady, nearly missing the entrance to the ninja academy. That's why she couldn't help but worry. However, she gradually realized that her concern for Obito had long exceeded the ordinary level. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had been touched by this sunny and clumsy boy. In the future, Obito saw her as his redemption. Wasn't she also seeing him as her redemption? Suddenly, Rin felt a surge of impulse and couldn't help but say, Obito, from now on, no matter what happens, don't face it alone. I'll be there with you. Obito nodded, smiling. Rin, I'll tell you everything. I never intended to face everything alone. He then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, you heard it too. The future me is beyond redemption. I don't expect your forgiveness. And I don't even hope for it, because I don't deserve it. But I really want to change some things to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Kakashi thought for a moment and asked, So, Obito, what do you plan to do? Obito glanced around and slowly said, This Kamui space is a true reflection of my heart. It only has black and white, and it is fragmented. The entire ninja world is not much better than this space. On the surface, there may be light, but behind it lies deeper darkness. Many people are trying to achieve peace in their own ways. But the seed of peace struggles to take root in the land of the ninja world, leading many to take extreme paths. For example, the future me, and the person who led me to fall. So, since I've returned to the past, I might as well bear all of this. I know information about the future, and I have decent strength. I am the one most likely to bring peace to the ninja world. Peace, Rin murmured, feeling that it was a path destined to be difficult. But she firmly said, Obito, I support your decision. But if one day I find out you're going down the wrong path, I will pull you back. For example, peace created by illusion has no meaning in reality. Obito shook his head and softly said, Rin, actually you are wrong. Until now, I have not completely denied the value of the infinite Tsukuyomi. You all have not experienced true despair, but there are many people in this world who have felt real despair, living through it painfully. For them, the truth or falsehood of the world no longer matters. They just want to find a place for their soul, seeking a warm harbor. Rin furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for words. Kakashi then snorted heavily. This is just avoiding reality, cowardly behavior. Obito, didn't you criticize me for being a coward in the future? But what you're doing is turning more people into cowards. Why do you have to criticize me? Obito sighed and coldly retorted, Kakashi, you are different from those civilians. You are a genius. You became a genin at 5 and a genin at 12. You have strength, and they do not. They're just ordinary people, forced to go with the flow. You are a coward because that is the result of your choice. They are cowards because they have no choice. Your father was harmed by Danzo, and you want revenge. You have the opportunity to achieve that. But what about them? If their loved ones are oppressed by powerful figures, what can they do? They have to numb themselves and live in confusion because the consequence of rebellion The consequence of not accepting reality is that their family will be completely wiped out. Therefore, because you have the strength to become stronger, but you willingly give up the opportunity that many dream of, I feel angry for you. Kakashi had never considered it from this perspective, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to refute. This, perhaps we can save. Obito sneered. The ninja world is so vast. How many can you save? You may have strength, but you cannot change the present. You can only save yourself. Without experiencing the suffering of others, you have no right to evaluate them. Compared to living in hell, what is there to be ashamed of in avoiding it? Kakashi was left speechless, his face cold. So, Obito, do you want to do it again? If that's the case, for the sake of the ninja world, I have no choice but to oppose you. Obito mocked. Look at you so anxious. This is the arrogance of the 5 great ninja villages. The people living in the 5 great ninja villages oppose this plan because they can imagine a better future. But have you ever thought about the civilians in the small countries? How they feel? You probably haven't thought about it, right? Since you haven't, they are also part of the ninja world. What right do you have to represent them? Kakashi, you can only represent the interests of Konoha. There is nothing wrong with protecting the village itself, but your actions are not as noble as you imagine. Don't keep saying it's for the ninja world. Konoha does not represent the ninja world. That's why I sometimes find you hypocritical. It's better for Danzo to be straightforward, saying everything I do is for Konoha is more honest. Kakashi was once again left speechless by the rebuttal. Compared to the countless times he had caused trouble in his past life, which had sharpened his eloquence, Kakashi's verbal skills were evidently not as rich. He could only cast a pleading look at Rin. Rin, however, was not too worried. She just looked at Obito and smiled. Obito, although you say you haven't completely denied the significance of the infinite Tsukuyomi, I think you also don't want to do it again, right? Obito nodded. The infinite Tsukuyomi is merely a conspiracy, the scheme of a long-existing mastermind. This plan would lead to the death of everyone, turning the ninja world into a dead world. That's not the outcome I want. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. They had thought that the things the future Obito was involved in were already significant enough, but they didn't expect there to be another powerful figure behind it. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, Obito, you have been open with us, but why are you unwilling to tell us who the person guiding you to fall and the new conspirator are? Is it due to some concerns? Obito nodded. For your safety, it's better to wait until you grow a bit more before I tell you. The entire ninja world is being monitored by Black Zetsu. If he notices anything, it will cause trouble. Kakashi saw that Obito was unwilling to say more and did not press further, but changed the question. So Obito, how do you plan to bring peace to the ninja world? Chapter 19. You are my world. Obito thought for a moment. To be honest, I haven't figured it out yet. I can only take one step at a time. Kakashi frowned. You've experienced a lot in the future. You must have some thoughts of your own, right? Obito smiled bitterly. It's precisely because I've experienced too much that I don't know where to start. Any plan has its flaws. Let me give you an example. Obito raised a finger. In fact, the future I experienced after the 4th Great Ninja War may have already achieved peace. Rin and Kakashi were taken aback. Obito continued, because at that time, my existence had already threatened the entire ninja world. So all the countries had to put aside their hatred and unite against me. Led by the 5 great nations, with the other countries as support, they formed a ninja alliance, even unifying the 4 head protectors to bear the character for ninja. In the past, the ninja world wars were a process of the major countries fighting each other. As long as people died, hatred would easily be passed on to the next generation. But in the 4th Great Ninja War, the future leaders of the 5 great nations were still very young and had not yet been tainted by hatred. Even if people died during the process, the blame for that hatred fell entirely on me. Instead, they became comrades through fighting together, forming bonds of brotherhood. It could be foreseen that as this war ends, the older generation will pass power to the next generation. And those young people will rise to high positions in their villages, even becoming Hokage. It would be very difficult for wars to break out again. When going out, other countries would all be friends. You would see each other often, making it inconvenient to fight. Moreover, even if there were voices of dissent, Konoha was fortunate to have 2 super strong individuals emerge, who could suppress everything. Therefore, the ninja world should be able to achieve a period of peace. After listening, both of them were overjoyed. From Obito's description, they had thought the future was very pessimistic and hopeless. But unexpectedly, the final outcome was surprisingly beautiful. Of course, in this, Obito slightly concealed information about Kaguya Otsutsuki. The key reason for the ninja world achieving peace was that Naruto and Sasuke, along with Sakura and Kakashi, sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki. Before this, the infinite Tsukuyomi had already been activated, and everyone would turn into white Zetsu and die. Naruto and Sasuke's actions truly saved their lives. With the life-saving grace in front of them, and their powerful strengths behind them, how could the ninja world not be peaceful? Rin smiled. So Obito, what you did, in a way, really achieve peace? Obito nodded. Yes, so this is a very good idea. I can repeat some things from my past life. Create a catastrophe that forces everyone to unite. Let me bear the hatred alone and end the hatred with me. In this way, the ninja world can achieve a period of peace. Kakashi frowned. No, that's too dangerous, and Obito, if you do this, you'll once again stand on the opposite side of everyone. This is not the outcome I hope to see. Rin also nodded. Obito, I also don't want to sacrifice you for peace. Obito self-deprecatingly smiled. Sacrificing myself to save the world is not a bad thing. If conditions allow, I would do it. But you also see the drawbacks, right? To get the 5 great nations to put aside their hatred and unite, it's not enough to just have small skirmishes. They need to fully understand pain. But this would cost many lives, and even if many people died, the outcome of the last life was due to countless coincidences. With one misstep, people could die, and hatred would still exist, making it all in vain. Kakashi nodded. So, Obito, maybe we can try a more gentle approach. People can understand each other. Obito shook his head. It's useless. Everything I experienced in my last life shows that the premise for people to try to understand each other is that you must first bring them down. Obito raised his fist. In this world, you must rely on strength to speak. This is the truth I have realized. When Konoha was able to be built, aside from the concept of peace, the main reason was that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had the strength of the god of shinobi. No one dared to disregard his ideas. The two were taken aback. Rin cautiously said, but the third Hokage was stronger than the first Hokage and was called the strongest Hokage. Didn't he also fail to use strength to make the countries listen to him? The second great ninja war still broke out, and Konoha was besieged. Fortunately, there were the White Fang and the 3 Sannin. Otherwise, Obito couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had the strength of the first Hokage, not to mention the second great ninja war not happening, Konoha could even unify the ninja world. That old man was just flattering himself. Rin asked suspiciously, was the first Hokage really that strong? Stronger than the third? Rin was not quite convinced. Obito explained with a smile. Not just a little. The first Hokage was only a step away from the state of Sage of 6 Paths I mentioned earlier. The third Hokage was like a child in front of him, unable to even make him take things seriously. But, in a certain sense, the third Hokage is indeed the strongest Hokage because the first and second Hokage were not good at fire release. Ha. This was one of the rare moments of genuine happiness for Obito during this conversation. Rin should have felt happy for him, but at this moment, she just exchanged an awkward glance with Kakashi. After all, the Hokage is the symbol of their Konoha village, and being ridiculed like this was a bit strange. After laughing for a while, Obito gradually calmed down and continued. In short, absolute military power may not bring about absolute peace, but without military power, you won't even have the qualifications to make people listen to you. No matter what method is used to achieve peace in the future, what we can do now is to work hard to improve ourselves. This point both of them agreed on. Kakashi had not put aside his hatred. To oppose the Hokage's assistance, he had to become stronger. Rin also did not want the future where she dies to happen. Seeing this, Obito continued. Although I don't favor Kakashi's gentle approach, if you want to try, it's not impossible. Rin, Kakashi, you're the most suitable for such things. Obito pondered for a moment and said, First, Kakashi, you need to ensure your health. Health is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, I've seen a powerful sickly person in the future. He couldn't hold on before realizing his dreams, which is unacceptable. Then, Obito looked at Rin. Rin, your dream is to become a female ninja like Tsunade, and in the future, you indeed became an excellent medical ninja. You can still walk this path now. You can learn more about medical ninjutsu and build a solid foundation. Leave the rest to me. I will find ways to enhance your strength and even persuade Lady Tsunade to take you as a disciple. Rin shuddered, suddenly feeling a bit inferior. Now, she had become the one who needed the most care. She didn't want to rely on Obito for everything, but Obito sensed Rin's thoughts and took her hand, holding it tightly. Rin, the reason I can become stronger in the future is that I have the blood of the Uchiha clan. Such bloodline is not something everyone has. Life is inherently unfair. You must learn to face your weaknesses. If your bloodline is insufficient, find ways to make up for it. I already have ideas, and when you grow up a bit, you can try. Moreover, Rin, after experiencing a lot, Our relationship is no longer about who relies on whom. You should be able to feel it, right? Compared to you relying on me, I actually rely on you more. In the future, I once told you that saving me is equivalent to saving the whole world. In fact, it works the other way around as well. Saving you is also equivalent to saving the whole world because you are my world. Chapter 20 Confirmed Relationships. Lin's tears of emotion couldn't help but flow out as she smiled and cried at Obito. Well, Obito, I won't say thank you. Everything is entrusted to you. Obito gently wiped Lin's tears and smiled. You used to wipe my tears, and now I can finally wipe yours once. Lin cried even louder. Everything seemed to have reversed. She threw herself into Obito's embrace, and he held her tight, allowing her heartfelt tears to soak his clothes. Kakashi, standing nearby, squinted his dead fish eyes slightly, enjoying the scene. He was actually a staunch supporter of Obito and Lin, and seeing their relationship grow significantly, he couldn't help but feel gratified. After a moment of tenderness, Obito and Lin separated. Obito instructed, "Many things will happen in the future. It's already late today. I will slowly tell you more when I have the time. For now, what lies ahead is the third Great Ninja War. Yes, although the second Great Ninja War has only recently passed, the third Great Ninja War is about to arrive. In just a few short years, the ninja world has been engulfed in flames of war, and countless lives will be lost in the conflict. That's why I want to achieve peace. I'm still too young now and can't do anything. Although war is brutal from another perspective, it's also an opportunity for me to leave the village openly and do something. So, let's enjoy the last few years of peace before the war. In the future, we'll have to get busy." Obito opened his Sharingan again. "Let's end today's conversation here. Now, I'll send you out. Of course, this time I won't open a space-time passage." But Obito placed his hand on both of them, and the space distorted, causing the three to disappear from their original spot. In the real world, at the Hatake residence, the three returned to their original place. Lin curiously looked around and couldn't help but say, "Obito, this is such a useful ability." Obito smiled. "In my past life, it was this ability that allowed me to travel across the ninja world." He turned to look at Kakashi and then at the photo of Tsukumo Hatake placed in the center of the Hatake residence. "Kakashi, how about it? Have you reached a reconciliation with your heart?" Kakashi nodded, respectfully coming in front of White Fang and bowing. "Father, I will personally go to see the scenery ahead and see if the higher-ups of Konoha are as pathetic as Obito described." Obito and Lin watched quietly. Obito actually knew the method of resurrection. It wasn't a fake resurrection like Edo Tensei, but a genuine revival. However, using the Rinnegan to perform resurrection requires sacrificing the user's life unless the power of the Sage of Six Paths can save them back. This price is a bit too high. Originally, after learning that the Rinnegan had the ability to revive, he had considered whether he could implant the Rinnegan in a death row inmate and control them to use the Rinnegan's ability. But after he transplanted Madara's left eye into himself, he realized it was nothing but a pipe dream. Even with Hashirama's cells within him, he could barely withstand the Rinnegan's erosion. An ordinary ninja, even one as strong as a Kaguya, would probably be instantly turned into a dry corpse. Therefore, using Rinne Rebirth would at least require sacrificing someone like Nagato, but there are hardly any people like Nagato in the entire ninja world. At this moment, it's better not to mention the elusive matter of resurrection. "Kakashi, Lin, and I will take our leave now. Do you want to go out for a late-night snack?" Obito invited. Kakashi shook his head. "I've received too much information today. I'll take it slow for now." Obito nodded, looking at Lin. "Lin, shall we go?" Lin smiled, took Obito's hand, and said to Kakashi, "Then Kakashi, we'll visit again when we have the chance." The two left the Hatake residence hand in hand. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. The surrounding Konoha village lit up with thousands of lights, twinkling like stars, creating a scene of prosperity. The two did not part ways immediately, but instead walked slowly by a river in Konoha. The night breeze was gentle, and for a moment no one spoke, creating a somewhat silent atmosphere. Ultimately, Lin was the first to break the silence. "Obito, you really like me, don't you?" Obito didn't expect Lin to ask this question, feeling a bit shy, but he still nodded. "In my past life, I never got to confess to you. I had originally planned to give you flowers, but in the end I never got to." Lin looked into the distance. "Is that so? That's really a pity." After hesitating for a moment, Lin said, "Obito, before this, I thought I liked Kakashi." Obito wasn't surprised. "I know, that's why I entrusted him to protect you when I thought I was going to die." Lin showed a nostalgic expression. "Obito, since I was a child, my dream has been to become a strong person like Tsunade, but I know very well that I'm just an ordinary girl. I can't do anything. Kakashi's appearance, as you said, is like the sun in the sky. I couldn't help but be attracted to him, wanting to get closer. But now I suddenly understand that what I feel for Kakashi is more admiration. He satisfied my fantasies about strong people, but he never truly entered my life. It's just that his brilliance made me overlook it, and more often, the person I want to accompany and care about is you. Obito took a deep breath and smiled. Lin, after meeting you at the crossroads of the afterlife, I understood everything. Lin, I really like you. If possible, I want to walk with you forever. Lin nodded. Obito, I'm not sure if this is love, but I'm sure you're the most special person in my life. I will always watch over you until eternity. The two did not speak further. They just held hands and walked a long way until they finally parted. At the Uchiha clan grounds, Obito returned home. He turned on the lights and walked to the photo of his grandmother, smiling as he said, Grandma, perhaps you really have a chance to have a grandchild in the future. But why is it that when I said this, you were still healthy, and just a few days later, you left? If it weren't for Lin and Kakashi, I wouldn't know who else in this world would care about me. In my past life, I did too many wrong things. In this life, I will gradually make amends. You can rest in peace in the afterlife. Your grandson, Obito, has grown up. Obito quietly spoke a few words to his grandmother, wiped his tears, walked into his bedroom, lay on the unfamiliar yet familiar bed, and fell into a deep sleep. For years later, Ninja Academy, teaching building, 9-year-old Obito faced 3 examiners in front of him, his movements crisp and agile as he released an almost perfect shadow clone. He stood still, quietly waiting for the results. Pass, pass, pass. The 3 examiners nodded with smiles. They were not surprised. As the top student of this elite class that had risen from the bottom, it would be strange for Uchiha Obito not to graduate. Soon, the CH teacher brought over a forehead protector and placed it on Obito's head. Obito, congratulations, you have become a formal ninja. Starting tomorrow, you will form a small team with 2 others. Your supervising Jonin requests that after the graduation ceremony tomorrow morning, you gather at Training Ground 42. Be careful not to be late. As the CH teacher spoke, he handed Obito a document. Obito opened it to see that it read, Class, Team 7. Supervising Jonin, Minato Namikaze. Team members, Lin Yamanaka, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito, Uchiha. Obito's gaze deepened. Everything hasn't changed. It's just like in my past life. The gears of fate slowly turn, and Obito couldn't help but ask himself, Minato-sensei, how should I face you now? Chapter 21. The routes are not so easy to join Konoha, Hokage building. Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was holding several intelligence reports just delivered by the Umbu. His expression grave. The 3rd Kazekage is missing? Sunagakure is mobilizing the entire nation to search. Over in Kumobikure, they're stirring, gathering a large force at the border. In Kusagakure, movements from Awagakure have been detected. Even the reclusive Kirigakure is gradually becoming active. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily, took a puff from his pipe, and left his seat to approach the window. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the faces of the 1st and 2nd Hokage carved into Hokage rock, murmuring to himself, Teacher, war is about to begin, but Konoha is gradually declining. Can I still realize your and the 1st Hokage's ideals? Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly felt that with age, his physical abilities were declining. After a long while, he calmed himself and summoned an Umbu. No issues with the graduates from the Ninja Academy, right? The Umbu, wearing a monkey mask, knelt half down to report. Hokage-sama, everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Notify everyone. Time is short. Try to help the graduates grow. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, By the way, send more personnel to the borders of the Land of Fire. If necessary, release some prisoners from Konoha prison to let them earn their keep. Having made his arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Go handle it. The Umbu acknowledged and disappeared using body flicker technique. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor of the Hokage's office. Soon, Shimura Danzo barged in with 2 root members. Hiruzen, war is about to start. I need manpower, a lot of manpower. Danzo was straightforward, stating his demands. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. You handle negotiations with the major clans yourself. The orphanage has recently had a new batch of children grow up. Shimura Danzo slammed the table. Hiruzen, the major clans have already given enough manpower in previous years. They cannot send more to the roots. As for the orphanage, humph. How many are worth training? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly. Konoha has only these few people. What else do you want to do? Danzo said. Did the ninja school not just graduate a new batch of students? Give me the ones with simple backgrounds, and I guarantee that in a few years, they will become Konoha's sharpest blades. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, you know that's impossible. They are the new sprouts of Konoha, inheriting the will of fire. They must not enter the darkness of Konoha. Danzo sneered. During special times, special measures must be taken. Konoha is now unprecedentedly weak. Can you guarantee that those villages won't turn against us and attack Konoha together? Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily replied. You know very well how weak we are, so whose problem is this? If Shikumo were alive, the situation wouldn't be this tense. Danzo snorted. Who knew your Umbu captain had such a poor psychological endurance? Besides, you know what happened back then? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, thinking, Shikumo, was I really wrong? He hesitated for a moment, his tone softening. Fine, you can recruit the lower ninjas who graduated from the civilian classes, but you must ensure it is voluntary. Danzo was not satisfied. A few civilians are of no great use. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted. Do you want the elite class instead? I can give you all of them. But if anything happens, I won't take responsibility. Danzo was somewhat tempted, but reconsidered and abandoned the idea. Hiruzen, you underestimate me. Everything I do is for Konoha. I won't do anything that is detrimental to unity. But the lack of manpower is also a fact. We need to add more. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the main event was coming. He understood what his old friend wanted. Say it. Who do you really want? Danzo slowly said, the son of White Fang. Hatake Kakashi. He has minimal entanglements and possesses unparalleled talent. I guarantee I can train him into the second sharp blade of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect Danzo to have this idea, and immediately spoke up. You can forget about Kakashi. He is someone I have high hopes for. Having fully absorbed the will of fire, I will never let him touch the darkness. After a pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. How about this? This year's top graduate, Uchiha Obito? Although he was born into the Uchiha clan, he is an orphan and has little connection to the Uchiha. I can talk to him about joining the roots. Danzo's face immediately darkened. Uchiha Obito, who became the top graduate this year with his proficiency in body flicker technique and theoretical knowledge. Clearly being an Uchiha, he doesn't know fire release techniques, and his Sharingan is not activated. While his taijutsu is decent, it's limited to the Ninja Academy's battles. What use is that taijutsu against strong opponents? He is virtually indistinguishable from a civilian. Recruiting him into the roots would only lead to the evil Uchiha holding us accountable. It's not worth the loss. Hiruzen, do you think I'm a fool? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a look of having done his best. You don't even want the top student from the elite class, so figure it out yourself. Danzo squinted. Hiruzen, you really won't give Kakashi? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned around. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed the door hard and left the Hokage's office. On the other side, Uchiha Obito was unaware of what was happening in the Hokage's office. In fact, if he knew, he would really want to join the roots. During his 4 years at the Ninja Academy, he diligently studied various theoretical knowledge and honed his fundamentals to the extreme. He had two purposes for doing this. One was to fulfill all the prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. As the possessor of the space-time Mangekyō Sharingan, Obito had the unique conditions for learning the Flying Thunder God, which he couldn't master in his previous life simply because his fundamentals were lacking. Therefore, at the Ninja Academy, he practiced the body flicker technique and had already elevated it to a high level. As his body gradually matured over the years and his fundamentals improved, he was now much stronger than when he first reincarnated. Without activating the Mangekyō, he should have already reached the level of an ordinary Kage. If he could also learn the Flying Thunder God, with the mobility of the body flicker technique combined with the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he would be among the most difficult opponents to deal with among ordinary Kage. Besides learning the Flying Thunder God, mastering a wealth of knowledge also laid the foundation for transplanting Hashirama's cells in the future. The Third Great Ninja War was about to break out with Rin's death, Nagato's fall, and the establishment of the Akatsuki occurring during that time. Obito wanted to change all of this, which meant he needed to go to many places, meet many people, and do many things. This heavily relied on the ability of Kamui. Therefore, resolving the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan became an urgent matter. To resolve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan, without a blood relative who also possesses the Mangekyō, the only option was to transplant Hashirama cells. However, transplanting Hashirama cells was not a simple matter. In his previous life, it was Madara and White Zetsu who completed everything for him. In this life, unable to leave the village for the time being, he leaned towards collaborating with Danzo and Orochimaru. At this point, The two had already started experiments on wood release, killing a large number of Senju clan members and eventually produced a successful experimental subject, Yamato. They had both the raw materials and detailed experimental data. However, obtaining the data was not enough. One must also understand and be able to operate it. This required extensive knowledge. Fortunately, these topics were covered in the Ninja Academy. Although the ninja school keeps advanced ninjutsu secret, it is surprisingly open about other scientific technologies and biological knowledge that seem unrelated to ninjas, offering a wide variety of subjects. Therefore, whatever the school teaches, Obito learns, welcoming all knowledge without the need to master every subject, but focusing on building a solid foundation. He is no longer the underachiever he was in his previous life, but rather a top student of Konoha. After graduation today, his next plan is to transplant Hashirama's cells. So if Danzo were to invite him to join the route at this moment, he would actually consider accepting. Joining the route would mean having access to first-hand information about the wood release experiments. Unfortunately, joining the route is not so easy. Danzo doesn't think much of an apparently ordinary Uchiha who hasn't awakened his Sharingan. Chapter 22. Itachi will be very filial in the future after leaving the Ninja Academy. Obito was thinking about the matter of the Hashirama cells. Although he was unaware of the conversation happening in the Hokage building on the other side, nor did he know that he had been decisively rejected by Danzo, he had his own plans. It was not difficult to make contact with Danzo and Orochimaru. Using his official identity would definitely not work, so it was time for the masked man, who had used countless aliases in his previous life, to make an appearance. However, that was a matter for later. Today, Rin organized a graduation event, planning to gather for dinner at the barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi family in the evening. Many people were expected to attend, not just fellow graduates, but also Kakashi, who had been a ninja for 4 years. Although Obito was not enthusiastic about such activities, he could not refuse Rin, the organizer. However, as he was the top student and the first to take the exam, there was still some time before all his classmates finished. So he decided to take this opportunity to resolve some issues regarding the Uchiha clan and to seek some benefits from them. Thus, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. 2 Uchiha clan members were already waiting there, and upon seeing the forehead protector on Obito's head, they immediately used body flicker technique to appear in front of him. Obito, the clan leader has summoned you. You need to go see him. The two had a proud demeanor, and the one speaking had a tone that could hardly be called polite. It was more of a command than an invitation. Obito frowned slightly. This was the reason he disliked most of the Uchihas. They acted as if they were superior, and while pride was acceptable, being arrogant in front of the weak was not. If they had the ability, they should try speaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo with that attitude. In his previous life, every time he visited the Uchiha clan, he only saw a group of useless people closing themselves off and pretending to be the boss. They were oppressed to such an extent, yet all they did was conspire with no results. Thinking of this, Obito was too lazy to argue and simply replied coldly, "Lead the way." The 2 Uchihas were taken aback. Obito was humble and kind, which clashed with their Uchiha pride, making them dislike this outsider even more. However, at this moment, Obito suddenly adopted a cool demeanor, giving off a bit of a similar vibe. The two said nothing more, reining in some of their pride, and led Obito to the clan leader's residence. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who had received the news early, was already sitting in the reception room making tea. In the past, such matters were usually handled by Uchiha Mikoto, but since she was busy playing with the baby in her arms, this clan leader had to fend for himself. Upon seeing Obito arrive, he waved his hand, although his expression still bore the authority of a clan leader. It was much better than the previous two's arrogant demeanor. "Obito, come here and sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Seeing this, Obito did not refuse, walking over to sit in front of him. He was not surprised by this meeting. It had happened in his previous life as well. However, back then, Fugaku had come to his house to deliver some money and some Uchiha clan ninjutsu. This time, he had directly invited him to the clan leader's house for tea. Perhaps it was due to their different statuses. In his previous life, he was at the bottom, but in this life, he was the top student. As for why Fugaku was doing this, it was quite simple. The class distribution for the Ninja Academy graduates had actually been predetermined long ago, and Fugaku had already received information about Obito being assigned to Minato's class. Teacher Minato had always been a talent Fugaku was optimistic about. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto, the clan leader's wife, had become close friends with Kushina early on, establishing a foundation for this goodwill. With the Third Shinobi World War and the rise of the Yellow Flash, Fugaku had bet everything on Teacher Minato. One could not deny that this clan leader had won his bet. if it weren't for the later Nine Tails incident that resulted in the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife. The Uchiha clan might have truly been able to coexist peacefully with Konoha. But everything is without if. Thinking of this, Obito looked at Fugaku with a somewhat complex expression, and he also glanced at the baby being held by Uchiha Makoto. Seeing this, Fugaku introduced, "This is my son, Uchiha Itachi." "Obito, do you like children? I heard you take special care of the elderly?" Obito nodded, "I do like the elderly. Whenever I see those who have trouble walking, I can't help but think of my grandmother." He paused and continued, "As for your child, he looks very filial." Uchiha Makoto couldn't help but smile. "Obito, you really are a kind-hearted child. Everyone praises Itachi for becoming a strong person in the future. To be honest, I'm tired of hearing that. But you praise him for being filial." Makoto gently rocked Itachi, holding out a finger for him to grasp, teasing him. "Itachi, I just hope you grow up safe and sound, and that our family is harmonious. Did you hear what Brother Obito said? You must be a filial child in the future." Cough, cough, cough. Obito couldn't help but cough violently, hurriedly taking a sip of tea. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately said, "I apologize, Obito, for bringing up something that saddens you. As a clan leader, I'm often busy with clan affairs and have neglected to remember that there are orphans like you in the Uchiha. It is my failure not to take care of you, so I want to make amends. Whatever you need, be it money or advanced Uchiha ninjutsu, just ask." In his heart, Obito sneered. So this clan leader also knew about the plight of the Uchiha orphans. Why didn't he compensate earlier? Now that he was offering compensation, wasn't it just because he saw value in him? He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Clan leader, I actually don't want to pretend to be grateful. From childhood to now, my daily expenses have come from my grandmother's and parents' inheritance, as well as the aid from my grandmother's friends, those elderly people. I have never enjoyed the benefits of the Uchiha clan, so the Uchiha owes me nothing, and I owe the Uchiha nothing." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, but at the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Obito was too calm in front of him, the clan leader. He didn't seem excited about being summoned, nor was he angry about being ignored or even ostracized in his childhood. It was as if nothing stirred him. Fugaku momentarily didn't know what to say. At that moment, Obito spoke up. "However, since the clan leader wants to express concern and mend the rift between us, and is offering me benefits, I have no reason to refuse. I don't need the Uchiha's advanced ninjutsu, but as for money, I won't say no. Moreover, if you can show your resolve, I have many ways to help improve the Uchiha clan's standing in the village." Chapter 23. The exposure of the kaleidoscope, Sharingan, Fyake's face changed in surprise. Then he frowned. "Obito, I don't know what you're talking about. Our Uchiha clan is the largest clan in Konoha, in charge of the police department, and has autonomy. Aside from never having produced a Hokage since the village was established, we are the best in everything else." Fyake's gaze became sharper, and the pressure he exuded increased. "Explain clearly. What situation do we need to change?" Obito's expression remained calm. In fact, Fyake was not wrong. Compared to the Uchiha after the Nine Tails incident, the current Uchiha was indeed the largest clan in Konoha. They enjoyed very high autonomy and, as one of Konoha's two founding families, received widespread respect and affection from the villagers. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the Uchiha due to issues with police enforcement, such dissatisfaction was usually kept hidden. When the Uchiha went out, they were generally regarded as superior, even more so than the Hyuga clan, and it was precisely this sense of superiority that fueled the Uchiha's arrogance. However, after the Nine Tails incident, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village quickly became tense. The fundamental reason was that the fact that the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan was clearly seen by the ninjas present at the time. These ninjas had complex backgrounds, representing a significant portion of Konoha. Once the news spread, the Uchiha was naturally rejected by everyone. The biggest characteristic of the villagers of Konoha is that they do not inquire about right and wrong and like to vent their anger on others. The rumored fox demon, Naruto Uzumaki, became the primary target of this anger, with the Uchiha becoming the second. As a result, the Uchiha completely lost the support of the people, and it became a situation where everyone wanted to fight against them. Danzo was particularly pleased, as he had been looking for an excuse to suppress the Uchiha, and this was just the excuse he needed. The high-ranking officials of Konoha, particularly those aligned with Hashirama Senju, were secretly plotting against the Uchiha, but such targeting was not something they dared to speak openly about. Now, they could act openly, and Danzo immediately became arrogant, employing various extreme measures that suffocated the Uchiha. The proud Uchiha could not tolerate this, Most of them quickly turned into radical factions led by Uchiha Shursui. The growth of the radicals intensified the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately leading to a rebellion. After reviewing the situation of the Uchiha, Obito had to admit that the destruction of the Uchiha was primarily his responsibility. However, although the Uchiha status in Konoha was currently very high, it did not mean that the targeting by the higher-ups did not exist. Thus, Obito slowly spoke. Clan leader Fayake, everything you said is true, but the biggest problem for the Uchiha now is that there are no Uchiha members in the higher-ups of Konoha, and the power is firmly controlled by the disciples of Hashirama Senju, leading to the Uchiha's secret exclusion by the higher-ups. The entire Konoha leadership does not favor the Uchiha. Isn't that situation far from good? Fayake was taken aback. A 9-year-old child, Obito, actually knew so much information? He said sternly, "Who told you these divisive words? Have you been in contact with the radicals? Who is behind you? The second elder? The fourth elder?" Obito smiled faintly. Clan leader Fayake, you misunderstand. I have no one behind me. If I had to say, I think the radical faction of the Uchiha is a bunch of useless people. They only shout slogans loudly, but do not do anything substantial. Fayake frowned, suddenly realizing that Obito's way of thinking was not that of a child. This both made him wary and piqued his curiosity. All right, I'll assume you have no one behind you for now. Then tell me, how can the Uchiha situation be improved? Obito glanced at Fayake. The best way is to have a Hokage from the Uchiha. If the Uchiha can produce a Hokage, all problems will be solved easily. But this is not easy to achieve. The higher-ups of Konoha will never allow this to happen unless there is a coup. But I don't think that's the outcome you want, clan leader Fayake. Obito took a sip of tea and continued. As a second option, if we can't produce a Hokage, then we should befriend one. As long as the Hokage is someone who is friendly to the Uchiha, the situation of the Uchiha clan can greatly improve. Unfortunately, currently, the most likely candidate for the fourth Hokage has little to do with the Uchiha. Obito set down his tea. At this point, Fayake was slightly intrigued by Obito. Many of the things Obito said were indeed his thoughts. However, merely identifying the problems was not enough. Fayake slowly said, seeing the problem does not mean being able to solve it. In fact, many Uchiha clan members have seen this point, but no one has been able to come up with a good solution. What do you propose? Uchiha Obito said, actually, the solution is quite simple. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha is limited to the higher-ups, and the most threatening figure among them is Danzo. If we deal with Danzo, won't that solve the problem? Clap. As soon as Obito finished speaking, Uchiha Fayake slammed the table and stood up. In his eyes, 3 tomo were spinning rapidly. He looked around, and after confirming that no one was present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he exuded a killing intent, staring directly at Obito. In an instant, Obito felt that the clan leader was casting a Genjutsu on him, pulling him into a Genjutsu space. Genjutsu space. Uchiha Obito was slightly surprised. This was no simple 3-tomo Sharingan Genjutsu, but a power that could only be evolved from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It seemed that Uchiha Fayake had indeed awakened that pair of eyes. Obito had suspected this in his previous life, and now was directly confirmed. Realizing this, he did not resist and allowed Fayake to pull him in completely. In the Genjutsu space created by Fayake, the surroundings were filled with illusory colors. The two appeared here. Uchiha Obito's expression remained unchanged as he quietly watched Uchiha Fayake. He smiled and said, Clan leader Fayake, is this how you greet people? It's better to talk in a different place. In this Genjutsu world, we won't be overheard by certain things. Uchiha Fayake was stunned, then greatly shocked. You can remain conscious? How is that possible? He had originally intended to pull Obito in here to interrogate him. Anyone caught in his Genjutsu would become muddled and easily reveal the information he wanted to know. But Uchiha Obito, surprisingly, appeared unaffected. Could it be? Uchiha Fayake thought of a possibility. His expression turned serious for the first time, and in his pupils, the 3-tomo continued to spin, gradually showing signs of evolving into a new shape. Uchiha Obito noticed this and became serious as well, quickly saying, Stop. Clan leader Fayake, if you really activate the kaleidoscope, I will have to resist. This Genjutsu world won't be sustained. Can we talk for a moment first, and then consider whether to take action? Uchiha Fayake slowly withdrew from his previous state, his eyes stabilizing back to the 3-tomo. But at the same time, a storm was brewing in his heart. Do you really also possess that pair of eyes? When Obito uttered the words kaleidoscope, he was already about 70 to 80% certain. Although it was a bit too incredible, it was the most reasonable explanation. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan has a dimensional advantage over the ordinary Sharingan. Even though he had just cast his Jinjutsu in the three-tomo state, there was no doubt that he was using the power of the Kaleidoscope. An ordinary three-tomo could not defend against it. Only the Kaleidoscope could counter the Kaleidoscope. So the reason Uchiha Obito could remain conscious was that he also possessed a power of the same level. Seeing this, Obito knew he couldn't hide it any longer and could only sigh. Indeed, it's not easy to conceal all of this in front of the Uchiha clan leader Fugaku. Since you've already noticed this, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, I have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. After a pause, Obito continued. So, clan leader Fugaku, you already know my negotiating cards and confidence. Now, can we have a proper discussion? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, still in shock. His emotions stirred to the point where he almost couldn't maintain this illusionary space. He couldn't help but imagine that if he hadn't awakened a Mangekyō, would he be scared into awakening a pair right now? He hesitated and asked, Obito, may I ask, how old are you this year? Chapter 24. How strong is the peak of the three generations? Uchiha Obito saw Fyake's expression as if he had seen a ghost and shrugged. Fyake, since you have time to meet me today, I suppose you have gone through all the information about me from childhood to now, right? You don't know how old I am this year? Uchiha Fyake still couldn't accept it, murmuring to himself, but opening the Mangekyō Sharingan at 9 years old. How is that possible? In the next moment, he seemed to think of something and immediately became tense, saying, Obito, how many times have you used this pair of eyes? Has your vision decreased? Listen to me. Although they are powerful, you must not use them unless absolutely necessary. Uchiha Obito wanted to laugh but held it back. Don't worry. I've only used it a few times when I open my eyes, and my vision has barely decreased. I won't use it unless I'm in a desperate situation. Uchiha Fyake immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then his expression became serious. Obito, since you've awakened these eyes, from this moment on, you are one of the senior members of our Uchiha clan. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention to what I said to you before. In fact, because your thoughts were too dangerous, I even considered keeping you around. But now, it's completely different. With these eyes, you have infinite possibilities. And you are still young. Your future will be far more brilliant than mine. Therefore, I am willing to listen to your thoughts seriously. Obito nodded. Indeed, no matter where one goes, showing corresponding strength is the qualification for equal dialogue. Since the secret of the Mangekyō Sharingan was exposed, it had to be made to have corresponding value. Obito couldn't help but switch to persuasion mode again. Fyake, before we discuss serious matters, I want to ask a small question. What do you think of the overall strength of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fyake was taken aback. He didn't expect Obito to ask this. After pondering for a moment, he confidently replied, the strength of our Uchiha is extremely strong. There are more than 20 clan members who have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Even among Jonin, they are top-notch fighters. I can assure you that at this stage, after the Senju integrated into the common people, there is no other clan in Konoha whose strength can compare to ours. Moreover, now that we have 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, the gap between us and the entire Hokage lineage is not that big. Obito smiled, so, does Fyake think there is still a gap between us and the Hokage lineage? Fyake nodded. I've dealt with Orochimaru, and his strength makes me very wary. If each of the legendary Sannin has such strength, then each of them would require a Mangekyō to deal with. Additionally, old powerhouses like Danzo Shimura and Mito Gate Kurenai also possess overwhelming power against the three-tomo. And Uchiha Fyake's eyes revealed deep apprehension. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his title as the strongest Hokage is somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps he is still not as strong as our ancestor Madara and the first Hokage Hashirama. But he is not far off, and I am far from his opponent. Obito thought to himself, as expected. The self-promotion of the third Hokage Sarutobi had its effect, even making Uchiha Fyake almost believe it. No wonder later, Shursui and Itachi opened their Mangekyō one after another, yet still behaved like obedient cats in front of the third Hokage. Facts have long proven that only with enough strength can one speak reason. Although Itachi and Shursui long for peace, which of the clan members who opened the Mangekyō are not proud? If the third Hokage had no strength, could they submit? Obito pondered for a while and said, Fyake, perhaps the third Hokage is not as strong as you imagine. But before he could finish, Fyake interrupted him. Obito, you are still young. I know you opened the Mangekyō at a young age, and it's inevitable to be proud. But I have seen the strength of the third Hokage firsthand. He has mastered 5 types of chakra transformation, is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, and I don't even know how many forbidden techniques he possesses. The so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is strong enough, but I have accurate information on him, and I can assure you that he is definitely not a match for the third Hokage. Obito was taken aback. Is the third Hokage that strong? He had witnessed the third Hokage's performance in the Edo Tensei state, able to stalemate with the 5 natures of chakra, which was indeed not weak. But in front of his 6-path state, he was taken down in one move. Alright, at that time, he was too strong. But anyway, the third Hokage couldn't reach the level of Hashirama, even if he was strong and healthy in his youth, and could use ninjutsu to contend with the 10 tails. Even if he could use it a few more times, he would be at most a Nagato's level. Wait a minute. If the third Hokage at his peak had power close to that of Nagato, although it definitely wouldn't be as special as the Rinnegan's abilities, he should still be close to surpassing the shadow level. For ninjas who have never seen Hashirama and Madara, surpassing the shadow is already a realm beyond mortals. For example, Nagato considers himself invincible and sees himself as a god every day. Thinking of this, everything seemed to make sense. If the peak third Hokage had strength approaching that of the shadow level, then he truly was not something an ordinary Mangekyō could deal with. Currently, the third Hokage wasn't as old as he would be in the future, so at this time, he was at least a strong shadow, right? Having thought this through, Obito understood. Fayake, I roughly understand the current strength of the Uchiha. If we really want to confront the Hokage lineage openly, we are indeed at a disadvantage. Fayake said, that's good to understand, so extinguish the idea of taking action against the Hokage lineage as soon as possible. If we really plan to fight head-on, our clan needs at least 6 pairs of Mangekyō, and the side effects of the Mangekyō are significant. We will go blind. We do not have the qualifications to fight head-on. Obito was speechless. This was worrying about his youthful pride. He explained, in fact, we don't need to fight head-on. Fayake, you misunderstood one point. The Hokage lineage doesn't have the cohesion of a single clan like the Uchiha. They are not the Senju clan. They represent their respective families. Therefore, in your mind, and even in the minds of the entire Uchiha, you have overestimated the strength of the Hokage lineage. They are not difficult to deal with. Regarding this, Obito saw very clearly that many times without stepping out of the established circle, it is hard to understand the situation. The Uchiha in Konoha are not as broad-minded as he is, who has stepped out of Konoha for many years. What does being a village leader matter? After seeing many, it is just that. He dares to declare war on all the shadows at once. Can the Uchiha in Konoha do that? Fayake frowned and asked. So taking action against Danzo is truly your idea, which you have not yet abandoned. But do you know the difficulty? What the consequences would be if discovered? Obito slowly replied, Fayake, don't rush. I just want to ask you one thing. Has the Uchiha clan suffered from Danzo for a long time? If there is an opportunity to eliminate Danzo without risk, would you be willing to do it? Fayake rolled his eyes, of course. I dream of killing Danzo. That old guy has harmed so many Uchiha. Obito nodded. I have a plan to eliminate Danzo, ensuring it will be done without anyone knowing and with no connection to the Uchiha. Chapter 25. If Danzo can engage in diplomacy, why can't the Uchiha? Fugaku questioned. Is there really such a plan? Danzo is a very cautious person and wouldn't easily leave his base. Even if he does leave, he is always surrounded by a large number of guards, under layers of protection. Moreover, he is a master of wind release. I even think his skills are not weaker than those of the Wind Shadow. Unless I personally lead a large group of 3 Tomo Uchiha to launch a strong attack, there is no chance of success. However, if we do that, it will create a huge commotion and it won't be an assassination anymore. At that time, a large number of Konoha ninjas will come to support, and an attack on the Hokage's advisor will be tantamount to betraying the village. Obito smiled. Fugaku, who says that killing Danzo requires acting within the village? Who says we Uchiha need to do it ourselves? We can use external forces to get him out of the village when he leaves. Fugaku shook his head. Obito, you're thinking too naively. Danzo won't leave the village easily, and even if he does, his movements will be kept strictly confidential. It's hard for us to know when he leaves and where he goes, so how can we find the opportunity? Moreover, to assassinate Danzo using external forces? How many outsiders have that kind of strength? Besides the other 4 great villages, I can't think of anyone else. If we collude with the 4 great villages to assassinate the Hokage's advisor, even though I particularly look down on Danzo, my sense of morality doesn't allow me to do that. Obito glanced at Fugaku, surprised that Fugaku was even more principled than he had imagined. You talk about morality with Danzo, but he won't talk to you about it. He has done plenty of colluding with outsiders. But who says that killing Danzo requires colluding with the 4 great ninja villages? Obito seduced, clan leader. I have a way to make Danzo leave the village at a certain time in the future and reach the place I want him to go. This will be Danzo's own decision, and it won't have anything to do with us Uchiha. Additionally, I also have a way to ensure that the forces capable of killing Danzo will also appear there. After that, there will be plenty of opportunities for manipulation. And I can even guarantee that the forces present will not belong to any of the 5 great villages. Is that possible? Fugaku was somewhat tempted, but more skeptical. Obito confidently said, "Let me explain step by step. First, how to make Danzo leave the village is actually not difficult. The Third Shinobi World War is about to break out, and I believe clan leader Fugaku is not unaware of this." Uchiha Fugaku nodded. The Uchiha had their own intelligence system, and he naturally knew about the recent anomalies in the ninja world. He immediately understood Obito's plan was to take action when Danzo could not resist leaving the village to stir up trouble during the war. Thinking this way, it seems somewhat possible. Obito continued, "Recently, an organization called Akatsuki has been established in the Rain Village. Their philosophy is to avoid war through negotiations to achieve peace, often siding with the weaker party in conflicts to balance the power. Although this organization has just been established, it has great potential and is continuously growing. Its leader is Jiraiya's disciple from Konoha, and you can send someone to verify this, clan leader Fugaku." Jiraiya's disciple? A peace organization? That's very valuable intelligence. Fugaku nodded. But what does this Akatsuki organization have to do with assassinating Danzo? Obito continued. The fact that Hanzo of the Salamander allows it to develop in his territory already indicates a lot of problems. He raised a finger. First, it represents part of Hanzo's attitude. Hanzo actually recognizes this peace ideology. Perhaps he wants to send a signal to quell the turmoil in the Rain Village. He raised a second finger. Second, the strength that Akatsuki possesses, even if not strong, is at least not weak enough to make Hanzo wary. Otherwise, would the Land of Fire and Konoha allow an organization, even one that advocates peace, to develop right under their noses? Fugaku was increasingly confused. What does this indicate? Obito said, "It's simple. A united, non-warring Rain Village does not align with Konoha's interests, especially Danzo's interests. Imagine if the Rain Village were as powerful as before the Second War. Would the Konoha higher-ups be able to sleep well? Moreover, for Danzo to ascend to the Hokage position, he must gain the support of many people, but he is not well known in Konoha, so he can only seek external help, such as gaining the support of a demigod. But why would Hanzo support Danzo? Unless the Rain Village is in constant turmoil, lacking money and food, and has to turn to Konoha for help. Only then can Danzo achieve cooperation. Therefore, the peace ideology promoted by Akatsuki is very dangerous in Danzo's eyes. But at the same time, Akatsuki possesses considerable strength. If we can provoke a fight between Akatsuki and Hanzo, the Rain Village will fall into greater internal strife. Clan leader Fugaku, do you think it's worth Danzo making a trip? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. If what you say about Akatsuki is true, then Danzo really might go to the Land of Rain. So is this your plan? The more Uchiha Fugaku thought about it, the more ingenious it seemed. There really is a possibility of killing Danzo in the Land of Rain, as long as Hanzo is willing to take action. And why can't we also make contact with Hanzo? The money and food that Danzo can provide, we Uchiha can also provide. If Hanzo can support Danzo, why can't he support us Uchiha? A hint of excitement appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face because, in this plan, he not only saw the possibility of killing Danzo, but also saw the more important possibility of the Uchiha gaining more influence in Konoha. Obito was taken aback. Did Uchiha Fugaku perhaps overthink it a bit? His original thought was that Akatsuki needed to grow and lacked financial resources, so they could use this as an excuse to ask Fugaku for some money. Using Uchiha's funds to support their organization while conveniently eliminating Danzo, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But hearing Fugaku say this, he also felt it made sense. The Uchiha had people and money. Why should Danzo be the only one capable of engaging in diplomacy? After all, the Uchiha were one of the founding clans of Konoha. As long as they didn't make fundamental mistakes, their position wouldn't be questioned. Even if the Hokage faction opposed it, the Uchiha clan still had a say. Everything we do is for Konoha. Isn't it? Konoha belongs to everyone, not just Sarutobis or Shimuras. Thus, Obito's eyes also brightened. Engaging in more diplomacy truly is a path to revitalize the Uchiha. He nodded. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. The Uchiha needs political power. But this political power shouldn't just come from within Konoha. It can also come from elsewhere, like a demigod. We can aim higher and not limit ourselves to just one village. Uchiha Fugaku truly looked at Obito with new eyes and couldn't help but praise him. Obito, I have to say, you are a genius. Not only have you opened the Sharingan, but what is even more remarkable is that at just 9 years old, you possess the mindset of a Hokage. No, it's even narrow to describe it as a Hokage's mindset. In any case, because of your idea, killing Danzo is no longer important. What is important is that I suddenly understand how the Uchiha can establish a foothold in the village and even in the entire ninja world. So, should I send someone to contact Hanzo? Chapter 26. Building good relations with the Akatsuki organization, contacting Hanzo seems to be a good thing for the Uchiha. But what about the Akatsuki organization? Obito coughed heavily and said, Fugaku, instead of contacting Hanzo, I think we should prioritize reaching out to the Akatsuki organization. Fugaku was taken aback. Although the Akatsuki might have considerable strength, they're still not as important as Hanzo, are they? Obito thought to himself. That's because you don't know that Nagato has Madara's Rinnegan. But he certainly couldn't say that out loud. Fugaku, Hanzo, as the actual ruler of Mangekyō, no matter how many benefits you offer him, it will be hard for him to see the Uchiha as his own. The Akatsuki, on the other hand, is still in its infancy, and its leadership consists of energetic young people. If we can extend a helping hand now, we can gain a lot of friendship. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. But a small force from a minor nation, no matter how much friendship we gain, isn't important to us Uchiha, right? Obito smiled. Fugaku, have you forgotten that I once mentioned the leadership of the Akatsuki is made up of Jiraiya students? Fugaku was momentarily stunned, realizing that building a good relationship with the Akatsuki could also connect him to Jiraiya. This changed the significance of the matter in his mind entirely. No matter how strong Hanzo is, he is still an outsider, and his support for the Uchiha clan is limited. But Jiraiya is a true Konoha ninja, a staunch member of the Hokage faction, and can even directly influence the thoughts of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If they could form a good relationship with Jiraiya, it would be worth the cost. Not to mention, can Jiraiya's students be ordinary people? He has high hopes for Minato Namake's future. And if the leadership of the Akatsuki possesses even half of Minato's talent, then this investment would be incredibly profitable. Fugaku immediately smiled. Obito, you have considered this thoroughly. I will send someone to investigate. If the leadership of the Akatsuki really is Jiraiya's students, I will reach out to them. The Uchiha are not lacking in money. Obito nodded. The Uchiha have accumulated a vast amount of resources from the Warring States period to now, making them the wealthiest clan in the ninja world. Even a small portion of that would be enough to support Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan through their most difficult initial stages, allowing them to develop, which would also facilitate Obito's subsequent contact with the Akatsuki. However, what consequences might arise from the Akatsuki's growth? Hanzo's attitude also needs to be taken into account. Fugaku, Hanzo is not unimportant either. So after establishing a connection with the Akatsuki, you can further engage with Hanzo. Ideally, we can facilitate an alliance between the Akatsuki and Hanzo, thereby giving the Uchiha a certain degree of influence within the Land of Rain. Fugaku paused, pondering, but this approach might be seen as interfering in their internal affairs, and I fear that Hanzo might become wary and unwilling to engage with us. Obito thought for a moment. This was indeed a problem, but he was not worried. So, why not wait a few years until the war fully erupts, or even reaches the territory of the Land of Rain? At that time, if we simply appear in the Land of Rain and show some goodwill, perhaps it won't be us seeking them out, but rather them seeking us. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but shake his head, suddenly feeling like he was nothing compared to Obito, who was adept at manipulating people's hearts. He felt like just a naive youth. A 9-year-old child, how does he have such a thought process? He pondered, unable to understand. Fortunately, there are many anomalies in the ninja world. Perhaps Obito is just one of those anomalies. You've calculated everything, Obito. Then I will leave this matter in your hands. Let me know when to start acting, and I will cooperate unconditionally. Obito nodded, smiling. Then let's end today's discussion here. Let's go out. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his 3 tomo spinning as he dispelled the Jinjutsu. Instantly, their figures returned to reality. Although a long time had passed in the Jinjutsu world, only a brief 5 seconds had elapsed in the real world. Uchiha Makoto, now looking serious, was holding Itachi and stood up, seeing the 2 men frozen in place. She knew Obito had fallen into her husband's Jinjutsu and might be asking questions in the Jinjutsu space. As soon as the 2 regained their clarity, she quickly approached Fugaku and said, Fugaku, Obito is just a child. It's enough to teach him a lesson. There's no need to be so serious. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a smile. I didn't dare treat him as just a child. We just had a conversation in the Jinjutsu world, and the specifics can be discussed in the secret room. Now, it was Mikoto's turn to be surprised. She glanced at Obito, who appeared very calm, and said in disbelief, "Obito, just remain conscious in your Jinjutsu?" She knew very well the level of Fugaku's Jinjutsu. Even an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan couldn't escape it. Fugaku nodded. In short, "Don't worry, the minor conflict between Obito and me have been resolved. He can now be considered one of us and is trustworthy." Mikoto breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to see a bad ending after a simple discussion. Seeing that his goals had mostly been achieved, Obito said, "Madam, you can ask Fugaku for the details later. I absolutely have no ill intentions. I need to attend a graduation dinner later, so I won't stay any longer. Farewell." After saying that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Fugaku spoke up. "Wait, take these with you." Fugaku suddenly pulled out a sealing scroll from his sleeve and unsealed it. Inside were a considerable amount of money and some ninja technique scrolls from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku said, "These were originally intended to be given to you today. Although it's not much, it's a token of my sincerity." Obito glanced at it and found it to be much more generous than what he received in his past life. He smiled. "Since it was originally intended for me by clan leader Fugaku, I will graciously accept it." After saying that, he stepped forward, took the sealing scroll from Fugaku's hand, formed a hand seal, and put the items back into the scroll unchanged. Afterward, he nodded slightly to the two and left the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Mikoto's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. "He can also use sealing techniques? And he did it very skillfully. I thought he was going to take those things away." Fugaku smiled. "He knows a lot more than that. I was surprised at first, but now I'm almost numb to it." On the other side, after parting ways with Uchiha Fugaku, Obito returned home and stored the ninja technique scrolls from the sealing scroll in a safe place. These high-level techniques, including the Uchiha clan's B rank and above fire release and various shuriken throwing techniques, he could actually use, so they held little value for him and could only serve as collectibles. However, money is always welcome. Seeing the additional 500,000 Ryu in his hands, Obito nodded in satisfaction. Due to his usual lack of funds, his life had been quite tight, and he couldn't even afford to take Rin out for nice meals. Now, he could finally make some slight improvements. With that thought, Obito went out and returned to the ninja school. Chapter 27, Red Bean. Unless the 3 legendary ninjas take me as their disciple, no matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, students from the elite class who had already taken the exam gathered at the door, wearing their ninja headbands. Their small faces filled with excitement as they looked forward to their upcoming ninja careers. Lin, who also wore a ninja headband, saw this scene and just shook her head slightly with a sigh. Because Obito had told her many pieces of information about the future, she knew that the Third Great Ninja War was about to begin, and these ninja school students would all step onto the battlefield. Who knew how many of them would survive? "Lin, why are you sighing here? Is it because you haven't seen that guy Obito?" At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai appeared beside her and patted her shoulder. Lin's face turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but retort, "No." Obito said he would go back to the Uchiha clan to handle some matters and would be back in time for dinner. Kurenai smiled teasingly. Yes. Who doesn't know that Obito listens to my Lin? As long as you tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Oh, I wish I had such a strong, handsome, and obedient boyfriend. Lin's face turned even redder. Kurenai, you misunderstood. Obito and I are not that kind of relationship. By the way, isn't Asuma always pursuing you? He's a nice guy and also the son of the 3rd Hokage. Kurenai showed a bit of disdain on her small face. Asuma is just a rebellious brat who hasn't grown up. He keeps saying that the 3rd Hokage's position was bought with money. The 3rd Hokage has done so much for Konoha. Well, he's quite nice to me, but in any case, he's far inferior to your Obito. Lin revealed an amused smile. Really, Kurenai? But I feel like you don't actually dislike this feeling. You're clearly being contradictory. Kurenai's face instantly turned red. And no, I'm not. What about you, Lin? Everyone in the class can see that your relationship with Obito is unusual. So, haven't you confirmed your relationship yet? Lin's gaze suddenly became a bit profound. How should I put it? My situation with Obito is a bit special. It's not like what you all imagine, but it's also closer than you think. Perhaps in this lifetime, I can't be without him, and he can't be without me. Kurenai scratched her head. This complicated relationship. I really don't understand. Forget about that. I have a date with Red Bean tonight. We're going to eat meatballs together. Red Bean? Isn't she skipping classes today? Also, does the barbecue place have meatballs? Lin asked curiously. Most of the teachers are here for the assessments today, and the lower grades got off after their morning classes. As for meatballs, they don't have them at the barbecue place, but we can bring food in. Anyway, I've already asked Asuma to buy some. Kurenai said mischievously. Lin suddenly became a bit worried, going to the Akimichi's house for dinner and bringing other food. Won't we get kicked out? At this moment, other classmates gradually came out, each one having passed the assessments smoothly. Not only that, but outside the academy, a white-haired figure wearing a mask also strolled over slowly. The appearance of the white-haired ninja instantly attracted the attention of many students. Look, that's Kakashi. Wow, it's actually Kakashi? He really came? Yeah, I heard he graduated from the Ninja Academy, and not long after that, he was promoted to CH Nin. That's impressive. Compared to most of the students who had just become Genin, Kakashi's status as a CH Nin made him stand out. Kakashi still looked lazy, greeting other students one by one before walking over to Lin. Yo, long time no see. Where's that guy Obito? Why isn't he here? Lin smiled. Obito said he was handling some matters and would be back soon. Kakashi couldn't help but mock. He really is a busy guy. By the way, Lin, did you get your class assignment information? Lin glanced around. Since there were classmates nearby, she couldn't speak too directly. She simply said, I got it. We've been assigned to a class, and our instructor is Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. He had just received this news as well. As Obito had said, their teacher was indeed Minato. So, would Minato really become the fourth Hokage in the future? Kurenai, who was beside them, was a bit surprised. Kakashi, didn't you graduate long ago? I heard you even became a CH Nin now, so you should have teammates, right? Do you still need to be assigned to a class like us? Kakashi explained, after becoming a CH Nin, I applied to be an independent ninja. I usually go to the mission hall to take on some missions, and I spend the rest of my time training. So, I haven't been assigned to a class yet. Kurenai nodded. I didn't expect it could be like this. I'm really envious of you, Lin. Your teammates are actually Kakashi and Obito, which is so reliable. Lin smiled. She couldn't tell Kurenai that she had known her future class assignment situation 4 years ago. At this moment, not only Lin, but many classmates began discussing their class assignment situations, some happy, some worried, such as life. Until someone said, have you heard? The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha are planning to take on disciples. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and said she would choose a disciple from the graduates. And Orochimaru also has intentions in this regard. This news immediately caused a stir among the students of the Ninja Academy. Is that true? Of course it's true. But we already have an instructor. Will they still choose us? Even if we have an instructor, the legendary 3 ninjas taking on disciples will definitely rearrange things. Who knows who will be lucky enough to be chosen by them? Damn, I want to be a student of the 3 ninjas. Compared to the students who didn't understand the value of their own J-Nin instructor, the prestige of the legendary 3 ninjas was evidently much higher. After all, they were the most famous and powerful ninjas in Konoha, aside from the 3rd Hokage. Who wouldn't want to have a teacher of such caliber right after graduation? Even Lin couldn't help but feel a bit of longing in her heart. She had admired Tsunade since she was a child, and if Tsunade chose to take her as a disciple, she really wouldn't know how to refuse. At that moment, Red Bean bounced over, her face full of curiosity. Senior Lin, Senior Kurenai, good afternoon. What are you discussing? Kurenai smiled and said, I heard that the legendary 3 ninjas are going to take on disciples from the Ninja Academy graduates. Even Lin can't help but want to abandon Obito and Kakashi. Red Bean, do you want a legendary ninja as a teacher? Red Bean couldn't help but roll her eyes. I do want one, but I'm not a graduate. Besides, how could such strong ninjas look up to me? Compared to the 3 ninjas taking on disciples, I'm more concerned about what to eat tonight. I heard there are delicious meatballs. Kurenai couldn't help but tease. All you think about is meatballs all day. Aren't you afraid you'll turn into a big fatso in the future? Red Bean looked at her own thin figure, resembling a little bean, and complained. The idea that I will become a big fatso in the future is as unrealistic as the 3 ninjas taking me as a disciple. Don't worry. Unless the 3 ninjas really take me as a disciple, no matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. Chapter 28. Where are you, Haiden? I really need you. Hong couldn't help but smile, shaking her head as she looked at Hongdo's helpless expression. Lin, however, felt a bit awkward. Who said I would abandon Kakashi and Obito? Hong laughed and said, but Lin, if Lady Tsunade is willing to take you as her apprentice, wouldn't you hesitate? Lin thought for a moment and confessed, I would hesitate. But her expression became resolute. If the price is abandoning Obito, I still can't accept it. Moreover, Lin showed a confident expression, even without Lady Tsunade. I will definitely become an excellent medical ninja in the future. Kakashi couldn't help but narrow his eyes, thinking that having Lin and Obito as teammates in the future wouldn't be so bad. At that moment, A voice interrupted. All right, stop overthinking. This time, it is indeed Lady Tsunade taking apprentices, but the candidates have already been determined. It's not going to be anyone else. Obito slowly walked over. Hong was taken aback. Obito, what did you get here? You came like a ghost. I didn't notice at all. Not only Hong, but Kakashi was also surprised. Just a moment ago, he hadn't noticed anyone around. If this were a battle, it could have been very dangerous. With the improvement of his strength over the years, he thought the gap between him and Obito had narrowed, but it seemed it was still quite large. Obito shrugged. I just came when Lin said she couldn't abandon me. Lin's face turned red with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but huff. Obito, you're getting more and more inappropriate. However, she soon became curious. What do you mean when you said the candidates are already determined? Obito explained. Lady Tsunade had a lover who died on the battlefield. You know about this, right, Lin? Lin nodded. Yeah, I heard about it. That incident was a huge blow to Lady Tsunade. Obito continued. Lady Tsunade's lover was named Kato Dan. You can check among the graduates from the ninja school to see who hasn't been assigned a class yet. You'll know why Lady Tsunade is taking on apprentices. Hong's expression turned astonished. Oh, is that so? There are indeed some people in our class who haven't been assigned yet, like Shizun. Hong couldn't help but glance at a lonely figure not far away. After the graduation exam, Shizun hadn't received her class assignment yet and thought she had been abandoned. She was now alone in the wind, unaware that someone was looking at her. Is it Shizun? Kato Shizun, sharing the same surname as Kato Dan. I understand now. Lady Tsunade is taking on apprentices because of her lover? Lin's expression turned enlightened. Then she shot a slightly reproachful glance at Obito. Just a moment ago, she had gone over to comfort Shizun when she saw she hadn't been assigned a class. She didn't expect the joke would be on her. It was all Obito's fault for not telling her such important news. Obito awkwardly said, It's just small stuff. I forgot about it. Then, Obito became serious and said, In short, the class assignments are usually determined in advance, generally based on each person's specialties and bonds. For example, the famous Inoshikacho trio from Konoha will definitely be placed in the same class after graduation. Similarly, we have a good chance of being in the same class because we played together as kids. Once the class assignments are set, they generally won't change. So even if the legendary three take apprentices, they must have already discussed it in advance, listing the apprentices they want separately. Those of us who have already been assigned to a jounin shouldn't think about it. Hong nodded. No wonder I was placed in the same class as that guy Suma. Then she looked over at Shizun. Ah, Shizun is lucky. Lin also sighed in relief. This way, she didn't have to struggle with choosing between Tsunade and Obito. However, she felt a little disappointed for not being accepted as Tsunade's apprentice. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, Lin. Just because there's no opportunity now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Besides, our jounin instructor is also very capable. Hong, hearing this, couldn't help but become curious. Obito, is your jounin instructor also very capable? I haven't even heard of Namake's Minato. Obito smiled and said, Teacher Minato is still very young. Only 19 years old. He's a genius, just like Kakashi, and even, Obito deliberately glanced at Kakashi. He's a genius even more so than Kakashi, which is why the third Hokage chose him to guide Kakashi. Kakashi snorted. Obito was mocking him again. However, thinking about how his teacher would become the fourth Hokage in the future, and he would only be in his 20s, he felt that Obito wasn't wrong. Even so, Kakashi still chose to retort. Teacher Minato is indeed excellent. Unlike certain people who didn't graduate from the ninja school early and ended up being at the bottom of the class. It seems that in this class assignment, some people are just supporting characters. Obito was furious inside. Kakashi's words were actually not wrong. In the previous life, he could enter Minato's class not only because of the third Hokage's goodwill towards the Uchiha, but also simply because he had a bond with Kakashi, making him a better choice than others. What do you mean what? Am I not stating the facts? You idiot, Kakashi said. Lin watched the two of them bicker with a smile, and then looked at the last elite class student walking out of the ninja school, quickly saying, All right, stop arguing. Everyone has passed the assessment. Then she raised her voice and addressed the students present. Let's gather and go eat barbecue. Some students, already unable to contain their excitement, cheered, yeah, let's go. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma rushed in, holding a bag full of 3-color dumplings, and came over to Hong with a silly smile. Hong, I bought the 3-color dumplings you wanted. Hong happily accepted the dumplings, naturally sharing them with Hongdo and Lin, and began to eat with a satisfied expression. Asuma, you're not entirely useless. The dumplings are delicious. Thanks. Hearing Hong's praise, Sarutobi Asuma was overjoyed, feeling that everything he had done was worth it. Obito, watching this scene, felt that Asuma was a bit too humble. Was it really worth it to chase after a girl like this? But soon, Lin joined her hands together and thanked Asuma. Asuma, thank you for treating us to dumplings. In the future, I will also bring Hong along to treat you to something delicious. Asuma's eyes lit up. Really? Lin replied, yes, really. Obito suddenly thought. Why wasn't it him who bought the dumplings? He had just gotten a large sum of money from Fugaku. He wasn't short on cash. How infuriating. Seeing this, Asuma patted Obito's shoulder and said earnestly, Bro, in this area, you're still young. Pay attention. Learn well. I'll only teach you once. Obito roared inwardly. Haiden, where are you? Come quickly. I really need you right now. Chapter 29. Finally seeing Watergate. Obito's guilt as the sun set in the west. A group of ninja school students gathered together to enjoy a delightful meal. Due to the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, minors were not allowed to drink alcohol. So everyone ordered juice as a substitute. Cheers! The group clinked their glasses and downed the juice in one go. The scene was so beautiful, with each person radiating pure foolishness, and even Obito, in such an atmosphere, couldn't help but be infected by it. But who knows how long this beauty could last? War brings pain, and it also forces people to grow. Well, enjoying the moment is still worthwhile, Obito thought as he joined the enthusiastic barbecue crowd. The meal was lively, with everyone having a good time, and even the staff at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant tolerated the fact that this group of ninja school students brought in meatballs to eat, which was quite excessive. The next day, Obito woke up early, exercised, and headed to the ninja school to attend the graduation ceremony. On the way, he saw an elderly lady struggling to carry a large bundle. Seriously? I thought I was early this time, and here I am again? Obito couldn't help but wonder if these old men and women were transformed by Zetsu just to block him. This was something he could not ignore. Fortunately, he was no longer the Obito of the past. With hands forming seals, he used the shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a clone identical to him appeared beside him. You stay here and help the old lady while I go to the graduation ceremony, Obito instructed the clone. The clone immediately patted its chest. Don't worry. Leave this to me. With that, Obito continued on his way to the ninja school and finally arrived without being late. After a not-too-long graduation speech and the 3rd Hokage's lecture on the will of fire, Obito successfully received his diploma. Afterward, he, along with Rin, went to the training ground to meet their guiding jonin. By the time they arrived, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki were already waiting. Obito immediately spotted the golden-haired figure, who hadn't changed at all compared to their reunion decades later in the 4th Great Ninja War. He lowered his head, feeling guilty. Since his rebirth, he had been consciously or unconsciously avoiding Minato-sensei. But what was meant to come would eventually come. Minato-sensei was actually a very punctual person. In his memory, it was always him who was late, while Minato-sensei waited for him. When did all of this start to change? It started with the war. Since then, Minato-sensei had become busy, frequently shuttling between the village and the battlefield, always arriving late after promising to meet. Perhaps it was because Minato-sensei possessed the fastest speed in the ninja world, which burdened him with more responsibilities, requiring him to support various places without rest, leading him to be just a step late at crucial moments. In his previous life, he had blamed Minato-sensei for not arriving in time to save Rin for a long time, but now that he thought about it, that was completely misdirected anger. How could Madara not deliberately distract Minato-sensei while executing his plan? Obito was truly inhuman. The more he thought about it, the lower his head sank, and he even couldn't help but take a small step back, hiding behind Rin. Minato watched this scene from a distance, somewhat puzzled. He awkwardly smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi, do I look very fierce? Did I scare Obito? Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. If what Obito described about the future was true, then he simply didn't know how to face you, Minato-sensei. But on the surface, Kakashi couldn't say that. He awkwardly replied, maybe Obito just feels guilty towards you, Minato-sensei. Minato raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But Obito hasn't done anything to wrong me, right? Just as Minato was hesitating whether to soften his attitude and take the initiative to greet them, Rin had already quietly squeezed Obito's hand. Obito, don't be afraid. I said, no matter what happens, I will face it with you. After saying that, Rin pulled Obito forward. Before Obito could react, she had deeply bowed to Minato, exceeding a 90-degree angle. Minato was taken aback. This was beyond the usual disciple's courtesy, almost like a solemn apology. You didn't arrive late. Kakashi and I got here early because we didn't have much to do this morning. You don't need to do this. Rin shook her head seriously. No, Minato-sensei. Obito indeed did something very, very wrong to you. It's really excessive. Even I think it's very excessive. I'm just apologizing on his behalf, hoping for your understanding." Minato was stunned, pondering whether he had had some contact with Obito that left a severe psychological shadow on this child. But after thinking for a long time, he found nothing unusual and could only scratch his head. Maybe it's just something minor that I've forgotten. At this moment, Obito finally mustered the courage to lift his head and slowly said, "Minato-sensei, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but I will tell you in the future. Rin is right. I indeed did something very excessive, and I don't even expect to gain your forgiveness." After saying that, Obito knelt down and performed a deep bow to Minato, "But I will do my best to make amends. If one day, after you learn the truth, you want to take my life, I will not say a word." The more Minato listened, the more confused he became, but he quickly approached Obito, helped him up, and smiled. "Obito, although I don't know what happened, let's just say something really did happen. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. But regardless of what happened, I forgive you. Now that you are in Team 7, you are my disciple. If a disciple makes a mistake, it's the responsibility of the master." Obito couldn't hold back his tears. Minato-sensei forgave him as always, but because of this, it only intensified the guilt in his heart. He choked out, "Minato-sensei, you will always be my best teacher." Minato gently patted Obito's head. Then his expression became serious as he took out a pair of bells and hung them behind him. "However, to become my disciple, you still need to pass the final test. Come, try to grab the bells from me." After a pause, Minato continued, "Originally, I was going to say that there are only 2 bells, and the one who fails to grab them will be eliminated. But from what just happened, I've determined that you all have a very deep bond, so I won't test whether you see each other as companions. Instead, I'll test your strength and teamwork ability." Minato's gaze sharpened. "Come on, get serious. With a mindset to take me down, grab the bells, and everyone passes." Chapter 30. Seizing the bell, seeing Teacher Minato take up a fighting stance, Obito also regained his composure. He stood up and exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Rin. The two instantly understood and quickly moved to his side, forming a defensive formation. In this life, due to having motivated Kakashi earlier, the current Kakashi did not have the cold, distant attitude he had in his previous life. On the contrary, the three often interacted privately, training and battling together, and their teamwork skills were significantly better than in the past. Minato observed the three as they quickly set up their defense, and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected, they were quite skilled in their coordination, just as the records indicated. Faced with a more powerful Jonin, it was a reasonable choice not to attack immediately, but to defend instead. However, Minato smiled and said, "Since you want me to attack first, I'll oblige. Against a ninja like me, simply standing still to defend isn't a good choice." With that, Minato's figure instantly disappeared, and in just a moment, he appeared in front of Kakashi. So fast. Kakashi's expression changed in shock, and he instinctively tried to dodge backward, but he was still hit by Minato's rapid punch. Bang! Kakashi was sent flying, barely stabilizing himself mid-air before landing in a rather awkward position. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If the punch from Teacher Minato had been kunai instead, he would have either died or been severely injured. He had thought that after years of training, he would be about the same level as a Jonin, but to his surprise, he was still not as good as Obito, the reincarnator, and was far from Minato. Just as Obito had said, Teacher Minato truly was the fastest ninja in the ninja world, the yellow flash of Konoha. His reputation was well-deserved. On the other side, after Kakashi was sent flying, Rin finally reacted, reaching into her ninja tool pouch to pull out a kunai and throw it at Minato, while quickly retreating. As a ninja with a medical focus, she remembered Obito's words. In battle, prioritize self-preservation. If one attack fails, retreat 1,000 miles. However, contrary to her expectations, Minato did not slow down to deal with her kunai. Minato merely tilted his body slightly to dodge it and immediately adjusted his stance, continuing to fly toward her almost unaffected. Rin was shocked. This was what Obito had mentioned. Teacher Minato's incredible adaptability and reflex speed? It was simply inhuman. At this moment, Minato was quite satisfied with the members of Team 7 he was about to take over. Initially, the three-person defensive formation had troubled him. It was difficult to break through with conventional methods, so he had to take it seriously. Given his fighting style, if he was serious, it was only natural for him to end the battle in an instant. However, Kakashi managed to react first. Although he still took a punch, he did not completely lose his combat ability. This quality was not too far off from that of an average Jonin. Rin was the same. As a supportive role in the team, she did not greedily seek glory or charge forward. leaving him with no immediate openings. He had to exert more effort to deal with her, though it only added some trouble for him. Being able to create some difficulties against an opponent like him already showed some effect. However, this was only the beginning. Once Rin lost her combat capability, Team 7 would have a strong Kakashi who could not provide support, and Obito would be left standing still, unable to coordinate in battle. Minato thought this and revealed a triumphant smile. However, at that moment, Obito, who had been inactive from the start, finally reacted. As Minato soared through the air toward Rin, Obito moved as well, increasing his speed and jumping halfway up, reaching for the bell at Minato's waist. Not good. Obito's target is the bell. Minato immediately realized Obito's intent, but due to the perfectly timed execution, he found himself in an awkward position. After the sequence of actions that involved flying Kakashi away, dodging Rin's kunai, and instantly adjusting his posture to attack her, even with his excellent body coordination, his moves had slightly worn out, and he could not change direction in time. Obito seized this fleeting gap and launched his attack, and his speed was incredibly fast. Fast enough for Minato to see clearly, yet feel helpless. No, I can't let Obito easily grab the bell. Is it time to use that technique? Minato thought with a wry smile, never expecting to be forced to use this move, which he had not intended to employ during this assessment. At this moment, Obito's hand was about to touch the bell, and he showed a delighted expression, feeling satisfied with the timing of his attack. Teacher Minato, I finally managed to win against you once. Thinking this, Obito touched the bell, but just as he was about to grab it, Minato's entire figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, Minato crouched and appeared near a kunai marked with his flying Thunder God technique. Obito grabbed at nothing, feeling a strong sense of deja vu. He instinctively turned his head and indeed saw Minato's figure appear next to a flying kunai not far away. Obito couldn't help but feel frustrated. Wasn't this just an ordinary assessment? Using the flying Thunder God technique was a bit much, wasn't it? Nearby, Rin and Kakashi were also stunned. Just moments ago, they had seen Obito about to succeed and thought the assessment would end without any surprises. They never expected Teacher Minato to suddenly vanish in midair and reappear somewhere else. This was definitely not something that could be accomplished with body flicker technique, so it must be the flying Thunder God that Obito mentioned. The ability to appear beside the enemy at any time, to attack at any moment, and even to retreat whenever necessary. A power like that was simply unsolvable. On the other side, Minato stood up slowly with the flying Thunder God kunai in hand, looking at Obito with a hint of surprise. I have to say, Obito, your strength exceeds my expectations. You actually forced me to use the flying Thunder God. In fact, being able to push me to use this technique means that all of you have qualified, as generally, ordinary Jonin cannot force me to use it. However, I'm now quite curious about you. You seem stronger than Kakashi, so show me what you can really do. With that, Minato's figure disappeared again, appearing beside Obito. Obito forced a smile. Without activating the Sharingan, even knowing Minato's fighting style, he still found it somewhat difficult to keep up. He could only barely turn sideways to dodge a punch, but that was already his limit. The next punch was already on its way. Bang! Obito took the hit squarely. However, his body turned into a wooden stump while his actual self appeared in midair behind Minato. Though he managed to use the body substitution technique at the last moment, the situation was still not optimistic, because Teacher Minato had already reacted and quickly turned his head to continue the assault. At this moment, Obito was in midair, unable to change direction again. He could only. Obito quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Minato, who was advancing in his direction. Chapter 31 Qualification Ninjutsu, like the Great Fireball, isn't much of a threat to ninjas like Minato Namikaze. Obito's goal isn't to hit his opponent, but to delay their attack. Sure enough, a hint of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes, and he had to pivot to avoid the massive fireball. The fireball descended and exploded upon hitting the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Obito took this opportunity to land steadily. However, merely avoiding one attack wasn't enough. Obito understood that allowing Minato-sensei to seize the initiative was extremely dangerous. The Night of the Nine Tails incident flashed through his mind, recalling how Minato-sensei had showcased his skills one after another. With this in mind, he decided to strike first. Obito quickly pulled out a handful of shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and formed hand seals again. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Instantly, a large number of flaming shuriken shot towards Minato. This technique might not have much effect on some tough ninjas, but it's just right to counter agile and fragile fighters like Minato. After dodging the Great Fireball, he had to continue evading this Phoenix Fire Jutsu. While dodging, Minato couldn't help but marvel at how many fire-style techniques Obito had mastered, and how well he timed and executed them. These weren't recorded in the Ninja Academy, indicating that Obito was even more exceptional than he had imagined. Although he hadn't activated the Sharingan, he was already beyond the standard qualities of a lower-ranked ninja, almost touching the threshold of a Jonin. After Obito's 2 consecutive ninjutsu delays, Kakashi on the side adjusted himself. Faced with a powerful opponent like Minato, he couldn't afford to hold back. Sparks of lightning flashed around him as he unleashed the lightning cutter, which he had mostly developed. Suddenly, a loud thunder resonated, and with the enhancement of lightning style, Kakashi's speed skyrocketed as he charged towards Minato. Rin, who was also retreating steadily, freed her hands to throw shuriken around Minato, not aiming to hit him, but to limit his escape options and create an opportunity for Kakashi's advance. Seeing this, Obito couldn't help but smile. Having just released 2 ninjutsu, it was a significant consumption for him in his normal state without the 3-tomo Sharingan. But he had enough chakra left to perform another technique. He didn't believe Minato-sensei would embarrass himself again with another Flying Thunder God technique. So this time, he prepared a big surprise. He formed hand seals again. Fire style, storm dance. Instantly, Obito expelled a swirling fire dragon that grew larger as it headed towards Minato, although lacking the enhancement of Kamui. This technique remained the most familiar and aggressive ninjutsu Obito had mastered. Even Minato felt a strong sense of threat from it. In the midst of Kakashi's sprint, Rin's shuriken, and Obito's storm dance, Minato made the optimal choice. He suddenly halted and changed direction. His figure that was originally headed left suddenly stopped and turned right, narrowly brushing past the storm dance. At that moment, he couldn't avoid being struck by one of Rin's shuriken. However, he remained calm. Lifting the Flying Thunder God kunai, he had just picked up and swung it forward. Clang! With a crisp sound, Rin's shuriken was sliced in half. He quickly turned his head to see Kakashi, who had closed in. Kakashi's intent was clear. He reached for the bell at Minato's waist. After dodging continuously, Minato found himself in a position where he couldn't change direction in time. The trio's cooperation was very proficient, with nearly all attacks being uninterrupted, making it quite uncomfortable for him. He could only twist his waist at the last moment. Kakashi's hand nearly grazed the bell at his waist, and then his whole body uncontrollably lunged forward a distance before stopping. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead, having analyzed Kakashi's situation. Using lightning style for high-speed movement, fortunately, this technique was not yet fully developed, and lacking sufficient dynamic vision, he couldn't effectively observe the subtle movements of his attacking enemy, leading to a deviation in the outcome. Even so, at this age, this kind of lightning-style ninjutsu was truly impressive for a genius. But in the end, I still managed to keep the bell and not embarrass myself in front of my students. However, just as Minato thought he could relax, Obito, who had previously released ninjutsu, appeared at his side without him noticing. Obito thought to himself, Minato-sensei, you can't be distracted during battle. This is a lesson you taught me. Without hesitation, he reached for the bell at Minato's waist again. Minato couldn't help but smile wryly, surprised that after releasing 3 techniques of such intensity, Obito could still act. This time, he had been careless. Instinctively wanting to use the Flying Thunder God again, he thought better of it. If he used it once more, where'd he put his old face? In the next moment, Obito had already snatched both bells, taking them down. Kakashi and Rin showed expressions of joy upon seeing this. Obito raised the bells, shook them, and looked at Minato, who had stopped assuming an attacking posture. Minato-sensei, have we qualified? A smile appeared on Minato's face as he nodded. To be honest, your excellence far exceeded my expectations. I declare that you are all qualified. Yay! Rin cheered and ran back from a distance, grabbing the hands of Obito and Kakashi. From now on, we'll be official members of Team 7. Please take care of me. Obito felt Rin's happiness. Many times, Rin and Kakashi had matured a lot due to spending time with him. But only at this moment did he feel the liveliness of a girl. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Obito squinted his eyes. Minato, full of smiles, said, now that Team 7 is officially established, we must commemorate this. Let's go to the photo studio tomorrow morning to take a picture. Remember not to be late. Rin nodded and then curiously asked, so Minato-sensei, what are we doing now? Minato pondered for a moment. After the assessment, it's time to review. I will analyze your shortcomings in battle and formulate a training plan moving forward. First is teamwork. You performed excellently in this regard. Your cooperation even surpassed many teams that have been formed for a long time. I have nothing more to guide you on that. Next is individual ability. Minato looked at Rin. Rin, I heard you're learning medical ninjutsu. I will help you obtain some advanced medical ninjutsu scrolls. Just continue to strengthen in this area. As the medical personnel in our team, you consciously protected yourself during the battle, which is very good. Our team configuration, aside from you, is a highly mobile team. For regular missions, we can take the initiative, and your job is to continue enhancing your survival skills. As long as you don't fall into danger, we can easily attack and retreat at any time. After retreating, you can heal, which greatly ensures the survival capability of the entire team. Rin nodded. Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I understand my responsibilities. I also know that as a support, I will be the first target for the enemy. I will protect myself well. Minato nodded again and looked at Kakashi. Chapter 32, the so-called Elite J-Nin Kakashi. You truly deserve to be called a genius. If it weren't for me, an ordinary J-Nin would definitely not be able to take you down easily. With a bit more training, you could even be promoted to a full-fledged J-Nin. However, your lightning release technique just now has a significant flaw. Due to its incredible speed, you lack the corresponding dynamic vision, making it difficult for you to adjust yourself during the charge, which is very dangerous in battle. But I can clearly tell you that my speed is not slower than your lightning release, and my vision may not be better than yours. Yet I can adjust myself at any time during an attack to perform the most effective strikes. Do you know why? Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression, recalling the battle just now, and uncertainly said, Teacher Minato, during the battle, you hardly used your vision to observe but relied on feeling? Minato nodded. Exactly. In many battles, you don't necessarily need to see with your eyes. You can also perceive with your body. When you get used to sensing battles with your body, your dependence on vision will significantly decrease. This is the direction of your training going forward. Kakashi's eyes lit up. He had already realized the issue of the speed from Raikiri being too fast for his vision to keep up, and he had even discussed it with Obito, but he had always struggled to find an effective solution. Now, he suddenly understood. In fact, his father had told him before that sometimes you don't need to rely on sight in battle, but on hearing. Back then, he didn't quite understand. But now he did. Kakashi nodded firmly. Teacher Minato, I know how to train from now on. Obito, listening to Minato's guidance from the side, had also gained a lot of insights. In his previous life, Minato didn't mention these things when Team 7 was formed because at that time, Kakashi hadn't yet developed Raikiri, right? That makes sense. Under his influence as a reincarnator, Kakashi consciously developed Raikiri earlier, and his progress was naturally much faster than in his previous life. In comparison, when Raikiri was formed in his previous life, they were already on the mission at the Kamizuke Bridge. He quickly gave his eyes to Kakashi to solve Kakashi's dynamic vision problem, making Kakashi's training direction naturally different. So, for speed-type ninjas without the Sharingan, it seems that in battle, it's more about feeling with the body rather than seeing with the eyes. This might be Kakashi's correct training method. Obito couldn't help but ponder. Although his Sharingan had greatly aided Kakashi, even allowing Kakashi to earn the reputation of a copying ninja, it had also, to some extent, limited Kakashi's development. While Obito was lost in thought, Minato had turned his gaze towards him. Obito, your fire release technique is quite good. It can densely cover the battlefield. Even if it can't deal effective damage against powerful ninjas, it can create excellent opportunities for your teammates, making you an excellent match with Kakashi. But Minato paused, hesitating. Earlier, after you dodged my first attack, you used body flicker technique, and even earlier, you seized the opportunity after I attacked to grab the bell, forcing me to use Flying Thunder God. Your timing was impeccable. Obito, your combat habits are not like a ninjutsu-type ninja. They are closer to a close combat speed type, right? Obito nodded. Yes, I'm actually a close combat type. With his intangibility, when fighting real strong opponents, he didn't rely much on ninjutsu, but rather sought opportunities up close, absorbing or evading enemy attacks, and then capitalizing on the enemy's recovery time after they used their techniques. In this life, he had naturally strengthened his training on this foundation. Minato said seriously, although I don't know how you gained your combat experience, it's almost mature. If I were to use your abilities, I couldn't do better than you. Therefore, I can't guide you in this aspect. What you need now is a powerful ninjutsu that can maximize your talent for exploiting openings and make your overall strength a decisive factor. I have such ninjutsu. You just saw it, which is my instant teleportation technique, space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the Flying Thunder God technique. But this technique isn't something everyone can learn. I need to apply for approval, and if it's granted, I can teach it to you. With your recent mastery of the substitution technique, You have a 30 chance of learning it. At this point, Rin couldn't help but interject. Teacher Minato, with Obito's abilities. Is it only a 30 chance? Minato sighed. Yes, only a 30 chance. Flying Thunder God is a very complex technique. Even if Obito has a good foundation, it only meets part of the learning conditions. To master this technique, you also need to possess strong spatial awareness. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to apply it in actual combat. I'm not sure if Obito has that. Kakashi and Rin were taken aback, then exchanged glances, their expressions becoming strange. They had witnessed Obito's mysterious space-time ninjutsu, and to say that Obito lacked spatial awareness would be absurd. So, was Obito as preparation over the years actually for learning this technique? Rin suddenly became excited. So, Teacher Minato, if Obito learns this technique, how strong will he be? Minato smiled slightly. Obito, like Kakashi, is almost strong enough to rival a Genin. If he learns this technique, there's a good chance he could leap to become an elite Genin, or even one of the elite among elites. Elite Genin, Rin and Kakashi exclaimed. Minato chuckled. Strictly speaking, the ninja ranks are only Genin, Chunin, Genin, and our unique special Genin in Konoha, who possess certain Genin abilities but have not yet been promoted to Genin. However, since there are differences even among Genin, those who have made a name for themselves in the ninja world and have their own titles, which set them apart from ordinary Genin, can be called elite Genin. Rin asked curiously, then what about the elites among elite Genin? Minato's gaze deepened. You all know the Kage of the 5 great countries, right? They are usually held by the strongest ninjas in the village. But even Kage will age or die someday, and at that time, a new Kage must be chosen. So, from which ninjas will the new Kage be selected? Kakashi was taken aback, then glanced at Obito. So, the Kage is chosen from elites among elite Genin? Minato nodded. That's right. You can judge this way. Generally, a Genin who has their own title can be called an elite Genin. If that title is strong enough, it can even be considered a legend. Then such elite Genin is the elite among elites. For example, Minato slowly said, the legendary 3 of Konoha, or the title of Konoha White Fang. Minato smiled. When you hear such titles, you should be able to feel that they are different from ordinary Genin, right? Rin nodded. Such ninjas were almost like legendary figures, and even their gap with the village Kage didn't seem that large, which is why she greatly admired Lady Tsunade, as she was known as the strongest female ninja. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked hurt. How could he not know how strong his father was? He was even once considered the most likely candidate to succeed the 4th Hokage, but unfortunately. Chapter 33. The misunderstanding of Watergate at this moment. Watergate suddenly realized that Kakashi was the son of White Fang. Feeling embarrassed, he said, I'm sorry, Kakashi, I didn't mean to mention Elder White Fang. Kakashi shook his head. It's fine, Watergate-sensei. I won't dwell on the sadness of the past. The fact that you can mention my father shows that he was a strong man, even you acknowledge. And I should be glad about that. Watergate didn't expect Kakashi to be so open-minded and smiled. Kakashi, your father was a true strong man. I believe you will become as strong as him in the future. To tell you a secret, after hearing about your father, I have a great deal of respect for him and don't think he did anything wrong. Kakashi was suddenly touched. Was this what Obito meant by the sun in everyone's eyes? Watergate-sensei truly was a good teacher. On the side, Rin noticed another point, her eyes sparkling. Watergate-sensei, you just said that if Obito learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he could become an elite Jonin, which means he could be as strong as the legendary 3 ninjas. Watergate hesitated, perhaps not as strong. After all, the legendary 3 ninjas are veteran ninjas with extensive knowledge, and the gap in experience is not easy to bridge. But a ninja's strength isn't measured that way. There are various variables in ninja battles, and factors like intelligence and ability counters can lead to different outcomes. Watergate continued slowly. So, the so-called elite Jonin, in my opinion, as long as one aspect is exceptionally outstanding to the point where it cannot be countered by ordinary means, then that would qualify. For example, I might not be as skilled as Jiraiya-sensei in many areas, but in terms of mobility, I surpass him. In a battle, if I can fully utilize this specialty, Jiraiya-sensei would have no way to deal with me, and I could even have the chance to defeat him. So why shouldn't I be considered an elite Jonin? Obito is the same. If he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he will have the strength to stand undefeated against true strong opponents and even cause damage, making him worthy of being an elite Jonin. Rin nodded. Her eyes filled with expectation. Although she knew Obito was strong enough to challenge the 5 Kage and could stand against the world alone, many of Obito's abilities relied on his eyes, and using them had severe side effects. Rin didn't want Obito to use them frequently. From Watergate Sensei, she saw the possibility that Obito could match strong opponents even without using those eyes. How could she not be hopeful? Kakashi, however, noticed another piece of information in Watergate Sensei's words and couldn't help but ask, Watergate Sensei, are you Jiraiya Sensei's disciple? Watergate nodded. Yes, Jiraiya Sensei is my mentor. I learned a lot from him, which allowed me to grow to this height. Kakashi sincerely thanked him. I see. Thank you, Watergate Sensei. Your explanation today has given me a deeper understanding of what it takes to become Hokage. Watergate suddenly felt a bit awkward and laughed. You don't doubt the truth of my capability to defeat Jiraiya Sensei, do you? After all, I don't have much fame right now. Obito chuckled without saying anything. Watergate Sensei was much harder to deal with than Jiraiya Sensei in his eyes. Although the Third Great Ninja War hadn't started yet, and Watergate Sensei might not be as strong as he would be later, just as Watergate Sensei said, once a ninja masters a technique that cannot be countered, then he cannot be judged by common sense. The ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan to distort reality cannot be countered, and he wouldn't be afraid of even higher-level Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi had no objections. They already knew that this person would become the fourth Hokage, a leader of the village, and it was strange if he weren't strong. Seeing the three of them with expressions of no surprise, Watergate felt a bit moved. I didn't expect my students to believe in me so much. He then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, since you're so interested in becoming Hokage, are you also working towards that goal? Kakashi denied. No, I don't have a strong desire to become Hokage. I just suddenly remembered someone who used to shout about wanting to become Hokage when he was a child and wanted to judge the difficulty of that. Obito snorted. Kakashi, do you think I can't hear you? Watergate smiled and looked at Obito. So, Obito wants to become Hokage? That's a very good ambition. But I must remind you, being strong alone doesn't make you Hokage. You also need the recognition of the entire village. Obito's expression suddenly became a bit despondent. Watergate Sensei, becoming Hokage was indeed my dream when I was a child, but now I have entrusted that dream to someone else. I no longer want to become Hokage. Watergate was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, why? Obito revealed a hint of nostalgia. Maybe I don't deserve it, or maybe I've come to understand many things. In fact, becoming Hokage isn't that big of a deal. In any case, the person I entrusted my dream to is more qualified to be Hokage than I am. Watergate's curiosity grew. Obito, although I don't know what happened that made you no longer want to become Hokage, the person you entrusted your dream to must be very important in your life, right? Obito looked at Watergate, and the image of Naruto appeared in his mind. Just as sunny and bright, with the same blonde hair and powerful strength. Watergate Sensei resembles me a lot when I was a child. For a long time, we should be considered rivals. I was persuaded by him. But I'm sorry, Watergate Sensei, I can't tell you who he is right now. I can only say that he is also someone very important in your life. Watergate didn't expect Obito to give such an answer. Someone very important in my life. Could it be related to your feelings of guilt towards me? Obito nodded. Yes, his tragedy was caused by me, and that is the root of my guilt. In any case, I will gradually tell you the truth, Watergate Sensei. But suddenly, Watergate thought of a possibility and frowned slightly. That person wouldn't have the surname Uzumaki, would he? Obito fell silent for a moment, which was considered tacit approval. At this moment, Watergate became uneasy. The dream to become Hokage, the surname Uzumaki. The person very important in his life. I'm sorry, Obito, it seems you have to clarify your words. If it is that person, I absolutely cannot let any piece of information slip. Watergate began to grow serious. Obito shook his head. Don't worry, Watergate Sensei. The person I'm talking about is not Sister Kushina. But, just like my guilt towards you, my guilt towards Sister Kushina is even greater, but the reason, I can't tell you for now. Chapter 34 The disappearance of the Senju clan. Kakashi and Rin shook their heads on the side, while Obito also had his own struggles. Rin couldn't help but say, Minato-sensei, don't worry, Obito hasn't done anything harmful to others yet, especially not to Mother Kushina. His situation is just a bit special, and I'll explain it to you later. Only then did Minato breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't endanger Kushina, he can understand everything else. Thinking this, he smiled and said, all right, since you're not willing to tell me now, I want to press you. I thought I would need to introduce you to my fiancée, but it seems that it's not necessary. How about we have dinner at my house? Kushina's cooking is quite good. This suggestion was rejected by Rin, Minato-sensei. Although I also want to taste Mother-esque cooking. Look at Obito. He acts like this when he sees you. I'm afraid when he sees Mother. The worry in Rin's eyes was evident. Minato glanced at Obito and noticed he was trembling all over, so he could only sigh. I see. Then it's better to keep Kushina and Obito from meeting for now. Let us change the dinner gathering location to outside. It's the establishment of Team 7 today, and I'll treat you all to a good meal. Really? Minato-sensei, that's great. Rin showed an expression of anticipation. Minato nodded. It's still early, so everyone disperse for now. I'll take a trip to the Hokage building to apply for the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us meet outside the Hokage building at 6 o'clock tonight. No one had any objections, and seeing this, Minato left without any hesitation. Once Minato left, Rin looked worriedly at Obito. Obito, didn't you say you were mentally prepared? Why are you still like this? Obito was breathing heavily. I thought I could face it calmly. But when I really saw Minato-sensei, I realized I really am damned. Rin didn't say anything more, just held Obito's hand. Obito, what should I do if you die? Obito spoke through tears. Rin, I'm sorry. I owe Minato-sensei and his family too much. They could be happy without me doing anything as long as I don't appear in their world. Rin said seriously, Obito, you don't need to do anything. Just be an excellent disciple. That way, both the teacher and mother will be proud of you for your accomplishments. Obito murmured, it's precisely because of this that my sense of guilt is heavier. How can I deserve to make my teacher and mother proud? Rin shook her head. Obito, I know you want to atone, but you mustn't rush. Since you've decided to bear everything and save the world, you need to be even more calm now. Otherwise, in the end, you might not be able to do anything right or save anyone. Rin's words gradually calmed Obito's breathing. After a while, he returned to normal and smiled. Thank you, Rin. I really can't fall into self-pity because of Minato-sensei. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Obito, why didn't you tell Minato-sensei everything as soon as possible, like you did with us? With his character, I believe he would forgive you. Obito forced a smile. Kakashi, you're still so naive. Look at what Minato-sensei went to do first. Kakashi glanced at the Hokage building, reporting to the Hokage. What's the problem? Obito's eyes flickered. I trust Minato-sensei and trust you guys, but I don't trust Sarutobi Hiruzen. With Minato-sensei's character, if I tell him everything, he might just relay it to the third Hokage as is. I don't know what measures the third Hokage would take once he knows everything. I'm not afraid for myself, but you all are involved, and I'm worried about you. For a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. After a while, Rin looked at Kakashi and asked a question she had been wanting to ask. Kakashi, you're already a Nin and should have obtained a lot of information. Is the third Hokage really, as Obito said, that kind of person? Kakashi's expression was complicated. The third Hokage doesn't feel that bad to me, but based on the information I've investigated, the third Hokage indeed plays a not-so-bright role in what Obito said. Rin breathed rapidly. Even the disappearance of the Senju clan. Kakashi looked confused. I don't know, I really don't know. I only found out that the Senju indeed abandoned their surname and integrated into the village. But some people, even if they gave up their surname, the villagers still remember them, and these people either died unexpectedly in the Second Great Ninja War or mysteriously disappeared. Rin immediately wilted. Kakashi, Obito once asked you if you believe this is a coincidence. What is your answer now? Kakashi forced a smile. Rin, Obito also asked you the same question, so what do you believe? The two fell into silence. Seeing this, Obito comforted. All right, I believe this is a coincidence. If it's not a coincidence, then it was done by Danzo. Danzo? Kakashi's eyes flickered wildly. The root of Konoha has a lot of power and is very unreasonable. Many people actually hate this organization because many have been persecuted. This is the information I found. Rin didn't understand. Why does Konoha have such an organization? Kakashi replied, perhaps, just as Obito said, things are not black and white. Konoha needs darkness to balance its light. But at least, I truly have no burden in dealing with Danzo now. He has done many disgusting things. Obito said seriously, right? I've already arranged for Danzo's end. He wants to live for many years. Compared to Danzo, my plan needs to start now. What plan? The two couldn't help but ask. Obito whispered, the plan to transplant Hashirama's cells. If possible, I'd like to get a share for you too, but unfortunately, Hashirama's cells are very dominant. They require Uchiha blood or the Sharingan. Otherwise, they might not be controllable. The two nodded, not very surprised. Over the years, Obito had gradually revealed a lot of information, and they were aware that Hashirama cells could solve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Obito, be careful. We actually don't need to be in such a hurry, Rin reminded. Obito became serious. Being in a hurry is not an option. The person behind my fall in my previous life is a hidden danger. Before transplanting Hashirama cells, I don't even want you to know his name. But after the transplant, I can tell you everything. Kakashi nodded. So he possesses great strength, and you need to use the Mangekyō to deal with him. With Hashirama's cells, you can use the Mangekyō without worry, and he won TB as dangerous, right? Obito replied. Exactly, though he may not be very strong, he is indeed very dangerous. And I must be on guard. Kakashi stopped persuading, but Rin asked, Obito, when will you start this plan? Obito looked at the sky and already had a plan in mind. There is no time like the present. Let us implement it tonight. Chapter 35, is it just about building a sturdy house? Are we starting tonight? Although Obito, you're very anxious, isn't this a bit too rushed? Rin felt quite uneasy. Obito, as always, held Rin's small hand tightly and comforted her. Rin, there won't be any accidents. After all, I still need to create a world where everyone can live happily. Before achieving this goal, I won't joke about my own safety. Only then did Rin feel reassured. With Obito's words, she had some confidence. She smiled slightly. If that's the case, then Obito, I believe in you and support you. Obito nodded and said seriously, Rin, my plan is actually very simple. It's to reach a cooperation with those who possess Hashirama's cells. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you know why I asked you to pay attention to the disappearance of the Senju clan members? Kakashi was taken aback and hesitated. Isn't it to help me see through the true nature of the third Hokage? Obito nodded. That's not wrong. But there's another purpose, to determine what stage that experiment has reached. Experiment? Rin and Kakashi looked puzzled. Obito slowly said, I mentioned before that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was only one step away from the Sage of Six Paths realm and was the true god of ninjas. He was so strong that he could easily quell wars and establish a peaceful ninja village. The power he possessed was not something any other Senju could match. Therefore, after his death, his body was recovered by Konoha, and the village wanted to understand why he was so strong and to replicate another ninja god. Began various experiments involving Hashirama's cells. Since Hashirama's bloodline is wood release, these experiments were also called wood release experiments. But isn't that desecrating the dead? Rin felt somewhat uncomfortable. Obito's tone was laced with sarcasm. Many people are willing to do anything to gain power. Don't even mention desecrating the dead. They would dissect the living as well. Moreover, the decision to study the first Hokage cells was made not by anyone else, but by his own younger brother, our second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Rin gasped. She didn't expect that such a desecration would be carried out by Hashirama's own brother, who was also the former Hokage of Konoha. For a moment, Rin didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Kakashi frowned tightly. So those experiments haven't stopped yet? Obito chuckled. Of course not. How weak is Konoha now? The weaker they are, the more they want to strengthen themselves through external forces. Kakashi completely lost his composure. So, those missing Senju clan members were involved in these experiments? What happened to them afterward? Obito's gaze deepened. They probably died. What, all of them? Obito, do you know how many missing persons I've investigated? Are you kidding me? Obito chuckled. Hashirama cells aren't that easy to transplant. Most people, if they can't suppress the wood release chakra contained in Hashirama cells, will instantly turn into a tree. It's not entirely accurate to say they all died. One person did survive and successfully mastered the wood release power. That person is about our age and is called Tenzo, later renamed Yamato. Only one survived? Kakashi's face turned pale. An experiment that caused the deaths of at least hundreds of people, all of whom were villagers of Konoha. Why hasn't this experiment been halted? Obito thought for a moment. Actually, on the surface, it should be about to stop or has already stopped. Of course, secretly, if they have achieved results, Danzo would only become more insane. Anyway, the war is about to start, and there are plenty of people. Kakashi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. Obito, I really want to kill Danzo more and more. Konoha is indeed, as you said, beneath the light, there is all darkness. At this moment, Rin, filled with worry, said, Obito, you didn't tell me before that transplanting Hashirama cells would cause so many deaths. Even so, do you still want to proceed with the transplant? Obito smiled. I mentioned before that the Sharingan can suppress Hashirama cells. In my past life, half of my body was crushed, but I survived thanks to Hashirama cells. So for others, Hashirama cells might be a deadly poison, but for me, they're a life-saving remedy. Only then did Rin breathe a sigh of relief. Obito looked at Kakashi. Actually, Kakashi, I don't think the pure wood release experiments are overly excessive. After all, this experiment was approved by the third Hokage. With the third involved, Danzo wouldn't dare to go too far. Most of the Senju clan members participating in the experiments volunteered. They willingly offered their lives to strengthen the village. Kakashi smiled bitterly. But that's still hundreds of lives. Perhaps there are even more in secret. Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder. After all, you've never been on the battlefield. Although you must have killed quite a few people during missions in recent years, you still haven't experienced the cruelty of war. That's real hell. Don't say hundreds of people. Thousands can be like grass, harvested at any time. Therefore, if sacrificing a few hundred lives can protect the village, it might not be such a huge price to pay. Kakashi was stunned, murmuring to himself, "Is that so?" At that moment, Kakashi suddenly began to understand why Obito was so obsessed with peace. Meanwhile, Rin curiously asked Obito, "You just said that one experiment subject survived and mastered the wood release power. So, can he become the second ninja god?" Obito couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that simple. I also transplanted Hashirama's cells in my past life and mastered wood release, but in high-level situations, the effect can't be said to be non-existent. But it's truly very limited. The strong one has never been the wood release bloodline, but Hashirama Senju himself. The same goes for that survivor, Yamato. The wood release techniques he mastered are nowhere near as powerful as Hashirama's. However, he can build a sturdy house in an instant using wood release. It's an essential ninjutsu for home and travel. Perhaps in this regard, Hashirama might not be as good." Rin couldn't help but chuckle. "Obito, after you transplant Hashirama's cells, you should learn this technique too." Kakashi showed a helpless expression and sighed heavily. So, the price of so many deaths was just for building a sturdy house? Chapter 36 Permission to teach the Flying Thunder God. Upon seeing this, Obito couldn't help but interrupt. "Alright Kakashi, stop being sentimental. In any case, Konoha has Hashirama's cells and experimental data. I just need to collaborate with the relevant personnel to obtain them." Kakashi's expression grew serious. "So, Obito, are you going to work with Danzo?" Obito thought for a moment. "That's also a fallback plan, but it's not necessary for now, as there are others involved in this experiment." Kakashi asked, "Who is it?" Obito looked at the curious pair and slowly revealed a name, Orochimaru. What? Although they knew that Obito's information was significant, they didn't expect that Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was also involved in this wood release experiment. Obito continued, "In fact, Orochimaru is not just involved. He is the lead experimenter. Without his help, Danzo probably wouldn't even have a single successful case." Kakashi chuckled bitterly. "So, Obito, are you planning to collaborate with Lord Orochimaru?" Obito nodded. "It's the most suitable option. As long as I can present him with something he's interested in, he might give me what I want." Rin looked somewhat disappointed. "I didn't expect even Lord Orochimaru to be that kind of person. I hope Lady Tsunade won't be like that." Obito glanced at Rin and said, "Rin, actually Orochimaru is a very pure person. It's not appropriate to judge him solely by good and evil. I only realized this after my death when I reached the underworld. As for Lady Tsunade," Obito smiled, "she's a very pure good person." Rin then shed the intense insecurity she had just felt. Afterward, Obito talked more about his plans with the two for a while. Then, seeing that it was still early, the three began to train in the training ground. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze was reporting the situation of Team 7 to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was taken aback. "What? You mean Obito and Kakashi are already close to becoming Jonin, and Rin has Chunin level strength?" Minato nodded. "That's right. They are all excellent and far exceeded my expectations. Especially Obito. His fundamentals are very solid, reminding me of my own shadow from the past. Although he hasn't activated the Sharingan, I believe he has the potential to learn that technique." Hiruzen's eyes sparkled. "You mean the Flying Thunder God, Obito, actually has the potential to learn it?" Minato said earnestly, "That's why I implore you, third Hokage, to let me try to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. I also want Rin and Kakashi to give it a try." Hiruzen's expression gradually shifted from joy to concern. Rin and Kakashi wanting to learn this technique is not a problem, but Obito is a Uchiha. Minato noticed the third's worry and smiled. "Third Hokage, Obito is different from the other Uchihas I've met. He's a good kid. I've reviewed the materials you provided, and he has helped almost all the elders in the village." The third picked up his pipe and took a deep puff, pondering for a moment before murmuring, "Obito, huh? He is indeed different. He embodies the will of fire as a Uchiha." After a tumultuous internal struggle, the third made his decision. "Minato, from now on, regarding the Flying Thunder God, you can make your own decisions without needing to consult me." Minato smiled. "Then I won't trouble you anymore, third Hokage." As he was about to take his leave, Hiruzen suddenly called out to him. "Wait, Minato, how's your progress with Kushina?" Minato was taken aback, then smiled. "We've already gotten engaged, and it might not be long before we get married." Hiruzen sighed in relief, and, after a moment of hesitation, spoke up. "Minato, you know, Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and an important combat force for the village. If the battle reaches a critical point, Before Hiruzen could finish his sentence, Minato interrupted, his face filled with determination and confidence. Hokage-sama, don't worry, that day won't come. If it does, I'm confident that I can end the war by myself. Hiruzen showed a faint smile. Is that so? Then Minato, you need to work hard. This war might also be an opportunity. Minato was taken aback. Being a clever person, he suddenly sensed that there was a deeper meaning in the third's words. However, he couldn't quite grasp it at the moment, so he simply replied, I will do my best. All right, you can go now. The third waved his hand. Minato acknowledged and left in an instant. Once Minato was gone, Hiruzen stood up and unconsciously walked to the window, muttering to himself, Minato, I hope you can seize this opportunity. He then sighed, thinking of his disciple Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are getting too close to Danzo. I've clearly called off the experiment, but you too. On the other side, in the training ground, Kakashi and Obito were engaged in their nth sparring session. Since Obito had activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan and used intangibility, Kakashi was once again defeated without a doubt. Kakashi was on the verge of losing his composure. You're just being unfair. Why didn't you use this technique in front of Teacher Minato? Obito laughed. Kakashi, enemies won't reason with you. I just didn't want to reveal my Sharingan too early in front of Teacher Minato. Otherwise, having these eyes would raise suspicions among the higher-ups. Kakashi still refused to accept it. If it weren't for his limited vocabulary, he would have probably blurted out something like intangibility dog by now. Obito noticed the look in Kakashi's eyes and guessed what he was thinking. I've said it so many times, there are ways to counter intangibility. Attack the moment I'm on the offensive, and I 1T be able to dodge. Kakashi, in a moment of reflection, realized that in war, they would encounter various troublesome opponents, and fighting against them would help prepare him for different situations in the future. Kakashi thought for a while and found some logic in it. Obito had told him that Teacher Minato had once analyzed the flaw in intangibility in an instant and had seized that flaw in their next encounter. Since Teacher Minato could do it, why couldn't he? However, glancing at the sky, Kakashi said, let's fight next time. We should head to the Hokage building now. It's getting late. Rin, who had been practicing chakra control nearby, also stood up, her eyes filled with anticipation. Kakashi was right. She couldn't wait to have a big meal. Obito naturally wouldn't argue against Rin's opinion. Then let's go eat first. After we fill our stomachs, I have things to do tonight. Thus, the three left the training ground together and enjoyed a delicious meal with Minato. Chapter 37. Deceiving Orochimaru at night, in a secret laboratory in Konoha village. The surroundings were pitch black and silent, contrasting sharply with the brightly lit downtown area not far away. A pale figure in a white long robe emerged from the laboratory. If a Konoha ninja were present, they would recognize this as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At this moment, Orochimaru's mood was not particularly pleasant. The development of the immortality technique had encountered one problem after another, and recently, the wood release experiment he was collaborating on with Danzo had to be shifted into the shadows due to a halt ordered by his teacher, Sarutobi. As he walked, he pondered whether to delve into that forbidden technique to break free from death and attain immortality. That technique, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, which could, in a sense, resurrect the dead. Such a technique would surely provide him with many insights, but it was a technique strictly prohibited by Sarutobi. Once he began, there might be no turning back. Had he truly made up his mind? Just as Orochimaru was undecided, suddenly, the space around him twisted, and a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. A flicker of shock crossed Orochimaru's eyes. This was a space-time ninjutsu. Without the Flying Thunder God technique's mark and without any external aid, it was an incredibly advanced space-time ninjutsu. Orochimaru instantly became alert, narrowing his slit pupils as he stared intently at the mysterious figure. The newcomer had long hair, wore a dark brown cloak that enveloped their entire body, and donned a white mask, emanating a chilling and ominous aura. This aura was both mysterious and ancient, accompanied by a sense of danger, which excited Orochimaru. Are you here specifically to find me? Orochimaru cackled. This laboratory of mine is quite hidden. It's impressive that you managed to find me. May I ask who you are? Revealing only your face. The masked figure slowly spoke, their voice filled with an indescribable sense of the passage of time. You don't need to know who I am. I am merely a forgotten spirit of the shinobi world, but you possess something I am interested in. I wish to make a deal with you. A deal? Let me guess. Orochimaru replied coldly with a smile. Is it the cells of Hashirama that catch the attention of an ancient spirit like you? Are you from the same era as Lord Hashirama? The masked figure's voice showed no emotional fluctuations. No need to guess. I can tell you that my era predates Hashirama. Any trace of my existence should have disappeared by now. If Hashirama were to discuss generations with me, he might have to call me grandfather. Is that so? This is getting more interesting, Orochimaru said, with 3 parts suspicion and 3 parts curiosity. I do have Hashirama cells, but why should I give them to you? You have ulterior motives, sneaking into Konoha at night. Shouldn't I keep you here and inquire about your origins? After speaking, Orochimaru licked his lips, and in the next moment, he struck without warning. His arms transformed into a swarm of white snakes, suddenly lunging at the masked man. This was a ninjutsu developed by Orochimaru that he had mastered well, Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru did not expect to subdue the apparent master of advanced space-time ninjutsu with this move. He was merely testing the waters. He was curious about how the other party would respond. However, to Orochimaru's disappointment, the figure stood still, not moving, and even spoke. This test is meaningless to me, young one. As the masked figure spoke, the attack of Shadow Snake Hands reached him. But Orochimaru felt as if he was striking against a phantom. His white snakes passed right through the figure. The figure clearly stood in front of him. It seemed to not exist. Is this a clone technique or an illusion? Is this figure merely a fade? Orochimaru thought. At that moment, the illusory figure moved, grabbing a white snake that Orochimaru had no time to retract. No, it's not illusion. Orochimaru's pupils constricted violently. This person was indeed real. This ability was something Orochimaru had never seen before, and he found it troublesome. It seemed he was truly facing a senior. He had been quite presumptuous earlier. Orochimaru readily admitted his rudeness, as he was primarily curious about this masked figure. The masked man shrugged. You young ones, I told you, I am merely a forgotten spirit. Because I have been forgotten, the world can appear real or illusory in my eyes. Reality and illusion are merely a thought away from me. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. He did not believe the words of the other. If they were truly that powerful, what difference would it make to seek him out? However, the other party's abilities were indeed quite strange. Then, senior, let us discuss this deal properly. What can you offer that would interest me? The masked man seemed to fall into contemplation, making a gesture of stroking his chin, before appearing to have come to a decision. So what are you interested in? Why not tell me, in case I happen to have it? Orochimaru licked his lips. Really? I'm very interested in you, senior. If what you say is true, you must have lived for over 100 years. The masked man feigned reproach. Asking an elder about their age is quite impolite. However, young one, are you interested in longevity? I can fulfill that for you. Orochimaru chuckled. Rather than being interested in longevity, I am more interested in immortality. If you can satisfy me, I would not mind giving you Hashirama cells. The masked man, however, shook his head. Young one, it seems you have misunderstood something. Hashirama cells? I can take them myself, and I assure you, you cannot stop me. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He could tell the other was not lying, but merely stating a fact. You truly are confident, senior. So, what else do you want? Knowledge. The most valuable thing is the knowledge in your mind, especially regarding Hashirama cells. I see. Orochimaru surprisingly calmed down. It's just some knowledge. If senior can offer equivalent knowledge in exchange, I would be very willing. The masked man once again assumed a thoughtful pose. I actually have quite a bit of knowledge about immortality. The masked man extended a finger. First, in Takigakure. There is a secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, which can plunder others' hearts and use them as one's own. A total of 5 hearts can be held, theoretically. As long as 5 hearts are not dead, one will not die. These hearts can be replaced. If one loses its vitality, you can simply switch to a more vibrant one. A flash of inspiration struck Orochimaru's mind, and he involuntarily repeated the masked man's last words. If it loses its vitality, switch to a more vibrant one. If hearts can be replaced, what about the body? As the body ages, can it be exchanged for a more vibrant one? Chapter 38. Lin was sleeping beside him. Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had found a direction for his immortality technique. He licked his lips and chuckled, Senior. I know a bit about the bounty hunter Kakuzu's information. He is definitely not someone to be trifled with. The masked man also chuckled. That's your business now. The information I gave you is all genuine. Orochimaru was filled with curiosity. You also mentioned that there is more than one way to achieve immortality. The masked man chuckled lightly. You really are a greedy junior. Well then, he extended a finger the second method. Have you heard of the puppet technique from Mangekyō? Orochimaru was taken aback. Then he ominously smiled. Can the puppet technique also achieve immortality? The masked man replied, of course. The puppet technique can turn living people into puppets. This technique is called human puppet technique, and the highest level of this technique is to turn oneself into a puppet. Do you understand what I mean? Orochimaru could no longer suppress the smile on his face. I understand, turning oneself into a puppet avoids aging. Senior, you truly are someone who has lived for a long time. Just a few words have greatly inspired me. However, is there more? Hey, Junior, don't be too greedy. Do I look like someone who shares knowledge for free? The masked man pointed at himself. Orochimaru showed an understanding expression, took out 2 scrolls from his pocket, and tossed them over. Senior, one scroll contains Hashirama's cells, and the other contains some incomplete research data on wood release. The masked man took the scrolls and casually tucked them away. I trust you. Just as I haven't deceived you, you have no need to deceive me. After all, deceiving me comes at a great cost. The masked man slowly extended a 3rd finger. How do you think animals compare plants? Orochimaru exclaimed. Interesting, so interesting. The lifespan of animals is insignificant compared to some plants. The masked man slowly said, I know a technique that can transform a person into a certain plant body. This is quite similar to your research on wood release, and someone has already succeeded in the transformation. I have a ready-made one. Orochimaru became agitated and licked his lips. Senior, if you can really provide me with such a plant body for experimentation, I will offer all the data on wood release experiments. The masked man nodded. Then next time I will bring the materials you need. I hope you are prepared with the data I want. After finishing, the masked man raised his hand and swiped in front of himself. His figure vanished as if he had wiped it away himself. Orochimaru quietly watched this scene, revealing a thoughtful expression. He suddenly felt that succeeding the 4th Hokage was not such an important matter. Perhaps it wouldn't matter if he let it go. At Obito's home, the masked man's figure slowly appeared, and he took off the mask. Under the mask was an older-looking Obito. Bang! The transformation technique's effect disappeared. Obito returned to his original appearance. Not far away, Lin was sitting on a stool in the living room. Hearing the noise, she immediately stood up and ran over. Obito, are you all right? Lin pulled out a snow-white handkerchief to wipe away the blood tears streaming down Obito's face. Obito took out 2 scrolls from Orochimaru and smiled. I've got Hashirama cells, along with some research data. Thank you, Lin, for waiting for me to come back so late. Since Lin was very worried about Obito's actions today, she came to wait for him at his house, just in case something unexpected happened and she could assist and take care of him. Lin's face flushed. It's good that you succeeded. Then I won't disturb you. See you tomorrow. However, Obito grabbed Lin's hand. Lin, it's late. I can't let you go home alone. Lin turned to look at Obito, smiling. It's okay. If it's really not convenient, why don't you take me home? Obito lowered his head, feeling guilty, and his face turned red involuntarily. Lin, how about you stay at my place for the night? We can go take pictures together tomorrow. Lin looked at Obito gently. Obito, that's not good. My parents will be worried. Obito instantly felt a bit dejected. Oh, I see. Then I'll take you home. Lin nodded and walked toward the door. Just as Obito instinctively wanted to follow her, Lin crossed her arms behind her back, turned her head with a smile, and said, Actually, I was worried you might run into trouble, so I told my parents that I might not come home tonight. Obito's eyes instantly brightened, and his breathing quickened. So, Lin, you can really stay here? Lin thought for a moment, her tone slightly shy. Then I will stay here, but Obito, you can't have any bad intentions otherwise. Lin raised her small fist. Obito immediately scratched his head, embarrassed. What bad intentions could I have? Ha ha ha. Lin, I'll prepare a futon for you. It's what my grandmother left behind. Obito quickly took out the futon from the cabinet, set it up, and placed a new futon right next to his. Seeing this, Lin couldn't help but say, Obito, although I often sleep like this with my parents at home, even though I said I would watch over you for a lifetime, this is a bit too. Lin stopped here because she saw Obito holding his grandmother's futon, revealing a look of sadness. Obito said softly, Lin, just stay with me this once. Ever since the mission at the Kanabi Bridge, I've been sleeping alone for who knows how many years. Lin's heart suddenly softened. Obito, this time you've succeeded. Don't think I don't know you're putting on an act, but just this once. Obito's expression instantly changed from sadness to joy. That's great, Lin. Lin showed a knowing expression. I knew it. But she didn't say anything else because what Obito said was also true. With a sigh, she walked to the futon and crawled in. Obito quickly turned off the light and crawled into his own futon. The distance between them was just a small gap, and Obito could even hear Lin's slightly nervous breathing. Obito comforted her. Lin, don't worry. Just being able to have you accompany me like this is the greatest blessing for me. I never deserved to enjoy anything. This is already enough. Lin indeed calmed down. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head and looked directly at Obito. Obito, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just get a good night's sleep. The two of them looked at each other like this, without saying anything more. And before they knew it, they both closed their eyes. The next day at the photo studio, Kakashi and Minato were waiting there. The photo studio owner was already getting quite impatient. Seriously, how long do we have to wait? Minato displayed an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, they'll be here soon. Meanwhile, Kakashi coolly crossed his arms, thinking that it was one thing for Obito to be late, but how could Lin also be? Suddenly, Kakashi seemed to think of something. Could it be that something unexpected happened last night? But if something unexpected happened, Lin would have come to find him as agreed. And since she didn't come, it meant everything went smoothly. Other than that, it seemed that Lin was waiting at Obito's house. Could it be? As he thought of a certain possibility, Kakashi could no longer maintain his previous cool demeanor. His dead fish eyes rolled up. No way, no way. They are only 9 years old. Chapter 39. Flying Thunder God Technique. At that moment, two hurried figures appeared in the distance near the photo studio. It was Rin and Obito. The two rushed into the photo studio, and Rin shot a slightly reproachful glance at Obito before joining her hands together and saying, "Sorry, Minato-sensei. We're late." Obito stepped forward and scratched the back of his head, saying, "I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. I overslept and forgot to set my alarm." Minato watched their synchronized behavior and began to wildly speculate. "You two weren't together last night, were you?" Rin's face turned red, due to special circumstances. "I did indeed stay over at Obito's house for a night." Rin was usually very punctual, but for some reason last night, after Obito fell asleep, she couldn't seem to drift off. Listening to Obito's steady breathing, her heart became a mess, and by the time she finally fell asleep, it was already quite late, which is why she overslept just like Obito. Obito's face also turned slightly red. "Haha, Rin really did stay over at my house for a night. It's all my fault, Minato-sensei. Otherwise, Rin wouldn't have been late." Minato shook his head, showing a helpless expression, although the three ninja prohibitions did not forbid dating. He and Kushina had actually been together since they were very young, but was it too early to live together at 9 years old? At this moment, he thought they probably hadn't even hit puberty yet. Minato advised them, "You're still young. You need to understand moderation and restraint. You can't be too indulgent." Rin's face turned even redder, completely flushed. As a medical ninja, she had learned a lot about physiology, so she naturally understood the implications of Minato's words and immediately stammered, "We really didn't do anything. We just had a normal sleep." At this moment, Kakashi leaned in, looking suspicious. "Really? That guy Obito isn't exactly a gentleman. Rin, you mustn't let him take advantage of you." Rin was about to explode, her face turning as red as a certain princess from a certain family before she was even born, with steam practically coming out of her head. Obito was very displeased. "Hey, Kakashi, what are you thinking? How could I take advantage of Rin?" Kakashi spread his hands. "You never know." The two were about to start arguing again when the photo studio owner's face grew increasingly worse, and he yelled, "Are you going to take the photo or not? If not, get out." Minato quickly apologized. I'm sorry. He then looked at the small group. "Team 7, quickly gather in front of me. We're going to take a photo." Obito snorted and pulled Rin over to Minato, while Kakashi rarely showed a subtle smile and joined them. Thus, the group gathered together, posed, and took the first photo of Team 7 after its formation, before fleeing in disarray under the owner's urging. The following few days were a calm training period. The newly formed team needed to take on a lot of low-level missions. But because Obito had a good reputation in the village, with the help of various grandpas and grandmas, they could complete typical tasks like finding lost cats and dogs without much effort. This saved the team a lot of training time. Obito had already informed Rin and Kakashi about techniques like water walking and tree climbing, so at this point, everyone was doing well. They all began their respective advanced training. Rin practiced the advanced medical ninjutsu healing technique she received from Minato, while Kakashi, at Minato's request, blindfolded himself and relied solely on his sensory abilities to dodge attacks and fight. As for Obito, he finally obtained the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique. Unlike in his previous life where he could never get the hang of it, this time he mastered how to use his own chakra to place the Flying Thunder God mark and how to perform reverse summoning through the mark in less than half a month. Rin and Kakashi had also tried practicing these two steps at first, but soon found the difficulty too great. Even if they managed to complete it, the time spent was too long to apply it in actual combat, so they temporarily gave up. Only Obito persisted and reached the third step without falling behind, and his progress speed was even praised by Minato. "Obito, you're doing very well. The time you took to complete the first two steps is not much different from mine." But Minato's expression turned serious. The most difficult part of the Flying Thunder God technique isn't the first two steps, but the third step. Minato took out a Flying Thunder God kunai and continued to explain, at a close distance, you can easily sense the Flying Thunder God mark you placed, and you can complete the reverse summoning through the mark. But what if the distance is far? Even if it's moving like this. Whoosh! Minato threw his Flying Thunder God kunai, which flew swiftly and finally lodged itself in a distant tree. Obito pondered. Indeed, at a close distance and while stationary, using the Flying Thunder God mark for reverse summoning wasn't difficult. With practice, it could be done, just like the body flicker technique. However, as the Flying Thunder God mark began to move and even traveled far away, the difficulty of reverse summoning would instantly escalate from simple to hellish, because all textbook knowledge would lose its meaning. Only by truly sensing the mark and ensuring it never leaves one's perception could it be done. Minato continued, Obito, you must have noticed that when the Flying Thunder God mark moves away, wanting to sense and control it becomes quite challenging. I took a year to complete this step, so I hope you're mentally prepared. Obito nodded and sighed. To me, the first two steps were already quite difficult. I thought it was excellent that I mastered them in half a month. I didn't expect Minato-sensei to take even less time. But this third step. Obito also took out a specially made kunai, placed his mark on it, and threw it far away. He closed his eyes and began to sense. Minato shook his head slightly. There's no need to rush. Jumping straight to this step is still too difficult. Let us start with a 5-meter range for sensing, and then try to extend it little by little. However, before Minato could finish, Obito opened his eyes. Minato-sensei, I can clearly sense the mark I threw out, whether it's during its flight or now that it has stopped far away. If I just complete the reverse summoning, can I teleport there? It's normal not to sense it, don't rush. Minato instinctively comforted him, but then he was shocked. What? Obito, you say you can clearly sense the existence of a mark? You're not lying to me? Minato turned to look at the kunai Obito had thrown, which was lodged in a tree even farther than his own kunai. If you can really sense it, you can try to use reverse summoning. But since it's very far away, unless your spatial talent is exceptionally good, I suggest taking it step by step. After all, you can't rush things. But before Minato could finish, Obito's figure had already disappeared, reappearing at the location where he had just thrown the kunai. In an instant, Minato widened his eyes. The step he considered the most difficult, one that even he needed a year to master, seemed as simple as eating and drinking for Obito. Chapter 40. Kakashi keeps throwing things into the Kamui space. Obito slowly pulled out the special kunai that his teacher Minato had prepared for him. In fact, after completing the first two steps, he felt that he was not far from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. The final step of the Flying Thunder God was remarkably similar to his Kamui, both involving the perception of space and moving to the corresponding position. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God required a physical mark as a bridge, while his Kamui even skipped that step. Essentially, Kamui was superior to the Flying Thunder God, a more advanced space-time ninjutsu, and even Minato acknowledged this. Therefore, what seemed to be the most difficult step to Minato was, for Obito, a capability he had used countless times in his past life, naturally as simple as eating or drinking. Obito was even contemplating whether he could skip the step of needing to mark the Flying Thunder God and directly teleport like with Kamui. However, this was not so easy to achieve. The second Hokage and Minato were both geniuses, and neither managed to accomplish it in the end. He thought that to continue developing, he might need Kamui's assistance, so he needed to catch a white Zetsu quickly to trade with Orochimaru. Only by implanting Hashirama cells could he use his eyes without concern, making many things more convenient. While Obito was deep in thought, Minato couldn't help but laugh. Obito, I originally thought that even if you could learn the Flying Thunder God, it would be years later. I didn't expect your talent to be even more terrifying than I imagined. I thought the most difficult step would take you a long time, but you've crossed it in an instant. Mastering the Flying Thunder God at 9 years old is something even the second Hokage would find unbelievable. Next, it's time to apply it in actual combat. I will train you specifically until you are proficient, but that's a matter for later. Minato called out, Team 7 gather. Nearby, Kakashi and Rin, who were training, gathered around. Rin asked with concern, Minato-sensei, how is the training with Obito going? Did you encounter a problem in the third stage? Kakashi also showed a curious expression. He deeply understood the difficulty of learning the Flying Thunder God and wondered how far Obito could go. Minato sighed with a wry smile. Maybe, just maybe, Obito has already completely mastered the Flying Thunder God. What? Rin and Kakashi exchanged incredulous glances, their faces full of disbelief. He has already learned it? Kakashi felt as if he were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Seeing their reaction, Minato could only chuckle. Rin, Kakashi, I don't believe it either and feel like I'm dreaming, but the fact is I was just as shocked as you are. However, since Obito has learned the Flying Thunder God, it's time for us to take a step further. Take a step further? Rin and Kakashi were taken aback, finally realizing something. Rin's breath quickened. Minato-sensei, are you saying we can undertake more advanced missions? They've been doing the most ordinary low-level tasks recently, which had become quite boring, and both Rin and Kakashi wanted to improve. Minato nodded, yes. We have accumulated enough D-rank tasks to apply for higher-level C-rank missions with the Hokage. I will report to the Hokage shortly, and starting tomorrow, our mission rank will be raised. Is that so? Kakashi perked up a bit. Finally, he could return to his usual mission level. Then Obito, Rin, Kakashi. We'll disperse for today. You can adjust your mood. Many C-rank missions require leaving the village, and some even involve trekking through mountains and rivers, which could take 10 days to half a month. Be sure to prepare for that. Minato reminded them seriously. Everyone nodded, and Minato then disappeared in an instant. Once Minato left, Rin and Kakashi turned to Obito. Obito felt a bit puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Rin asked Obito. Haven't you've been traveling in the ninja world for over 10 years? You should have plenty of experience in this regard, right? Obito recalled his past life and smiled wryly. In my past life, I was focused on realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. And I usually slept in hidden caves without even preparing a bed, just collapsing and sleeping. I do have experience with roughing it, but that doesn't seem very suitable for our team, does it? Rin's eyes reflected a hint of sadness. That was such a long time ago. Obito, you've had it tough. This time around, we can't live like that. At least we can bring a bed or something to sleep in Kamui space. It's so safe there. You won't have to worry about being taken away by wild beasts while you sleep. Obito chuckled, then looked at Kakashi with a strange expression. I need to ask Kakashi about this. He keeps tossing things into the Kamui space, like severed limbs and explosive kunai. I'm afraid I'll end up getting blown up while sleeping in there. Rin giggled, knowing about the dual Kamui abilities that Obito had explained before. So she was aware that Kakashi's Kamui was for transferring objects. Obito pondered. However, Rin's idea is pretty good. If I can implant Hashirama S cells and use Kamui without side effects, Kamui space could indeed become our secret base. Excellent for both survival in the wild and logistical support. For now, let us stick with using sealing scrolls to bring some food and tents. It'll be more comfortable to go out this way. I'm starting to look forward to Daiji's abilities. That 3-room 1-hall technique is really useful. Kakashi felt embarrassed. Obito, do you know how expensive sealing scrolls are? Especially the large capacity ones. Isn't it a bit extravagant to use them for everyday items? Obito recalled Uchiha Fugaka's face and reassured him. Don't worry, I can get some sealing scrolls. So from now on, when we go out, Rin, prepare medical supplies. I'll prepare sealing scrolls, and Kakashi, you just prepare food. To be honest, I want to eat the fish you make. Rin replied, no problem. I'll prepare healing medicine and some soldier pills when we go out. Kakashi said helplessly, we're going out to carry out a mission, not to enjoy ourselves. Just some dried food will do. Obito immediately objected, no way. If we have the conditions to eat well, why should we eat poorly? I can endure hardship myself, but I can't let Rin suffer. Rin smiled sweetly at Obito, her face turning a bit red. At least with her around, Obito could learn to enjoy life. Kakashi looked at Obito with a helpless expression. Fine, just a few fish. I'll cook them, but a few fish won't be enough for us and Minato-sensei. We also need to make some bento, which I'm not good at. Obito suddenly remembered something, and his expression darkened. Rin noticed this and gently asked Obito, what's wrong? Are you remembering something bad again? Obito smiled wryly. Minato-sensei will prepare the bento. In my past life, every time we went out, we could eat delicious bento. Rin's eyes lit up. She had never been able to resist delicious food. She could actually make bento, but she was also curious about what Minato-sensei's bento would be like. However, Minato had a carefree personality. Would he really make a delicious bento? Rin couldn't help but doubt it, suddenly remembering something. Suddenly, her small face turned a bit bitter. Obito, the bento is made by sensei's wife, right? Obito remained silent, lowering his head and fell silent. The atmosphere became a bit heavy. Kakashi stepped up and patted Obito's shoulder. So this time, Obito, you can't do anything so beastly again. Otherwise, not just sensei's wife, but neither Rin nor I will forgive you. Chapter 41. Uchiha sure sway the next day. The task level of Team Minato was indeed raised by 1 level, allowing them to take on C-rank missions. Minato casually accepted a mission to defeat mountain bandits. The difficulty of this mission was not high. It was unlikely to encounter ninjas, but it required leaving the village, and due to the distance from the village, they might need to spend a day outside. This was intentional on Minato's part, aimed at training Team 7's outdoor survival skills. Since it was their first time leaving the village for a mission, and the task was accepted rather hastily, Minato gave everyone half a day to prepare. Unexpectedly, the matter discussed yesterday was about to come into play immediately. Obito had to muster up the courage to ask Fugaku for some sealing scrolls. Fortunately, before the war began, the clan leader was quite reclusive and rarely left the clan grounds, so Obito easily found him. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was hosting another Uchiha clansman at home, and upon seeing Obito visit, he invited him in as well. Obito entered the familiar living room and saw familiar people making tea. Uchiha Makoto was still teasing Itachi, and there was another little one added to the guest seat. Obito couldn't help but complain. Did clan leader Fugaku really enjoy inviting Uchiha children over for tea? However, he recognized this little one, Uchiha Shursui, the true genius of the Uchiha clan, who would later gain fame as Shursui of the Body Flicker during the Third Great Ninja War. Shursui had been a genius since childhood. No wonder Fugaku invited him for tea. Yet, thinking about Shursui's fate in his previous life, Obito couldn't help but sigh softly. Despite awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan at a young age, he suffered due to the village and clan's issues, and because he trusted Konoha, he reported the Mangekyō's abilities without reservation, only to be betrayed by that old schemer Danzo, who took one of his eyes. In the end, caught between the village and the clan, he had to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff, dying young. Moreover, Shursui's death had a profound impact on Itachi, leading him to awaken his own eyes, indirectly causing the Uchiha clan's extinction. With these thoughts, Obito became slightly curious about Shursui. In his previous life, he hadn't interacted much with Shursui. Before the Third Great Ninja War, he was an orphan, truly at the bottom of the hierarchy, and his incompatible personality led to exclusion from the clan. In contrast, Shursui was a genius among geniuses, a descendant of a prestigious family, and the future star the Uchiha clan had high hopes for. The two belonged to entirely different worlds and rarely saw each other. Perhaps they had crossed paths, but were not even acquaintances. After the Third Great Ninja War, Obito no longer belonged to Konoha, and they had little connection. Obito actually wanted to persuade Shursui to join the Akatsuki, but by then, the Nine Tails incident had occurred, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha had become very tense. Shursui's heart was entirely tied to his family and village. Obito knew that someone with such a stubborn mindset was unlikely to betray the village, so he abandoned the idea of recruiting Shursui. Of course, through Shursui, he discovered the treasure that was Itachi, and he ended up teaming up with Itachi, who even invited him to help during the clan massacre, allowing him to successfully acquire a wall full of Sharingan. With this in mind, Obito's expression became somewhat strange. At this moment, all those who could determine the future of the Uchiha clan were gathered together. No one in this room understood what it meant to be exterminated better than them. However, Fugaku, upon seeing Obito arrive, was the first to show a smile and waved his hand. Obito, why are you still standing there? Komesit. Let me introduce you to another little genius from our clan, Uchiha Shursui. He is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage's bodyguard. Obito nodded and sat down, greeting Shursui. Hello, our Uchiha clan's little genius. Uchiha Shursui felt a slight movement in his heart, although he was still young. He already had a mature mindset. He had heard of Obito's great reputation, being a prominent figure in this year's Ninja Academy, and was said to have graduated as the top student. However, Obito's reputation within the Uchiha clan was not very good. He was considered an oddball and had not awakened the Sharingan, which symbolized strength. Nevertheless, what happened today made Shursui feel that something was off. When clan leader Fugaku summoned him, he had a cold, aloof demeanor, but when facing Obito, he seemed like a different person, lowering his posture to an outrageous extent. Shursui even vaguely felt that Fugaku was trying to please Obito. Shursui was somewhat puzzled. How could a clansman who hadn't awakened his eyes possess such charm? But being polite, as always, he naturally responded appropriately to Obito. Are you Obito-senpai? I've heard you're very outstanding. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Obito smiled at Shursui and glanced at Itachi, asking Shursui, do you like Itachi? Uchiha Shursui looked at Itachi in Makoto's arms and immediately nodded with a sincere smile. I really like him. The moment I saw Itachi, I felt he was special. Maybe he will become a significant figure who changes our clan in the future. Makoto, hearing Shursui's praise, was very happy and couldn't help but tease Itachi, saying, "Itachi, did you hear that? Brother Shisui praised you. Why don't you say thank you?" At this moment, little Itachi couldn't speak yet, but it seemed he had already learned to understand his mother's meaning. And since he was indeed very close to Shisui, he immediately showed a gesture wanting to be hugged. Seeing this, Shisui took Itachi from Mikoto's arms and started to play with him. It turned out that their bond had formed from the very beginning. Their relationship was indeed quite good, Obito thought. At this time, Fugaku had already brewed tea and pushed a cup towards Obito, saying, "Obito, let's get down to business. What brings you here today?" Obito hurriedly smiled and said, "It's nothing important. I just wanted to ask clan leader Fugaku for some sealing scrolls." Fugaku smiled and said, "I see, Obito. Are you planning to carry some weapons with you?" Obito shook his head. "No, it's to take some convenient daily items for the mission, like tents and bedding." Shisui couldn't help but glance sideways, thinking such extravagant behavior. Clan leader Fugaku would definitely not agree. However, Uchiha Fugaku's actions left him in shock. Fugaku enthusiastically said, "I see. Then Obito, you should take more scrolls, otherwise some won't fit. We have plenty of these in the Uchiha storeroom. I'll have someone send you 10 of the largest capacity." Shisui couldn't hold back any longer and quietly asked, "Clan leader, what is the relationship between Obito-senpai and you?" He didn't say the words he actually wanted to express. "Is Obito your illegitimate child?" Fugaku looked at Shisui and revealed an inscrutable smile. "Shisui, Obito is an unparalleled genius in our Uchiha clan, a rare talent throughout history. You should get closer to Obito. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, you can also consult him." Seeing this, Obito thought to himself, "When did I agree to guide Shisui?" However, recalling Shisui's excellence, he felt it wouldn't hurt to offer a few pointers. Shisui was taken aback. He didn't expect clan leader Fugaku to say this. It seemed the rumors from the outside were indeed unreliable. The relationship between Obito and the Uchiha was far from bad. Didn't he see how warm Fugaku was being? He politely addressed Obito again. Then, "Obito-senpai, if I have any questions in the future, can I come to you?" In truth, Shisui wasn't entirely convinced. As a genius, he had the pride of a genius and didn't think he was significantly inferior to Obito, so he wanted to find an opportunity to spar with him. Obito looked at Shisui's expression and knew exactly what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "Shisui, feel free to come find me anytime. But you should be prepared. I can be quite strict." Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara senses something unusual after speaking with Shisui. Obito curiously looked at Fugaku clan leader. "I wonder what you invited Shisui here for?" Uchiha Fugaku coughed a few times. His face slightly reddened. "It's nothing serious. I just heard that Elder Kagumi's descendant is performing well in the Ninja Academy, and as an elder, I wanted to show some concern." Obito glanced disdainfully at Fugaku, understanding that it was because a new Uchiha genius had emerged in the Ninja Academy that he immediately thought of this genius having an impressive ancestor. Hypocritical. Not wanting to stay longer, Obito stood up and said, "Well then, Fugaku clan leader, I'll see you next time. I have to go out of the village for a mission later, and I can personally go to the storeroom to fetch the scrolls you promised me." Seeing this, Fugaku nodded and tossed Obito a token. "This is our Uchiha clan storeroom token. With this, you can enter and exit freely. If you need anything in the future, just go get it yourself. Take as much as you want from what's in the storeroom. Just make a backup." Obito was taken aback. He didn't expect Fugaku to give him this token, which was an elder's token, and only a few people in the entire Uchiha clan possessed it. Fugaku smiled and said, "What's wrong? The newly appointed 8th elder doesn't want to be an elder of our Uchiha clan?" Obito snorted. "I'm not really interested in the position of elder, but using power for personal gain isn't bad either. Since you're offering, I'll accept it." Everyone present, except for Itachi, who knew nothing, revealed a hint of embarrassment. "Hey, should you really be so open about using power for personal gain?" Especially Shisui. He no longer doubted that Obito was Fugaku's illegitimate child. How could an illegitimate child receive such generosity from Fugaku? This was clearly a father-son relationship. Regardless of Shisui's thoughts, Obito took the token and left without hesitation. Fugaku watched his departing figure, revealing a smile of a scheme coming to fruition. Obito had joined their Uchiha clan's ranks, and getting out would not be easy now. No amount of money or power could overshadow a 9-year-old with a Mangekyō Sharingan. If it weren't for Obito's young age, Fugaku might have even considered handing over the clan leader position. On the other side, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's dedicated supply storeroom. This was the core area of the Uchiha clan, guarded by powerful individuals. 2 Sharingan users almost simultaneously opened their eyes, blocking Obito's way. "Hey kid, stop. This is not a place for you." Obito glanced at the two, realizing it was quite the coincidence. Weren't they the members of the police department who had blocked his path when he assisted Itachi in the massacre in his previous life? It was impossible to communicate well with such people. Obito revealed a hint of killing intent while displaying the token. What? Are you not planning to let me pass? The two were shocked. This was an elder's token. How could it be in the hands of a child? But more than the elder's token. They were taken aback by the killing intent Obito exuded, which made even them feel a sense of fear. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped aside. Perhaps a single token was not enough to make them back down, but knowing that Obito was not to be trifled with if they insisted on provoking him. They would not be the proud Uchihas, but rather foolish ones. Uchiha Obito sneered. These two were somewhat sensible. He swaggered into the storeroom. After taking 10 sealing scrolls and many finely crafted kunai and shuriken, he thought for a moment and decided not to empty the storeroom. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. Mainly, he believed that if he went too far now, it might affect the Uchiha clan's future support for Akatsuki, making it not worth the loss. So, he only took what he needed and left. At this moment, far from Konoha, near the Kanabi Bridge in the Land of Grass, in a cave buried deep underground, an old man, with tubes of the outer path divine statue embedded in his body, was awakened from his slumber by two goofy white zetsus nearby. Uchiha opened his eyes, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Speak, what is it this time? Didn't I instruct you not to disturb my slumber unless it's important? The white zetsu with a whirlpool face grinned. This time it's definitely big news. The third great ninja war is about to begin. Madara's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. I expected this long ago. Then he murmured, Hashirama, it has been proven that you were wrong. In a short decade since you left, countless wars have erupted in the ninja world, and countless lives have been lost. More than during the Warring States period. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask, is there more? You wouldn't disturb me just for news of a war, would you? Another white zetsu said, of course, Madara, the child you told us to pay attention to, named Obito, has been performing somewhat unexpectedly recently. At this, Madara finally perked up. Oh, go on. The white zetsu said, that kid, just as you said, is very enthusiastic. But he is not just enthusiastic, he is also very talented, graduating as the top student of the Ninja Academy. He doesn't seem like a fool at all. Madara was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that kid to be first. That is indeed beyond my expectation. However, being the top student of a ninja academy is nothing. He is not without strength. He was just suppressed by that guy named Kakashi before. Madara didn't take it seriously. How could the person he valued be truly lacking in talent? The awakening of the Mangekyō Sharingan requires not just emotional stimulation, but also a corresponding bloodline. Obito was the most outstanding Uchiha, having gone through his assessment in various aspects. The white zetsu with a whirlpool face smiled. So Madara, it's quite normal for him to become an elder of the Uchiha clan, right? What? Madara's eyes widened instantly. White zetsu, this time you've really brought back some useful information. Then Madara fell into thought. How could Obito suddenly become an elder of the Uchiha clan? This didn't make sense. Could it be that the current Uchiha leaders had lost their minds? Do we know the reason why he became an elder? The whirlpool-faced, white zetsu nodded. He generally figured it out. After graduating, he accepted the invitation of clan leader Fugaku to have some tea at the Fugaku household. At that time, we didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. But after Obito came out, Fugaku suddenly ordered an investigation into 3 people. And these 3, Madara, you will definitely be interested in. Madara frowned. Who are they? It's Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Madara was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Fugaku sent some clues? White Zetsu shook his head. Not at all. Fugaku didn't investigate anything related to the Rinnegan, but instead looked into a newly formed organization called Akatsuki and whether these 3 were Jiraiya's disciples. Madara nodded. Why is Fugaku investigating these? Is this information possibly coming from Obito? White Zetsu said, it's possible. The main purpose of Fugaku's investigation seems to be to support this Akatsuki organization, while also collaborating with Hanzo of the Salamander and building a good relationship with Jiraiya. Madara was a clever man. After thinking for a while, he realized that such actions were very beneficial for the Uchiha. He is playing a good game of chess. This is not something that fool Fugaku could come up with, so the plan must have originated from Obito. When did he become so clever? Madara began to feel serious. But this was still not enough for Obito to obtain the position of elder. An elder of the Uchiha clan was either an old man with a high seniority within the clan or an exceptionally powerful individual, such as someone who had opened the Mangekyō. Could it be that for some unknown reason, Obito awakened the Mangekyō? How could that be? How old is he this year? Chapter 43, revealing information about Obito and White Zetsu 9 years old, Lord Madara. But he hasn't opened his eyes, at least that's what the intelligence we've received indicates. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. If he had opened the Mangekyō Sharingan at 9, even he would be shocked. Of course, he didn't know that he had inadvertently guessed the truth. So, what qualifies Obito to become an elder of the Uchiha clan? Vortex White Zetsu pondered for a moment. Perhaps it's because he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. What? The technique that severely injured Izuna, invented by Tobirama Senju. Isn't it the same name? Madara was shocked this time. If Obito had learned the Flying Thunder God, it seemed to be on par with him opening the Mangekyō. White Zetsu confirmed, it's that technique. I saw it during their training. His body instantly disappeared from one spot and moved a long distance. Although we were afraid of being discovered and didn't dare to get too close, it was indeed the Flying Thunder God. Madara's mood soured. If he truly learns that technique, then it makes sense for him to become an elder of the Uchiha clan. After all, even Izuna, who has opened the Mangekyō. White Zetsu was puzzled. Even if he learns that technique, it doesn't mean he becomes a strong person, right? Uchiha Madara snorted. What do you know? This technique might not be the strongest in combat, but it's the best for escaping. With this technique, his survival ability will be greatly enhanced. It won't be easy to arrange his life. Vortex White Zetsu smiled. So Lord Madara, do you plan to give up on him and look for another target? Uchiha Madara confidently shook his head. No, it's still him. As long as he understands the cruelty of the world, with his character, all his love will turn into hatred, and he will eventually become one of us. White Zetsu became curious. So, Lord Madara, what will you do? Madara thought for a moment. The one he loves is still that girl named Rin, right? White Zetsu nodded. Yes, and, compared to the past, their feelings for each other have greatly strengthened. We also observed that Rin stayed at his house for a night. Madara smiled. That's good. As long as he witnesses Rin's death, he will definitely fall into despair. It seems I need to make a trip to the Mist Village. Madara planned to take advantage of the war period, implant the three tails into her body while Rin was out on a mission, and then go berserk in Konoha. In order to ensure the safety of the entire village, Konoha would definitely kill Rin. By then, Obito would be in despair over the war and the world. And then he could take the opportunity to speak of the Eye of the Moon plan. A smile appeared on Madara's face. Meanwhile, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had already brought the prepared supplies to the agreed meeting point. Looking at the 10 large-capacity sealing scrolls brought by Obito, Kakashi was stunned. Obito, did you rob the Uchiha? Kakashi understood very well that these scrolls could often not even be purchased with money. Obito chuckled, glanced around, and said softly, Rin, Kakashi, since my Mangekyō Sharingan was exposed in front of Uchiha Fugaku, I am now an elder of the Uchiha clan. Elder. The two felt as if they were dreaming. Obito had simply become an elder of the Uchiha clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha. Obito continued in a low voice. In any case, this matter will probably cause a series of chain reactions. Not many people know about it on the surface, so keep it a secret for me. The two nodded. There were too many things Obito needed to keep secret, so they simply kept everything confidential. Kakashi frowned. You mean not many people know on the surface? So that means someone knows in secret? Is it Danzo? Obito wanted to laugh. Kakashi, your thinking is correct. Any bad things can be attributed to Danzo. But this time, when I say someone knows in secret, I mean this person has a very powerful intelligence network. In the ninja world, unless it's extremely secretive information, as long as there are traces, he will know. This time, the two were not particularly shocked. Obito usually revealed something with great caution, always paying attention to the surrounding environment, which might be related to this person. However, once they thought about being monitored at all times by someone in the shadows, they felt a little creeped out. Obito, is there really such a person in the ninja world? Rin shuddered and couldn't help but ask. Obito nodded. There really is. So there are many pieces of information that might attract this person's attention that I don't dare to casually tell you. One reason is that I'm afraid you'll slip up. And the other is that you were too young before. Even if you don't slip up, you're more likely to be detected due to being constantly vigilant. Kakashi understood. So as we grow up, our psychological quality strengthens, and with you learning the Flying Thunder God, you plan to gradually reveal this information to us? Obito said, exactly. Mainly because as my activities become more and more noticeable, he will also pay attention. It's impossible to hide it. I was originally one of his key targets. You probably guessed it. He is the mastermind behind my downfall. Rin nodded, clenching her small fist. This person is truly despicable. It was he who killed me, leading to the tragedy that happened to you, Obito. If possible, I want to know who he is. Obito thought for a moment. Since you want to know so much, I won't hide it anymore. His name is Uchiha Madara. I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with him. Uchiha Madara, the two exclaimed in unison. Obito reminded them, keep your voice down. Madara has a type of intelligence personnel named White Zetsu, who can merge with plants or the earth. Even ninjas with excellent perception might not notice them because they are part of nature. The two immediately control their expressions, and Rin cautiously looked around before whispering, are there many of these White Zetsu intelligence personnel? Obito replied, that's right, many. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, there were over 100,000 White Zetsu deployed, not counting those lurking everywhere. Konoha conservatively estimates that there are between 50 to 100 White Zetsu. Basically, the entire Konoha is under Madara's surveillance. So many White Zetsu. The two didn't dare to speak, but their breathing became rapid. It turned out that Konoha, which seemed to be very secretive to ordinary people, had long been infiltrated like a sieve. Kakashi frowned. Has White Zetsu never been discovered? Obito thought for a moment. The difficulty in dealing with White Zetsu lies in their excellent perception ability. If they sense that you might notice something unusual, they will immediately distance themselves. For example, many strong individuals possess a mysterious sixth sense, and White Zetsu 1T easily approach these strong individuals, which means those strong individuals 1T have the chance to discover White Zetsu. Kakashi's eyes widened. Then White Zetsu is invincible. Obito sneered, Kakashi. The difficulty in dealing with White Zetsu lies in the fact that you don't know them, but they know you. However, once their information is leaked, humans can still come up with quite a few countermeasures using their clever brains. For example, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, humans found various ways to locate White Zetsu. Kakashi and Rin breathed a sigh of relief. Rin asked, then what about us? How we find White Zetsu? Obito smiled. Our situation is even more special. Because of my reincarnation, we are actually in the dark while White Zetsu is in the light. We know about White Zetsu in advance. But White Zetsu doesn't know about us. So, as long as we deliberately design a plan, capturing White Zetsu isn't particularly difficult. Chapter 44, The Art of Resurrection. Did you catch White Zetsu? Kakashi pondered for a moment. A more realistic consideration is to have preventive measures first. However, Obito shook his head. White Zetsu is interconnected. If you can prevent one, all White Zetsu will know that you can prevent it, which is not good. Therefore, once you discover White Zetsu, it's best to capture it immediately, so at least it won't be able to convey information. Although this will leak some information, it is still better than letting all White Zetsu know, though we already know about them. Can information still be interconnected? This is truly troublesome. Even Kakashi felt a headache. Obito, however, said, Kakashi, don't think too much. As long as we take down the mastermind, Madara, the problem with White Zetsu will naturally be resolved. Kakashi's eyes brightened. Right? Capture the thief first and capture the king. So, Obito, the Madara you mentioned, is it the one who founded Konoha? Obito nodded. Yes. Rin felt a headache coming on. It is said that Madara left shortly after founding Konoha due to conflicts with the first Hokage, and a few years later returned to attack Konoha, where he was killed by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Although the first Hokage killed him, legends say that his power was comparable to that of the first Hokage. If the first Hokage is as strong as you say, Obito and Madara is still alive. Doesn't that mean there is still a god of ninjas in the ninja world? Thinking of this, Rin couldn't help but worry, especially since this god of ninjas has set his sights on Obito and her. Obito quickly comforted her. Don't worry, Rin. In his prime, Madara indeed had the power to crush the entire ninja world, but he is old now, and his eyes are no longer with him, so he can't exert much of his strength. Moreover, even if he could exert his full power and even retrieve his eyes, as long as I can transplant Hashirama's cells and activate the double Kamui, I can still contend with him. Rin curiously asked, Obito, you said Madara's eyes are not with him, and he needs to get them back. So where are they now? Obito slowly said, Nagato, you have heard this name from me, is with him. Rin, check her memory. I remember now, it's that person from the Land of Rain. That poor soul who lost his homeland. Obito smiled. Fortunately, Rin, you still remember. Yes, it is he. Madara won't easily retrieve his eyes because he still needs Nagato to perform the jutsu of those eyes to resurrect himself in the future. Resurrection. Rin and Kakashi were shocked. Is there really a jutsu for resurrection in this world? Kakashi asked. Can this also be done with the Mangekyō Sharingan? Obito replied. Maybe. After all, Kamui can transcend life and death, transferring power from the underworld to Kakashi. Although it can only be maintained for a short while and require the addition of the 6 paths power to achieve, it is still a very mysterious thing. Also, Whether he can go back in time is also something Obito cannot determine if it is due to Kamui. So, it is not impossible that there is a Mangekyō that can achieve something similar to true resurrection. Perhaps. Does that mean it has not yet been confirmed that the Mangekyō can achieve resurrection? Why does Madara dare to be so certain that he can do it and even send his eyes out? Kakashi wondered. Obito smiled, because Madara's eyes are no longer Mangekyō, but the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Rinnegan, the most powerful of the three great ocular techniques. The Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi were almost numb. Isn't that the legendary eye? Obito continued. The Uchiha and Senju are both descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, so the combination of the two, especially the chakra of Indra and Ashura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, can unlock the power of all things and evolve into the Rinnegan. Rin and Kakashi felt as if they were listening to a myth, which, after all, is a myth. Rin asked, Obito, didn't the sons of the Sage of Six Paths die? How can their chakras combine? Did they leave behind cells like Lord Hashirama? Obito shook his head. Indra and Ashura are dead, but their chakras continue to reincarnate. Madara and Hashirama are the reincarnations of the previous generation of Indra and Ashura. During the battle at the Valley of the End, Madara faked his death. He bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, causing Indra's and Ashura's chakras to combine, thus producing the Rinnegan. Of course, this kind of chakra actually points directly to the essence of the soul. Unless it involves the person themselves, merely transplanting cells is useless. In my previous life, I also transplanted Hashirama cells, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, I couldn't activate the Rinnegan either. Rin's eyes widened. Chakra can continue to reincarnate through the soul, and even two chakras can combine to unlock the Rinnegan. This is simply incredible. However, Rin then became puzzled. But if Madara possesses the Rinnegan, hasn't he reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, making him invincible? Why does he still need to send his eyes out to resurrect himself? Obito denied. Perhaps possessing the Rinnegan, in a sense, is considered stepping into the Six Paths level. But the Sage of Six Paths not only possesses a pair of eyes, but also immense chakra and yin-yang release techniques, which require becoming a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, being half a foot into the Six Paths level is still the Six Paths level. If he had that kind of power in his prime, he would indeed be invincible. But unfortunately, it took a long time for him to unlock that Rinnegan, and by the time he did, he was already old, with his life nearing its end. Kakashi immediately understood, so he sent his eyes out to want to resurrect a version of himself in his prime. Obito nodded. Exactly. The Rinnegan comes with a resurrection jutsu called the Samsara of heavenly life, but this technique is not something just anyone can perform, nor is it something that can be performed just because one has the Rinnegan. Nagato has the Uzumaki physique, which can sustain those eyes until one day he can reach the level to perform Samsara of heavenly life. Madara intends to wait for Nagato to reach that level, and then perform the jutsu to resurrect a version of himself in his prime. Kakashi's breathing quickened. So, this truly is a perfect resurrection with no side effects? Obito nodded. Yes, as long as there is a body, it can be resurrected. Moreover, combined with the forbidden technique recorded in Konoha called impure world reincarnation, even if the body is incomplete, as long as cells can be obtained, it can also be resurrected. Kakashi trembled uncontrollably. If he has any regrets in his life, it is that his father, Tsukumo Hatake, died. If he could resurrect his father. Obito noticed and quickly interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi, the conditions for resurrection are somewhat harsh. First, the person performing the technique must undoubtedly die, unless the power of the Sage of Six Paths can bring them back, but that is the power of the Sage of Six Paths, which ordinary people cannot obtain. Secondly, to perform Samsara of heavenly life. It also requires a person like Nagato to nurture it for over a decade, or someone like me who has transplanted Hashirama cells and activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. Such individuals are extremely rare in the entire ninja world. Kakashi gradually calmed down. Obito, I won't recklessly harm others to resurrect my father. But a glint of light appeared in Kakashi's eyes. I understand now. As long as one reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, one can resurrect the dead at a minimal or even no cost, right? Chapter 45. Sister Kushina. Obito nodded. Yes, theoretically. As long as one possesses the Six Paths chakra and the Rinnegan, they can resurrect the dead at no cost when there is enough power. Every existence at the Six Paths level is terrifying, even to the point of being immortal themselves. Kakashi nodded, but immediately noticed a point of suspicion. Obito, what you call the Six Paths level. Obito smiled. This is a definition I created for beings of that level. We can't just call everyone who reaches that level a sage of the six paths, so it's simpler to refer to them as six paths level ninjas. Just like we do with Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin. Rin chuckled. Obito, are you worried someone might take your title of the second sage of the six paths? Obito laughed. I'm not that boring. It's just a convenient way to refer to them. Rin also smiled. Well, just joking. I think I understand Kakashi's point. Since the so-called six paths level is immortal, why did the sage of the six paths still die? Kakashi, who was listening, also showed a curious expression. This was what he wanted to ask. Obito thought for a moment and replied, that depends on how we define the concept of death. Generally, when a person goes to the underworld, they fall into a deep sleep and lose consciousness, but the sage of the six paths did not. He could easily send his power from the underworld to the human world. You tell me, a person who retains consciousness and has observed the ninja world for 1,000 years, even if he is not in the human world, is he dead or alive? Rin and Kakashi fell into deep thought. Obito, are you saying the sage of the six paths is still alive? Kakashi asked. Obito smiled. You see, you also think he is alive. So I can tell you clearly that the sage of the six paths is not only alive, but is currently observing the entire ninja world from somewhere. If there is a world-ending crisis, he will pass his power to his sons to save the world. Rin exclaimed, the sage of the six paths can do that? How do you know so clearly? Obito sighed, because I saw it in the future with my own eyes. The sage of the six paths passed his power to the next generation of Indra and Ashura reincarnations, instantly creating two six paths level powerhouses to save the world. In fact, if I hadn't ultimately failed, but instead activated the infinite Tsukuyami, then that generation of Indra and Ashura reincarnations would have had to defeat me. Really? The sage of the six paths is incredible. Because such matters were too far removed from reality, Rin felt an unusual admiration. Obito couldn't help but snort. The reason I don't plan to use the infinite Tsukuyami now is that I know the success rate is basically zero. Even if I succeeded, the sage of the six paths would come out and give his two sons powers beyond the norm, and then defeat or seal me. So, I might as well be a good person. Rin smiled. The sage of the six paths is great. Having Obito be a good person is more important than anything. Obito, feeling somewhat displeased, said, what is so good about it? During the chaos, he never cares, as long as the world isn't destroyed. He takes a high and mighty attitude and doesn't understand the suffering of the lower class people. Seeing this, Rin advised, all right, Obito, don't be angry at the sage of the six paths. I admire him, but he won't fight the whole world for me. In my heart, you are definitely more important. Obito's face turned red. Is that so? Huh. Then that old man sage of the six paths isn't too bad. Kakashi suddenly asked, Obito, you just said you saw the sage of the six paths pass on the six paths power to his two sons. But who was he dealing with if it wasn't you? Obito was about to mention Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu, thinking that he had already said everything that needed to be said today. But at that moment, he sensed someone approaching from a distance. I'll tell you next time. Teacher Minato is coming. Rin and Kakashi had no choice but to suppress their curiosity. In the distance, two figures slowly approached, one golden and one red, shining together. Obito sighed. As expected, when going out, Teacher Minato would never come alone. To be honest, in his past life, his relationship with Teacher Minato was more like that of a subordinate than a master and disciple. Although Teacher Minato treated him well, it wasn't as good as in this life after he showed his talent. In this life, Teacher Minato truly regarded him as a disciple. Therefore, although Obito felt guilty towards Teacher Minato, since Teacher Minato wasn't as important as Rin, and he didn't deliberately cause Teacher Minato's death, this guilt had its limits. However, Sister Kushina treated him very well, truly caring for and nurturing him like a son, and he had indeed caused her death by releasing the Nine Tails. So, in an instant, Obito's legs went weak. Rin, I can't hold on. Support me a bit. My legs won't listen to me. Rin and Kakashi instinctively supported Obito on either side, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Kakashi couldn't help but tease. Obito, after being reborn, didn't you look down on everyone? You looked down on the second in command of Konoha, calling him a sewer rat, and looked down on the sage of the six paths, saying he was indifferent. Now why are you weak in the knees? Obito smiled wryly. Kakashi, even now you're mocking me? Just help me over. I need to apologize to Sister Kushina properly. So, the two supported Obito and headed towards the Minato couple. Kushina looked at the seventh squad helping the weak-legged Obito approach and curiously asked, Minato, what's wrong with that kid in the middle? Minato, seeing his fiancée's puzzled expression, sighed in relief. Kushina, it's good that you don't know him. Huh? Why would I know him? Kushina asked, confused. Minato awkwardly explained. He said he has a deep sense of guilt toward the member of the Uzumaki clan because the tragedy of that Uzumaki clan member was caused entirely by him. That Uzumaki clan member was very similar to him when he was a child and wanted to become Hokage. Kushina, I thought he was talking about you. Kushina looked bewildered. What is this nonsense? I don't know him at all. However, she still clenched her fists. That kid, right? No matter what, he bullied our Uzumaki clan. I need to teach him a good lesson. Seeing this, Minato hurriedly advised, Kushina, don't be so fierce. That kid, for some reason, has a deep sense of guilt towards us, especially you. His guilt towards you is much greater than mine. You see, he is so scared he can't even stand straight. Just let him go. Kushina didn't expect it to unfold this way. Guilt towards me? What guilt does he have towards me? Never mind, she thought. Anyway, she would just beat him up first. So, Kushina completely disregarded Minato's advice and walked up, punching her fist toward Obito. Hey kid, I heard you bullied our Uzumaki clan. Is that true? Chapter 46, Beaten by the Big Sister. Rin's confession. Obito looked at the big sister's usual violent temper, so full of energy. He couldn't help but nod with tears in his eyes. Bang! Kushina's blood-red hair flew as she punched Obito on the head. Tell me, how did you bully him? This punch really hurt, but for some reason, Obito felt much more comfortable all over. He stared into Kushina's eyes and slowly said, I caused his parents' death, made him an orphan, left him without family care when he was young, and made him grow up amidst mockery and insults. All his misfortunes were created by my own hands. After saying this, Obito's tears flowed again. Kushina was taken aback. Was it that serious? She looked at Obito's small stature. He was only 9 years old and had done such a bad thing. But after locking eyes with Obito, she could feel the multitude of emotions within him, especially the guilt that was clearly directed at her. He really deserved to be hit. Kushina punched Obito hard again, sending him flying, and his face swelled up even more. Rin and Kakashi were alarmed at the sight. Rin anxiously said, Auntie, Obito. Originally, Rin wanted to say that Obito didn't mean to do it, but upon reflection, if this wasn't intentional, then what could be? So her next words turned into, Obito is indeed a beast, but please spare his life. Kushina found it increasingly strange, looking at this little girl, who clearly cared about the boy she just beat up, yet couldn't find the words to dissuade her. It seemed that what Obito did was really too much. Too excessive. Obito, right? Kushina approached angrily and grabbed Obito's collar. I see you want to be beaten by me to relieve your guilt, so I'll satisfy you and beat you until you can't find your teeth. But I won't kill you. After all, your little girlfriend looks quite cute, and she pleaded for you. You can explain it to me afterward. After saying that, Kushina decisively started to pummel Obito without holding back, truly giving him a beating. Rin's heart trembled at the sight, and Minato couldn't bear to watch. Kushina, we haven't figured out the reason yet. Let's just stop. Haha. Minato quickly appeared and grabbed Kushina's hand, fearing that if it continued, Team 7 would be disbanded. At this moment, Obito was already bruised and barely conscious, clinging to life. Seeing this, Kushina finally let go of his collar. Minato, what do you know? Don't look at how badly I'm beating this kid. He's actually very happy inside. And I judge that what he said is true. Since he's your disciple, he can be considered my disciple too. Such a serious mistake must be well disciplined. Minato sighed, but he's still so young. Kushina's heart softened instantly as she looked at the fallen Obito and said, as companions, why aren't you saving him? Rin, who had hesitated before, immediately stepped forward and began to use medical ninjutsu, tears streaming down her face. Obito, are you okay? You need to get better. I promise to come to your house and sleep by your side more often. Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but complain to Minato. Are kids nowadays so mature? How old are they? And they're already cohabitating. Minato chuckled and then said, Kushina, you were too heavy-handed. You usually wouldn't be so reckless. Can you tell me the reason? Kushina's expression changed. Minato, actually, he invited me to beat him. Do you believe it? After this beating, he'll feel much better inside. Otherwise, if he keeps holding it in, the pain will never lessen. I don't want him to live so hard. Minato was taken aback. Is that so? Sai, why does this kid have to do this? Kushina shook her head. I don't know. Let's hear his explanation. At worst, I'll just make him some good food later as compensation. At this point, Obito had regained consciousness. Hearing Rin's words, he instantly perked up and asked incoherently, Rin, is what you said true? Rin's face flushed, but she still focused on her medical ninjutsu. Just say less now that you're like this. Obito looked at Rin and smiled. Rin, you know, Kushina's punches are very measured. I really blame myself for being a coward. Rin gently touched the wounds on Obito's face, tears flowing down. I know that after this beating, you feel much better inside. You took the beating on purpose because you know Annie won't kill you. So you blame yourself for avoiding it, for being cowardly, right? Obito smiled and held Rin's hand. Stop healing it. Let it heal on its own. At this moment, Rin could no longer hold back. Shouting at Obito for the first time, "You are indeed a coward. Have you ever thought about me? What would I do if you died?" Obito was taken aback and smiled at Rin. "Rin, I don't want to escape anymore. I'm sorry, this is what I should endure." Rin collapsed in Obito's arms, crying, "You always say that you only understand what pain is after losing something. I understand now. I really don't want to lose you, Obito." Rin took a deep breath and said, "Haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend and be with you? I agree, but you must remember from now on, you cannot take your own life." At this moment, Obito no longer felt any pain. He felt as if he had grown up a lot in an instant. It wasn't the dark Obito from his past life growing up, but rather the foolish little Obito from his childhood growing up. "Rin, this doesn't really matter anymore. We've already crossed that line, haven't we?" At this moment, I even feel a bit despicable. Rin could not help but say, "Obito, you know you're despicable." She punched Obito hard. "You're not just despicable, you're a jerk." But just like that, she fell into Obito's arms, unwilling to part for a long time. Nearby, everyone who was fed a mouthful of dog food showed a speechless expression. Minato didn't want to break this warm moment, but the mission had to be completed. Kushina immediately noticed and said to Minato, "Minato, you can use Flying Thunder God to travel from now on. Since this happened, make an exception this time." Now I want to spend more time listening to that little brat's story. Kushina looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, the genius who graduated at 5? I've heard of you. And you must know about Obito's situation, so you explain." Kakashi hesitated, looking at the lying Obito, but there are many secrets involved, and saying it will cause big problems. Kushina had already sensed something and asked, "Are you afraid that Minato will tell the third Hokage?" "Don't worry. I guarantee that what you say will never reach anyone else's ears." Then Kushina looked at Minato, slightly pouting. "Husband, what do you think?" Chapter 47. Informing everything having called her husband. What else could Minato do? He could only smile awkwardly and say, "Don't worry, Kushina, I will keep it secret." Kakashi was still hesitating. Even if he didn't leak the information to the third Hokage, he had suddenly realized today that there were still things happening in the ninja world, including the lurking Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. At this moment, Obito forced himself to turn his head toward Kakashi. "Kakashi, go ahead and speak. You can say everything you know. Teacher Minato is trustworthy. Since Sister Kushina has spoken, Teacher Minato won't leak the information to the third Hokage." Kakashi nodded, looking at Minato and Kushina with a serious expression. "Teacher, Mrs. Minato, the information I'm about to share is top secret, so please keep it strictly confidential." Seeing Kakashi's seriousness, Minato also took it seriously. "Kakashi, let's change the place to talk. Let us give Obito and Rin some peace." After saying that, Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and held Kushina's hand, and in an instant, the three of them disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they arrived in a dark room. If Obito were there, he would recognize it as the place where Kushina gave birth to Naruto. After busying herself around the room, Kushina confidently said, "Kakashi, you can speak freely now. I've set up a high-level barrier around us. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation within this barrier." Kakashi nodded, having no doubts about it. Obito had once said that Kushina was the best sealing master in the ninja world, and few could compare to her skills. So, he looked at the two of them and slowly began, "Teacher Minato, Mrs. Kushina, I actually knew you both a long time ago. The reason I know you is because of Obito. Something incredible happened to him. He is a person who was reborn from the future to the past. In that future, he did many bad things, and the most unforgivable of all was that he caused your deaths, indirectly leading to your child's suffering. Everything must start from a heartbreaking story." Kakashi spoke for a long time, revealing most of the information he had, including how Obito fell into darkness and why he later caused the death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, among other things. During this time, Minato and Kushina kept asking questions, and Kakashi patiently answered them as he had when Obito explained things to him. When everything was said and done, Minato and Kushina were both stunned. Kushina looked at Minato and asked, "Minato, do you really think it's credible that he was reborn from the future?" Minato pondered for a moment. "Many pieces of information can't be fake, like how I can use the Flying Thunder God technique, and you can use sealing techniques, and that you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Also, a great war will break out in the future, and I will gain fame. The third Hokage indeed told me to perform well. Back then, I didn't quite understand what he meant, but now I do. Therefore, the credibility of this information is extremely high." Kushina laughed heartily Actually, I believed it as I listened. So, husband, in the future, you will become the fourth Hokage, and we will have a child named Uzumaki Naruto. If the Nine Tails incident hadn't happened, that sounds pretty good. Minato couldn't help but exclaim, I thought the fourth Hokage would be Orochimaru. I was only aiming for the position of the fifth Hokage, but I didn't expect that the fourth would actually be me. Kushina kissed Minato. My husband is indeed the best. If you can't be Hokage, being the Hokage's wife is also good. Then, she shot a fierce look at Kakashi. So, that guy Obito is really a beast. In the future you mentioned, I treated him so well, yet he caused my death and made Naruto have a tragic childhood. I suddenly feel like I didn't hit him hard enough. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat, quickly saying, Mrs. Minato, I'm not Obito. Please don't vent your anger on me. Kushina huffed. Who told you to collude with that guy? Besides, if it weren't for you, would Obito have fallen? If you hadn't leaked information, would Obito have known when I was giving birth? Kakashi was instantly left speechless. He was truly innocent. Those things weren't done by the current him, but by his future self. After a while of sulking, Kushina returned to her optimistic self. All right, debts must be repaid to the right people. In that future, you are also a pitiful person. I won't vent my anger on you. However, Kushina said unhappily, Obito is really an ungrateful wolf. How can I ever forgive him? Minato felt a bit guilty. Perhaps it's because of me. I, as his teacher, did not fulfill my responsibilities. I was never around during dangerous times. Kushina interrupted Minato. What does that have to do with you? If anyone is to be responsible, it was Kakashi who was the leading jonin at that time. Besides, after the war started, you were the busiest, running around saving this and that. And not only did you not receive gratitude, but that white-eyed wolf also vented his anger on you. Minato knew this, but he couldn't help but feel guilty. Kushina, I do have an undeniable responsibility regarding Obito. I didn't educate him well. If you want to blame someone, just blame me. Kushina's heart softened instantly. You just want to take the blame on yourself so that I won't be able to do anything. Don't worry. I don't plan to kill Obito. After all, he has such a good teacher like you. Minato immediately smiled. So, Kushina, can you forgive Obito? Kushina's eyes were a bit confused. Logically, I don't plan to forgive him. He knows very well what he has done. He can't even forgive himself. Moreover, if things went according to the original trajectory, even if Obito is a good kid now, who knows if he will turn dark in the future, threatening our safety? Minato, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. So I have actually thought about it. Instead of waiting for that future, it's better for me to take action first. Minato and Kakashi both broke out in cold sweat. Is this how Kushina handles things? Simple and brutal, but no one could find fault with it. However, after all, Obito had experienced so much and had already changed. Kushina thought for a moment. He has been through darkness and has come out of it. In this lifetime, he should not commit the act of killing his teacher again, so the danger is much smaller. Plus, I just beat him up a bit, and I vented a good portion of my anger. Those things didn't really happen to me, so... Minato and Kakashi looked at Kushina with anticipation. Kushina angrily said, Why are you both looking at me like that? I'm telling you, I just don't want to disrupt the harmony of the team. Otherwise, I would have killed Obito by now, but the consequence would be that girl named Rin would be the one shouting to create a world with Obito in it. Rin was so adorable that even I couldn't help but like her, so I decided to let Obito go for her sake. Minato scratched his head. Ha ha ha, is that so? Kushina sweetly smiled at Minato. That's exactly right, but Kushina suddenly changed her expression and punched Minato a few times. From now on, no more reckless sacrifices. I told you to stop being reckless. During the Nine Tails incident, you clearly couldn't die. While punching him, Kushina suddenly burst into tears, hugging Minato tightly. Minato gently embraced Kushina, allowing her to lean on him and comfort her. Don't worry, this time I will definitely protect you. Kakashi watched from the side, suddenly feeling like he had been hit by 100 points of damage. So, in the current team, everyone was throwing dog food, and he was the only single dog, right? Chapter 48, Lin's feelings on the other side. Obito rested his head on Lin's lap, letting the blood from the wounds on his face flow down. Lin felt a pang of heartache and wanted to wipe it away, but thinking that this was Obito's way of atoning for himself and alleviating his inner guilt, she held back. Lin spoke softly, Obito, this is actually meaningless. We still have a mission to carry out today, and punishing yourself this way doesn't help the team at all. Obito self-deprecatingly replied, Maybe you're right. I always mess things up. I clearly changed my bad habit of being late, but I keep causing you all trouble. Then, noticing Lin's heavy heart, he wanted to lighten the mood and asked, Lin, was that a confession just now? Lin's face flushed slightly at the question, but she did not deny it. If you say so, then I suppose it is. Obito laughed heartily. Lin, the biggest regret in my past life was that I never confessed to you before I died. I didn't expect that in this life. You would confess to me first. Right now, I feel like the happiest person in the world. However, Lin did not seem particularly happy. Instead, she looked at Obito with concern and a hint of anxiety in her voice. Obito, is this the last time? Obito's heart trembled, and he explained, Lin, I actually know that Aunt Kushina is kind-hearted. She just has a fiery temper, but she won't kill me. Lin shook her head, looked up at the sky, and said calmly, Obito, do you know? I'm just an ordinary girl. I also dream of a day when a boy will come into my life, hold me in his palm, and give me the whole world. I'm lucky because that boy really has appeared, even though he seems to always take bad care of himself and needs me to worry about him, looking foolish. He cherishes me so much that after losing me in the future, he would even go against the whole world. Obito's heart was struck hard. Lin continued to smile gently. Obito, when I heard that you declared war on the 5 great nations at the 5 Kage Summit to create a world with me in it, I knew it was wrong, but I still thought you looked so handsome at that moment. Because you were just like the perfect image of crush that girls discuss privately, mysterious yet powerful, handsome yet considerate, willing to give everything for the girl he likes. Such a person should only exist in dreams, yet you really appeared, right by my side. Thinking of this, I truly feel like a lucky girl. Obito felt a rush of colorful emotions. In his past life, when he was still young, he also yearned to defeat Kakashi, whom he saw as the strongest at the time, and appear before Lin in a super cool and powerful way to win her heart. Later, he really did become strong, but by then, Lin was gone, and his heart was filled with an immense void. What was the point of being strong then? He would rather everything had stayed the same, not awakening any Mangekyō Sharingan, just wishing Lin were still alive. But everything changed. The world turned into hell. And he didn't want to let Lin live in such a hell anymore. Lin continued, Obito, a few years ago I said that I've known since I was little that I'm an ordinary girl, but the more ordinary I am, the stronger my heart needs to be. I want to become a powerful kunoichi like Tsunade, but it's not easy to achieve, which is why I was attracted to Kakashi, because he really is like the strong person I dreamt of, drawing me in. But later, I realized that I had overlooked you. Kakashi is like the sun in the sky. Everything is so perfect, but I can only look up at him. In contrast, you, even though you're not as dazzling, are sunny and cheerful, never giving up on anything. You're clearly a fool, yet you can fall down again and again, only to get back up. That spirit in you is what I can pursue. It encourages me and makes me strong. In fact, from that time on, you had already become my support, a beam of light in my world, and so I unconsciously wanted to become your support, to be the light in your world. Then, when you were reborn from the future, you added an aura of strength, even more dazzling than Kakashi. Just like that, the sunny boy and the mysterious, powerful boy gradually merged into the you of now. Perhaps from that moment on, I was already captivated. Lin's tone gradually revealed a hint of shyness, as she slowly expressed her feelings in front of the one she loved. However, her tone also grew more resolute. Obito, you've told me more than once not to worry because you would protect me. Now I ask you again, can you really do that? Without thinking, Obito replied, I swear, even if I die, I will do it. Tears streamed down Lin's face as she placed her finger on Obito's lips, silencing him. Obito, perhaps you've experienced life and death several times, and death is no longer so frightening to you. But protecting me is a promise that the you after death cannot fulfill. Obito, I don't want you to die. Obito was stunned. He had never thought Lin would think this way. At this moment, he suddenly understood that he bore a heavy responsibility. Lin continued, Obito, in your past life, why did you dislike Kakashi so much? Why did you fight with him repeatedly? Obito pondered, because Lin, I was afraid that Kakashi would drift away from me, taking you with him, disappearing from my world. Lin's eyes filled with tears, so Obito, I am now just like the you from your past life. I fear that one day, you'll also disappear. Obito trembled. No. Never. That will never happen. But Lin questioned, really? But you have shown your thoughts of self-harm in front of me more than once, revealing that you would disregard your own life for various reasons. Lin's voice began to tremble. I am very afraid. Afraid that you will leave, leaving me all alone. Obito stood frozen, finally understanding why Lin reacted so strongly today. It wasn't just because he had been reprimanded by Aunt Kushina, but because of the indifference toward life and death he had shown when being reprimanded. Obito couldn't help but close his eyes. His life was filled with Lin, but it was also not only about Lin, which seemed to become a world problem. If Aunt Kushina appeared before him now and asked him to atone with his life, could he say no? It seemed he couldn't. Chapter 49. Letting go and reconciliation. Thinking of this, Obito smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Rin. It turns out I still couldn't protect you well. I really want to promise that I won't take my own life again, that I will always protect you. But I have done too many wrong things in my past life. Facing those I feel guilty towards, I can only give them the power to choose my life or death. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Rin shook her head. No, Obito, you don't have to apologize. Because I have seen it, I know your intentions. I won't be that selfish, nor should I be. I don't want to force you to give up your atonement for me. But, Obito, I said long ago that we should face things together. If something similar happens next time, let me bear your sins with you. Don't leave me behind, okay? Obito's heart felt warm, and he had an impulse to agree immediately. However, could he bear to watch Rin take on even half of the damage from Kyuubi's punches? That was simply something he couldn't do. Thinking of this, Obito couldn't help but feel a bit irritated and asked, Then Rin, what would you do if Madara put the three tails inside you again? Rin chuckled. Of course, I would go find Lady Tsunade. Didn't you say that if I went back to find her at that time, my problem could be perfectly solved? If the Mist Village doesn't mind aiding the enemy, I wouldn't mind accepting such a great gift. Obito shook his head seriously. But what if Lady Tsunade isn't around? What if the situation is really urgent? Rin was momentarily speechless. Obito sat up, patted Rin on the head, and smiled. You see, you silly girl. In situations like this, why don't you consider me? If you die, I would be the one who is most heartbroken. But I think you would still make the same choice as in your past life, sacrificing yourself to protect the village. Rin was momentarily confused. She didn't know how she would choose. Perhaps only by truly facing similar situations could she understand, but she would prefer to never encounter such things in her lifetime. Then, she revealed a helpless smile. Obito, I understand what you mean. You're a fool, and I'm a fool too. Indeed, we are both big fools. Obito stretched and said, So, let's stop thinking about life and death. I pondered this topic for a long time in my past life and couldn't figure it out. Only by truly facing it can we know the answer. For now, we should protect this rare, peaceful life. Rin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Obito's battered face, and finally broke into a smile. Obito, you look so disheveled. How can you protect such a peaceful life? Obito thought for a moment, took Rin's hand, and placed it on his face. Rin, you're right. Hurting myself to atone is meaningless. The damage has been done. We can only think about how to make up for it, not turn ourselves into something unrecognizable. That solves nothing. So please heal me. Only when I'm healed can I be of greater help. Rin nodded with a smile and began to release her medical ninjutsu. Because Obito's injuries were mostly superficial. Although they looked serious, they healed quickly. As the green chakra glowed and flickered, Obito's wounds gradually improved. Just as he was about to heal, Minato returned with Kushina and Kakashi. The three looked at Obito and Rin with strange expressions. Kakashi walked over first, shrugged, and said, Obito, I've conveyed a lot of information to teacher Minato and Lady Kushina according to your wishes. How they feel about it, I can't control. You can only rely on yourself now. Obito nodded and looked towards Minato and Kushina. He calmly said, I'm sorry, teacher, Lady Kushina. You already know why I feel guilty, right? Perhaps you don't feel it deeply enough, as you haven't personally experienced those things, but everything is etched in my heart, vivid and clear. The more I recall, the more I feel how could I have been so cruel? So, whatever you do to me, be it hitting, scolding, or even killing me, I'm ready to face it. Kushina was somewhat surprised. Wow, you've adjusted so quickly and are no longer weak. Is it because of that little girl, Rin? Obito nodded and smiled at Rin. She gave me a lot of courage. At that moment, Rin suddenly rushed forward, standing in front of Obito, her gaze resolute. Teacher, Lady Tsunade, I know Obito is unforgivable, but I can't just watch him bear it alone. If you have any grievances, I will bear them with him. Kushina pretended to be angry and walked in front of Rin. You said it yourself. The things Obito did were terrible. Just thinking about it makes me want to hit him. Are you really willing to take that on for him? Rin was already starting to feel scared, trembling all over. But her gaze remained determined, not retreating an inch. Yes, Lady Tsunade. If hitting me can relieve your anger, then go ahead and hit me. Kushina couldn't help but throw a punch at Rin's head. Although Rin was prepared, she still closed her eyes in fear. However, the punch stopped at the last moment and turned into a pat. Kushina gently patted Rin's head. Although I'm really not happy with Obito's actions. Considering he called me Lady Tsunade and I don't want such a cute Rin to be sad, I'll let him go. Rin breathed a sigh of relief, tears in her eyes, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I really want to say sorry on behalf of Obito. Kushina chuckled. All right, Rin, don't learn that brat's way of speaking. Promise me one thing. Take good care of Obito and don't let him continue to act recklessly. Do you understand? Rin nodded. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I will always keep an eye on him. Kushin aside. You know, I can't help but envy Obito for having such a cute girl like you care for him. Rin's face instantly turned red, and she quietly explained, No, Lady Tsunade, we're not that kind of relationship. But as she continued, her voice became weaker and more like a mosquito's buzz. Kushin tease, what? Did my ears play tricks on me? Who said they want to sleep with that idiot? Who said they wanted to be his girlfriend? Rin's face began to smoke from embarrassment. Kushina squatted down and touched Rin's face. All right, Minato and I started dating pretty early too, so I have no right to criticize you. But I still want to remind you. Girls must learn to protect themselves when they go out, or else some ungrateful wolf will take advantage of you. Now go and execute your mission. Remember to eat the bento I made. Everyone get a share, but no wasting it. Also, remember to come back safe and sound. Chapter 50 The Nature of Ninjas. Obito stepped forward and said, I promise. Kyoka snorted, That's more like it, but don't let it end up like the future you mentioned, where only Kakashi is left all alone, otherwise he won't even have enough money to buy flowers. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat at the thought, but once he remembered the future Obito spoke of, he had to visit his father, Minato-sensei, Kyoka's mother, Rin, and Obito. He really would need to buy a lot of flowers. At this moment, Minato saw that everyone was getting along well, walked up with a smile, and called out, Team 7, gather here. Instantly, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin appear by Minato's side. Minato's expression turned serious. Due to the delay, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to take you a part of the way, but this is not a regular method and will not be repeated. The three nodded, and after they prepared their bags, Minato placed his hand on their shoulders, and in the next moment, their figures disappeared from spot. In Mizukawa Village, a small village located near a river surrounded by mountains, the figures of Minato's team slowly appeared. After finding their client, the village chief, and understanding the situation, everyone gradually became clear on the matter. A group of mountain bandits was entrenched in the deep mountains, occasionally coming out to burn, kill, and plunder, committing heinous acts. The nearby villages had suffered greatly, especially Mizukawa Village, which had been raided repeatedly. The villagers, suffering immensely, united to commission the village chief to post a task in Konoha. This was indeed a simple task of eliminating bandits, without involving any ninja-related matters. So Minato felt relieved and instructed Obito, Kakashi, Rin follow the clues provided by the villagers to find the bandits' hideout and eliminate them without letting any escape. The three responded seriously, understood. Then, the four vanished in an instant, beginning their search for the bandits' hiding place. Soon, they discovered a small bandit camp deep in the mountains. Seeing they had found their target, Minato stayed in place and said to the three, Now it depends on your performance. I won't intervene unless it's a critical moment. The three nodded and closed their eyes, sensing everything around them. Although none of them were professional sensory-type ninjas, a group of ordinary bandits could hardly hide their presence effectively, so sensing them was not difficult. Before long, Obito opened his eyes and said, There are some bandits moving around the camp, while most of the others are concentrated inside. After hesitating for a moment, Obito looked at Rin and said, Rin, most of the people inside the camp are elderly, young, or sickly. You and Kakashi handle them, and I'll take care of the strong bandits patrolling around. Rin was taken aback and somewhat unconvinced. Obito, I can handle a group of bandits. Don't assign me such an easy task. Obito smiled and said, No, it's not that I think the strong bandits are hard to deal with, but rather because you are the only one here who hasn't experienced this kind of actual slaughter. You need to go through it completely. Rin still protested. The Ninja Academy has conducted stress training, and I have executed death row inmates. I've seen blood, so don't treat me like a child. Obito said, seriously, Rin, general killing and slaughter are not the same. As a qualified ninja, you can act without hesitation against enemies, and I don't deny that. However, Obito's tone shifted. I just mentioned that in that bandit camp, many are elderly and children. They may not have committed many crimes. Can you still proceed with your actions? Rin was stunned. At that moment, she realized the seriousness of the issue. Are we going to kill everyone, regardless of whether they are old or young? All of them? But aren't they, as you said, innocent? Obito replied, They may be innocent, and many of those bandits may have been driven to this life by circumstances, committing crimes just to feed their wives and children. However, having enjoyed the plundered food and wealth, they must pay the corresponding price. Moreover, Obito looked at Kakashi, signaling him to clarify the situation. Kakashi, who had executed similar tasks before, understood Obito's point and calmly said, What Obito means is that the task commission states to eliminate the bandits completely, leaving no future troubles. As ninjas, we must strictly execute it. Rin furrowed her brow. But if we just eliminate those strong bandits and leave the elderly and children who have no capacity for resistance, isn't that solving the future troubles? Obito shook his head. The elderly can adopt new children, and the children will continue to grow. If we kill the strong bandits, it's equivalent to killing their families, and hatred will arise that way. What will happen to those children of the bandits in 10 years? They might continue their parents' legacy of hatred, becoming even more cold-blooded and thinking they're justified in attacking those innocent villagers. Hatred will continue to be passed down endlessly. Rin understood. She was not unintelligent, just unwilling to accept it. At this moment, she finally felt the cruelty of the world that Obito spoke of. But then, Obito glanced at Minato-sensei and shifted the topic. Rin, this is the principle that Konoha will teach you. Although it is true, we as ninjas have a more essential reason. Rin was taken aback. What was Obito up to now? Obito continued to explain. The main job of a ninja is to take money from people and solve their disasters, regardless of right or wrong. We have taken the villagers' money, so we must solve their problems no matter what. Or else we would violate our principles and damage the village's image. One day, things may turn around. If those bandits come to Konoha to commission a task, and Konoha agrees, we would still need to meet the demands of those bandits. Perhaps then, we would truly have to act against the innocent villagers. This is the essence of the ninja world. Rin's eyes flickered wildly, desperately signaling Obito to stop. Here we go again. Obito had started talking about these harsh truths. Although what he said might be right, Minato-sensei was still watching. Sure enough, Minato frowned. Obito, Konoha will not accept the commission from those bandits. Every task undergoes strict scrutiny to ensure it is on the side of justice. Obito smiled back at Minato. Minato-sensei, are you sure? What if the task were changed? Say to cause destruction in the Sand Village or the Cloud Village. What if Konoha required the slaughter of civilians to create panic? Are you certain the village would never issue such orders? If it has been issued, would such a task truly be just? Chapter 51. The truth behind Obito's grievance against Minato was momentarily speechless. However, after some contemplation, he smiled calmly. Obito, what you said is true. In fact, everyone's so-called justice stems from their own interests. Ninjas are indeed just tools for executing tasks, and tasks themselves have no inherent justice. But, Minato paused. His eyes filled with determination. We still need to uphold Konoha's justice. He pointed to a distant village. To give an extreme example, even if Konoha were just this mountain village, we must protect it, because we are also part of the village. We are children who grew up here. We have long since merged with it. When it thrives, we thrive. When it suffers, we suffer, right? Obito sighed. Minato-sensei, although you are very kind, you are not rigid. This perspective explains the relationship between the village and us quite well, and it's rather convincing. Yes, he continued. Rather than discussing lofty principles and how we should act for the sake of the ninja world, it's better to speak practically. We are children nurtured by Konoha, and it is only natural that we should repay Konoha. The third Hokage made the right decision in this matter. Minato-sensei, you truly are the best choice for the fourth Hokage. Minato's expression darkened. Obito, have you completely shed your pretense after revealing your true nature? That was the third Hokage. At least you should show some respect. Obito sighed. Minato-sensei, I know it was wrong of me to blame you in my past life. But you must not have heard the specifics from Kakashi, because he is also unclear about it. Minato was taken aback and frowned. Obito, what exactly happened? Obito continued. When I learned that Rin was captured by the mist, and Kakashi went to rescue her, I was frantic and ran from near the mountain graveyard. Following the border of the Land of Fire, almost crossing half of it, before finally reaching the coastal area, close to the Mist Heartland. There, I witnessed Kakashi kill Rin with Chidori. If I had arrived just a moment earlier, I might have been able to prevent the tragedy. Obito's breathing quickened. That location was clearly closer to Konoha, and Konoha received the news earlier than I did, yet I almost made it there. Why didn't anyone from Konoha come to assist? What was I supposed to think? While I was running, I repeatedly checked. Minato-sensei, are you not there yet? Why did I check? Because with your speed, you would have gotten there much faster than I would, yet in the end, you never showed up. Obito forced a bitter smile. This was the reason I blamed you at that time. Of course, I understand that you might not have received the intel, or were engaged in some critical mission and couldn't break away. But regardless, what was Konoha doing at that time? What role did Sarutobi Hiruzen play in all this? Obito grew angrier as he spoke. The third great ninja war was nearing its end. Did he perhaps strike some secret deal with the Mist for the sake of so-called peace, abandoning Rin and Kakashi? That left Kakashi to go alone on the rescue. It's heartbreaking. Just as I was inscribed on Memorial Stone, our team was abandoned by the higher-ups. I couldn't help but wonder, why should Rin's sacrifice be exchanged for such hypocritical peace? This village doesn't deserve it. Obito's words made Minato frown deeply. He knew the location of the mountain graveyard, which was near the land of earth, separated from the land of water by a large portion of the land of fire. If Obito could make it from the mountain graveyard to the Mist Heartland, there was no reason Konoha's ninja couldn't have arrived. The fact that only Kakashi went to the rescue indicated many issues. Perhaps there was indeed something fishy going on. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Obito, I don't know what exactly happened in the future. No wonder during the Fourth Great Ninja War. When Kakashi tried to kill you, I stopped him. Perhaps at that time, I really did harbor some unconfessed guilt. Haha, the third Hokage really did some heart-wrenching things for the sake of peace. Obito nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartless actions are not limited to just one or two instances. Take the incident of Shimura Danzo's suicide, for example. Later, when the delegation from the Land of Lightning came to Konoha to sign a peace agreement, they suddenly turned hostile on Konoha's territory, capturing the Hyuga clan's little princess at the time, and were subsequently killed on the spot by Hyuga Hisashi, who rushed over. The result, Cloud Village seized on this and turned the tables, demanding the third Hokage hand over the murderer. Can you guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen did? For the sake of peace and to avoid conflict with the Cloud, he truly swallowed his pride and agreed to their demands, handing over Hyuga Hisashi. He was the clan head of the Hyuga clan. If it weren't for Hisashi's brother, Hyuga Niji, taking the blame, Konoha's actions would have resulted in a catastrophic loss, which is truly heart-wrenching. Minato's expression changed, his fists clenched, a hint of anger surfacing. If the Cloud demanded a person, Konoha would hand them over. Today they might give up the head of the Hyuga clan, but tomorrow would they give up the Uchiha clan head? The day after that, would it be Akimichi, Nara, or Yamanaka? The third Hokage was foolish. Such matters should never be compromised, regardless of the era. Obito sighed. This was after the Kyuubi incident, so I bear part of the responsibility. At that time, Konoha suffered enormous trauma, and you, Minato-sensei, had died. Given the third's weak character, he might really have lacked the courage to confront the Cloud. Minato shook his head. I see. Perhaps the third was no longer fit to be Hokage. If I had been Hokage, if the Cloud dared to do such a thing, I would have made them understand the consequences. Obito sighed. Unfortunately by then, Minato-sensei was already dead. If you had been there, everything would have been different. He raised his head, speaking with determination. Minato-sensei, in this life, I will do my best to make up for my past mistakes. I now have the ability to protect Rin and Kakashi. You can pursue your goals without distraction. Please make sure to become the fourth Hokage. Only with you in that position can Konoha improve. Minato revealed a confident smile. All right, Obito, I promise you, I will do my best to become Hokage. That is also my dream. Kakashi, standing by, rolled his eyes. Hey, who needs your protection, you guy? Obito huffed. Someone who can't even protect Rin has no right to speak. Kakashi was increasingly annoyed. I already said that this incident hasn't happened yet. Don't keep blaming me for some baseless accusations. Seeing the two about to argue again, Rin quickly stepped forward to intervene. All right, you two stop arguing. We are still on a mission. Chapter 52. Helping Rin adapt to killing. Only then did everyone calm down. Obito looked at Rin and said, then let us proceed according to the original plan. Rin, this time it's mainly for you. You must adapt to this killing, which I don't even know if it can be called justice, as a ninja. Rin still felt a bit uncomfortable, but recalling what Minato-sensei had just said, she agreed wholeheartedly. Konoha raised her, nurtured her, and allowed her to grow up in peace. She should indeed think from the village's perspective. So she nodded and said seriously, don't worry, I will carry out the mission well. With that, the three exchanged glances, dispersed, and acted separately. A one-sided massacre began. This group of bandits didn't even have a single ninja among them. Despite Obito and the others being young, they were still an elite team. Killing these ordinary people was like slaughtering chickens. In fact, this group of bandits might not even be able to withstand a single high-ranking student from the Ninja Academy. Thus, once Obito began to act, he skillfully reaped the lives of one bandit after another, without allowing anyone to raise the alarm. As he sensed the number of enemies around him rapidly decrease until there were none left, he wiped the blood off his kunai and walked towards the village. By the time he entered the village, there were hardly any living people left. Kakashi and Rin had basically completed their tasks as well. For a moment, the air was filled with a thick, pungent smell of blood. Looking at the corpses on the ground, especially the old, young, women, and children, almost all of the fatal wounds were knife wounds. Obito couldn't help but shake his head. Among the three, only Kakashi liked to use a knife, and indeed, Rin still couldn't easily overcome the threshold of slaughtering women and children. So, what was Rin feeling now? Sensing Rin's aura, Obito quickly rushed over. At that moment, Rin was holding a kunai, facing a trembling mother and daughter who were huddled together. The mother, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Please spare us. We haven't done anything. Even if you don't spare me, please let my daughter go. She really knows nothing, nothing at all." Rin stood frozen, hesitating, unable to bear it, yet determined. But in the end, complex emotions intertwined, causing her, although getting closer to the mother and daughter, to not thrust the kunai forward. Obito sighed, walked over, and stood beside Rin, holding her weapon-bearing hand. Feeling Obito's presence, Rin finally relaxed. She lowered her head, somewhat blaming herself for her weakness. "I'm sorry, Obito, I still can't make a move." Obito thought for a moment, looked at the mother and daughter, and said, "Maybe you really haven't done anything, and you're truly innocent. But since you enjoy the benefits that come from robbing others, you must pay the corresponding price." Obito held Rin's hand and moved. Rin suddenly understood what Obito wanted to do, and without resisting, she surrendered her whole being to him. Thus, Obito guided her, dancing in an extremely beautiful and swift manner. In that fleeting moment of shock and horror from the mother and daughter, the kunai in Rin's hand accurately severed their throats. The mother fell to the ground, disbelief etched on her face, blood gushing from her neck. Her eyes were wide open, staring intently at Obito and Rin, as if to say, "If I have the chance, even if I have to go to hell, I will drag you down with me." After completing this, Obito chuckled softly and released Rin's hand. The kunai in Rin's hand could no longer be held and fell to the ground. She bitterly said, "I really killed them." Sigh. Obito said nothing but walked in front of the mother and daughter and closed their eyes. In the last moment, he said softly to the mother, "I'm sorry, you wanted to drag me to hell, but I've already been there. Perhaps it's not you who are wrong, but this world." Obito stood up again and said to Rin, "Let us go. I've closed their eyes for them, so they won't see this ugly world anymore. That is my final mercy." Rin stood there in a daze, murmuring, "So this is a ninja." Obito sighed, "Yes, this is a ninja. Also, Rin, I still need to teach you a lesson that every ninja must learn." Rin, with vacant eyes, replied, "Obito, go ahead." Obito looked at a fallen male corpse on the ground and said, "Rin, remember to check and finish the job in the future. Otherwise, it will lead to serious consequences." The male corpse trembled all over. He knew he had been exposed and had to act now, or he would lose even the last chance to strike. Suddenly, he sprang up, swinging his knife at Rin, disregarding the blood that was almost drained from his abdomen. Just a moment ago, this detestable female ninja had nearly killed him, and together with the male ninja, had killed his wife and daughter. He was going to take revenge with his last breath. However, that knife stopped in midair because a flash of blade appeared behind him. His body was sliced in half, blood spraying everywhere and staining everything around. Kakashi appeared, blade in hand, half of his body soaked in blood. He said lightly, "So this guy hasn't completely died yet. Although he is not a ninja, this kind of sneak attack can still pose a certain danger, so we should be careful." Obito snorted, "That is why we must finish the job properly. In my past life, I almost got crushed by a boulder at the Canopy Bridge because we didn't finish the job properly." Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly. This was a sufficiently deep lesson. He nodded. "I will remember this." Then, he turned around and walked towards the village entrance. "Obito, you're done over there too, right? Once we're done, we can head back to Mizukage village for the mission receipt." Seeing Kakashi's indifference, as if life meant nothing to him, Rin suddenly felt a bit scared. Obito took Rin's hand. "Don't worry, the guy is just indifferent to outsiders. He is still very good to you. In my past life, every time he gave you flowers, I had to throw them away myself. In the end, he kept giving them, and I kept throwing them until I lost count." With Obito diverting the topic, Rin felt much better and couldn't help but chuckle. "Obito, it's actually nice that Kakashi gave me flowers. Why did you throw them away?" Obito huffed. "He was too useless back then, not worthy of sending you flowers." Rin immediately fell silent, took Obito's hand, and smiled bravely. "Obito, I know you are trying to distract me. Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. Let us go." Thus, the three of them walked out of the village, and the human aura around them gradually faded, leaving a moment of silence. Minato appeared before them in a flash, smiling with satisfaction. "Our team completed this task perfectly on the first try. You all did an excellent job." Chapter 53, I do nothing, yet it's the greatest help to Uchiha. Minato looked at the calm Obito and the unperturbed Kakashi, then glanced at Rin, who had also calmed down, and suddenly felt that with the configuration of their team, completing a C-rank mission didn't seem like a big deal. His teammates were not normal people. A 5-year-old genin, a 6-year-old chunin, a future 12-year-old genius who would become a jonin. An old coin who had been a schemer in the ninja world for over a decade and had been reborn. And a Rin who could handle this old coin like a pro. With this combination, plus him, young Minato, how could the future not be about saving or destroying the world? Thinking about this, Minato couldn't help but feel a headache. He wondered if he could really lead Team 7 well. He could only sigh and say, "Let us go explain the situation to the villagers of Mizukawa village, and then we can return to the village. I want to use Flying Thunder God on the way back. We'll spend a night outside to adapt to survival in the wild." The three nodded and immediately descended the mountain. When the villagers saw the three children covered in blood, they couldn't help but show expressions of fear and dread. But after hearing that the mountain bandits had been eliminated, they sighed in relief, showing looks of liberation. The village chief signed a satisfactory evaluation on the mission scroll, and the mission was considered successfully completed as Minato's team began their return journey. During the return, Rin curiously asked, "These mountain bandits have troubled the villagers for a long time. Why didn't they publish the mission earlier? That way, they wouldn't have to endure the long-term suffering from the looting." Obito explained, "It's simple because they are poor. Poverty is a disease in this world that cannot be cured. The money for publishing a C-rank mission is often enough for the entire village to live on for a long time. It's not an easy decision to make. After all, most poor people can't even afford medical treatment and have to drag it out until their bodies start to rot. Only in cases like the mountain bandits, where the whole village feels the fear, can they make the decision to pool their resources and come up with that sum of money." Rin suddenly felt uneasy. She instinctively calculated the rewards for ninja missions and suddenly realized that it wasn't cheap. A D-rank mission costs from 5,000 to several tens of thousands of Ryo. And a C-rank mission ranges from tens of thousands to 100,000 Ryo, which is indeed not a small amount. My family can't easily come up with so much money. Rin, coming from a civilian family, could feel even more how expensive it was to publish a mission. She couldn't help but wonder why she and felt this way before. Perhaps it was because there were many errands like finding lost cats and dogs in Konoha. Obito noticed Rin's thoughts and sneered. The villagers who can afford to publish missions in Konoha, which one isn't wealthy. We only executed missions in real poverty areas twice, and those were tasks funded by the higher-ups, like clearing out sewers. The lost cats and dogs probably eat better than the villagers we just saw, and even their lives might be worth more than the combined lives of those villagers. Rin immediately fell silent. Obito always liked to speak some truths and tell her some harsh realities. Why should a little girl know so much? Can't he just fool her a bit? Obito was such a blockhead. Seeing this, Minato awkwardly raised his hand. "Let us not discuss such serious and profound topics. Can we think about where we'll stay tonight?" As soon as he said this, he finally caught everyone's attention. Minato took out a map, and everyone immediately curiously gathered around. After some debate, they finally settled on a location on the map. Then, they continued on their way and finally reached the spot before it was completely dark. Minato found a flat piece of land and said, "Let us stay here for the night. By the way, during the mission, we're not allowed to make open fires in the wild to avoid exposure. But since we're still within the fire country and our mission is complete, the requirements aren't that strict. So tonight, we can enjoy a campfire." The three nodded, and then Rin and Kakashi simultaneously looked at Obito. Obito slapped his forehead. He almost forgot about this, so he immediately took out 2 sealing scrolls and unsealed them. Bang! Immediately, 2 large tents and various daily necessities appeared, along with the fish Kakashi had prepared and the rice balls Rin had packed. Just as Minato took out a bento from his backpack, he saw this scene. He froze in place and then asked awkwardly, "Hey, you guys have been too far?" Using strategic-level sealing scrolls to store daily supplies. "Are you here to carry out a mission or go on a picnic?" Kakashi shrugged helplessly. "Actually, I was thinking the same thing, but Obito insisted on this." Minato couldn't help but look at Obito. Obito chuckled. "After all, I become an elder of the Uchiha clan, so I can take advantage of my power. They give me things, and I won't refuse." "What? An elder of the Uchiha clan? When did this happen?" Minato was shocked. The Uchiha was the most prominent clan in Konoha, and their elders were definitely not positions that just anyone could hold. Obito looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, didn't you tell Minato-sensei about this?" Kakashi coughed lightly. "Compared to your other information, this matter isn't even worth mentioning. At that time, things were urgent, and I try to focus on the important parts." Minato came back to his senses and couldn't help but recall the terrifying big events Kakashi had mentioned, awkwardly saying, "It does seem that way." Seeing this, Obito explained, because when Fugaku, the clan leader, found out that I also had a Mangekyō Sharingan while chatting with me, it was only natural that I became an elder. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, what's wrong with enjoying a bit? Besides, I didn't take anything for free. I gave the Uchiha clan enough benefits, so taking a few things is well-deserved. Enough benefits? Rin was a bit curious. Obito, what benefits did you give to Uchiha? Obito chuckled. I provided many guiding suggestions to clan leader Fugaku. These are insights from my future, containing S-rank intelligence in the ninja world. After a pause, Obito continued, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Actually, even if I do nothing, I'm still helping the Uchiha a lot. If they knew the truth, they would really want me to stay, still like a turtle. Kakashi was taken aback, somewhat confused. Why? Obito said, think about it carefully. During the Nine-Tails incident, when the villagers discovered that the Nine-Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, who was most affected? Rin and Kakashi both gasped, it's Uchiha. Chapter 54. The truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Obito said. That's right, after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan found themselves in a very difficult position. Not only were they driven to the most remote part of Konoha, but they were also under constant surveillance, living not as criminals, but worse than criminals. How could the proud Uchiha tolerate this? Thus, they began to plot a coup, and their relationship with the village grew increasingly tense, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Everyone was shocked. The Uchiha clan was actually wiped out. They couldn't imagine that the once mighty Uchiha, the largest clan in Konoha, would face such a fate. Minato frowned and said, Konoha's actions were too extreme. It didn't have to come to this. Sigh. How many lives were lost in exterminating the Uchiha? Obito denied it, saying, in fact, apart from the Uchiha clan being completely wiped out, not a single person from Konoha died. Minato was taken aback. How is that possible? The Uchiha had so many elite members. Even all of Konoha's forces combined couldn't crush them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the confidence to stage a coup. Obito teased. I'll explain the details later. For now, can you guess who the real culprit behind the Uchiha's demise was? Kakashi snorted and slowly said 2 words. Danzo. Obito smiled and said, that's right. Everything Danzo did only intensified the conflict, and the third Hokage allowed him to act without restraint. Thus, the Uchiha were driven to their end. Kakashi crossed his arms and said, I knew it. Minato then asked seriously, what exactly did Danzo do? Obito replied, as I mentioned earlier, it was Danzo's suggestion to drive the Uchiha to the most remote areas and to monitor them. In addition, Danzo also took action against Shursui, a genius of the Uchiha clan who was as renowned as you during the Third Great Ninja War. He seized Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan, forcing Shursui into a dilemma between the village and his clan, ultimately leading to his suicide. Everyone was stunned. Kakashi couldn't help but ask Obito, didn't you have a Mangekyō Sharingan too? Obito shook his head. Fugaku, the clan leader, also had a pair. He added at that time, the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan was still rare, but after the Third Great Ninja War and beyond, the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan started appearing like they were free. Strictly speaking, in my past life, I actually awakened my eyes during that time. During that period, counting Fugaku's pair, a total of 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan appeared. Rin's eyes widened. So many? Those eyes are incredibly powerful. How could the Uchiha, who were so strong, end up being annihilated? Obito showed a thoughtful expression. In fact, such a situation is quite rare in the entire history of the clan. The last time there were 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan existing simultaneously was during a civil war within the clan, when they were at the brink of extinction. Therefore, I think this time was no different. The large-scale awakening of the Uchiha's Mangekyō can only indicate one thing. The clan's fortune had reached its end and began to burn itself out in a last-ditch struggle. Everyone nodded as they recalled the Uchiha's fate. Minato asked, in the future, besides Fugaku, you, and Shursui, who else will have a Mangekyō? Obito smiled. Minato-sensei, that person should be familiar to you. It's Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, I see, Minato realized. He naturally knew that Fugaku had a son, and it was normal for the son of the clan leader to have such talent. However, Minato grew puzzled. Rin had a point. Every Mangekyō Sharingan user was a powerful being, and it was said they possessed godlike powers. Such powerful individuals would be difficult to deal with. Even without counting you and the deceased Shursui, there were still Fugaku and Itachi with their eyes. In this situation, would the village still dare to take action? Would they not fear heavy casualties and being coveted by other nations? Moreover, how did the village manage to take down the Uchiha without losing a single person? To Minato, the extermination of the Uchiha was incomprehensible. With so many Sharingan and 2 pairs of Mangekyō, if they could become part of the village, It would be an incredibly terrifying force. Obito self-deprecatingly said, because the Uchiha were exterminated by their own people. Rin immediately understood what Obito meant. I see, so Obito, you were the mastermind behind the Uchiha's annihilation? Obito felt embarrassed. Rin, I did participate in this matter and indeed slaughtered many members of the Uchiha police force. But this incident was not planned by me. I was just invited to lend a hand. Minato was taken aback. He had suspected that this matter might have been Obito's doing, but was it not? Seeing the doubtful expressions on everyone's faces, Obito slowly revealed the truth. The order to exterminate the Uchiha was given by Danzo, and it was Itachi who accepted the order. Itachi felt he couldn't do it alone, so he invited me. That night, I accompanied Itachi into the Uchiha clan's territory and carried out a massacre. The entire Uchiha clan, young and old, men and women, were wiped out without exception. Everyone fell silent. They had just experienced a massacre themselves, so they understood how many innocent lives were lost in such an event. Moreover, Konoha was not like a bandit village. There would be many more innocent villagers. Rin felt the deepest impact. Even Obito, she couldn't help but feel angry. Obito, how many of those were old men and women you had helped? How could you do this? Obito's gaze was deep. Rin, at that time, I was escaping from reality. To me, the whole world seemed fake. So I carried out my actions without any burden. No, there was still a burden. I would feel pain, but I kept convincing myself that just a little pain, just a little more endurance, and I could create a world where everyone was happy. Rin's mood calmed slightly, but she could only sigh helplessly, troubled. Sigh. The sins I have to atone for have increased. But then she became curious again. But Obito, why do you feel less guilt towards the Uchiha than towards Sensei and Lady Kushina? How can you take advantage of the Uchiha so comfortably? Obito smiled. Of course. It's because although I participated in the slaughter, most of those killed were elite Uchiha, many of whom were radicals, those who wanted to stage a coup. They had their reasons for deserving death, and they were ninjas. As ninjas, they had to be prepared to be killed. So, I felt less burden when I killed them. Although, there were certainly innocent victims, like a young girl who awakened her Sharingan at a young age and called out for Itachi to save her before she died. But at least, the old men and women you mentioned, as well as many children, including newborn infants who had no combat power, were not killed by me. It was Itachi who did it. Chapter 55, The Truth of the Annihilation. After the truth of the annihilation, Rin let out a sigh of relief. She could accept that Obito killed strong opponents, but if he harmed innocent villagers, she would be troubled. Kakashi couldn't help but mock that Itachi really is heartless. Minato felt a bit sympathetic. I think he is also suffering. You can tell from omissions he executed for Danzo. He loves the village. But for the sake of the village, he had to turn against his own clan. I can't even imagine the mental pressure he must bear. However, both he and Danzo had extreme ideologies. Obito nodded. Indeed, Itachi has lived in pain from the night of the massacre until the day he died. Even I can feel his exhaustion. Honestly, I don't have the right to judge Itachi, because my thoughts in my previous life were also very extreme. Then, Obito turned to Kakashi. Actually, if your perspective hasn't changed, you wouldn't really understand. After all, from the viewpoint of your 5-year-old self, Itachi perfectly executed the mission given by the higher-ups of Konoha. How could that be wrong? Kakashi suddenly felt a bit frightened, thankful that he hadn't become someone like Itachi. Rin then came back to her senses. So Obito, you single-handedly dealt with the elite Uchiha that even Teacher Minato said couldn't be easily handled by the entire Konoha? Her gaze was bright, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes. Obito felt a bit embarrassed. It was partly thanks to Itachi as well. The Mangekyō Sharingan has a very strong suppressive power over the 3 Tomo, and attacking one's own clan is the most lethal. The Uchiha's most troublesome Jinjutsu lost its effect in front of the Mangekyō. Plus, Obito paused, looking at Minato. Teacher Minato, my Mangekyō is a space-time ninjutsu. You, who also possess space-time ninjutsu, should understand how quickly this technique can kill a ninja whose strength is inferior to yours. Minato pondered for a moment and said, Indeed, as long as they don't react faster than me and lack good means of self-preservation, not understanding my abilities, they wouldn't be able to respond in time. Then, it's just a matter of one strike. The difference between a Jonin and a Genin isn't that significant. Obito smiled. My situation is similar. In our first meeting, Teacher Minato almost suffered a loss, not to mention ordinary ninjas. Minato nodded. Then, I understand. You and Itachi's 2 pairs of Mangekyō ambushing can indeed easily take care of most Uchiha clan members. But what about Fugaku? If Fugaku were present and leading the resistance, with his own Mangekyō Sharingan, it wouldn't be so easy to handle. Obito thought for a moment and sighed. Fugaku and Mikoto were killed by Itachi. Given the circumstances at the time, they died in their own home, without any traces of a struggle. It should be clear that Itachi stood with Konoha, acknowledged his failed rebellion, and didn't harm his son, instead willingly dying at his son's hands. Minato expressed some regret. I see. After all, he is his son. Fortunately, Kushina doesn't know about this. Otherwise, if Mikoto died, she would be heartbroken. Having more or less understood the situation, Minato relaxed. Now, I'm curious about you, Obito. Honestly, I'm very interested in your Mangekyō Sharingan's space-time ninjutsu. I know using the Mangekyō puts a serious strain on you. But I've heard that you can also use some of the Mangekyō's abilities in the three-tomo state. Obito smiled. Teacher Minato, actually, I also want to exchange thoughts on using space-time ninjutsu with you. How about we spar? This way, you'll be able to experience the power of Kamui firsthand. A fighting spirit suddenly appeared in Minato's eyes, eager to try. Obito, it's getting late today. Let's save the sparring for tomorrow. I also want to know just how strong you are now. Obito couldn't help but recall events from his previous life. Teacher Minato, actually during the Nine-Tails incident, I had a confrontation with you, and you schooled me with the Flying Thunder God technique into the Rasengan. I was caught off guard and thinking back. That feeling was really unpleasant. Minato awkwardly said, Is that so? Kakashi never mentioned those details to me. However, those close to home know their own business. The Flying Thunder God technique was already his trump card, and being forced to use such a hidden combo was enough to show how strong Obito was at that time, and how much pressure he exerted on him. Was Obito only 14 years old then? Seeing his disciple grow to such a level, Minato felt quite gratified. Minato smiled. All right, we've talked for so long. Everyone must be hungry. Let's set up camp, start a fire, and have dinner. The three kids nodded, and everyone quickly got to work, soon setting up 2 tents and lighting a fire. They then gathered around the campfire, enjoying the bento made by Kushina, Kakashi's grilled fish, and the rice balls Rin made. Happily relishing this pleasant time, even Kakashi squinted his eyes and praised. The food made by Sensei's wife is indeed delicious. This is based on the setting in Ultimate Ninja Storm, where Kushina's cooking is good, though the timeline is 3 years later. And the current Kushina doesn't know if what she made is dark cuisine. Rin smiled as she watched Kakashi eat, asking, Kakashi, you look handsome without your mask. So why do you insist on wearing one to cover your face? Obito snorted. What else could it be? It's to look cool. I don't know how many girls I've charmed with this trick. Kakashi didn't respond, but instinctively sped up, quickly finishing his meal and swiftly putting his mask back on. Only then did he slowly say, Maybe I'm just used to it. Ninjas always hide in the shadows. And I only feel a sense of security when I wear the mask. Otherwise, I feel uncomfortable all over. TCH, Obito scoffed. Kakashi then asked Obito in return. I remember we prepared 4 tents. Why did you only bring out 2? Obito suddenly felt embarrassed, for it would be too big and wasteful, and it would be a hassle to pack up when we leave, haha. He then looked at Rin. Rin, do the words you said before the mission still count? Rin was a bit confused. What did I say? Obito replied. Of course, the part about sleeping together. Look, the 2 tents are quite large. It's just right for you and me to share one while Kakashi and Teacher Minato share the other. Rin's face instantly turned red, and she shot Obito a glare. So this is what you were planning. However, after thinking it over, Rin decided, forget it, since I promised, I will keep my word. As long as you have no bad intentions, it won't be a problem to sleep in the same tent. Yay! Obito made a victory sign, swearing he really didn't have any bad thoughts. It's just that after being lonely for so long, he hoped that someone would always be there to accompany him. The next day, a light mist filled the forest. Obito slowly woke up and found Rin already awake, staring at him. He asked a bit shyly, Rin, is there something on my face? Rin shook her head. No, it's just that your sleeping posture is very nice. And I couldn't help but look at you a few more times. Immediately, Obito's face turned bright red, and he quickly got up and went outside to wash up. Rin smiled. Sleeping with Obito isn't so bad. He gets even more shy. Chapter 56. Minato versus Obito after having breakfast, and with time still on their side. Minato's team began their training. Following their agreement from yesterday, Minato and Obito found a suitable place nearby to face each other. Obito looked at his teacher, Minato, and said seriously, Minato-sensei, I'm really strong now, so be careful. Minato replied with a hint of confidence, Don't worry, Obito, I don't see you as a child. With that, Minato picked up a branch and said, Since I'm a speed-type ninja and strike very quickly, the battle will start the moment the branch hits the ground. Okay? Obito nodded. He was well aware of how challenging Minato could be. After all, in his previous life, He had just been caught off guard by the Flying Thunder God technique and was about to give a few words of acceptance speech. But before he could finish his sentence, Minato had already struck him in the face, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to react. When fighting against Minato, one could never let their guard down. Seeing this, Minato stopped talking and let go of the branch. The air around them suddenly became tense, and as the branch slowly descended, both of them prepared themselves. Bang! The moment the branch hit the ground, Minato moved. In an instant, he produced 3 shuriken, throwing one into the sky, one at Obito, and the last one in another direction. Obito immediately activated his Sharingan, observing the trajectories of all the shuriken. In just a moment, the shuriken aimed at him was almost upon him, forcing him to dodge to the side. However, the shuriken bearing the Flying Thunder God mark meant that dodging was just the beginning. Sure enough, the next moment, Minato's figure appeared in front of the high-speed shuriken, grabbing it, making a sudden stop, and slashing towards Obito. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. The terrifying aspect wasn't just the instantaneous movement at high speed, but also how, after closing in, Minato could launch an effective attack immediately. Such reflexes and coordination were almost inhuman. Had Obito not been familiar with Minato's attack style and prepared for it, he would have been at a serious disadvantage. But now, he seized the opportunity, raised his shuriken, turned around, and collided with Minato's shuriken. The clash produced a crisp sound. The two figures separated. In that brief moment, what seemed like a simple probe was filled with various calculations. The dangers hidden within were known only to the two combatants. Unlike the bell-stealing test, Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, was using nearly all of his strength. Of course, in response, Minato was also showcasing his true skills. Their exchanges were evenly matched. The next moment, both began to move simultaneously, each trying to gain the upper hand before the other could react after their respective attacks. In an instant, their shuriken clashed 7 or 8 times, the clanging sounds ringing out continuously. However, there was a significant difference between a fake genius and a true genius. Obito, in this life, had become a top student, partly benefiting from his second chance at life, but he still fell short compared to a true genius like Minato. In a pure speed duel, Obito gradually felt he was unable to keep up with Minato's rhythm. Unlike the Raikage, straightforward style, which only focused on acceleration, Minato's attacks were far more unpredictable, leaving Obito feeling increasingly tense and on the defensive. If he had no other skills, the battle would have ended there. Fortunately, his trump card was never just pure taijutsu. No longer fixating on such exchanges when Minato attacked again, Obito didn't T-dodge, but instead observed the entire trajectory of the attack. He planned to phase through and grab the recovery motion. Minato was momentarily stunned. After having been exchanging blows, Obito suddenly deviated from the expected pattern, allowing his attack to land. It was real, and it would leave Obito severely injured if not dead. However, having learned from the earlier exchanges, Minato understood Obito's strength. Even a 9-year-old Obito was incredibly strong, unreasonably strong. How could such a strong opponent be easily hit? So, was it time to use that space-time ninjutsu? Minato was curious about the technique that Kakashi referred to as extremely tricky and invincible. Without further doubt, he threw the shuriken, which traced an arc in the air toward Obito. This strike indeed connected, but it didn't feel like it connected at all. The shuriken passed from Obito's right side to his left, completely separating from him. Obito, however, seemed to have anticipated this. One of his hands was already waiting where Minato's hand passed through, grabbing it and moving in closer. In the next moment, Obito was right up against Minato. Not good. In a moment of surprise, Minato instead charged forward into Obito. Bang! The two collided, and using the inertia from the impact, Minato was sent flying backward. Obito sighed in disappointment. He had grasped the recovery motion, but it was still resolved by Minato-sensei. He could only leap and follow Minato's retreating steps, using this slight advantage to maintain pressure. But the next moment, Minato's figure suddenly vanished, and then reappeared back at his original position. It turned out that the shuriken he had thrown into the air earlier had fallen back down to its original spot. Obito smiled wryly. The Flying Thunder God was truly tricky. If he lost one exchange, it would just disappear, making it hard to pursue. Distraction during battle was never a good habit for Obito. As a result of his distraction, Minato's voice rang in his ear once again. Could it be? Obito recalled that before Minato disappeared, he had thrown the Flying Thunder God shuriken into the air. So, after teleporting, he teleported back again. This brief lapse of concentration had created a significant opening for Minato. Once again, he struck Obito. However, this time, it still hit a phantom, with no sensation of impact. Minato's body passed completely through Obito. Obito thought to himself. Thankfully, he had experienced a similar technique in his previous life, and this time he had learned. He maintained his phasing state, or he would have been knocked silly again. Now it was Minato's turn to feel helpless, thinking, is this what Kakashi referred to as phasing? It truly was troublesome, even if he struck at the moment of a fatal encounter. As long as Obito did not actively disable his phasing state, Minato had almost no way to deal with him. But could Obito hold out without attacking? Minato charged at Obito again. While moving, he launched 2 flying Thunder God Shuriken. Watching the Shuriken coming towards him, Obito felt an intense sense of deja vu. Is this the second stage of the Flying Thunder God? This time, I won't fall for it. Using his phasing ability, the Shuriken passed through his body, and the two of them got closer. However, due to Minato's earlier action of throwing the Shuriken, his attack was slightly slower than Obito's. If they made contact this time, just like in his previous life, it would be Obito who struck Minato first. Without hesitation, Obito deactivated his phasing state and struck at Minato. Just as he was about to make contact, whoosh, Minato's figure vanished, appearing at the location where the Shuriken had just passed through Obito. In midair, Minato grabbed the Shuriken and executed a counterattack. The attack came in an instant, hitting Obito with almost zero delay. However, it still missed. Chapter 57. Flying Thunder God Dog and Vanishing Dog. How could Obito fall twice to the same technique? Just now, he was merely feigning an attack. His physical manifestation was to force out the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. The moment he touched Teacher Minato's body, he had no luck whatsoever and entered the vanishing state without hesitation. Sure enough, Teacher Minato flashed away and attacked him. When Minato's body passed through him again, he knew the opportunity had come. He couldn't believe that after using the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, he still couldn't catch Minato's recovery time. So, he manifested again, ready to strike. This time, it was really my win. But in the next instant, with a whoosh, Teacher Minato's body disappeared again, and the place where he reappeared was the second kunai that had been thrown earlier. This kunai had been intentionally aimed by Minato at the ground, not far from the battlefield. Is this the second stage of the Flying Thunder God connecting to the second stage of the Flying Thunder God? Obito couldn't help but complain inwardly. Fortunately, this time the distance between them was relatively far, giving Obito ample time to enter the vanishing state again. Sure enough, in the next moment, Teacher Minato predictably attacked him again, and the attack also predictably passed through again. In just a few exchanges, it seemed like they were fighting fiercely, but apart from that initial collision, the rest could be summed up in 3 words: hitting air. The two sides stopped and looked at each other. Obito thought, unless it was a surprise kill, with Minato's abnormal reaction speed, he could fly away before Obito's attack could materialize. A step faster leads to a series of steps faster. If Minato didn't want to be hit, Obito wouldn't touch him at all. The same logic applied to Minato. If Obito didn't give him a chance and kept vanishing, he wouldn't be able to hit him either. This was a battle between the Flying Thunder God and the vanishing technique. Since both their abilities were quite extraordinary, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Once they understood this, both sides lost their desire to fight. Minato helplessly said, "Let's stop. If we keep going like this, I don't know when it will end. Obito, you're indeed strong. And this is without your Mangekyō Sharingan or using the Flying Thunder God. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be your match." Obito shook his head. "No. Teacher Minato is the real strong one. Even if I mastered the Flying Thunder God, I don't know if I could use it to the same extent as you. I feel that even if I opened the Mangekyō, I still wouldn't be able to hit you. Not to mention opening the Mangekyō. Even if he entered Sage of Six Paths mode, Minato could still show off his skills just like Tobirama Senju. However, at that time, his physical attributes would have greatly improved. His attack speed would exceed Minato's reaction time, and if Tobirama Senju and Minato fought him head-on instead of assisting, he was confident he could finish the battle in a few rounds. The level of the Sage of Six Paths was something mere mortals couldn't touch. If it couldn't be dealt with in terms of mechanics, then it would be crushed by sheer numbers. However, becoming the Sage of Six Paths was too far off. Obito couldn't think about that for now. So, just like that, they stopped fighting and instead gathered together to share insights on using time-space ninjutsu. After exchanging ideas, both gained a lot of inspiration. Minato was eager to know how strong Obito would be if he learned the Flying Thunder God while having the ability to vanish. So, seeing that there was still time, Minato began to earnestly guide Obito in his training. The training method was also very simple. In a specific circle drawn by Minato, surrounded by markings of the Flying Thunder God, Obito had to dodge Minato's sudden attacks from all directions without entering the vanishing state. only using the flying thunder god to evade. In an instant, Obito was forced to jump around, looking quite awkward. But because of his experience using Kamui, he was also making progress at an incredibly astonishing speed. By around noon, he was already able to fly around quite skillfully, just like Teacher Minato. Seeing that it was getting late, the two stopped training, hunted some game, and returned to camp. After enjoying a delicious meal, everyone rested and continued their journey, soon returning to Konoha. After submitting the mission at the Hokage building, Minato couldn't wait to go back and be close to Kushina, while Kakashi excused himself to return to the Hitaki residence to rest, leaving only Rin and Obito behind. Rin smiled at Obito and said, "Obito, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? My parents really want to meet my teammates." Obito immediately became flustered. "Maybe not. I'm not mentally prepared for that." Rin puzzled. "It's just a dinner as teammates. What else there to prepare for?" Obito shook his head. "No. I want to wait until you can trust me enough to entrust yourself to me before I meet them." Obito showed a pleading expression. "Rin, can you give me some more time?" Rin's face turned slightly red. "I said it's just dinner, not an engagement. We're still young. Stop thinking about weird things." But seeing Obito still looking evasive, Rin could only shake her head. "Ah, I really can't do anything about you. Then I'll just go back by myself." After saying that, Rin started to leave, but Obito grabbed her hand. "Let's go back a little later. My grandma dreamed of me last night and said she misses you. Why don't you come home with me and see my grandma?" Rin couldn't help but knock Obito on the head. What a terrible excuse. "You just went home not long ago." "Fine, I'll go back with you. Let's just say it's to visit your grandma." So, the two of them held hands and headed towards the Uchiha clan area. When they arrived at the door, Obito saw a familiar figure waiting there. Uchiha Shursui was waiting for them. Obito was slightly taken aback and asked, "Shursui, what brings you here?" Uchiha Shursui glanced at the affectionate scene between Obito and Rin, feeling a slight disdain in his heart. He didn't think that an Uchiha who liked women was a qualified Uchiha. Could Obito really guide him in his training? As Fugaku said, Shursui wasn't very convinced, so he spoke up. "Obito-senpai, I'm here to not only discuss some issues with you, but also to spar with you." Obito was taken aback. Was Shursui wanting to spar with him to test his own temperament? Was this kid so bored? In his impression, Shursui should be quite stable, with his heart focused on the clan and Konoha. But then again, considering the Uchiha situation now was not as difficult as it would be later. And Shursui hadn't experienced the trials of the Third Great Ninja War yet. He probably hadn't developed that profound understanding yet, especially since Shursui hadn't activated the Mangekyō Sharingan that could change people's will, known as Kodo Amatsukami. Every Uchiha who activated the Mangekyō had experienced intense mental stimulation, which drastically changed their temperament, making them seem like completely different people. So, was the current Shursui different from the future Shursui? Before experiencing various setbacks, was he still a fairly typical Uchiha genius? That made sense. Any Uchiha who had opened the Mangekyō Sharingan, no matter how humble and polite they appeared on the surface, were actually very proud at their core, looking down on everything. Thinking of this, Obito released Rin's hand and smiled slightly. "What's this? Are you so eager to prove yourself that you even came to my doorstep after my mission ended?" Although Shursui was polite, he was still a child, and being provoked like this made him huff like a child. "Obito-senpai, you can also understand me like this. After all, I heard you still haven't activated your Sharingan. But I am different." After saying that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a tomo was slowly spinning in his crimson eyes. Chapter 58. Shursui is already developing the body flicker technique. Seeing Shursui open his one tomo Sharingan, Obito was quite surprised. Although it is normal for an Uchiha to awaken a one tomo at such a young age, Obito praised, "Shursui, you truly are a genius. Considering the bloodline enhancement of the Uchiha clan, your talent even surpasses Kakashi's." Lin, who was nearby, was momentarily taken aback and felt a bit unconvinced. Kakashi was the most talented ninja she had ever seen, and since he was their teammate, how could Obito lift other spirits at the expense of their own? However, what did Obito just call this little guy? It seemed to be Shursui. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this Shursui is the one Obito mentioned, one of the future Uchiha with 4 Mangekyō? Uchiha Shursui, the one who was somewhat on par with Teacher Minato during the Third War, the body flicker Shursui? Thinking of this, Lin couldn't believe her eyes and rubbed them. Although she had heard Obito mention Shursui's great name, she had never equated such a powerful figure with someone who looked even younger than Obito. This little guy actually had a legendary title in the future, reaching the level of elite jonin that Teacher Minato spoke of. With this thought, Lin felt a bit insecure. She couldn't help but recall Kakashi's strength in the future, only to helplessly realize that while Kakashi became a Jonin at 12 and was excellent, he was still not enough to earn a title like Body Flicker Shursui. Suddenly, she felt a deep sense of defeat. Kakashi's genius was actually being overshadowed by someone else. Seeing Lin's somewhat dejected expression, Obito leaned closer and whispered to comfort her. Lin, there's nothing we can do about it. This world values bloodlines too much. When a bloodline awakens, it can instantly surpass years of hard work by others. It's not that Kakashi isn't talented enough. It's just that the Uchiha Sharingan is unreasonable. Lin sighed, and although she was unwilling, she could only acknowledge the unfairness brought about by such bloodline differences. Meanwhile, Shursui thought that the two were shocked because he had awakened his eyes, feeling quite pleased inside. Obito-senpai, Kakashi-senpai's talent is indeed astonishing, but we Uchiha are the strongest. Just like me, I could actually graduate from the Ninja Academy early if I wanted to. Do you believe that? Obito nodded. Of course I believe it. But why don't you graduate? Wouldn't it be better to become a ninja earlier? Shursui shook his head. Obito-senpai, I think the body flicker technique is a great technique with a lot of potential to explore, especially after awakening my eyes. I suddenly had the idea of combining the shadow clone technique with the body flicker technique. He paused, but this idea isn't easy to realize. So I still need to stay at the Ninja Academy to learn a lot of knowledge. Hearing Shursui's words, Obito couldn't help but take it seriously. Is Shursui already developing his signature ninjutsu? That move seemed to have huge potential in Obito's eyes. It would manifest as a large number of shadow clones, each clone appearing at first glance as just an illusion to confuse the enemy. But if the enemy underestimates them, they would suffer a great loss, because these illusions could turn into the real body at any time to launch an attack. This was almost like his intangibility, a type of invincible ability that couldn't be countered without the right method. Moreover, due to the numerous clones attacking from all directions, the pressure it brought to the enemy was even greater than his intangibility. These clones, being mere illusions, couldn't be dealt with by the enemy. Yet since each clone had the potential to become a real entity, the enemy had no choice but to be on guard. The result would be that the enemy would fall into complete despair amidst this anxiety and helplessness. Thus, Body Flicker Shursui became an existence that could make one abandon their mission and flee upon encountering it, just like the Golden Flash. Obito was moved. The effect of the Body Flicker technique matched him perfectly. Once he learned this technique, combined with his intangibility, the enemy would be even more confused about which was the clone and which was the real body. Oh, you think I'm a clone? Actually, I just used intangibility. Oh, you think I used intangibility? But this is really just a clone. Just thinking about such combat effects excited him. Furthermore, Obito judged that he had all the conditions to learn this technique, namely solid fundamentals in the body flicker technique and the illusionary power of his Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, he was determined to learn this technique. Shursui, did you come to find me because you want to develop this technique? I did have that thought when I came to you. After all, I've heard that Obito-senpai became the top of the school thanks to the body flicker technique. But, Obito-senpai, I also want to spar with you since there's no one more powerful than me. What qualifications do you have to guide me? Obito nodded. You're right. Everything is determined by strength. Let's go. Let's head to the Uchiha training ground and have a spar. To be honest, I'm very interested in the technique you're developing. If you let me join in, I won't hesitate to share my knowledge with you in exchange. Shursui was taken aback. From Obito, he faintly sensed a huge confidence, not overly ostentatious like other Uchiha who often look down on others. Instead, it was deeply rooted, as if everything was under control. He couldn't help but become serious because he sensed a kinship. This was a feeling only a genius like him could perceive, and without the corresponding strength, it was impossible to cultivate such a mindset. He slightly restrained his condescending attitude. Then, senpai, let's go. The two stopped speaking and headed toward the training ground. Lin followed behind them, feeling a bit excited. Obito never did unnecessary things, and this serious attitude was something she had only seen when he was learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It seemed that the technique Shursui was developing was as important to Obito as the Flying Thunder God. Could this be the source of the legendary title body, Flicker Shursui? Just like the Golden Flash and the Flying Thunder God. Soon, the three arrived at the training ground. Obito and Shursui formed opposing seals, while Lin became the temporary referee. Before the battle began, Lin looked at the two and gently said, "You both do your best, give it your all. I'm a medical ninja, so if you get hurt, I'll help you heal." She said this because no matter how strong Shursui would be in the future, he was still just a little kid now. Lin didn't think that Obito, who could fight evenly with Teacher Minato, would lose. So this encouragement was actually for Shursui, Shursui, do your best to defeat that wicked Obito. However, from Shursui's perspective, Lin Senpai was simply too gentle. He suddenly understood why Obito, as an Uchiha, was so fascinated by a woman. He nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Lin Senpai, I'll hold back. Lin smiled and announced, then the battle begins. Chapter 59. The Flying Thunder God bullying Shursui in theory. During friendly sparring, the weaker side usually attacks first, while the stronger side adopts a defensive posture. Obito considered himself a stronger side, and thought he should let Shursui have a few moves. However, ever since he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he had developed a deep obsession with seizing the initiative. For example, using the technique to become invulnerable and then launch a Rasengan felt quite exhilarating. However, Obito wasn't using the Rasengan now and didn't plan to learn in the future. While the Rasengan was indeed a powerful, non-Hanseal single-target destructive jutsu suitable for fast-paced close combat, its value paled in comparison to Kamui, which could bypass Kagai's defenses. As for intangibility, Obito didn't intend to reveal this ability in front of Shursui. But that didn't stop him from starting off like his teacher Minato, with 3 Flying Thunder God Kunai, 1 left in place, 1 aimed at an empty space beside Shursui, and 1 aimed directly at Shursui himself. Upon seeing this, Shursui showed a hint of disdain. As a senior, Obito not only attacked first but also threw shuriken at him. This was simply a foolish approach. There's a saying, playing with kunai in front of the Sharingan, seeking death. Therefore, he instantly activated a Tomo, slightly tilted his body, and dodged the kunai thrown by Obito, feeling a bit disappointed. Obito-senpai, if you only have this much skill, then this battle should be over. However, the next second, Obito's figure suddenly vanished. Shursui was taken aback. What was going on? Was it body flicker technique? But his Sharingan had seen through everything and detected no signs of the technique being used. No, this was an ordinary body flicker technique. Shursui suddenly sensed a faint chakra disturbance behind him. Not good. Shursui instinctively turned around to defend. However, in his moment of distraction, he had already left a huge, irreparable opening. Obito's kunai leisurely pressed against the back of his head. Seeing this, Obito smiled and said, "Sorry, Shursui. My fighting style has increasingly leaned towards speed, so ending a battle often only takes an instant. If you didn't see clearly how you lost, we can do it again." Facing a junior who had invented the phantom body flicker technique, Obito was very patient. In fact, Shursui's ability to react to the initial attack of the Flying Thunder God and realize there was danger behind him had already surprised him. After all, he was the future Shursui, capable of catching such faint chakra disturbances. But now, the gap between them was still vast. Even if Shursui knew he could teleport, he couldn't match Obito's speed and still face the inevitable outcome of being defeated in an instant. On Shursui's side, he felt a tremendous sense of absurdity and frustration. He wasn't unwilling to accept defeat. After all, Obito was a senior valued by Fugaku and surely had some skills. However, the defeat he envisioned was one where both sides exhausted their techniques after a fierce battle. Not like this, where it took only a fleeting moment from start to finish, and he hadn't even grasped the situation. He indeed wasn't very convinced and gritted his teeth, saying, "Then let's do it again." Obito nodded lightly. "All right." The moment he said, "All right," Obito released the kunai in his hand and swiftly returned to his original position. Shursui was once again taken aback. "You just came over like that?" Obito nodded. "That's right. You can understand it as a high-level body flicker technique. As long as there is a medium, I can appear beside you and launch an attack at any time." Shursui showed a bit of contemplation, recalling the kunai that Obito had thrown earlier. "So the medium is..." He instinctively looked at the kunai that Obito had let go of, which was now stuck at his feet. "Quite sharp. But you forgot that there was more than one kunai aimed at you." Obito's voice sounded again behind Shursui, and the kunai was once more pressed against the back of his head. This time, Obito even had time to pat Shursui's shoulder, reminding him that he had been caught. Shursui was filled with a mix of surprise and anger. "Again, this time I won't fall for it. I've seen through everything." "Oh really?" Obito chuckled and instantly returned to his original position. This time, he specifically reminded, "Are you ready? I'm about to start." Shursui nodded. "I'm ready, Obito-senpai. Feel free to come at me." This time, he had marked all 3 Flying Thunder God kunai, so no matter where Obito teleported to, he could react immediately. However, the next moment, Obito abruptly appeared right in front of him, face to face. "Shursui, are you convinced this time?" Obito's kunai was pressed against his abdomen. Shursui instantly lost the desire to continue fighting. He suddenly understood that the gap between him and Obito was simply beyond reason. Obito was toying with him. but he still wanted to understand the reason. This body flicker technique requires a medium, right? He had clearly marked all the mediums. Could it be? Shui forced a smile, glancing at his shoulder, and indeed saw that a flying thunder god mark had already been placed on his shoulder. It was when Obito had reminded him by patting his shoulder earlier. Shui deeply bowed to Obito. Obito-senpai, I admit defeat. So you are this strong. I never knew the body flicker technique could be used like this. I was too arrogant before, and in front of a true strong person, I couldn't do anything. Obito felt quite pleased. It was satisfying to bully a ninja not as strong as himself with the flying thunder god. He patted Shusui's head. Actually, you don't need to belittle yourself. Losing to me isn't shameful. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come and ask me anytime. Now, let me point out the issues you exposed in this battle. Although being patted on the head by a senior who wasn't much older than him made Shui quite uncomfortable. He could only obediently listen now. Obito said seriously, you have a lot of confidence in your own strength and in your Sharingan, which leads you to think everything is under your control. But if the enemy breaks free from that control, you often lack means to respond. For instance, in the final moment, you thought you had marked all the kunai's positions, so you were completely unconcerned that the enemy could attack from another direction. This is a very bad habit. Obito continued earnestly. The same goes for Jinjutsu. If you think you have taken down your opponent with one Jinjutsu and feel everything is under your control, but in reality, the opponent has long since broken your Jinjutsu and is just waiting for you to let your guard down to launch a surprise attack. What would you do then? Shui broke out in a cold sweat. Obito-senpai, I understand. No matter how strong I am, I must not let my guard down. I will definitely pay attention to this issue. Underestimating the opponent could lead to huge consequences. Obito nodded. Remember this lesson today. You may encounter many ninjas in the future who are neither smart nor cunning, and who have neither special bloodlines nor bizarre abilities. In battles with them, you might gradually forget what happened today. Shui shook his head, forcing a smile. That won't happen. This lesson is enough for me to remember for a lifetime. Obito smiled. So, am I qualified now to hear about the technique you want to develop? Shui nodded. Even if Obito hadn't brought it up, he had long wanted to say it. The technical threshold of this technique was too high, and it wasn't easy to find someone to exchange ideas with. Therefore, he eagerly began to share his theories. Chapter 60. Obito's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Shusui's shock Shui took a long time to explain the principles behind the phantom body flicker technique. This technique is indeed very complex. To summarize simply, the body replacement technique is a type of illusion, but it only possesses visual interference capabilities and does not have chakra. Without chakra, one cannot perform reverse summoning or release the body flicker technique. However, using the illusion created by the Sharingan to make a clone can place a Sharingan illusion mark on the clone, allowing it to possess certain chakra characteristics. This way, one can use that chakra to complete reverse summoning and achieve the effect of the body flicker technique. Therefore, theoretically, one can use the Sharingan to create a large number of clones and mark each of them. The original can then instantly transport to any clone through these marks, and of course, can also instantly leave at any time. After listening, Obito thought this was simply a genius concept. But at the same time, the difficulty was very high. How to mark the clones, how to teleport to the precise clone amidst a large number of clones fighting. Just these 2 points require extremely strong illusion techniques, sealing technique mastery, and practice of the body flicker technique to a monstrous degree. But coincidentally, Obito happened to meet these points. In order to learn Flying Thunder God, he had put in a lot of effort into the body flicker technique and sealing techniques. As for illusion techniques, although it was not his specialty, he had controlled the 4th Mizuki Jigura with his Mangekyō for a long time, so he had quite a bit of experience. Thus, he was 99% confident that he could learn this technique, provided that he helped Shui develop and perfect it, as it was still just a concept at this stage. So, he imparted a wealth of experience about the body flicker technique and illusion techniques to Shui, which came either from the Mangekyō or from Flying Thunder God, both of which were top-tier experiences in the entire ninja world. In no time, Shusui's horizons were broadened, and every word from Obito brought a sense of enlightenment. However, Shui was also somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Obito-senpai, did you really not awaken your eyes? Why do I feel that you are exceptionally familiar with the Sharingan's illusion techniques, even surpassing the understanding of those 3-Tomo clan members I've encountered? Obito looked around cautiously and said, Shui, can you keep a secret, so we're not to leak it? Shusui's breath suddenly quickened. He had already realized that Obito had indeed awakened his Sharingan, otherwise he couldn't possibly have such rich experience. So he nodded. I swear, I won't tell a word. Obito smiled and said, then I trust you. After saying that, he instantly activated his 3 Tomo. For a moment, Shursui was stunned. 3 Tomo. He had tried his best to overestimate, but he still didn't expect that Obito Senpai's Sharingan had actually evolved to the highest level. Instantly, that sense of frustration returned. And this time, it was concrete, being suppressed in terms of the Uchiha bloodline talent. Having opened 1 Tomo, he knew how difficult it was to awaken a Sharingan. He had no confidence that he could evolve his eyes to the highest form at Obito's age. Is this what clan head Fugaku meant by the unique genius of the Uchiha? I somewhat believe it now. It turns out Obito Senpai just fought me without even using half of his strength. Meanwhile, Rin covered her mouth and giggled. The fact that Obito could activate a 3 Tomo Sharingan was enough to astonish Uchiha Shursui, but she had seen the 3-side shapes of Obito's Mangekyō. Those eyes, thinking back, were quite beautiful. Seeing Shursui's gloomy expression, Obito patted his shoulder. Shursui, your talent is already very good. Although I do have some special talent in awakening my eyes, my situation is also very unique and shouldn't be compared as an example. In fact, the difference between you and me is more about age. Shursui looked disbelieving. Obito Senpai, you're not that much older than me, right? But don't worry. It's not that easy to be discouraged. From now on, Obito Senpai will be my role model. I will strive towards the direction of Obito Senpai. This statement was made with determination, and Obito felt a strong sense of conviction. Indeed, every Uchiha who could awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan was not an ordinary person. Obito thought that if Uchiha Shursui hadn't died so early, he would definitely have a place in the 4th Great Ninja War. He looked at the sky and smiled. Good. Having this ambition is a good thing, but it's getting late. How about we think about how to solve the dinner problem? Shursui immediately said, Today, I trouble you and Rin Senpai, so why don't I treat you both tonight? Rin's eyes suddenly lit up as she leaned over. Really? Shursui replied seriously. Of course it's true. How about I treat the 2 seniors to dinner at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant? Rin was very touched. The Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant was delicious, but also particularly expensive. She wouldn't dare to be so extravagant on a non-special occasion. She cautiously asked, Isn't that a bit too costly? Beside them, Obito chuckled. Go eat, it definitely won't make him poor. And Rin, if you want to eat, we can go anytime. Don't forget, I'm now an elder of the Uchiha clan. Rin suddenly remembered that Obito had now also become quite wealthy. The Uchiha clan was indeed prestigious and affluent. Thus, a group of them headed towards the barbecue restaurant. As soon as they reached the entrance of the restaurant, they encountered Akato. Rin curiously approached. Akato, are you here to eat too? Akato nodded happily. Yeah, I did well on today's exam. My grades improved. And I got a large sum of money from my parents, so I came to enjoy myself. Rin, are you here to eat too? Becoming a ninja really brings in the money. Rin smiled. It's not me, someone is treating. After saying that, Rin pointed to Shursui standing next to Obito. Let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Shursui, Obito's clansman. Akato's eyes lit up. So you're an Uchiha? No wonder you're so rich. You can treat us to barbecue. After a pause, Akato looked at Shursui's face and seemed to remember something. So you're that Shursui? I've heard of you, the new genius of the ninja school. Not inferior to Kakashi of the past. Shursui immediately panicked. I'm far from being able to compare with Kakashi-senpai. I don't deserve such an evaluation. Due to his relationship with Obito, Shursui had overestimated Kakashi by more than 1 level. He couldn't imagine how outstanding Kakashi-senpai had to be to suppress Obito during his student years to the point of becoming the last in the class. Obito-senpai, saying that his talent even surpassed Kakashi's, was probably just to avoid hurting his confidence. Akato tilted his head and thought, Is that so? But everyone says so. Anyway, you're all geniuses. Who is more outstanding? I don't know. Let's not think about such problems today. Let us sit together. Shursui looked at Rin and Obito and found that they had no objections, so he nodded. All right, since they are Rin-senpai and Obito-senpai's friends, let's eat together. Then let's go in. Akato took the lead and excitedly walked into the restaurant, but bumped into someone coming out. Bang! Akato fell to the ground, holding his head with teary eyes. It hurts. Who doesn't he look where they're going? Akato looked up, and upon recognizing the person, his expression changed. Swallowing back the 100 curses he was about to blurt out, Orochimaru looked at Akato with some interest, his voice raspy as usual. It seems that you were the one not looking where you were going. Chapter 61. Hondo was remembered by Orochimaru. Hondo showed a sullen expression, standing up anxiously to wipe Orochimaru's clothes. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, I won't dare to look away again next time. Hondo was so scared that she was about to cry. Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, "What's your name?" The fear in Hondo increased. "Please, Lord Orochimaru, don't tell my parents about this, or my allowance will be ruined." Orochimaru remained unmoved. "What's your name? Which ninja school are you in? What grade?" Hondo could only respond gloomily, "Yukimura Hondo, graduating next year." Orochimaru nodded and walked past Hondo. Halfway through, he paused slightly. "I remember you." Then, Orochimaru walked away. Watching Orochimaru's departing figure, Hondo was filled with worry. "This is bad. Lord Orochimaru will definitely tell my parents." She walked over, looking at Rin with a pleading expression. "Rin, what should I do? Think of a way for me." Rin smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Hondo. Such a small matter won't bother Lord Orochimaru." Hondo's sobbing grew louder. "You're lying." Lord Orochimaru clearly said he remembers my name. Nearby, Obito interjected. "Maybe this is a good thing?" Hondo shot him a resentful glance. "What kind of good thing is this?" Obito replied slowly. "In fact, throughout Konoha, there should be many people who want Orochimaru to remember their names, but he seems to have forgotten most of them. Being remembered means that if something happens, Orochimaru will think of you first." Hondo's face turned pale with fear. "That's even scarier. I heard that Lord Orochimaru is the most sinister of the Sannin. He wouldn't want to eat children, right? I don't want to be eaten." Obito laughed. "Then from another perspective, if Orochimaru suddenly wants to take on a disciple, who would he think of first?" Hondo pointed to herself. "You mean me?" "Ha ha, are you joking?" Obito shrugged. "Well, I've said what I needed to say. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Hondo was amused. "Obito, is your J-Nin mentor treating you badly, so you dream of becoming Lord Orochimaru's disciple?" "I'd rather believe that Lord Jiraiya takes on disciples than Lord Orochimaru. Besides, it would be me." Rin, however, sensed the deeper meaning in Obito's words and asked uncertainly, "Obito, is that true?" Obito smiled. "Guess." Rin had already figured out the answer from Obito's teasing and excitedly told Hondo. "Hondo, this might actually be a good thing. Maybe you'll understand in a few years." Seeing that Rin also said so, Hondo finally felt a bit relieved, but was still suspicious. "Are you hiding something from me?" Rin shook her head and pulled Hondo into the shop. "Don't think too much about it. In any case, if you really become a disciple of the Sannin in the future, remember to treat us." Hondo laughed. "If that day really comes, not just treating once, I'd be willing to treat for a year." Just like that, the group regained their spirits. Uchiha Shursui ordered a large table of grilled meat, and everyone enjoyed it immensely. After finishing, Shursui even settled Hondo's bill. That night, after parting ways with the others, Obito and Rin went home to visit Rin's grandmother. With no reason left to keep Rin, he could only send her home. On the way, Rin curiously asked, "Obito, during the barbecue, I saw you deep in thought. Were you thinking about something?" Obito nodded and quietly replied, "I was thinking about how to catch a white Zetsu." Rin was taken aback. "Huh? Why do you want to catch a white Zetsu?" Obito said, "I ran into Orochimaru today, and it reminded me that it's time to catch a white Zetsu to exchange for complete would-release experimental data." Rin began to worry, "But catching a white Zetsu is dangerous." Obito smiled. "Don't worry, regular white Zetsus have weak combat abilities aside from their reconnaissance skills. As long as we can ensure we find it and act decisively without giving it a chance to escape, it should be easy to catch." Rin tilted her head. "Is that so? But didn't you say that white Zetsus are very cautious? They leave at the slightest disturbance and can merge with nature." Obito thought for a moment. "That's true, but while we were eating, I already thought of a way. After all, I've spent a long time with white Zetsus and am one of the few people in this world who understands them the best." Rin was curious. "So, Obito, how do you plan to catch it?" Obito couldn't help but tease Rin a bit. "Rin, have you heard of the urge to relieve oneself?" Rin looked at him oddly. "Obito, you weren't thinking about this while eating, were you?" Obito explained, "I didn't want to, but white Zetsu is very interested in this, even to the point of obsession. We can use this to attract it." Rin was dumbfounded. "Obito, are you out of your mind? This doesn't sound like a reliable idea at all." Obito shook his head. "No, I'm sure this is what white Zetsu cares about the most. Just like how I care about you." Rin, seeing that Obito wasn't joking, became confused. She didn't understand why this so-called #1 information expert in the ninja world had such an obsession with the urge to relieve oneself. Obito's eyes were filled with emotion. "Actually, I didn't understand this at first, but I gradually figured it out. White Zetsu is actually a type of plant life. They survive by absorbing sunlight and nutrients from the earth, rather than through human eating and excretion. White Zetsu cannot feel the urge to relieve itself, but it is also a humanoid life form, so it will be curious especially since human excrement is a great fertilizer for plants. So it wants to understand it even more. In short, as long as we show that we know what it feels like to have that urge, there's a high probability that white Zetsu will be attracted and reveal itself. Rin was immediately speechless. If that's the case, then isn't white Zetsu a fool? How can such a fool be a good information gatherer? Obito laughed. Rin, white Zetsu is indeed a fool, especially those created using Hashirama's cells, who inherit the characteristics of Senju Hashirama's foolishness. Moreover, a topic like the urge to relieve one's self might seem funny to humans, but it could be very serious for white Zetsu. After all, they are different from us, and their way of thinking is also different. White Zetsu can mimic human actions but cannot understand human thoughts. Rin nodded. I see. But Obito, what do you mean by white Zetsu mimicking human actions? Obito said, I forgot to mention, white Zetsu can not only merge with nature, but they can also transform into a human, perfectly mimicking their words and actions. Rin suddenly felt a chill. You mean, white Zetsu can completely replace someone without anyone knowing? Obito thought about the events during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when a ninja coalition discovered white Zetsu. It's not that no one would notice, but unless it's someone close, it is indeed very difficult to detect. At that time, the ninja coalition could only take a method of fencing off the area and checking one by one. Chapter 62. Kushina asked Naruto about his crush Lin gained a deeper understanding of white Zetsu's infiltrative abilities. Not only could he blend into nature, but he could also transform into a human and silently merge into a crowd. Truly, he was what Obito called the #1 intelligence expert in the ninja world. Therefore, she felt somewhat uneasy. So, what exactly should we do? Obito thought for a moment. It's simple. We ask Kushina-sensei for help, set up a cage filled with sealing techniques. And then we just need to discuss what conveniences and where to find its essence. White Zetsu might take the bait. Lin was taken aback. Is it really that simple? Obito said slowly, Lin, just like you, if one day you disappeared and I suddenly heard news of you, no matter if it was a trap or not, I would step right into it. Lin tapped Obito's head. Obito, don't say such ominous things. I'll tell the plan to Sensei and Kakashi tomorrow. Obito nodded, seeing Lin off for the last stretch of her journey, and only left slowly after she entered her house. The next day, Minato's team and Kushina gathered together. After Obito explained the complete plan, everyone couldn't hold back their reactions. Kushina pointed at herself. Kid, you want me to set up a ceiling barrier just to catch a guy whose mind is full of convenience? Obito smiled wryly. Big sis. Kakashi must have told you about white Zetsu's intel. This guy's not easy to catch. Kushina thought for a moment. If what you say is true, having lurked in Konoha for years without being discovered, then it really is difficult to catch. All right, I can help you with this. Setting up a barrier that isolates the land, ensuring that anyone who enters can only break through with great power and cannot leave silently. Obito clasped his hands together. Then I'll leave it to you, big sis. Kushina huffed. Kid, do you think I'm helping you for free? Without enough benefits. I want to lift a finger. Obito laughed. Big sis, I remember you inherited quite a bit from the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido. You shouldn't be lacking anything. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll do my best to get it for you. Kushina nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. But as you said, I don't lack material things. Why don't you tell me about Naruto, like what kind of girl he likes when he grows up? Minato was also very interested in this, and Lin was curious as well. Lin asked, Obito, I remember you said Naruto was almost pushed to darkness by you, but a girl beside him woke him up. Is that girl the one he likes? Obito tried to recall and then smiled. The girl who hid him is the Hyuga clan's little princess, Hinata Hyuga, who was kidnapped by the Land of Lightning. As I mentioned to Sensei, Kushina's eyes lit up, so Naruto ended up with the little princess of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is still a prominent family in Konoha. Minato, our son is doing quite well. Then she patted her chest in relief, murmuring to herself, Thank goodness it's not from the branch family. Thank goodness it's not from the branch family. Minato was initially pleased, but upon hearing Kushina's last words, he fell silent. He thought for a moment and said firmly, If I become Hokage, I will definitely work hard to change the status of the main and branch families. However, thinking about how difficult that would be, he couldn't help but sigh. But a caged bird is hard to deal with. Kushina didn't care about that. She pulled Obito and asked, Is Hinata cute? What's her personality like? Is she like me? Obito thought for a moment and honestly replied, Big sis, actually, I don't know much about Hinata because she is not my main focus. She's indeed quite cute, especially when she was younger. As for her personality, I only know that she really likes Naruto. Every time Naruto is in trouble, she bravely stands in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy is. Is that so? Kushina smiled with tears. Then I can rest assured. Naruto has someone willing to fight for him. But Obito shook his head. However, big sis. As far as I know, although Hinata really likes Naruto, it seems that Naruto likes another girl more. What? Kushina's hair began to flutter, and she clenched her fists. That little brat. How could he let down a girl who is willing to give everything for him? I really want to go to the future and beat him up. Lin's eyes widened as well. She thought from Obito's words that that girl and Naruto were a couple. But now it seemed not to be the case. Lin asked softly. Then, Obito, what is Naruto like? Obito smiled. It's Sakura, Tsunade's disciple. Full name Haruno Sakura, the daughter of Haruno SH. Her strength is not much inferior to Tsunade's. She is an excellent kunoichi. As for her personality, she is a bit like Kushina-sensei, a very strong-willed girl. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, when facing the final enemy, it was Sakura who supplied me with chakra, allowing me to play a role. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. Upon hearing this, Kushina became conflicted. In that case, Sakura seems pretty good too. She is not inferior to Tsunade. But Hinata is also a good girl. How will Naruto choose? Meanwhile, Minato had already started to sweat and quietly asked Obito, that Sakura? She wouldn't have mastered the strength of 100 technique like Tsunade, right? Obito nodded. She mastered it very well. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, she punched away a lot of the Ten Tails clones. Minato's heart sank. With a personality similar to Kushina's and having mastered Tsunade's strength of 100, he began to worry about Naruto. Would he end up getting beaten up? Seeing this, Obito comforted him. Minato-sensei, it's hard to say how things will turn out. Naruto does like Sakura, but it seems that Sakura likes someone else more. Kushina was taken aback. What? Sakura likes someone else while Naruto likes her? Then tell me, who does Sakura like? Is he better than my Naruto? Obito looked at Kushina. Big sis, that person is actually somewhat related to you. He is the second son of Lady Mikoto and clan head Fugaku, Uchiha Sasuke. What? Mikoto is son? In an instant, Kushina lost her temper. Originally, she thought that no matter who Sakura liked, she could just take her Naruto away. But it was her best friend's son, so it was hard for her to act. So, Mikoto is having a second child? Kushina turned to Minato, dreaming. Minato, how about we have a second child too? Although having Naruto is already great, but if we had a daughter, Minato was shocked. No way, Kushina. Your situation is different from Mikoto's. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, having one child is already a huge risk. I can't let you go through that again. Kushina thought about it, and it did seem that way. She could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, such a big and adorable daughter of mine is just gone. Then she looked at Obito. All right, let's discuss your plan to catch White Zetsu. Chapter 63. Catching White Zetsu in Konoha. On a sunny day, Minato's team gathered together, whispering to each other. Not far away, a White Zetsu was observing everything from the shadows, since Obito was a key target of Madara's observation. This White Zetsu bore an important mission, to keep a close eye on Obito's every move. However, recently, this task had encountered some trouble. Obito had become increasingly dangerous, and the aura surrounding him made the White Zetsu increasingly uneasy. Although it did not know the source of this unease, it instinctively chose to stay far away. This, however, led to a problem. While it could monitor Obito's movements, it could not eavesdrop on his conversations, especially in recent days. It noticed that Obito and his team members often gathered together, drawing and writing on the ground in a mysterious manner, leaving it curious about what they were discussing. So, after confirming that Obito and his team had left and would not return immediately, it cautiously emerged and looked at the ground. It wanted to see what Obito and the others had written on the ground. Then, it was stunned. On the ground was a drawing of feces, accompanied by a sentence. We have hidden the ultimate secret of bowel movement in the wooden house on the back mountain, but after thinking about it, this secret is too dangerous, so we decided to destroy it now. The White Zetsu was greatly shocked. The ultimate truth that so many White Zetsus had pondered for so long had actually been comprehended by Obito's team. No wonder Obito had caught Madara's attention. It couldn't let Obito destroy this truth, forgetting about communicating with the other White Zetsus. It realized the reason behind Obito's team's mysterious gatherings after each meeting was to go to the newly built wooden house on the back mountain. It absolutely could not allow Obito to destroy this truth. Thus, it quickly moved towards the wooden house. Upon arriving, it breathed a sigh of relief. Obito's team always came slowly, and this time was no different. Fortunately, it arrived first. Let me see what the ultimate secret of bowel movement is. The White Zetsu smiled, preparing to sneak into the wooden house. However, it found that the area around the wooden house seemed to be filled with sealing barriers, blocking all paths of entry. Was it really valued so highly by Jago? Such a high level of defense. No wonder it was the truth of bowel movement. The white Zetsu no longer doubted that there was indeed a big secret hidden in the house. But it hesitated. If it entered like this, it wouldn't be able to exit by other means. What if it bumped into Minato's team coming back? However, this hesitation lasted only a moment. Compared to the truth, nothing else mattered. The white Zetsu resolutely emerged from the ground and entered through the front door. As soon as it entered, it saw a huge painting in the center of the room, depicting a pile of feces. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was that this painting was also filled with sealing techniques, and the white Zetsu even saw Minato's flying thunder god mark. This was troublesome. The protective measures were too high. Even if it succeeded, it would definitely fall into danger, and logically it should retreat. But behind this painting was the secret of bowel movement. Forget it. Just a glance would be worth it. The white Zetsu couldn't help but walk over and reach out to unveil the painting. Swish! Bang! Suddenly, the door of the wooden house slammed shut, and a massive sealing array activated. From the painting, a powerful sealing force surged forth, binding the white Zetsu's body. The white Zetsu immediately realized it couldn't escape. But if it couldn't escape, so be it. At least it could finally figure out what bowel movement was. It no longer had any concerns and looked toward the back of the painting. However, there was nothing behind it. The white Zetsu was dumbfounded. Where's my bowel movement? What happened to the promised ultimate secret of bowel movement? At this moment, two figures appeared here through two different flying thunder god marks. Obito looked at the white Zetsu frozen in place and waved his hand. Hello. The white Zetsu, seeing this, couldn't help but respond, hello. It always felt that when it officially made its appearance in a ninja world in the future, it would greet people like this. Beside them, Minato looked at Obito with a strange expression. So this is white Zetsu. It looks a bit dim-witted. Obito shrugged. Perhaps we shouldn't judge it with human thoughts. The white Zetsu now realized it had been exposed. This was a trap specifically for it. But it no longer had the chance to think further, because Minato had already made his move. With a clean and swift motion, a kunai severed the white Zetsu's head. The white Zetsu instantly transformed into a dry, wooden corpse. Minato exclaimed, such a strange ability, but its combat power is indeed weak. In a direct confrontation, even a genin might be able to handle it. Obito took out a sealing scroll and sealed the white Zetsu's corpse, then said, Minato-sensei, I'm also a genin. Minato suddenly felt awkward. Sorry, Obito. I forgot you were a genin and subconsciously regarded you as a ninja of my level. Obito shook his head. In fact, many genin in Konoha are formidable figures. Perhaps there aren't many like that right now, but in the future, the two who ultimately save the world will both be genin. Minato was taken aback. Obito, Kakashi said that Naruto ultimately defeated and persuaded you, saving the world. He's also a genin? Obito nodded. The two I mentioned are indeed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, they were both still genin, but possessed powers at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Now, Minato didn't know whether to be happy or sad. His son had obtained the legendary power of the Sage of Six Paths, yet he hadn't even been promoted to Chunin. Obito comforted him. Minato-sensei, don't worry. After saving the world, Naruto will likely become Hokage. I've entrusted my dream of becoming Hokage to him. He won't let you down. Is that so? Minato showed a relieved smile. I really want to meet the future Naruto. I guess I can only have my own child since I can't see him. It seems that Jago and I need to get married soon. With the matter resolved, Obito said, Thank you, Minato-sensei and big sister for helping me with this big favor. This way, I can exchange for detailed information on the wood release experiments with Orochimaru. Soon, I can start implanting Hashirama cells to resolve the side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan. A serious expression appeared on Minato's face. Obito, while I promised Jago not to leak your matters, I still feel that cooperating with Orochimaru is quite dangerous. You must be cautious and ensure that you don't harm the village or involve others. Obito replied, Don't worry, Minato-sensei, I just want to ensure I get what I want. Perhaps my methods aren't the most legitimate, but when it comes to harm, the things Danzo has done are truly harmful. Minato nodded, I know, but Danzo is a distinguished figure in Konoha and has the third Hokage protecting him. It's indeed not a good time to act against him right now. Perhaps when I become the fourth Hokage, things will change or... Minato looked at Obito seriously. You mentioned before that I'm not stubborn. Danzo's actions have seriously harmed the village. If you have a way to eliminate him, I wouldn't mind cooperating. Obito nodded and slowly said, I do. To make his death meaningful, I prepared a grand farewell ceremony for him once the third Great Ninja War starts. Chapter 64. Obtaining would release experimental data half a year later. At Ichiraka Ramen, it was nighttime, and Orochimaru, as usual, walked out of the laboratory. Ever since that mysterious masked man had visited, he had raised the security level of his laboratory by another tier. That strange space-time ability made him very wary. However, at the same time, he hoped to see that masked man again. As the saying goes, risk and opportunity coexist. To achieve immortality, some risks must be taken. Just then, the space around him distorted, and the masked man appeared again. Orochimaru sneered coldly. I thought you wouldn't come. So, is the thing I wanted ready? Without wasting words, the masked man decisively threw a sealing scroll over. Orochimaru caught it and said, Interesting, you just trust that I won't breach our agreement? The masked man shrugged. Breaching a contract comes at a cost, doesn't it? You should understand that the benefits I can offer you are not limited to this. Orochimaru's vertical pupils flickered. I'm increasingly curious about your intentions. Can you share them? What does an old guy hiding in the shadows really want? The masked man let out a frail laugh. If I said I want to save the world, would you believe me? Orochimaru murmured to himself, save the world? Actually, selfish people like you and me can't save the world. The masked man was taken aback, then slowly said, Perhaps you're right. I'm just as selfish as you. Orochimaru tossed out a scroll, which the masked man caught. This contains all my would release experimental data. Besides this data, what else do you need? He. Perhaps we can exchange something else. The masked man pondered for a moment, data on bloodline transplantation and bloodline fusion experiments, not limited to would release. You could explore this direction further. If you achieve results, I won't hesitate to reward you. Is that so? Orochimaru thought crazily. What was the significance of the masked man doing this? The masked man continued, If you don't have a good experimental assistant, I can introduce someone to you. You should be familiar with him. His name is Obito. Obito, huh? What a nostalgic name. Orochimaru paused before recalling such a person. The masked man added, Perhaps his ninja talent isn't as good as yours, but his research talent has its merits. You should know why he defected, right? Orochimaru laughed. Forbidden experiments, right? Orochimaru knew that the experiments he was currently conducting were even more forbidden than Obito's. He wondered if one day he would follow in Obito's footsteps. I will investigate his whereabouts. If he really has the abilities you mentioned, I wouldn't mind conducting experiments along the way. After all, I have a deep curiosity about bloodline powers. After a pause, Orochimaru looked at the masked man. But what benefits can you offer me? The masked man's weathered voice sounded. Living long allows one to know some secrets. I know too many secrets. Perhaps everything you want to know, I already know. Orochimaru was taken aback. Did this old man dare to say such things? He chuckled. The more I study the cells of Hashirama, the more I discover the power contained within. The strength of Senju Hashirama is certainly beyond that of Hokage Sarutobi, right? Now I'm curious about how to become a ninja at that level. The masked man thought for a moment. I can tell you this information in advance, but don't forget to share your experiences with me after you succeed. Orochimaru replied, Sure. The masked man slowly said, The sage mode of the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with surprise. You do know quite a bit, but sage mode isn't that easy to learn. The masked man slowly continued. If you can't learn it, it might be due to your bloodline not being excellent enough. You should find ways to transplant some special bloodlines like the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya clan, and the legendary scales, Jagon, that are said to come with a sage body, among others. Orochimaru pondered. I see if I follow your method. I will have to research the experiments you're interested in. However, does learning sage mode have special bloodline requirements? That's quite interesting. The masked man lightly reminded. By the way, to learn sage mode, it's best to ensure the integrity of your soul. Don't end up splitting your soul into pieces before you succeed. Orochimaru was startled. He had recently guessed about splitting the soul to develop a forbidden reincarnation technique. Was this also anticipated by the masked man? Leave a way to contact you. It can't always be you looking for me, right? Orochimaru licked his lips. The masked man said, Then give me your summoning contract scroll with a white snake used for relaying information. If there are any clues, we can contact each other through the white snake. Orochimaru stared at the masked man for a while and then tossed out a scroll. After the masked man caught it, he slowly said, All right, I won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye. With that, his figure disappeared into the air. Orochimaru watched this sudden disappearance and thought, I still can't understand this technique. Old man of the ninja world, how many secrets do you really have? On the other side, Obito returned to his residence. After clearing up various traces, he opened the experimental data given by Orochimaru and began to study it bit by bit. Only after starting his research did he realize that the knowledge required exceeded his expectations. It seemed that if he wanted to transplant Hashirama's cells, he still needed to supplement some knowledge. Days passed as he studied knowledge, carried out missions, interacted with Rin, and guided Shizen little by little. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, it was said that in Konoha village, the secret ramen master had opened a new store named Ichiraka Ramen. The shop was festively decorated, and a long line formed around it, all drawn by the half-price opening special and the delicious taste of handmade ramen. Rin also dragged Kakashi and Obito along to taste it. In the crowd, they spotted quite a few classmates, including Might Guy, Shizen, and Asuma, among others. Kakashi wasn't very enthusiastic. He couldn't quite understand if it was worth it to wait so long for a bowl of ramen. At that moment, he suddenly spotted the figure of their teacher, Minato, seemingly coming specifically to find them. Kakashi immediately warned, Obito, Rin, don't just focus on eating, we might have a mission. Obito and Rin looked in the direction Kakashi pointed and saw Minato being pulled away by a white-haired man. Hey, isn't that Jiraiya? What does he want with Minato? Rin asked curiously. Obito shook his head. I don't know, but I heard Jiraiya has been diligently practicing Minato's Rasengan recently. Maybe he has achieved some results and wants to show off to his students. Kakashi scoffed. Such a boring thing. The legendary 3 wouldn't do that. Rin smiled. Maybe Obito is right. Jiraiya is a lot like the Obito of childhood, always so carefree. Kakashi exclaimed. So Jiraiya was also a fool back then. Obito immediately got upset. Hey, Kakashi, who are you calling a fool? Kakashi shrugged. Who knows? Just as the two were playfully arguing, Minato seemed to have shaken off Jiraiya's entanglement and quickly came over. Let us go. The third Hokage has given orders. We have a mission to execute. Chapter 65. Team 7 executes the Lulon Mission Konoha, Hokage office. All members of Team Minato stood before the third Hokage. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. Recently, there have been skirmishes throughout the ninja world. The third Kazekage has been missing for a long time, and the Cloud Village is moving a large number of troops toward the Sand Village, likely trying to take advantage of the Sand Village's disarray. The Land of Earth has also seized the opportunity, gathering at least over 20,000 troops heading toward the Cloud Village, probably intending to raid while the Cloud Village is preoccupied with the Sand Village. The Mist Village has stationed a large number of ninjas on land, too close to the Land of Fire for us to ignore. In short, it seems that this year, or at the latest next year, the Third Great Ninja War will fully break out. Team 7 was not surprised by this news. They had already completed multiple intelligence-gathering missions in the past 6 months and had formed their own judgment about the current situation in the ninja world. Minato asked, Lord Third, is this mission related to the war? The third Hokage slowly shook his head. No, although Konoha will inevitably be drawn into this war. The current chaos in the ninja world actually presents an opportunity for Konoha. I plan to take advantage of this time to expand the scope of Konoha's mission requests. Minato pondered for a moment, seemingly understanding. Lord Third, Konoha has already taken on missions from the entire Land of Fire and even the surrounding small countries. If we're to expand further, do you mean to take missions from other great nations? The third Hokage nodded. Exactly, especially from the Wind Country. With the disappearance of the Kazekage, the local people have lost faith in the Sand Village, presenting a golden opportunity. Therefore, after some negotiation, I finally secured an S-rank mission from the Wind Country. If this mission is executed well, Konoha will gain more trust from the Wind Country, resulting in a steady stream of Wind Country citizens coming to Konoha for missions. Beside them, Obito listened to the third Hokage's plan and couldn't help but admire him. The third Hokage was a master of politics, taking advantage of the impending chaos in the Sand Village to seize missions from the insecure citizens of the Wind Country. Moreover, assigning this mission to Minato meant it had a very low chance of failure. So, during the time when Minato and Kakashi were absent in his previous life, they were executing this mission. It was from this point that Konoha began to receive a large number of missions from the Wind Country. No wonder that the Sand Village sought to ally with Orochimaru to plot Konoha's downfall. After all, they had dug up the roots of the Sand Village. How could they not retaliate? Minato's demeanor also became serious. So, Lord Third, what are the specific details of this S-rank mission? The third Hokage took out a map and pointed to a location, slowly saying, in the desert, there's a city called Lulon. The previous queen of Lulon was secretly harmed, and her most loyal subordinate noticed something was wrong and escaped. He issued a mission to protect the current queen. This mission also involved a minister of Lulon named Lushan, who is very likely the mastermind behind the assassination of the previous queen. Moreover, The third Hokage's brow furrowed. This Lushan suddenly appeared in Lulan 6 years ago. After the mission was issued, Konoha investigated but could find no identity information about this person, as if he had just popped up out of nowhere. I suspect he may have used some kind of space-time ninjutsu, but it is still uncertain. In any case, Minato, you are the most skilled in this area, so this mission will be led by you. This mission must remain confidential. I originally planned to have Shibi Aburame and Choji Akimichi assist you, but considering the strength of Team 7, I ultimately decided to have Team 7 execute it. Kakashi and Rin were excited. Although their team was excellent and had already completed A-rank missions, this would be their first S-rank mission. Minato confidently said, "Rest assured, Lord Third, Team 7 will execute this mission perfectly." The third Hokage nodded and turned his gaze to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you are quite impressive. I heard you created an A-rank ninjutsu and are proficient in the lightning nature transformation. I have high hopes for your future." Then the third Hokage turned his attention to Obito, his tone becoming more serious. "Obito, you're already quite familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique, right?" Obito modestly replied, "Not as good as Minato-sensei." The third Hokage smiled. "Being able to learn this technique is already remarkable. I was quite surprised when I learned you had mastered the Flying Thunder God. Anyway, you are all capable ninjas now. After this mission, Kakashi, you can participate in the special Jonin exam I prepared for you. Obito and Rin, you should also participate in the Chunin exam soon. It's time to level up your ninja ranks." Rin was overjoyed. Not only would she participate in the Chunin exam, but Kakashi's promotion to Jonin was also ahead of schedule. Indeed, due to Obito's reminder, Kakashi had not forgotten to train his body after becoming a ninja, and his chakra capacity was greater than in his previous life, allowing him to reach the Jonin level earlier. While Rin was deep in thought, the third Hokage gave a lot of task details, then said, "That's the situation. The current queen of Lulan is likely in danger, so you should set off as soon as possible." Team 7 nodded and left the Hokage building. Once outside, Rin cheered. "We actually have an S-rank mission. We get to execute an S-rank mission. That's amazing." Although Kakashi didn't say anything, he also felt a sense of pride. Only Minato and Obito remained calm. Obito said, "All right, it's just an S-rank mission. Let's go and come back quickly." Recently, the preparations for transplanting the cells of Hashirama have been nearly completed. It's time to take action. Kakashi was a bit surprised. So soon? In truth, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With Obito transplanting Hashirama's cells, he would surely soar, and the gap between him and Obito would only widen. Obito teased, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Are you scared?" Kakashi immediately rolled his eyes. "You've just lived a few more decades than me. I'll catch up to you sooner or later." Minato chuckled and took out several masks. Everyone put on these masks. "After all, we're going to the Wind Country for a confidential mission. Our identities are very sensitive, and we must maintain secrecy to avoid detection by the Sand Village." The group nodded, took the masks, and quickly headed toward the Wind Country. In the desert, a magnificent city appeared faintly. Team Minato stopped. Looking at the distant city, Rin couldn't help but say, "So beautiful, so spectacular." Obito expressed a hint of regret. "It's a pity that for some reason, this city becomes a wasteland in the future." Rin asked sadly, "When does that happen?" Obito shook his head. "In my previous life, I didn't pay attention, so I'm not sure when it was destroyed. I only know about it because Naruto came here to execute a mission nearby. And as you know, since Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu has been keeping an eye on him, so I received some intelligence from Black Zetsu. At that time, Black Zetsu said that Naruto came to the vicinity of the Lulan ruins to carry out a mission to capture a rogue ninja. So at least by that time, Lulan had already been destroyed." Chapter 66. The blonde, bearded leaf ninja from the future Lin nodded. "I see. Such a beautiful city. It's really a shame to see it destroyed." Then she couldn't help but sigh. White Zetsu is truly a useful informant. If only we had a few White Zetsus as well. Obito smiled and said, "It's not impossible. Once we deal with Madara and meet certain conditions, I'm confident I can subdue White Zetsu." Minato's eyes showed a hint of wariness. "When I heard you say that Madara is still alive, I was quite shocked. Luckily, he is unable to move around freely and cause trouble. Otherwise, I would have had to disclose part of the information to Konoha and gather a large number of ninjas to hunt him down." Obito sincerely replied, "Thank you, Minato-sensei, for keeping this secret for so long. Don't worry, I'll handle the Madara situation." Minato nodded. "Obito, I trust you." Then he shifted the topic. A faint smile on his face. Since Naruto has also been on a mission in the Wind Country, it seems the third Hokage's plan was successful. This could bring a significant income to Konoha. It truly is a good deed. Obito first shook his head. Naruto's mission was a bit different. At that time, Mangekyō and Konoha were allies. Naruto's team must have been dispatched upon a request from our ally. However, Obito changed his tone. The third Hokage's plan did succeed. In the future, Konoha will receive a large number of commissions from the Wind Country. Of course, this has significantly reduced the number of missions for Mangekyō and led to a shortage of financial resources. Even the then Kazekage had to personally venture into the desert to pan for gold to make a living. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen a village leader personally go out to make money. At once, Minato felt awkward. The third Hokage's actions were indeed beneficial for the village, and even he felt it was the right thing to do. But with limited resources in the ninja world, as Konoha prospered, others would inevitably suffer. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's head into the city and gather information." The group fell silent and quickly entered Lulan, dispersing to collect intel. Lulan was a small city with not many ninjas, and the group soon gathered a wealth of information before regrouping. Minato looked at the numerous puppets on the streets and frowned. It has been confirmed that this Lushan is a puppet master from Mangekyō, and his puppets are spread throughout the city, showing strong capabilities. He was known by the name Baizu. I suspect this is his real name. However, it's strange that I have no impression of such a powerful puppet master. Either Mangekyō has kept it well hidden, and information about Baizu has never leaked, or this ninja does not yet exist. Given that he appeared abruptly in Lulan 6 years ago, I suspect he is from the future, having used some kind of space-time ninjutsu to travel back to the past. Everyone was astonished, and Lin couldn't help but ask, is it a situation similar to Obito's? Minato shook his head. He came back along with his physical body. I don't think he truly mastered this level of space-time ninjutsu, so it's likely he accidentally utilized the power of nature. For a moment, everyone was amazed. However, due to Obito's situation, their ability to accept this was quite strong, and they quickly calmed down and continued to discuss. Lin said, "The information I gathered is that the current queen of Lulan, Sarah, trusts this Lushan very much. But it seems that Lushan wants to use puppetry to replace Sarah with a puppet, indirectly controlling the country." Kakashi also stepped forward, lazily saying, "I found out that all the energy in this country comes from the underground dragon veins. The power of the dragon veins seems endless, which is why such a city can be built in the desert. Perhaps the dragon veins are what Minato-sensei referred to as the natural power that allowed Lushan to accidentally return to the past." Obito revealed a look of contemplation. "Combining the information you provided, I have a startling discovery. First, I found that the dragon vein is a collection of chakra, similar to tailed beasts with an enormous amount of chakra. Zuan Lushan Obaitsu aims to control this country fundamentally to master the dragon vein and create a puppet army to dominate the world." Obito continued. "Secondly, in the future, the mission Naruto undertook, if I remember correctly, was to capture a rogue ninja named Baizu. I suspect this Lushan is the person Naruto was supposed to capture. If that is the case, Naruto might also be drawn into this matter, returning to the past within Lushan. Of course, this is just my deduction, with no concrete evidence." This revelation shocked everyone. Minato began to ponder. Could it be that Naruto might also be involved? Does this mean that on another timeline where Obito was not reborn, I might have encountered Naruto during this mission? Thinking of this, a hint of regret appeared in Minato's eyes. "It's a pity we might not meet this time." Lin asked why. Minato explained, "Because with Obito's rebirth, everything has changed. In the future we are in, many people's life trajectories have become different because of this. If the Nine Tails incident had not occurred, I would still be alive, and Naruto might still be born. But whether he would receive this mission at the same time is uncertain." Everyone nodded. Minato then said, his expression serious, "Even the smallest changes in the past can lead to significant alterations in the future. So if we really encounter someone from the future, we must not casually inquire about future information to prevent interference with the time-space continuum. If necessary, I will place a seal on everyone to forget everything here." Kakashi felt a bit regretful. "Do we really have to go that far?" Minato said seriously, "Just think about it, Kakashi. If you return to the past from the future and leak some key information, change some things, then when you return to the future, what would happen?" Kakashi thought for a moment. If the past can influence the future, perhaps everything I am familiar with would no longer exist. If that's the case, it truly is a terrifying thing. Minato nodded. "So from this moment on, we must keep everything confidential, even if we encounter comrades from Konoha who come from the future." Kakashi nodded. "I understand." At that moment, from a distance, in the tower's location, a fierce sound of fighting and explosions suddenly erupted. The group instinctively looked over, but it was too far away to see clearly, only catching sight of a few black dots engaged in combat. Minato crouched down, pointing at the ground, and closed his eyes to sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A ninja was battling by Zoo's puppets. Those puppets were enhanced by the power of the dragon vein, and although the ninja was not weak, it seemed he could not find a good way to counter them for a time, and could only flee. Kakashi frowned. At this time, a ninja appeared in Lulon and is fighting by Zoo's puppets. Could he be from the future? Minato replied. That possibility cannot be ruled out. In any case, let's go over and take a look to avoid any accidents. The group immediately nodded and headed towards the direction of the battle. As they got closer, they saw a young ninja, about 16 years old, wearing a Konoha ninja headband with 3 whisker-like marks on each side of his face and yellow hair, being relentlessly pursued and bombarded by multiple puppets. Those puppets, empowered by the dragon vein, seemed to have endless energy, launching various energy attacks from different parts of their bodies without interruption. The ninja attempted to form hand seals several times, but was interrupted each time and could only continue to flee. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really true that whatever is said comes to pass. Unless that person is pretending to be one of our Konoha ninjas. But the probability of that is very low. Most likely, he is someone from the future. Speaking of which, he does resemble Teacher Minato a bit, with his blonde hair. But Teacher Minato doesn't have a beard. Wait a minute, the beard." Kakashi suddenly remembered something and involuntarily turned to look at Obito. Obito. Could it be that he is Teacher Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki? Chapter 67. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi remembered that Obito had once said that because Teacher Minato sealed half of the 9 tails inside Naruto, Naruto had some fox-like features on his face. Specifically 3 whisker-like markings on each cheek. The more Kakashi thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, it was just too coincidental. Obito smiled wryly. The moment he saw the blonde ninja, he recognized that it was indeed Naruto himself. He never expected that the future had changed, and Naruto still completed this mission and returned to the past. He nodded and said seriously, "Kakashi, Teacher Minato, this is definitely Naruto. The power of nature is truly amazing." Minato looked at Naruto in the distance, his eyes filled with concern. "So, this is what Naruto looks like. The moment I saw him, I had a vague premonition. Haha, Naruto has already become capable of standing on his own in the future." Kakashi couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that Teacher Minato's son was already older than them. To be able to escape from so many strong puppets enhanced by dragon vein power, his strength, was really impressive. However, although these puppets were tough, their weaknesses were also very obvious. As long as they cut off the chakra strings controlling them, they would be unable to continue moving. But why was Teen Naruto using the chakra blade he had on him? This question made everyone feel awkward for a moment. Obito, who understood Naruto the best among them, laughed and said, Naruto might have forgotten about that." Rin also laughed. "This really seems like something Naruto would do. I remember you said that Naruto was a lot like you when you were a child." Obito couldn't help but blush slightly and retorted softly, "Rin, I wasn't that foolish." Rin smiled and said, yes, Obito, you were the smartest when you were little." Then Rin looked at Minato. "Teacher, should we go save Naruto immediately?" Minato nodded, his eyes showing a hint of eagerness but also a bit of reluctance. "Unfortunately, to avoid interfering with the future Naruto is in, I cannot reveal my identity to him." At that moment, in the distance, Naruto had been cornered against a wall by a group of puppets. In a moment of danger, he seemed to finally realize the weakness of these puppets. He pulled out the chakra blade from his lower back, leaped forward, and cut the strings connecting the frontmost puppets. Instantly, those puppets lost their combat ability. Kakashi nodded. "That's right. Finding their weaknesses makes dealing with these puppets much simpler." However, a sudden change occurred. Due to the large number of puppets, although Naruto had dealt with some, he revealed a flaw during the fight. He was accidentally hit by one of the puppets and fell onto a bridge. Before he could get up, the puppets above had already gathered energy, launching an attack similar to a small-tailed beast bomb. Boom! With a loud explosion, the bridge was completely blown apart, and even a hole was blasted into the ground. Naruto was thrown into the hole along with the debris. "Save him." Minato no longer hesitated. If he waited any longer, his son would be in danger. He immediately burst forth with unimaginable speed, using multiple body flickers to approach the hole. Meanwhile, Obito placed his hands on Rin and Kakashi's shoulders and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Minato. He and Teacher Minato had mutual Flying Thunder God marks, allowing them to teleport to each other's locations. The group jumped down the hole and found themselves in a large, spacious underground chamber. Not far away, Naruto, injured on his leg, remained in place, watching helplessly as several puppets shot out a large number of purple chakra strings from various parts of their bodies, coming to strangle him. At a critical moment, Minato instantly appeared in front of Naruto, and just as the puppets were about to strike, he used Flying Thunder God to teleport away with Naruto. The puppets hit nothing but air and were about to adjust their posture to attack again when Kakashi had already drawn the sword from his back. His figure danced as he quickly approached the puppets, each strike accurately hitting the chakra strings connecting the puppets. In just a few breaths, all the chakra strings were cut by Kakashi, and the puppets fell to the ground, losing their energy. Obito couldn't help but show a bit of admiration. Kakashi has gotten stronger, able to strike at the weaknesses of these puppets so accurately and swiftly. Rin nodded, clenching her small fists. Yeah, Kakashi's progress is really fast. I need to work hard too. Obito smiled. Rin, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let's go find Teacher Minato. Rin nodded, and together with Obito, joined up with Teacher Minato. After regrouping, the group moved to a secluded corner of the village. Minato gently placed Naruto down and personally bandaged his wounds. Naruto smiled brightly. Thanks, big brother. If it weren't for you guys, I would have died for no reason. Minato's hands trembled slightly, but quickly returned to normal as he continued to bandage. Rin wanted to step forward to help, but seeing this scene, she wisely stood still. Obito, seeing this, felt like laughing. With Naruto's nearly abnormal self-healing ability, he probably would heal right after the bandaging was done. At this moment, the most confused was Naruto himself. Once his wounds were bandaged, he looked at the group of masked individuals and eagerly asked, "Who are you? Where's this place?" Minato slightly loosened his mask, revealing his Konoha ninja headband, then quickly put the mask back on. "We are also Konoha ninjas on a confidential mission. Do you still feel pain?" Naruto suddenly felt an indescribable emotion, developing a sense of closeness to this unknown big brother with a magnetic voice. He shook his head and bravely said, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a small injury. You don't need to worry." Minato patted Naruto's head. "You can't be so reckless. Remember to take care of yourself and be safe." For some reason, Naruto suddenly felt like crying. He unconsciously followed the words of this big brother who hadn't even shown his true face. "Don't worry, I will." Then, Naruto turned his head, surprised to look at Obito, Rin, and Kakashi. "Big brother, they just graduated from the Ninja Academy? They look so short, but are here on a confidential mission. Is that really okay?" Kakashi couldn't help but snort, expressing strong dissatisfaction. Naruto suddenly remembered that it was this silver-haired guy who had quickly and decisively dealt with those puppets. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head. White hair, I forgot you were so strong. Are you from Konohamaru's generation? You're much stronger than Konohamaru. By the way, your hair is the same color as Kakashi-sensei's. What is your relationship with Kakashi-sensei?" Faced with Naruto's continuous questions, Kakashi simply turned his head away, not wanting to talk to this foolish Naruto. Naruto muttered to himself, "His personality is pretty aloof, just like Sasuke when he was younger." Minato saw this and shook his head helplessly. He said gently, "I'm sorry, but we cannot reveal our identities to you right now. You can find a hidden place in the village and wait for a while. Once we finish our mission, we'll explain everything to you." Chapter 68. Is Naruto from a future of the original timeline? Minato originally wanted to send Naruto away, but then thought that Naruto was a person from the future, likely having returned to the past through the power of the dragon vein. If he left Luan now, how would he find his way home? Therefore, he could only let Naruto wait in the city for a while. Perhaps once they dealt with Baizu and time returned to normal, Naruto would leave on his own. Naruto seemed to remember something and asked in confusion, "By the way, big brother, you still haven't answered me. Where exactly is this place? I am on a mission to capture a rogue ninja from Mangekyō, but suddenly, for no reason, I ended up here." Minato slowly replied, "This is Lulan. Not the Lulan you are from, but the Lulan that is still intact." Naruto was shocked. How is that possible? Didn't Lulan already turn into ruins? Minato sighed. "I really can't do anything with you. I didn't plan to tell you. There is a power of the dragon vein underground in Lulan, and I suspect that you came back to the past because you came into contact with this power. This place does not belong to the timeline you originally came from, but is 20 years ago." Naruto was taken aback. 20 years ago? How is that possible? Minato said, "The rogue ninja you are chasing is named Baizu, right? The mission we are carrying out is also related to him. He suddenly appeared here 6 years ago, and we suspect he is a person from the future. Your appearance now further confirms this. Lulon was destroyed at some point in the future, but is indeed still intact now. Naruto exclaimed, is there really such a thing? Haha, I actually returned to the past. Because of his thick nerves, he quickly accepted everything. Big brother, so you were all Konoha ninjas from 20 years ago. Maybe we know each other. After saying that, he suddenly pointed at Kakashi. Wait, if it's 20 years ago, oh, you wouldn't be Kakashi-sensei? Would you? Kakashi snorted again, but did not speak. However, Naruto seemed to have confirmed it. Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be so aloof when you were a child. Completely different from the late-arriving look you have now. If it weren't for your hair color being so distinctive, I wouldn't have recognized you. At that moment, Obito noticed something unusual. Naruto has a strong perception ability. If he can distinguish Kakashi, why can't he recognize his father, Minato-sensei? Could it be? Obito asked urgently. Can you tell me if the Kakashi you mentioned has any peers or friend around him? Naruto laughed, of course. Kakashi-sensei is very close to Uncle Guy. They often guess and fight together, and pots and pans fly everywhere. Obito's breathing became rapid. What else? What else? Naruto was stunned. Thinking for a moment before saying with a smile, Kakashi-sensei is quite popular. Most of the ninjas in Konoha have a good relationship with him. Although they are not as close as Uncle Guy, they are trustworthy companions. However, the more Obito listened, the more he felt something was off. The relationship was not as close as with Guy. What kind of joke is that? So, does the Kakashi you mentioned have a friend named Rin? Noara Rin? Naruto's face showed confusion. Rin? Who is Noara Rin? Does Kakashi-sensei have such a friend? At this moment, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Obito's heart sank. Could it be that Rin had an accident later? He continued to ask, what about Obito? Does Kakashi know Obito? Naruto was even more puzzled. Who is Obito? Does Kakashi-sensei know him? Maybe he was a partner of Kakashi-sensei when he was young. Minato seemed to think of something and walked over. Patting Obito's shoulder, calmed down for a moment. Then he looked at Naruto and gently smiled. Does Kakashi have Sharingan? Naruto was surprised. Big brother, you actually know? Kakashi-sensei is known as Sharingan Kakashi, and he is said to have copied thousands of jutsu. Minato nodded, I see. So what happened to the fourth Hokage? Naruto was taken aback. Then his expression turned a bit sad. The fourth died in the Nine-Tails incident. Jiraiya-sensei once said that no one is as excellent as him. Minato continued to ask, are you very sad about the fourth's death? Naruto felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. Although I admire the fourth Hokage and vowed to surpass him in the future, he is a great hero who saved Konoha. But Naruto lowered his head, tears streaming down his face, instinctively grabbing Minato's clothes tightly. Big brother, Jiraiya-sensei, also died. Can you go back and tell Jiraiya-sensei to be very careful of the Akatsuki organization? Absolutely. Absolutely cannot investigate alone. Minato's heart was shocked, and he instinctively turned to look at Obito. This information was something Obito had not told him. Obito coughed awkwardly. There were many things about the future, and he couldn't possibly say everything at once. He indeed forgot to tell everyone about Jiraiya's death. So, he looked at Naruto. What about the Uchiha clan? How are the Uchiha doing now? Naruto's expression became even sadder. Only Sasuke is left of the Uchiha clan, but Sasuke is now with Orochimaru. Naruto clenched his fists, but I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Obito suddenly understood. No wonder Minato-sensei asked him to calm down. If one thing is a coincidence, then countless things being exactly the same as in the previous life is no longer a coincidence. Obito breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Minato-sensei. Teacher, I am 90 sure he does not come from our timeline. Minato asked one last time. Are you sure? Obito nodded. His experiences are exactly the same as the development of the previous life, but that is impossible. Minato nodded. He also confirmed that Naruto did not belong to their timeline. Therefore, their actions could not interfere with Naruto's future. Thus, many concerns were reduced. Seeing the two playing a guessing game, Naruto looked confused. What are you two talking about? What doesn't belong to this timeline? Minato thought for a moment, took off the mask he was wearing, and smiled at Naruto, just clarifying some things. So, let us get to know each other again. My name is Namikaze Minato. Please take care of me. Naruto happily said, Big brother, you finally revealed your true face. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Please take care of me. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Wait, big brother, what did you say your name was? Minato just smiled at Naruto. Naruto unconsciously merged Minato's appearance with that of the fourth Hokage, the one he often played pranks on when he was a child. You were the fourth Hokage. Although Naruto was not good at history, he clearly remembered the name of the fourth Hokage. After all, he was the person he vowed to surpass. Instantly, he became excited and raised his fist at Minato. I actually met the living fourth Hokage. Listen well, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will definitely become Hokage in the future and surpass you. Minato calmly looked at Naruto and also raised his fist, meeting Naruto's. I believe and look forward to that day. Actually, I'm not yet the fourth Hokage, but I will work towards that direction. When the time comes, we will see who is the better Hokage. Naruto nodded heavily. Big brother Namikaze, I will definitely not lose to you. But for some reason, the warmth in his heart grew stronger, and he couldn't help but have some guesses. Naruto took a deep breath. Big brother, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Do you know who my mom and dad are? Minato nodded. I know. Naruto's breathing became rapid, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. Big brother, can you tell me? Minato reached out to touch Naruto's head. His eyes sincere. I'm sorry, Naruto. I've heard about everything that happened to you. It's my failure as a father. I swear this time, I will give you a happy family. Immediately, tears streamed down Naruto's face uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but throw a punch at Minato's face. Chapter 69 Father and son talk. This punch ultimately did not land. Naruto's fist stopped at the last moment. Minato simply looked at Naruto calmly and asked, Why didn't you hit me? Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, said, Even though you were my father, I am only 16 this year. 20 years ago, I wasn't even born yet. I can't blame you for sealing the nine tails inside me. I can't blame you for making me suffer so much. And I can't blame you for the cold stares from the villagers. Because none of this has happened yet. The more Naruto spoke, the more agitated he became, his words speeding up towards the end. Minato just stood there, gently saying, Naruto, while nothing has happened to me, perhaps if I were in the same situation again, I would still make the same choice. Naruto was taken aback and couldn't help but ask why. Minato thought for a moment and replied, Perhaps it's because I love the village, and I love you and your mother as well. The village needed the power of the Nine Tails, and, at that time, only the Uzumaki clan had the vitality to contain that power. Besides, Naruto, I also hoped you could master that power and become stronger. After a pause, Minato continued, Of course, I also hope that when you grow up, you can meet your mother. I'm sorry, Naruto. This may be my greatest selfishness. For a moment, Naruto didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. But father, I just hope you both can be by my side. I would rather you not be heroes. I would rather you didn't sacrifice yourselves. Minato shook his head gently and said, No, Naruto, given the circumstances at that time, sacrifice was unavoidable. I admit I could have survived, but I couldn't bear to watch your mother leave alone. I believe that one day you will understand my feelings. Minato paused and continued, Naruto, I actually don't want to be a hero either. I just want you to grow up safely. But if a crisis truly occurs and the village is in danger, can you just stand by and do nothing? Naruto was stunned, murmuring to himself, I can't do that. Minato smiled and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, so don't think too much. Just go for it. Dad will always support your decisions. Naruto's tears flowed uncontrollably again, crying and laughing at the same time. Ha, my father turned out to be the fourth Hokage. So, I really am not a demon fox, but the son of a hero. Obito quietly watched from the side, unable to help but marvel. Naruto seemed to have become smarter, realizing that he wasn't even born over 20 years ago. But Naruto also seemed not too bright, not thinking about how Minato knew so much if he hadn't been born yet. What a fool! After venting for a while, his optimistic nature returned, and after giving Minato a big hug, he curiously asked, Father, who is my mother? Minato thought for a moment and smiled. Naruto, please allow me to keep this a secret, because I want her to tell you our story in person. Naruto was taken aback, as if he had thought of something. Could it be that mom is not dead, and we can meet again? Minato shook his head and said, I'm sorry. Your mother has already passed away, but for some reason, you do have a chance to meet again. Naruto felt a bit downcast. Is that so? But he quickly adjusted. I'm already satisfied to be able to meet her. Thank you, father, for telling me so much. However, Naruto finally realized something. Wait, father, if I didn't exist 20 years ago, how do you know so many things about me? Minato glanced at Obito and explained, Just consider it as if I encountered the future. You must have met the great sage frog and should be aware of the prophecies. Naruto suddenly understood. So that's it. Father also has the abilities of the great sage frog. Naruto's eyes became determined, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Before long, I will also go to Mount Myaboku to train. I will definitely become stronger, avenge Jiraiya-sensei, protect the village, and protect my comrades. Minato smiled and said, I have never doubted that. After all, following through with your words is your ninja way. Naruto exclaimed, I didn't expect you to know that too, yes. I will definitely do it. Minato said, all right, Naruto, first focus on completing the mission. Our task is to protect the Queen of Lulan. We can't afford any mistakes. Naruto wiped his tears and nodded heavily. Okay, but I'm also a Konoha ninja. This mission concerns me too. I want to go as well. Minato thought for a moment and finally smiled. Then come along, let's go. With that, the group began to move. Soon they arrived at a crowded square. It was not entirely correct to say it was full of people, as all the individuals there were puppets made by the centipede, playing drums and creating a festive atmosphere to make Queen Sarah believe that her subjects were living happily. However, in reality, most able-bodied men from Lulan had been captured by Lushan and were working in the underground Factory 007, maintaining the operation of the Dragon Vein and producing various puppet armies. Seeing the group of singing and dancing puppets, everyone felt a great absurdity. And Lushan had indeed woven a huge lie for Queen Sarah. Obito shook his head. The lower-class people in the entire ninja world were no different. They too were like controlled puppets, their every move manipulated by those in higher positions. At that moment, all the puppets looked up and raised their hands, cheering as if welcoming the arrival of someone. The group also looked up and saw two dark figures emerging from the top of the massive tower in the center. All present were ninjas, and with the enhancement of chakra, even those without bloodline limits could see farther than ordinary people. So they discerned some characteristics of the two dark figures, one male and one female. The woman seemed unaware of any abnormalities and happily greeted the people below. Rin looked at the woman with sympathy and said, she should be Queen Sarah. I really pity her for being deceived by Lushan. Minato nodded. That's why we're here, to ensure her safety. Just after he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. The floor beneath Queen Sarah suddenly cracked, and she lost her balance, falling from the tower. This scene took everyone by surprise, and Minato immediately shouted, save her! Chapter 70. Queen Sarah, just as Minato was about to act. Naruto seemed eager to show off in front of his father. He quickly jumped onto the wall, climbed rapidly upwards, and darted between several buildings. Soon, he reached mid-air and leapt up to catch the falling woman, bringing her to safety. The others followed closely behind. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he set the woman down. That was really dangerous just now. Are you okay? He asked. Then, he recognized the woman as the one he had seen singing when he first arrived, and he was taken aback. Aren't you? However, before he could finish his sentence, the woman swiftly slapped him several times and punched him, stepping back with a hint of caution. You rude person. Naruto was momentarily stunned and retorted, what are you talking about? I just saved you. After some contemplation, the woman realized that this person before her was indeed her savior. If he hadn't caught her as she fell, she would have been seriously hurt. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she maintained her proud demeanor as a queen and said, thank you. Naruto continued to ask, are you the queen here? The woman nodded, that's right. I am Sarah, the queen of Lulan. Naruto pointed to himself with his thumb and smiled. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, a ninja from Konoha. I will definitely become Hokage someday. Just as they were about to say more, Minato stepped forward and said, this is not the place for talking. Let's move somewhere else. After saying that, he led everyone away quickly. Sarah was puzzled, not understanding what this group had come to Lulan for, but since they were her saviors, she followed along. Soon, they arrived at the inner corridor of a building in Lulan. Seeing that the surroundings were quiet, Sarah could no longer suppress her curiosity. Who are you? This is Lulan, and we do not welcome strangers, especially unfamiliar ninjas. Minato smiled and explained, hello, we are all ninjas from Konoha. We came here because we received a mission to ensure your safety. Sarah was taken aback and said defiantly, I'm perfectly fine. I don't need any ninja protection. Obito took off his mask and stepped forward. Really? Then what was that danger just now? Sarah hesitated, involuntarily recalling the earlier scene. Although the floor suddenly cracked and caused her to fall, it seemed like someone had pushed her from behind. Obito's voice was filled with persuasion. I'm sure you've noticed. Someone wants to harm you. Sarah instinctively flinched, but then remembered the people standing behind her. Aside from a few guards, there was only Lushan, who would never do anything to harm her. She shook her head. I just slipped. And Lushan is a minister of Lulan. How could he possibly harm me? Obito replied lightly. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. How do you know what kind of person Lushan really is? Sarah was immediately angered, shouting at Obito, you're talking nonsense. You're just a kid. And Lushan is an outstanding person. I want to allow you to slander him. For some reason, a scene flashed in Obito's mind. At that time, he had already turned to ash, but he still observed that moment in a spiritual state. Naruto, filled with killing intent, said, "I won't allow you to laugh, Obito." Then he burst forth with incredible speed, instantly tearing off Kagaya's arm that was holding Black Zetsu. Obito quickly shook his head, looking at Naruto in front of him. That scene was really cool. Seeing Sarah getting angry, Minato stepped forward. "Calm down, Queen Sarah. We investigated in Lushan and found that his real name is Baizu. He is a ninja who intends to use the power of the Dragon Vein to create a massive puppet army to overthrow the rule of the 5 great nations." Sarah's face was filled with disbelief as she retorted, "And Lushan is in Lushan. He is not Baizu at all. Besides, he's a good person. How could he possibly create that puppet army you speak of using the Dragon Vein?" Obito shook his head. Preconceived notions are like a mountain. To convince Sarah, he would have to make her deny her previous self. But before seeing the truth, no one could easily deny themselves. Sarah couldn't, Obito couldn't, and neither could he. He slowly said, "Naruto, show this Queen Sarah the truth." Naruto, feeling a bit reluctant, said, "You look like a little kid. Why do you always talk like an adult and order others around?" Obito felt a black line appear on his forehead. Although he had a lot of goodwill towards Naruto, he still wanted to beat him up at this moment. On the side, Kakashi and Rin snickered. Kakashi said, "So, this is how fools communicate?" At this moment, Sarah was already impatient. "I don't want to see any truth. If you really came to protect me, then I withdraw this mission. Please go back. I don't need your protection." For a moment, the group was unsure of how to proceed. What to do when the mission as protection target is uncooperative? Obito stepped forward. "Wait." Queen Sarah turned around. "Is there something else?" "Konoha's little ninja?" Obito spoke seriously. "Queen Sarah, do you know who issued the mission to protect you?" Sarah was indeed curious and stood still, intending to hear what Obito had to say. Obito said, "It was issued by your mother, the most loyal subordinate of the former queen of Lulan. He represents your mother as well. Even so, do you still intend to go against it?" Sarah's pupils constricted violently. "How is that possible? My mother. How could she issue such a mission?" Obito's tone was filled with persuasion. "Then you might as well think carefully about how your mother died." Sarah frowned. "Mother, wasn't it an accident?" Obito sneered. "Are you sure it was really an accident? She clearly instructed her subordinates that she was secretly harmed, which is why she was worried about you and wanted to protect you." Sarah was momentarily stunned and stood there for a while before walking over to Obito with a serious expression. "Explain clearly how my mother died." Obito smiled and gestured to Naruto. "Naruto, show the queen the truth." Naruto's mouth dropped open in surprise. Obito was truly impressive. He was just a kid. Yet with just a few words, he managed to change Sarah's mind. Therefore, he nodded in agreement. Naruto looked at Sarah and pointed to the square at the bottom of the tower where the people were still celebrating. "Let me take you to see those people, and then you'll understand." Sarah followed Naruto's gaze, filled with confusion. "The truth you speak of is hidden among my people?" Chapter 71. Naruto is great at flirting. Although Sarah was confused when it came to her mother's death, she couldn't care less and quickly supported Naruto, blushing as she said, "It's too high here, please take me down." Naruto smiled and picked Sarah up in a princess carry, saying sure, ignoring Sarah's shy screams in his arms. He swiftly went down. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Minato felt a bit awkward. Naruto, he's a bit rough around the edges, but he seems to be quite good at flirting with girls. Rin unconsciously nodded and looked at Obito, wondering why he, who used to have a very similar personality to Naruto in childhood, wasn't as good at flirting. Obito wondered, strange, in the report from White Zetsu, Naruto clearly didn't have this ability. Meanwhile, Naruto had already brought Sarah to an inconspicuous corner around the square, pointing at the line of Lulan citizens parading like a dragon. "Sarah, can you see clearly what they are?" Sarah stood frozen. From the high tower, she saw a scene of prosperity, but now that she was closer, all she could see were puppets, continuously making clattering sounds, lined up together, rigidly and dully repeating fixed actions. For a moment, her heart sank into a cold abyss. This scene was too bizarre, and she felt fear and dread. At that moment, Obito and the others arrived. Obito looked at Sarah, who was trembling all over, and said calmly, "Do you know why this is happening?" Sarah shook her head in confusion. "I don't know." Obito's gaze was deep. "You think you love your citizens very much, but you've never come down from the high tower to be among them. You only watch them from afar, high above. To be honest, as the ruler of a city, you have failed miserably. Even the Hokage knows to occasionally understand the people's sentiments, but you were deceived by the superficial prosperity, locked yourself in a high tower, and immersed in your beautiful fantasies. You are not a qualified queen. Sarah knelt on the ground. So, I was wrong? Naruto immediately got angry and shouted at Obito, "Hey kid, how can you talk like that?" Then he walked over, showing Sarah a sunny and determined smile. "Sarah, don't be discouraged. It's not too late to see clearly now. I believe you can do it. You can become a truly excellent queen." Sarah was moved by Naruto's demeanor, tears streaming down her face as she gave him a gentle hug. "Thank you, Naruto. I swear I will change from now on and become a good queen in the future." Beside them, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "These two, aren't they progressing a bit too fast?" After realizing that the cheering crowd was actually puppets, Sarah understood Obito's meaning. "So, my mother was killed by Lushan?" Obito nodded. "Otherwise, why would he create all this to deceive you? He just wants to treat you as one of these countless puppets under his control." Sarah was momentarily confused and asked, "What should I do now?" Obito said, "It's simple. If you want to become an excellent ruler, you can't rely on your subordinates for everything. You should have a way to control the dragon vein, right? After all, you're the real queen of Lulon." Sarah nodded. "I do, but I can't trust everything you say. I need to see the location of the dragon vein for myself to see if Lushan is really secretly creating an army of puppets like you said." After thinking for a moment, Sarah said to the group, "Follow me." The group nodded and followed Sarah until they soon arrived in front of a huge underground factory building. Sarah looked at the nearby sewer. "We'll enter from here, so we won't alert anyone. Inside is the core of the dragon vein. If Lushan wants to use the power of the dragon vein, it must go through here." The group nodded, lifted the cover, and one by one slipped inside. Because the terrain under the sewer was complex and the heights varied greatly, and since Sarah was not a ninja, she could only rely on Naruto's support, which inevitably led to a lot of physical contact between the two. During this time, Sarah gradually talked with Naruto, and the more they talked, the more they connected. Before long, they had established a deep emotional bond. Everyone believed that if Naruto were to propose to Sarah at this moment, she would agree. Minato was increasingly confused and quietly asked Obito, "Obito, are you sure that Naruto in your memory couldn't handle a girl? I feel like there would be many girls who like him." Obito awkwardly smiled. "I don't know, Teacher Minato. The Naruto, in my memory, not to mention girls, seemed to have trouble with boys too. He chased Sasuke for so long, but still couldn't win him back, haha." Minato began to sweat. "Obito, that joke is not funny at all." Thus, as they communicated and moved forward, they quickly arrived at the core area of the dragon vein. As soon as they arrived, Sarah was shocked by the sight before her. This was a huge puppet manufacturing factory, with countless parts being produced on the assembly line. Surrounding the assembly line were numerous maintenance workers, forced to work under the watchful eyes of the puppet guards. These people looked haggard, their steps unsteady, numbly doing their jobs as if they had lost all hope for life. Sarah's heart ached, and Lushan is really manufacturing puppet weapons and has enslaved a large number of Lulon citizens. "I can't let this continue." She observed for a moment and pointed to a square platform on the ground. "Take me there. That's the power hub of the dragon vein. I can shut it down." Naruto nodded and looked at Minato. Minato smiled. "There are too many puppets around. You take Sarah over there and we'll stay here to keep watch." Naruto nodded and quietly led Sarah to the square platform. Sarah became serious, walked to the central metal controller, knelt down, and declared, "I command you as queen. Sever the flow of the dragon vein and suppress your power." As she chanted the incantation, a light shone from her hands, and the entire factory came to a halt in an instant. Sarah breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Now, the power of the dragon vein will not flow into this factory." Naruto smiled. "That's great, let's." However, before he could finish, chakra threads suddenly appeared, connecting to the completed puppets in the factory, and these puppets instantly sprang to life, forming a massive army. And Lushan's figure appeared on a high platform in the factory at some point, his expression inscrutable. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Chapter 72. And Lushan is gradually mocked by Obito. The moment Sarah saw Lushan, she understood everything. Angrily, she exclaimed, "And Lushan, I command you in the name of the Queen to immediately cease the creation of puppet weapons and release the oppressed people." However, and Lushan remained unfazed, his voice gradually filled with murderous intent. "Your Majesty, sometimes being too clever is not a good thing, just like your mother. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I will create a qualified puppet to replace you. You, who were once a useful puppet, why won't you act according to my wishes?" Sarah became even angrier. "I am not a puppet. I am the Queen of Lulon." And Lushan laughed heartily. "Is that so? But what can you use to stop my puppet army?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding puppet army began to close in on Naruto and Sarah. Naruto recognized Lushan's true form and confirmed, I don't know why you've gotten fat, but you are definitely Baiju. I will capture you. And Lushan, with a mocking expression and spirited demeanor, declared, I have mastered the power of the dragon vein. Now no one can stop me. I will become the king of the world. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A kunai suddenly shot out from a hidden corner towards Lushan at high speed. It was Obito, who had been hiding in the shadows. Lushan sidestepped to avoid the kunai, taunting, I've noticed you for a long time, just a few little mice. Youth and Queen Sarah will die here together. However, in the next moment, Obito appeared in front of the flying kunai, catching it and slashing toward Lushan. Lushan had not reacted in time, and was already slashed across half of his face by the kunai. Yet, Obito showed no joy at his success. For beneath Lushan's face, there was no flesh and blood, only puppet-like parts. Moreover, the injury he had just inflicted was healing rapidly, completely restored in an instant. Obito frowned. Had Lushan transformed himself into a human puppet like Scorpion? Furthermore, it seemed that under the influence of the dragon vein, his puppet parts could regenerate at an accelerated rate. Lushan laughed maniacally. Ha! In Lulan, I am invincible. Let me show you my true power. Instantly, Lushan no longer bothered to control the puppet army. His whole body underwent a transformation and quickly turned into a massive puppet centipede. Obito looked at the ugly centipede and couldn't help but mock. No wonder you're called Baiju. So this is your true form? To be honest, this puppet design is not artistic at all, far inferior to Scorpion. The power you have now is merely due to the enhancement of the dragon vein. Baiju paused for a moment, seemingly touched by the mention of Scorpion, and immediately became furious. Don't mention that name to me. What is he? Now I'm the strongest puppet master. Baiju's several arms suddenly sprouted numerous blades, frantically slashing towards Obito like a storm. Obito activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, entering a phasing state. Standing still and taunting. So you know Scorpion, huh? That makes sense. How many puppet masters from Mangekyō don't know Scorpion? But looking at you, it seems you were once defeated by him, weren't you? Baiju's anger surged. I told you not to mention that guy. Then, he accelerated his attacks. I will chop you to death, chop you to death, chop you to death, you little bug. However, after chopping for a long time and exhausting himself, Lushan found that countless blades seemed to be striking the air, while Obito stood with his hands on his hips, quietly watching his performance. Baiju couldn't help but go mad. Why? Why do my attacks have no effect on you? Why? Why are you completely unscathed? Obito had no obligation to explain everything to Lushan, merely watching him with interest. Let me guess, why did you defect? Given your strong reaction to Scorpion, you must have stolen the forbidden human puppet technique invented by Scorpion, right? No wonder you've transformed yourself into such a grotesque figure. Baiju couldn't help but roar, and the surrounding puppet soldiers fell apart, with numerous puppet body parts being aggregated to himself using the power of the dragon vein. Soon, his form swelled again, transforming into a gigantic creature resembling Kaku's grudge. Baiju laughed maniacally. You little brat, you've completely angered me. I'll let you see the strongest war weapon I've created. D. Dragon Vein Flame Dragon Fire. With a loud roar, a purple flame erupted from the mouth of the massive puppet, heading towards Obito. Not far away, Minato saw this scene and couldn't help but shout. Not good. The noise from the battle is too loud. It will easily affect everyone present. Naruto, take Sarah and evacuate the people. Take everyone to a safe place to hide. We will cover you. Naruto involuntarily glanced at Baiju's massive form, worriedly asking, Father, don't your companions need support? That big guy looks really tough to deal with. Minato smiled. Don't worry, Obito is very strong. Naruto was taken aback. Obito? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Oh right, didn't he personally ask me about it? It turned out he was Kakashi-sensei's close friend. No wonder he was so concerned about his situation. But why had Kakashi-sensei never mentioned him? Kakashi-sensei, can you explain this to me? The last sentence was directed at the still masked Kakashi. Kakashi felt somewhat helpless. Since most people had been exposed, it was meaningless to continue hiding. So he immediately took off his mask, rolling his signature dead fish eyes. How could I possibly become your teacher in the future? It's simply absurd. Naruto finally saw Kakashi's face, astonished. Kakashi-sensei, you look exactly the same as when you were young, except you don't have a Sharingan. Minato, seeing Naruto chatter on, immediately interrupted. All right, now is not the time to discuss this. Naruto, hurry and take Sarah to evacuate the people. Sarah quickly added, this place is no longer safe. I must protect my people. Naruto then remembered he still had important matters to attend to and immediately said to Sarah, Sarah, let's go. Sarah nodded. and the two headed towards the group of people who, even though the factory had stopped operating, were still numb and had not yet reacted. Sarah quickly untied the chains binding the people, addressing them in their dazed state. "I am Sarah, the Queen of Lulon. I am taking you away now. There will never be days of enslavement like this again." Chapter 73. Can't touch it. And Lushan's defense breaks, some of the civilians finally regained a bit of awareness. But still numbly asked, "Really?" Sarah could hardly hold back her tears and nodded emphatically. "I swear by the name of the Queen, it must be true." Only then did the people gradually become energized, helping each other to evacuate in an orderly manner. Once Minato saw that the civilians were settled, he finally relaxed and began to observe the battlefield again. On the other side, facing the gigantic purple fire dragon crashing down, Obito remained unmoving. The fire dragon also penetrated his body and smashed into the wall behind him. With a loud bang, accompanied by a massive explosion, a thick smoke billowed. And for a moment, Baizu couldn't see what was happening inside, but he was filled with confidence. "Damn brat, he must be dead now. No one can withstand this move. Now who can stop me? The 5 great nations are already in my pocket. Haha." However, within the smoke, Obito's figure reappeared. Really? A guy who couldn't even defeat a scorpion. What power does he have to unify the 5 great nations? Although with the power of the dragon vein and scorpion's puppet technique, you might barely possess strength comparable to a Kage, your brain is really lacking. Far from matching this power, Obito kept taunting him, and Lushan went mad. Why is it that after using this move, you are still unharmed? Why are you so strong?" Obito couldn't hold back anymore. This Lushan had great power, but lacked intelligence. Aside from his impotent rage, he hadn't analyzed any effective information about him until now, compared to Minato-sensei, who stripped him of everything in just a moment. The gap in battle wisdom between the two was beyond reason. But this was also a good thing. Obito continued walking toward Lushan. "So, if you can't even defeat me, how can you talk about ruling the 5 great nations? Do you think those puppet toys can do it?" Scorpion could control 100 puppets at once, easily wiping out a small nation. Yet he was also defeated, and Lushan's true body, hidden beneath the giant puppet, had its pupils constrict violently as he roared. "Why do you know so much about Scorpion? Who the hell are you? Tell me clearly." After saying that, he crazily attacked Obito again and again, but he kept missing. Obito approached him step by step, and Lushan's heart filled with fear. After acquiring the power of the dragon vein, he believed his strength was enough to crush everything. Even if he encountered the Kage from various villages, he was confident he could make them look for their teeth on the ground. But no one told him what to do if such powerful strength couldn't hit the target. He didn't understand why there would be such bizarre abilities in this world. As Obito got closer, his will began to waver, and his faith started to crumble. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. To hell with ruling the 5 great nations. If I don't run now, when will I? Suddenly, Baizu controlled the giant puppet to turn around and fled. Obito was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't he just fighting vigorously? How'd he get scared off in an instant? No way, right? Can you escape? Obito wore a faint smirk of disdain. Baizu, while absorbing numerous puppet parts, was unaware that some of them had been secretly marked with the Flying Thunder God technique when Obito and the others infiltrated. Thus, Obito flashed and appeared on the giant puppet. Knowing where the core of the human puppet was due to ample information about Scorpion, he greeted the centipede Baizu hiding in the giant puppet. "Hello." Damn it, ever since he greeted White Zetsu, he couldn't help but be attracted to this way of greeting, unconsciously using it, feeling a bit awkward. However, unbeknownst to him, Baizu, hiding in the giant puppet, was scared half to death. He couldn't understand why, having run away, this person still lingered ominously, inexplicably appearing before him. "I want to kill you." Baizu controlled the giant puppet to raise its arm and slammed down toward Obito's position. With a loud bang, Obito wasn't hit, but the giant puppet's shoulder was smashed to pieces. Fortunately, with the power of the dragon vein, the shattered shoulder quickly healed. Obito couldn't help but sneer. How foolish. Knowing you can't hit, yet still self-damaging. At this moment, Baizu seemed to realize something, laughing maniacally. "You little brat, although your ability is bizarre, I'm currently protected by layers, and you can't do anything to me. I have the endless power of the dragon vein, so I'm not afraid of exhausting myself against you. I don't believe you can maintain this ability without any cost. Let's see who can outlast him." Obito's eyes showed a hint of appreciation, finally analyzing some useful information. "Not bad. You're making progress. But is there a possibility that your so-called layers of protection are equivalent to nothing for me?" After saying that, Obito slowly and gradually merged into the giant puppet. Ah, Baizu was almost driven mad. What the hell kind of ability is this? He was already like a turtle hiding its head, and yet he could still do this. He controlled the giant puppet to twist wildly, jumping into a comical dance, trying to shake Obito off. However, after shaking for a long time, there was no sign of movement. Instead, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oh, so you were hiding here. It took me a while to find you. You wrapped yourself in layers of protection, which is indeed an effective defensive measure. But have you ever considered one question? If the attack comes from the inside, it's like catching a turtle in a jar." Baizu almost lost his soul from fright. He instinctively wanted to unravel the outer components to escape, but Obito no longer gave him time. Upon discovering that the space where Baizu's true body was located could accommodate another person, Obito fully entered and removed his phasing state. From their earlier engagement, he had judged that this person's close combat skills were simply pathetic, possibly even worse than a Chunin. This was simply too easy to bully. Immediately, Obito targeted the core of the puppet on the giant centipede and attacked. Baizu instantly felt a chill all over his body. Why? Not only did this person have such bizarre abilities, but he also knew his weaknesses clearly, even the puppet core located at his heart, the source of his life. He wasn't afraid of other destruction, but if the core was hit, he would die too. At that moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He crazily shouted, "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish, die for me." After saying that, he erupted with a violent purple power, gathering energy similar to the Dragon Veins' tailed beast bomb. Obito was also taken aback. Launching a tailed beast bomb in such a confined space would mean killing himself too. However, he looked at Baizu with a bit of sympathy. Is there a possibility that you can only hurt yourself? But Baizu could no longer hear Obito's words. Or even if he did, it was too late because this massive energy conglomerate had already been launched. Chapter 74. Naruto wants to see Jiraiya boom. A massive explosion occurred from within, causing the giant puppet to shatter into pieces. As the smoke cleared, the ground was in disarray, and the centipede's body was severely injured. However, due to the Dragon Veins' influence, these wounds were healing at an astonishing speed. Baizu sighed in relief, betting that the explosion wouldn't breach his outer shell and damage his core. Thus, even if the shell was severely damaged, it could be repaired. He became arrogant again. "This time, you must be dead. I don't believe you can withstand such an explosion. Humph, you annoying brat. Why does someone like you exist in this world?" However, the next moment, Obito's figure slowly emerged from the ground, seemingly recalling something amusing, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "You thought you could kill me with such a small explosion? You underestimate me." Baizu was instantly dumbfounded, unable to hold back his tears. Why are you still alive? He was almost driven mad. If it weren't for the fact that puppets couldn't shed tears, he would have been in tears. What was he to do? He suddenly had an idea. Since he couldn't deal with Obito, but there were still companions, and so many people in Lulon, even if he died, he would drag everyone down with him. After saying that, he surged forward at an incredible speed, aiming for the source of the Dragon Vein, intending to explode there and kill everyone. He wanted the brat in front of him to understand what pain truly meant. Obito's gaze sharpened. He couldn't let Baizu succeed in such a dangerous plan. Just as he was about to act, a golden-haired figure appeared before Baizu's centipede puppet. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. It turned out that the revived Minato had also joined the battlefield. Minato threw a shuriken at Baizu and quickly formed hand seals. Instantly, the thrown shuriken transformed into thousands, raining down on Baizu like a storm. Obito watched in disbelief. He had seen the Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu before, but the quantity and speed were unlike anything he had ever witnessed. If he knew about a type of firearm from another world, he would have immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, Gatling." It could only be said that Minato was indeed impressive. Under the barrage of countless shurikens, Baizu couldn't react at all and took full damage. His body shattered under the immense impact, leaving him incomplete. However, after a rain of shurikens, Baizu still managed to hold on, laughing maniacally. "I told you it was useless. I have endless energy. Even if I'm severely injured, I will recover. Dragon Vein, grant me power." Baizu Wawalit. He awaited the enhancement of the Dragon Vein's power to restore him to his former self, eager to see this group of insects fail time and time again. However, to his disappointment, this time the Dragon Vein's power did not come, and his body did not recover. It remained broken. Why? Why won't the Dragon Vein grant me power? Has it abandoned me, too? Baizu screamed in madness, like a desperate patient. Minato shook his head. "No, you forgot someone." It seemed their plan was going smoothly. Baizu was taken aback. What did that mean? Suddenly, he remembered. It's Sarah. Damn, Sarah. She closed off the entire dragon vein. How could you do this? I should have killed her sooner, Minato calmly said. So, although you have endless energy, that power does not belong to you, does it? Ha 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 ha. Baizu couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He suddenly realized he had reached a dead end. Even if I die, I will drag you all down with me. One of Baizu's centipede arms suddenly gripped his heart and lunged towards Minato. Obito instantly realized, Minato-sensei, he is going to self-destruct. But Obito wasn't flustered. The time for this self-detonation was enough for Minato to teleport 7 or 8 times. The explosion reaching Minato would be a miracle. However, Minato did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and quickly appeared in front of Baizu. One of his hands pressed against Baizu's centipede body, chanting, "Seal." In an instant, everything Baizu had been preparing disappeared. He could no longer self-destruct, as he felt that all the supply lines of his puppet body had been severed by the seal. He lost all combat capability, falling down, barely alive, with only a breath left. Obito watched this scene in astonishment, almost forgetting that Minato had a powerful sealing technique. Now that Baizu had lost the dragon vein support, he could not break through the seal with his frenzied power. His puppet body also needed core energy supply, which was perfectly countered by the sealing technique. Everything was over. Baizu was incapable of fighting, and the centipede puppet gradually regressed, ultimately transforming back into the humanoid form it started as. At this moment, his upper body was bare, revealing lines of sealing techniques. Minato looked at these lines and said to Obito, who walked over, "This is why he was able to travel back to the past. As long as we destroy these lines, time and space will return to normal, and Naruto will be able to go back." Obito nodded. "So, should we kill Baizu? If we kill him, these lines will naturally disappear, and everything can return to normal." Minato hesitated for a moment. He was somewhat reluctant to part with Naruto, wanted to spend a little more time with this child who would grow up in the future. But after thinking it over, he decided to act. Naruto did not belong to their time, and it was time for him to go back. However, just as he was about to act, a voice came from the distance. "Wait, Dad." Minato's hand halted. Naruto rushed over, panting. "I finally caught up." He looked at the barely alive Baizu on the ground and smiled. "It seems the situation has been perfectly resolved. Dad, if I kill him, can I go back?" Minato nodded. However, a hint of pleading appeared in Naruto's eyes. "Dad, can you wait a little longer?" Minato was taken aback, then gently asked, "Naruto, do you have any last wishes? But you don't belong here. Even if our time may not have any connection, it's best not to interfere excessively." Naruto looked at him with eyes that Minato couldn't refuse. "Dad, I do have one last wish. Let me see the Pervy Sage one more time. Just once, okay?" Minato's head filled with question marks. Who was the Pervy Sage? But soon, a very fitting image flashed in his mind. Minato said with distress, "Naruto, you want to see Jiraiya-sensei? But he's in Konoha, far from Lulan, and we don't have that much time." Naruto's face was filled with regret. "Can I go back to see him just once?" Memories of the days spent with the Pervy Sage flooded Naruto's mind, training together, bathing together, eating popsicles together, peeking at beautiful women bathing. And he even helped the Pervy Sage write a volume of Aika Paradise, which was supposedly the best-selling volume. Scenes from the past surged forth, and Naruto's tears flowed down in large drops. Pervy Sage, will I never be able to see him again? Chapter 75. The divine power fulfills wishes. Seeing Naruto's sad expression, Minato felt bad as well. For a moment, no one spoke, and the scene was silent. Ultimately, Naruto reconciled with himself and cried while smiling, "It's okay, Dad, just kill 100 legs. It's time for me to return to my original timeline and go to Myaboka Mountain to train in Sage mode." Naruto clenched his fist this time. "I will not let everyone down. I will protect the village and avenge the Pervy Sage." However, the tears that kept flowing betrayed Naruto. How could he easily reconcile when someone he cherished had died, and he couldn't even see them one last time? He was just forcing himself to be optimistic. Minato couldn't bear to see Naruto like this. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a surge of impulsiveness, and suddenly looked at Obito. "Obito, what do you think? We can use the Flying Thunder God technique to take Naruto to Konoha for a quick trip. Is that feasible?" Obito thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not really. Minato-sensei, this journey isn't short. Our chakra might be enough to use the Flying Thunder God to get home, but it wouldn't be sufficient to fly back afterward. We would have to return to Lulan by running, but running would take time." Obito glanced at 100 Legs, who was lying on the ground like a flickering candle in the wind. He previously relied on the power of the dragon vein to transform himself. But now that he's lost that power and his core supply has been cut off by the sealing technique, Even if we don't execute him, he won't last long. What if he dies on our way back? Minato fell silent. The ceiling patterns on 100 Legs were closely related to the Dragon Vein's power. If they left Lulan, they would be far from the Dragon Vein's range. No one could guarantee what would happen if 100 Legs died during that time. The worst-case scenario was that Naruto would never be able to return. Moreover, since Naruto wasn't originally from this timeline, his existence might also disappear along with him. Minato didn't dare to gamble. Faced with Naruto's rising hope, he could only show an apologetic expression and shake his head helplessly. With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, Naruto had to muster his courage and put on an indifferent expression. Dad, it seems there's no way around it. We have to part ways. He continued, thank you for telling me so much. I can take care of myself now. Remember not to forget your promise to me. If the future me is born, you must never abandon him. Give him a happy future. Minato smiled. Don't worry, Naruto, I will definitely keep that promise. Naruto looked at 100 Legs on the ground and said solemnly, Dad, make your move. It's hard for him to be alive. Let him be free soon. Minato nodded and was about to pierce 100 Legs' core with a kunai. But at that moment, people came from a distance. Rin, Kakashi, and Sarah ran over together. Additionally, a person wearing the Konoha Ninja forehead protector followed Kakashi. Seeing this person, Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, Captain Yamato, what are you doing here? Yamato looked confused, glancing at the young Kakashi beside him, and said, I don't know. I was picked up by childhood Kakashi after I woke up. Kakashi explained, this person is someone we met while going with Sarah to close the Dragon Vein. He's also a Konoha ninja who fainted, so I brought him back. Actually, Kakashi was also full of questions. He heard Obito say that Naruto's team wasn't the one he led. So who is this Captain Yamato? Wait, Yamato! Kakashi and Rin exchanged glances, amazed as they looked at Yamato. So you're the famous would-release ninja who built sturdy houses? Yamato appeared puzzled. Am I that famous? According to logic, he and Kakashi shouldn't know each other at this time, right? Although Kakashi had explained on the way that he was a ninja from 20 years in the future, the developments were too strange. Also, what was this about building sturdy houses? While he did like using wood-release to camp outdoors, he was still the top expert of the Yambu. That title seemed a bit. Forget it, Kakashi was too annoying. Now that he had returned to the past while he was still young, you should just hit him first. With that thought, Yamato punched Kakashi on the head. Kakashi turned around, holding his head. Why are you hitting me? That hurts. Yamato wore a mischievous expression. Nothing, just can't help but hit back after being bullied by you all the time. Kakashi was furious and was about to say something when Yamato ignored him and respectfully walked up to Minato, bowing deeply. It's an honor to meet you. Minato smiled, knowing very well why Yamato would be so respectful to him. In the future, he not only became the fourth Hokage, but also sacrificed himself to protect the village. However, those are all future matters. Now, the world should return to its proper course. He gently said, I'm sorry, but it's time to part ways. Sarah immediately became anxious, rushing in front of Naruto with an unwilling expression. How could it be that we have to part so soon? Naruto smiled. Sarah, you've already become an excellent queen. Even without our help, you can lead your people well. Sarah couldn't help but show a deep emotion. Naruto, will never forget you. She knew Naruto came from the future, that this meeting would eventually lead to a farewell. But why did her heart ache so much? Minato sighed involuntarily at this scene. His son had made a girl fall completely for him in such a short time. Yet now they had to face the pain of parting. He didn't know whether to feel pleased or sad. If Naruto came from the future of this timeline, he would seal everyone's memories. But since Naruto was from a future that didn't intersect with theirs, he could keep these beautiful and precious memories. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished their farewells, Minato looked back at 100 Legs, ready to make his move. At this time, 100 Legs had already cursed countless times in his heart. He was living a life worse than death, unable even to make sound. If you're going to kill me, just do it already. Stop dragging it out. However, now, he could finally be liberated. With that thought, 100 Legs looked at Minato with a gaze full of longing. As he watched Minato's figure gradually approach, he finally felt relieved. This time, nothing should go wrong. Just then, Obito suddenly said, Minato-sensei, wait. Minato was taken aback, his hand holding the kunai, stopping again. Obito looked at Rin and asked Rin, 100 Legs is on the brink of death. Can you check how long he can hold on if we maintain him with all our might? Rin nodded, walked in front of 100 Legs, and after a check said, if I use medical ninjutsu to keep him alive, he has 3 hours left. Obito showed a confident expression. That's enough. Minato was confused. Obito, what do you mean by that? Obito said to Minato, I thought about it, and I also want Naruto to see Jiraiya-sensei one more time. Minato frowned, But didn't we just analyze that? It's impossible to meet that requirement. 3 hours. We might not be able to make it back in time. Obito smiled. If we only use the Flying Thunder God, that's indeed not possible. But Minato-sensei, have you forgotten that I master more than one space-time ninjutsu? Before Minato could respond, Rin interrupted, Obito, no. Jiraiya-sensei is far away in Konoha. The burden and consumption of using your eyes to activate space-time ninjutsu to return to Konoha is too great. Obito took a deep breath and said, don't worry, Rin. I can transplant the cells from Hashirama soon. Even if I go blind, I can bring you back, right? Naruto on the side, although unable to fully understand what Obito was saying, seemed to have a chance to see the Sage of the Six Paths one last time. For a moment, a look of hope appeared on his face, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, no, I won't see the Sage of the Six Paths, Obito. Even though I don't understand what you guys are talking about, I know this requires you to pay a huge price. I can't let you take risks for my sake. Obito smiled and shook his head at Naruto, saying, Naruto, you are still so kind, but this time, it's my debt to you. Let me repay you now. After saying that, he no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, and shouted Kamui. Suddenly, 3 side-shaped Sharingan opened, accompanied by a stream of blood tears. A constantly twisting spatial tunnel gradually took shape. Everyone could see the scene on the other side of the tunnel, under the setting sun, on Hokage Rock. The faces of the 3 Hokage were vividly before them. On the other side was Konoha. Chapter 76, Ichikurama Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the scenery of Konoha, which seemed unchanged after 20 years. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Obito. Obito urged Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, hurry up, I can't hold on for much longer. The others are waiting here. Rin, you must ensure that the life of the centipede is protected. Rin nodded with tears in her eyes and quickly began to use medical ninjutsu on the centipede. Obito stepped into the passage first and waved to Minato and Naruto. Minato sighed. Since the passage had been opened and the cost had been paid by Obito, he could not let Obito's goodwill go to waste. Without hesitation, he pulled the still shocked Naruto and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Obito's side. In the next moment, Obito closed the Mangekyō Sharingan and the spatial passage disappeared. The 3 appeared on a deserted cliff in Konoha. Obito was breathing heavily. Opening such a long spatial passage at once was still too much of a burden for him. After just a short while, he could clearly feel a significant decline in his eyesight. Minato approached with concern, handed him a tissue, and asked, Obito, are you okay? Obito shook his head, wiped the blood and tears from his eyes with the tissue, and after resting for a moment, he finally regained some strength. He smiled and said, the cost is within acceptable limits. My body can hold on. My eyesight has declined, but after transplanting Hashirama's cells, it will be fine. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. At this moment, Naruto snapped out of his shock and stared blankly at Obito. Obito, did you just use Kamui? How do you have eyes like Kakashi-sensei? Obito couldn't help but snort. First of all, don't call me a kid. Technically, I'm much older than you. Secondly, is it possible that Kakashi's Sharingan originally belonged to me? Have you seen Kakashi's Kamui used as well as mine? Naruto looked dazed at first, then revealed a disdainful expression. TCH, isn't it just like Kakashi-sensei? Using it once, and then panting. Obito. Then, Naruto's expression turned serious as he looked at Obito and said emotionally, I don't know how to express my gratitude. You have sacrificed so much for me to see the perverted sage. Obito shook his head. It's nothing. You never need to thank me. All right, time is short. Let's find Jiraiya-sama quickly. Naruto snapped back to reality and looked towards the Hokage Rock, exclaiming, it really is Konoha. I can't believe we arrived here from Lulan in such a short moment. It's incredible. Now, there are only 3 faces on Hokage Rock. Haha, by my time, there are already 5. By the way, where's the perverted sage now? Minato looked at Naruto seriously and said, Naruto, although I allow you to see Jiraiya-sensei, you cannot reveal your own information or say who you are. Can you do that? Naruto nodded. Dad, being able to see the perverted sage is already enough for me. Minato nodded. Then let's go. The sun gradually set, and it was getting late. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the Ichiraku ramen sign. Tucci watched the last customer leave and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was the opening day, and there were simply too many people. Although he was still a vigorous young man, he was exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his brow, collected the leftover bowls, and began to wipe the tables. Just then, a figure with white hair walked in. Boss, 1 bowl of ramen, please. Tucci turned around, his expression slightly surprised. Jiraiya-sama has come to taste my ramen? Jiraiya smiled. After all, the boss has inherited the legendary ramen secret recipe. I've wanted to come and eat for a long time. But there were too many people this morning, and I couldn't get in. Tucci smiled. To receive Jiraiya-sama's approval is my honor. Please wait. I'll make it right away. You won't be disappointed with the taste. With that, he quickly finished wiping the table, went into the kitchen, and started making the noodles. Jiraiya found a spot to sit down, feeling empty inside, and picked up the alcohol he had just bought, taking a sip. In the morning, he had just finished practicing the Rasengan and wanted to show off to his most proud disciple, but Minato had to leave in a hurry for a secret mission. In the afternoon, Tsunade packed her bags and took her newly accepted disciple, Shizun, saying she was going to travel. He tried to dissuade her, but to no avail. Before she left, he confessed once more, only to be rejected again. Sigh. He didn't know how long it would be before she returned. Thinking of this, Jiraiya felt gloomy and couldn't help but keep drinking. Before long, he finished a bottle of alcohol. When he was slightly tipsy, a figure entered and sat next to him. The figure seemed very familiar with Ichiraku ramen. Even though it was only the first day of opening, he didn't even look at the menu and said proficiently, "One bowl of miso chashu ramen, no bamboo shoots." Tucci, who was making the noodles, felt a subtle sensation in his heart, as if the newcomer were an old customer. He instinctively replied, "Okay, please wait." So, he added another bundle of fresh noodles to the boiling broth, thought for a moment, and added another bundle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya turned his head instinctively to see the newcomer's appearance. In his hazy state, he saw a head of blonde hair and unconsciously associated the figure with Minato. How is that possible? Minato is still out on a mission. Jiraiya shook his head, dispelling some of the drunkenness, and focused to see that it was actually a bearded young man with blonde hair. In a moment of impulse, he asked, "Hey, are you here to eat the secret ramen from the boss too?" The blonde young man looked at Jiraiya deeply, his eyes filled with emotion. "Ah, yes." Jiraiya became interested and continued to ask, "From your appearance, it seems this isn't your first time eating?" The blonde young man neither confirmed nor denied, but cleverly diverted with another question. "Uncle, were you just lost in thought about something?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "Uncle? Do I look that old?" Perhaps he really wasn't young anymore. Jiraiya contemplated what kind of excuse to come up with, his gaze sweeping over the hanging lanterns in Ichiraku ramen. "Actually, I'm trying to come up with a novel. I just haven't figured out what to name the main character." The blonde young man seemed to have thought of something, his expression slightly strange, and he retorted, "Uncle, it wouldn't be some perverted novel, would it?" Jiraiya coughed a few times, feeling very embarrassed, but said with a serious face, "What are you thinking? The novel I want to write is an inspiring one." When he said this, the blonde young man's expression became even more skeptical. "Clearly, it's a perverted novel. Uncle, don't be shy to admit it." Jiraiya, however, stated with conviction, "Who said that? My novel is called The Will of the Ninja. It's definitely not perverted." Chapter 77 Jiraiya. "I've thought of a name for the protagonist of the novel. It's Naruto. The noodles are ready. Please enjoy." At this moment, Shouta walked out carrying 2 bowls of steaming ramen. The blonde young man showed an expression of anticipation, immediately picked up his chopsticks, stirred the noodles, took a big bite, and let out a satisfied sigh. Sure enough, Shouta's, cough cough, Ichiraku's ramen is the best. The blonde young man looked at Shouta's youthful face and changed his words. Shouta was slightly puzzled, but when he heard someone praise the taste of his ramen, he squinted his eyes and showed a kind smile. "Really? Then make sure to come back often." After saying that, Shouta went into the kitchen to start washing the utensils he had just used. The blonde young man stopped talking and focused on enjoying his ramen. He was eating very happily, but for some reason, as he ate, big tears fell into the bowl. Seeing this, Jiraiya comforted him. "What's wrong? Are you reminded of something sad?" The blonde young man wiped his tears. "No, I'm just too moved. I haven't had such a warm bowl of ramen in a long time." Jiraiya suddenly felt that the young man in front of him had a love for Ichiraku's ramen that surpassed others, and he couldn't help but become curious. Is this ramen really that good? With this thought, he picked up his chopsticks to taste it. After a few bites, he found it really delicious. No wonder it's the secret recipe of the ramen master. It lives up to its name. Jiraiya stopped talking and, together with the blonde young man, focused on eating. For a moment, the sound of slurping filled the air, and soon, both of them finished the noodles in their bowls, simultaneously exhaling a breath of warm air, their faces full of happiness. At this moment, the blonde young man turned around and asked, "Uncle, haven't you thought of a name for the protagonist yet? Do you want me to help you come up with one?" Jiraiya looked at the young man and smiled. "I just thought of one while eating ramen. Let us call him Naruto." The blonde young man's eyes became a little moist. Naruto, what a beautiful name. After a pause, the young man stood up, took out a frog wallet, and counted some money to put on the table. "It's getting late. I should be leaving." After saying that, he turned to leave. Jiraiya looked at the money on the table and called out, "Hey, you overpaid." The young man turned his head and looked at the price list posted in Ichiraku, realizing, oh, that is why it's so cheap now. But he didn't take back the extra money. Instead, he said, "Just consider it a tip for the boss." Jiraiya laughed. "In such a hurry to leave? I hope one day, when my novel is published, you will see it." The blond young man nodded. "I will definitely read it." After saying that, he trembled a little and left. Once his figure disappeared, for some reason, Jiraiya felt a sense of loss, as if the young man, just now, was someone very important in his life. What a strange young man, Jiraiya muttered to himself. The sadness in his heart, for some reason, did not dissipate, but rather increased. He couldn't help but get up and buy another pot of wine, then said, "Boss, another bowl just like the last one." After Naruto left, he strolled through the streets of Konoha 20 years ago. The sun had completely set, and the lights began to illuminate the night. Minato and Obito, wearing masks, appeared beside him. Minato smiled and asked, "So, what did you talk about with Teacher Jiraiya?" Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, replied, "We didn't say much, just had a bowl of ramen. But just having a bowl of ramen is enough. Father, let us go back." Minato nodded, exchanged glances with Obito, placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and the three of them used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. They arrived at the cliff where it all began, and Minato said, "Obito, let us form a formation and return to Lulon using the Flying Thunder God technique." Obito nodded, having regained some strength after a period of rest. The leader of the Flying Thunder God technique was Minato-sensei, so he didn't need to bear too much chakra. It was enough for that technique. The two approached Naruto, holding hands and surrounding him, and in the next moment, they disappeared from Konoha and returned to Lulon. Rin was working hard to save the centipede's life, while Kakashi, Sarah, and Yamato stood guard nearby. Rin looked over immediately, and, seeing that Obito was no longer in danger, breathed a sigh of relief. "Obito, Minato-sensei, the centipede won't last much longer." Minato nodded, approached the centipede, and said, "Rin, you can stop now." Rin instantly halted the treatment and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato pierced the centipede's core with a kunai, ending its life. If the centipede could comment at that moment, it might say, "Finally dead, really, I had it too tough." Instantly, a white light emitted from Naruto and Yamato, and their figures began to gradually turn into phantoms. Naruto looked at Minato, then at Sarah. "Everyone, take care." At this moment, Obito said to Naruto, "Naruto, if you see a guy with a mask claiming to be Uchiha Madara over there." However, he hadn't finished his sentence when Rin pulled him back. Rin shook her head at Obito and stepped forward to hand Naruto a small piece of paper, then continued Obito's words. "Just give him this note and don't peek." "Okay." Naruto felt a bit confused, but still took the note. "All right, if I really meet this person, I will do as you say." In the next moment, Naruto and Yamato's figures had completely disappeared. Minato looked at Sarah and smiled. "Queen Sarah, our mission has been successfully completed, but I still have one thing to do, and I hope to get your consent." Sarah had a premonition in her heart and asked, "Are you planning to seal the dragon vein?" Minato nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Yes. The power of the dragon vein is very dangerous. If it falls into the hands of ill-intentioned people, it could bring disaster to the entire world." Sarah nodded. "I understand. Although Lulon developed relying on the energy provided by the dragon vein, losing the dragon vein may cause this city to collapse soon. But if we encounter someone like in Lushan again, it would also bring destruction to my people. You seal it, and afterward, I will lead my people to find a new place to survive." Minato looked at Sarah in surprise, feeling that she had suddenly matured under Naruto's influence. She really is a good girl. Minato couldn't help but think, if Naruto really marries such a girl, he would be very happy, right? Chapter 78, Dragon Vein Jinchuriki. Under Sarah's guidance, Minato and his group arrived at the core area of the dragon vein. Hidden deep underground, the center was the core hub of the dragon vein. Sarah pointed to the hub and said, "The power of the dragon vein is hidden below." Minato nodded and was about to step forward to perform the sealing technique when Obito suddenly had an idea. "Minato-sensei, wait." Minato turned his head in confusion to look at Obito. Obito said, "Do you think the dragon vein is somewhat similar to the tail beasts?" Minato pondered for a moment. "It does seem quite similar. The dragon vein is also a form of chakra conglomerate with immense energy. Moreover, considering that Queen Sarah can command the dragon vein, it possesses some living characteristics as well." Obito thought for a moment and replied, "So, theoretically, since you can seal the nine tails into a human body, you could also seal the dragon vein into a human body, right?" Minato was taken aback, then frowned. "Obito, are you suggesting creating a dragon vein Jinchuriki?" No, that's too dangerous. Besides, my sealing technique isn't as good as Kushina's. I'm not sure I can successfully seal a tailed beast. Even in the future you described, I could only seal the nine tails using the Reaper Death Seal. I am currently studying that technique, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Perhaps I won't grasp it until a few years from now. Obito was surprised, then said, "Why not give it a try? The dragon vein is different from the nine tails. Its power is relatively gentle. Also, Minato-sensei, the power itself isn't wrong. It's the person who wields it. For example, does Hashirama's power really pale in comparison to the dragon vein? But is he dangerous? Similarly, the nine tails was nearly destructive in Madara's hands, yet saved the world in Naruto's hands. So is the nine tails dangerous or not?" Minato found himself a loss for words and could only look at Obito. "All right, what do you plan to do? I can listen to your specific thoughts before deciding." Obito looked at Sarah and asked, "Sarah, you can, to some extent, make the dragon vein act according to your will, right?" Sarah nodded. "Yes. The dragon vein listens to me and my mother. Sometimes, I can even feel a connection of intent between me and the dragon vein." Obito said, "Sarah, I have some information to share. Soon, the Ninja World War will break out, especially the conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning, which will ignite on this land. The world will descend into chaos, and I think in such a tumultuous era, without power, it will be difficult for you to protect your people, right?" Sarah shuddered. She had heard a little about the conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning, and it was indeed concerning. During wartime, a large number of refugees would be born, and without ninjas, Lulon would struggle to survive in such circumstances. She raised her head, combining what she had just heard from Minato and Obito, and asked, "So, you plan to seal the dragon vein into my body, making me the so-called dragon vein Jinchuriki?" Obito replied, "Yes, the dragon vein may not possess a mature mind, but it has truly developed a sense of awareness. It will listen to your and your mother's commands. Perhaps it sees you and your mother as its closest beings. If you seal the dragon vein into your body, you might become a perfect Jinchuriki." Sarah didn't understand much of what was said, but she understood one thing. If she could control the power of the dragon vein, she could change the fate of Lulon. Immediately, her eyes became determined. "Although I don't know what a perfect Jinchuriki is, I am willing to try according to your idea." Obito turned to Minato and said, "Minato-sensei, this is my plan." Minato stood aside, somewhat dumbfounded. After carefully considering Obito's words, he realized that since the dragon vein would obey Sarah's commands, sealing it would not be as resistant as the nine tails, so it might be possible. Similar to how he sealed Kushina within Naruto in the future, using the 8 trigram seal. He scratched his head. "Obito, Queen Sarah is a good girl. If it's her, the power will be used for protection. I am willing to cooperate." However, Minato's expression became serious as he looked at Sarah. "The chakra of the dragon vein is enormous. I don't know if you can handle it. This would be quite dangerous." But Sarah had already made up her mind. "The dragon vein is also a gift left to me by my mother. If possible, I hope to continue using it to benefit my people." Minato said, "Then come over and lie down. I will try to seal the dragon vein chakra into your body using the 8 trigram seal." Sarah nodded and walked in front of Minato, lying down. At this moment, Obito leaned close to Minato's ear and said, "Minato-sensei, the dragon vein can eventually be used throughout Lulon. It shouldn't be as difficult to separate as the nine tails. If possible, maybe you can do it little by little." Minato understood Obito's meaning. First separate the dragon vein, then seal it little by little, which would significantly reduce the danger. While he might need the Reaper Death Seal to separate the nine tails, the dragon vein would be relatively easier. He smiled and said, "Indeed, I can do it with the dragon vein." "Obito, step back. I'm going to perform the technique." Obito nodded and stepped back. Minato focused and began to draw out the dragon vein chakra little by little, then guided it towards Sarah. Originally somewhat resistant, the dragon vein chakra instantly merged into Sarah the moment it touched her. Minato didn't even exert much effort. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even smoother than I imagined. Sarah, I will draw on more power next. If you can't handle it, tell me immediately." Sarah closed her eyes, feeling a warm power growing within her body, and smiled. "It seems it really likes me. If there's any issue, I will let you know." Minato no longer hesitated and continued his actions. Just like that, about half of the dragon vein chakra was successfully sealed into Sarah's body. At this point, Sarah finally reacted. "I can't take it anymore. I feel like I can't handle anymore. Although the dragon vein is willing, my body is starting to struggle." Minato stopped and marveled. Being able to accept half of the dragon vein's power is already impressive. Then he remembered Kushina. "Sarah, I want to ask you a question. Does the dragon vein in your body show any signs of going berserk? Berserk? Sarah looked puzzled. No. I feel like it is very obedient, willing to lend me all its power, and even willing to protect me. Let me show you. With that, Sarah stood up, a purple light emanating from her body, enveloping her completely and gradually forming a purple long robe. She exuded a mysterious and noble aura. Minato was somewhat surprised this. Such powerful energy, completely different from the shallow application of the 100 legs technique. It has almost perfectly controlled all the dragon vein chakra. Is this the chakra exterior that the perfect Jinchuriki would form? But why was it different from Kushina's side? Obito was also contemplating this question. Suddenly, he thought of Naruto, recalling the Naruto who, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, risked his life to save the tailed beasts and subsequently earned their recognition. He then asked Sarah a question. Sarah, what do you think the dragon vein is? Sarah smiled, placing her hand on her stomach where the dragon vein was sealed, revealing a gentle expression. The existence of a dragon vein brings endless energy to Lulon. It is our hope and guardian. Now it resides within me, and I feel its innocent goodwill. I will not let it down. It regards me as the most important person in its life, and I will consider it my partner. Obito turned to look at Minato and sighed. Minato-sensei, perhaps this is the answer. Konoha's attitude towards the Nine Tails is either enslavement or hatred. The Nine Tails has never been treated kindly by the village. I think that tailed beasts might be much simpler than humans. Who treats them well, they will naturally be good too. Who treats them poorly, they will also harbor hatred towards. Chapter 79, the other half of the dragon vein sealed inside Rin for a moment. Minato was stunned, his mind involuntarily recalling the various restrictions Kushina imposed on the Nine Tails. From Kushina's perspective, this was understandable. However, from a Nine Tails viewpoint, being subjected to constant sealing, even the tail sealing technique, meant that it was not just confined in a cage. It was completely restricted, unable to move even a single tail. If anyone else were treated this way, it could only be described as worse than death. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Obito, perhaps you're right, but unfortunately, Kushina and the Nine Tails have deep-seated animosity. Trying to make amends now is a bit too difficult. Obito shook his head. Minato-sensei, the leader is essentially a pure person. Maybe the Nine Tails doesn't hate her as much as you think. It's just that Konoha's initial brainwashing and the aftermath of the tailed beast rampage have deeply ingrained her views on the Nine Tails. We could try to change her perspective. Perhaps a relationship with the Nine Tails will improve. Minato nodded, sincerely looking at Obito. Obito, thank you. Through today's events, I found a way to completely resolve the issue of the Nine Tails seal loosening. If I can become the perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina can return to a normal life. That would be a tremendous blessing. As Minato spoke more excitedly, he wished he could fly home immediately to tell Kushina about today's situation. Obito, distressed, said, Minato-sensei, I've already said there's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. At that moment, Sarah spoke up. What about the other half of the dragon vein? I just heard its intention. It wants to go out for a walk as well. Perhaps you can find it a trustworthy companion. Minato was taken aback, while Obito became excited and involuntarily looked at Rin. In fact, he had this idea from the beginning. The power of the dragon vein was immense, and Sarah alone might not be able to bear it all. At that time, they could give the remaining power to Rin, which would provide her with a means of self-defense. In her previous life, Rin could contain the three tails, so Obito felt the chances of success were very high, especially since the three tails had Madara behind it. Gaining the power of the dragon vein would be safer. Minato immediately sensed Obito's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, you. He then looked at Rin and asked, So, Rin, are you willing to give it a try? Rin looked at Obito, flashed a brilliant smile, and then firmly said to Minato, Minato-sensei, I can do it. Minato smiled, looking at Sarah. Then I will seal the remaining half of the dragon vein into Rin's body. Is that okay? Sarah replied with a smile. Of course. I will cooperate and soothe the dragon vein. Rin was the character she liked the most among the group. Besides Naruto, she was so gentle and adorable. Minato said to Rin, Then Rin, come over. With Sarah helping you, sealing it should not be difficult. Rin smiled and lay down. And Sarah also came to Rin's side to soothe the emotions of the dragon vein. Minato easily sealed the remaining half of the dragon vein into Rin's body. As the dragon vein was sealed, the underground returned to peace. However, Minato suddenly sensed something. This place is really not simple. I sense a strange power lingering below, one that can continuously distort time and space. Perhaps it's not the power of the dragon vein that caused Naruto and the others to travel through time, But this force below, Obito realized, that makes sense. Although the power of the dragon vein is powerful, I don't think it can allow time travel. It seems there are deeper secrets here. Minato nodded. After all, this power is forbidden. It's better for us not to interfere too much. Now that it has calmed down with the disappearance of the dragon vein, as long as we don't intentionally disturb it, it shouldn't appear again. Then Minato looked at Rin and asked, Rin, how do you feel? Rin smiled. I feel fine. It's just that I need some time to get along with the dragon vein. I can't use the chakra cloak immediately like Queen Sarah. Sarah laughed. Don't worry, it won't take long. It has already told me it will get along well with you, and you will soon become companions. Rin smiled at Sarah. Thank you, Queen Sarah. After all, the dragon vein belongs to Lolon's treasures, and you are willing to share it with me. Sarah shook her head. You've helped me so much, and the dragon vein wants to go out for a walk itself. There is no need to thank me. Minato sighed with relief and smiled. Then we can consider this task perfectly completed. It's time to go back. Sarah suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Are you leaving so soon? Many people from Lulon want to thank you. Minato shook his head. Sorry, the ninja world is not peaceful lately, and we have many things to do. Sarah regretted. I thought you could stay a few more days to visit Lulon. But at that moment, Obito said, Sarah, now that you have the power of the dragon vein and have become a perfect Jinchuriki, you are a strong figure in the ninja world. Are you willing to contribute to peace in the ninja world when necessary? Sarah thought for a moment. Peace? If it doesn't harm my people and real peace can be achieved, I would naturally be willing. Obito couldn't help but smile. Sarah had truly become a qualified queen, always considering her people's perspective. Is this the change Naruto brought about? If someone else had said that people could understand each other, Obito would never have believed it. But if it were Naruto, he suddenly felt that maybe it could be achieved. However, that would have to wait until Naruto is born, right? Now, Obito's voice was once again filled with temptation as he looked at Sarah. In the future, I want to invite you to join an organization called Dawn's Dawn, which will bring peace to the world, and it comes with a cool uniform. Are you willing? Sarah was taken aback and calmly replied, I haven't thought that far ahead. I don't know what the future will look like. However, I can consider it. On the condition that this organization is really as you said, Dawn's Dawn. Sarah thought for a moment and added, Actually, regardless of whether I join any organization, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can seek my help. We are already friends. Obito smiled. Then I'll formally invite you again in the future. After saying that, he reminded her, By the way, Sarah, many things today are confidential. Remember to keep it a secret. Sarah said irritably, I know without you telling me. Coming from the future, crossing time and space, and with the Jinchuriki, this is high-level intelligence in your ninja world, right? Thinking of this, she unconsciously thought of Naruto. And she couldn't help but grip tightly the gift Naruto had given her, a beautifully crafted chakra blade. Chapter 80 Sakura opened the note in the world of Naruto. Naruto and Captain Yamato woke up. A large white bird suddenly flew close, and a girl with pink hair jumped down from the bird, looking worried as she rushed to Naruto's side. She supported Naruto and said, Naruto, are you okay? Naruto covered his head, his gaze shifting from confusion to clarity, and then he recalled the magical experience he had just been through. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sakura, you absolutely have no idea what I went through. Huh? You would definitely be shocked if I told you, but unfortunately many things are too bizarre, and I don't even know if I should say them. Haruno Sakura looked confused. Weren't you both unconscious just now? What could have happened? Suddenly, Sakura seemed to think of something. Her expression shifted from worry to disgust. You didn't do something inappropriate in your unconscious state, did you? Naruto retorted. How could that be? It wasn't a dream, it was another world. After saying that, he instinctively raised his hand and gestured. A note fell to the ground. Sakura immediately noticed it and picked it up with curiosity. What is this? Naruto remembered that this was the note Rin had given him to hand over to a masked person who called himself Uchiha Obito when he met him. At the same time, he recalled Rin's warning that he must not peek. Thinking of this, he hurriedly told Sakura, Sakura, you can't peek. However, it was already too late. Sakura had already opened the note and started reading it aloud. I've been watching you, Rin. Sakura looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, what does this mean? Then, she realized something. No, this was clearly written by a girl, and the handwriting was so elegant. Sakura grabbed Naruto's ear. Oh, Naruto, when did you attract a girl named Rin? How come I didn't know? And she wrote such mushy words to you. Naruto couldn't help but shout. Ouch, 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 Sakura. This really isn't for me. It's something my companion entrusted me to give to someone else. Sakura snorted, applying more pressure. still not telling the truth? When did you become so dishonest, Naruto? Naruto shouted in protest. No, it's really not me. On the other side, on the way back, Obito curiously asked Rin, Rin, what exactly did you write on the note for Naruto that you wanted another me to see? Rin smiled and said, I just reminded him that another me has been watching him. Obito's expression changed. What if the other me finds out and destroys the world? Rin lightly tapped Obito. Can't you think positively? What if he knows I've been watching him and has a change of heart? Obito smiled wryly. Although that's a possibility. But Rin, you don't understand how extreme I was back then, and I'd already done so many wrong things there was no turning back. Rin's gaze suddenly became profound, and she asked, Obito, you want to tell Naruto about the other you, right? Obito's eyes flickered. I did have that intention. Rin sighed, Obito, do you want Naruto to stop you, or do you want him to unite with the Ninja Alliance to defeat you? Obito replied with a pained smile. I did have such thoughts. Rin shook her head. But Obito, is it fair to the other you to do this? Obito couldn't find the words. It was indeed unfair. In a ninja world, many times, it's a battle of information. If he leaked his secrets, the other him would be very uncomfortable. Rin said, So Obito, I don't mean to say that you were extreme back then, but many of his actions were because of me. At least I want to give him the right to choose. Let him choose for himself. Obito suddenly felt a bit sour. Rin, are you concerned about him? Rin replied, I am indeed concerned about him, and I feel sorry for him. Obito felt more sour and quietly asked, So do you care about him more, or do you care about me more? Rin suddenly chuckled. Her face slightly flushed. What do you think? Obito's mood visibly dropped. Rin, you clearly care about him more. Seeing Obito looking a bit sad, Rin suddenly felt soft-hearted and quickly said, Of course I care about you more. Because of you, I can't ignore him. Obito snorted, I don't believe it. Rin helplessly asked, How can you believe it? Obito suddenly laughed. After we finish the mission, come home with me. You haven't stayed at home for a long time. Rin then realized she had fallen for Obito's trick. Obito has become increasingly crafty. She snorted and smiled. Let me think about it. I haven't decided yet. Obito looked at Rin. Rin, I also want to see how you look when you sleep. It can't be just you secretly watching me after I fall asleep. That's not fair. Rin's small face suddenly turned red, thinking that after spending some time with Obito, he has learned bad habits. The Minato team finally returned to Konoha late at night. Rin ultimately agreed to Obito's request and followed him home. Of course, the two really just slept and nothing happened. The next day, Team Minato submitted their mission report to the third Hokage, but many details were concealed by Minato. The excuse was ready-made. Since they indeed encountered space-time ninjutsu, Minato sealed everyone's memories to avoid interfering with time and space. Minato harbored no malice toward the third Hokage, but after hearing Obito recount Naruto's childhood experiences, he felt that the third Hokage hadn't taken good care of Naruto. He could understand why the third Hokage didn't disclose Naruto's identity or tell Naruto who his biological parents were. After all, considering the situation during the Third Great Ninja War, the rise of Konoha's Golden Flash was at the expense of the suffering of other major countries. He was indeed a killing god at that time, offending countless people. Therefore, concealing Naruto's identity could indeed protect him. However, if the identity of the fourth Hokage's son could be concealed, why not also keep the information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki hidden, allowing Naruto to have a relatively stable childhood? The legend of the Fox Demon was widely known and a hot topic. The other four great nations knew that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which would also bring danger to Naruto. Perhaps at the beginning, the rumors were spread by Danzo, but the third Hokage truly did nothing about it. He neither refuted the rumors nor stopped them, allowing the situation to spiral out of control and making Naruto the target of public anger. Just like Obito said, why should a family contribute everything to Konoha and their descendants become the punching bags of Konoha? Therefore, Minato was somewhat disappointed in the third Hokage and was no longer as unreserved as before. As for Kushina, it goes without saying, after hearing Naruto's story, she wished she could rush into the Hokage's office and give the third Hokage a live demonstration of the Nine-Tails incident. Of course, all of this was unknown to the third Hokage. From his perspective, Team Minato had performed excellently in completing the mission. Therefore, he not only rewarded Team Minato with a generous S-rank mission payment, but also granted everyone an extended vacation. During this time, Team Minato began a new round of training. Kakashi, under the proposal of Obito and Minato, attempted to combine lightning release with the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan. Rin was constantly adapting to and mastering the power of the Dragon Vein. Rin was also a top student in a ninja academy with solid fundamentals. Once someone like her broke through the limits of her bloodline and gained powerful strength, she would instantly become very formidable. During this period, Rin has made the most significant progress. In their recent sparring match, she was already on par with Kakashi and even had an advantage due to her larger chakra reserve, as long as she wasn't fighting for her life. Of course, since Rin is not a full-time combatant, she may still have some shortcomings when it comes to life and death battles. However, Obito does not want Rin to fight to the death. He just hopes she can protect herself and hold on until he can come to her rescue. While Rin is improving, Obito is also not idle. Once all the conditions are in place, he is ready to begin the transplantation of Hashirama's cells.